Chapter 128. You never know which comes first, surprise or shock. Long periods of rest were ultimately no match for the endless bombardment of distress calls. Chapter Master Yifeng simply couldn't withstand the deluge of battle reports. There were too many distress calls, and they were chaotic. The Imperium seemed to be orchestrating a major operation, appearing to be a type of lure the enemy deep tactic. Numerous worlds reported enemy encounters, but it wasn't the enemy actively invading, it was more like the enemy passing through while pursuing retreating Imperial forces. Why did Chapter Master Yifeng know this? Because if it were a genuine retreat, he wouldn't be receiving such a flood of messages. These were all meant for the Chaos side to see. Chapter Master Yifeng was bewildered by the pile of battle reports. Just then, Chapter Master Yifeng saw a report. A long time ago, observation reports indicated a rogue planet was heading towards the Atres world, and now the time was almost up. It was time to go and take a look. Suicidal probes had been ongoing for a long time, and most discovered locations were meaningless, with only a few having hard-to-mine minerals and strange cosmic wonders. Now, one had finally successfully reached that rogue planet. A psychic beacon had been established there, and it would take considerable time to navigate through the warp. It was time to depart. However, at this critical moment, the transformation of recruits, especially the demanding modifications for the wolf pups selected by Rogier, meant the Eternal Mountain could only remain here. Chapter Master Yifeng turned his gaze to the battleship that had just been acquired. The battleship's current name was Infinite Loyalty, a name that immediately sounded like a thief crying "Stop thief!" A warship snatched back from Slaanish's grasp dared to bear such a name. Fortunately, this Retribution-class battleship had fully recovered its combat capability, and combined with the two strike cruiser formations currently with Chapter Master Yifeng, it was sufficient for patrol duties. In the chaotic warp, a motley crew of chaos warbands was roaming. The history of this warband was quite ancient, initially consisting only of old word-bearers traders. Subsequently, due to their utterly pathetic combat effectiveness, they were largely annihilated. Their leader, seeing no further ambition, decided to accept any chaos warriors willing to join them. Thus, they gathered impoverished Night Lords with only jetpacks remaining, renegade descendants of Ferris, and even a few Primarch direct units of the Iron Warriors. The biggest difference between the Iron Warriors' Primarch direct units and the Irregulars was that they refused to accept chaos corruption. They would cut off all parts of their flesh corrupted by chaos to maintain their purity. These guys, apart from having a few more skull decorations, were no different from regular Adeptus Astartes. This chaos warband roamed the warp, plundering wherever their chaos sorcerers' rambling prophecies led them. Now, they were heading towards a vibrant world. During their voyage, their detection devices discovered a fleet. In the warp, chaos fleets had a huge advantage, they detected enemies earlier. What's the scale? 2 lunar-class cruisers, 1 Retribution-class battleship, and a bunch of small things, probably frigates. Several chaos warriors stood in the command room, observing the enemy before them. They were assessing the enemy's combat power, but their conclusion was, we have chaos warriors, we have the advantage, let's rob them. Yet another assist from the Codex Astartes, they wouldn't have imagined that on these warships, which the Codex Astartes forbade an Adeptus Astartes chapter from possessing, there were 100 Terminators, along with Primaris recruits and a redemption company. They looked at the 3 warships in the distance with great joy. Although this battle might incur some losses, the returns would definitely be rich, and perhaps they could exchange for another warship from those fallen Adeptus Mechanikus. Most importantly, their warband's prestige would soar, surely making more people willingly join them. The Chaos leader was immersed in fantasies of a beautiful future. The power of Chaos began to corrupt the warship formation. The Chaos sorcerer's first wave of sorcery had begun, successfully obscuring the enemy's scanning instruments, allowing their own warships to approach the enemy. Chapter Master Yifeng, some of our instruments seem to be malfunctioning. A tech marine sent a message to Chapter Master Yifeng, he hadn't brought Anos on this mission. What exactly is the problem? Find out as soon as possible. Everyone, enter alert status. The Adeptus Astartes braced themselves. The lunar-class cruisers moved a little closer to Chapter Master Yifeng and his forces. Some Primaris recruits had not yet received complete training and could not wear power armor, only full enclosed reconnaissance armor. These future members of the chapter were protected in the inner parts of the warship, they could not be exposed to combat in the warp. As the tech marine was troubleshooting the instrument issues, countless alarms blared throughout the warship. The enemy had boarded the warship. Everyone, hold your positions, report the situation. Chapter Master Yifeng had just issued the order when the entire warship began to shake. The enemy's artillery launched a fierce attack on the Infinite Loyalty. Artillery fire crisscrossed, at this point, there was no room for reconnaissance. The Infinite Loyalty, having just re-entered service, immediately displayed its terrifying firepower. The warships of both sides engaged in dangerous close-quarters combat. Enemy detected in Sector 223-129-234, attacking towards the Void Shield. Estimated dozen Chaos Warriors, plus a Chaos Sorcerer. Enemy detected in Sector 921-213-832, advancing towards the command room. Approximately a dozen Chaos Warriors. The enemy used warp teleportation to directly transport a large number of Chaos Warriors inside. Inside the warship, metal fragments and scattered corpses were everywhere. The Atres Imperial Guard tried their best to resist the enemy's attack, but the power of Chaos gave them agonizing headaches. They conversed freely in an unknown language, and guided by the Chaos Sorcerer, they attacked a communication node. The Chaos corruption almost infiltrated the station's broadcast channel. The metal door clanged open, and what rushed out was not the Astra Militarum they expected, but Terminator's warriors. All the Chaos warriors were startled. Among these completely corrupted warriors, only a few berserkers who had lost their minds charged towards the Terminators. 5 Terminators arrived here, their power fists activating, striking with a punch at the sword-wielding enemies charging at them. You are battle-hardened veterans, and so are we. The users of the iron-clad Terminator standing at the front were all genuine century-old veterans, the Indomitus pattern Terminators were not far behind. The Chaos Sorcerer concentrated, launching psychic attacks at the Adeptus Astartes, attempting to bewitch the warriors of the Red Tide. A recruit emerging from a defensive position pierced the Chaos Sorcerer's head with a laser shot, breaking the control. Warriors poured out from all directions, beginning to siege the enemies who dared to enter their warship. Over 200 Chaos warriors split into a dozen small teams and began their attack, but they didn't expect to face Terminator's warriors and Primaris recruits controlling fixed-gun turrets. Chapter Master Yifeng was rushing towards the attacking enemies, heavily armored and preparing to completely crush the enemies attempting to assault the command room head-on. As Chapter Master Yifeng charged down the stairs, 4 Terminators were already engaging the dozen attacking Chaos warriors. The distant enemies seemed to be chanting something, and the accuracy of the Terminator's warriors' firepower significantly decreased. The situation was quite dangerous, the enemies had already closed in, their power hammers capable of effectively breaching the Terminators' defenses. Chapter Master Yifeng descended from above with a jumping slash, cutting a Chaos warrior in half. The enemy's comrade-in-arms retaliated with a brutal strike at Chapter Master Yifeng. Chapter Master Yifeng twisted sideways to dodge the cunning blow, at the cost of falling to his side. The anti-psychic energy on Chapter Master Yifeng instantly neutralized the psychic sorcery of the surrounding Chaos sorcerers. The nearby Terminator's warriors, now clear-headed, fired their melta-guns decisively, killing the enemy in front of Chapter Master Yifeng. Dangerous melta streams flew over Chapter Master Yifeng's head, while bolter rounds from outside were still striking his heavy armor from a distance. Raising his head, Chapter Master Yifeng immediately saw another enemy at close quarters. There was no space to swing his power sword. Chapter Master Yifeng used the hilt to strike the helmetless Chaos warrior in front of him, pushing him back. Then, a beautiful spinning horizontal slash cut him in half. Gases from damaged servomotors and internal conduits escaped from the severed section, but were blown away by the concussive force of bolter explosions on the heavy armor. How could Chapter Master Yifeng tolerate the enemy's gunner? He turned sideways, presenting his shoulder plate to the enemy, and with his left hand, seamlessly took out the plasma pistol hanging at his waist, firing a shot at the enemy. The distant gunner narrowly dodged the fatal pale green plasma orb, death brushing past him. He immediately entered a mechanical door to relocate, and Chapter Master Yifeng did not pursue him further. On the front line, a Terminator's warrior raised his left arm, the Gatling bolter barrel mounted beneath it was completely smashed by an incoming power hammer, and even a twisted barrel flew out and struck Chapter Master Yifeng. This Terminator's also mercilessly retaliated with the chain sword in his other hand. The gap between 4 Terminators and ordinary Adeptus Astartes could not be simply bridged by faith in chaos. A particularly tall enemy, almost as large as a Primaris warrior, charged towards Chapter Master Yifeng. After receiving excessive chaos blessings, this warrior had grown madly tall, even bursting his armor, which now hung on him with large gaps. Chapter Master Yifeng sneered, turning to hide behind another Terminator's. A Prometheum flamer spewed deep red flames, directly scorching the flesh of this idiot who wasn't properly wearing his power armor. Chapter Master Yifeng began to charge, the towering Chapter Master leading the way, his powerful anti-psychic shield blocking all the Chaos Sorcerer's power. Chapter Master Yifeng charged directly at an enchanted warrior of the Word Bearers. A Daemon possessed him, transforming him into a complete monster. His left arm had entirely changed, becoming a classic Daemon claw. Sharp spikes protruded from his feet, piercing through his power greaves, and a long, single horn had grown from his head. Now he trembled all over, feeling extremely irritable. The power of this Daemon was immense, containing enough psychic energy to break through the upper limit that the anti-psychic shield could deflect. He also roared and charged at Chapter Master Yifeng, wanting to eliminate the source of his discomfort. The chain axe was raised high, the enchanted warrior, empowered by the daemon, possessed strength far superior to a normal Astartes. The chain sword in Chapter Master Yifeng's hand roared, clashing hard with the enemy's weapon. Using the powerful magnetic boots of his heavy armor, Chapter Master Yifeng was the first to stabilize his stance, then kicked the enemy away. It must be said, the heavy armor Belisarius Call created was indeed more effective than the old power armor worn by the enemy. The sharp bone spikes growing from the enemy's body were broken, which made it even more furious. It wanted to strike Chapter Master Yifeng with its daemon-possessed giant palm, but Chapter Master Yifeng swung his combat blade first, aiming for its head. In a panic, the enchanted warrior ducked, only to see the unicorn on his head get sliced off. He furiously charged at Chapter Master Yifeng, and his daemon-possessed palm struck Chapter Master Yifeng hard, knocking the Chapter Master back several paces. Chapter Master Yifeng fell to the ground, grabbing a bolter that had fallen nearby, but the enemy's bolter rounds flew towards him first. The keen perception of Jagatai Khan's son forced Chapter Master Yifeng to withdraw his hand. The bolter rounds struck the floor, blasting a large crater. Failing to retrieve a weapon, Chapter Master Yifeng dodged the enemy's second attack with a sidestep. The chain axe scraped past Chapter Master Yifeng's power armor backpack and embedded itself deeply into the floor. Lying on the ground, Chapter Master Yifeng cleverly switched hands, moving his combat blade to his left hand. Chapter Master Yifeng's right hand grabbed the enemy's right hand holding the chain axe, At this moment, Chapter Master Yifeng's advantage was immense. The enemy's daemon-possessed palm was trapped by his own position, while Chapter Master Yifeng's chainsword swung mercilessly, severing the enemy's right hand that held the axe. Chapter Master Yifeng finally found an opening to get up, and the enemy stumbled back a step. Just then, a Terminator's warrior, having emptied his magazine, discarded his weapon and swung his power fist to aid Chapter Master Yifeng. Plasma weapons bombarded the Indomitus-patterned Terminator armor, creating a glowing blue crater. The warrior's charge did not diminish, several alarms lit up in his armor, but the powerful warrior paid no heed, continuing to support the Chapter Master. Clearly, this enchanted warrior was the leader of this enemy squad, and they would not allow him to be ganged up on. We clearly surrounded these 5 people, but it seems like we are the ones surrounded by these 5 people. Several Chaos Warriors tried to intercept this Terminators, but he struck them down with a single punch, turning them into headless warriors. At this moment, the risen Chapter Master Yifeng launched a swift attack on the one-armed enemy. The blade techniques, inherited from the Khan, were exceptionally fierce, shattering the enemy's daemon-possessed palm in a few strikes. After a few clashes, the chain sword successfully split the enemy's head in half. Just then, a Chaos Warrior, taking advantage of Chapter Master Yifeng being held up by his own captain, successfully flanked Chapter Master Yifeng. As he was about to use his plasma pistol to ambush this big mech red tin can, a mechanical door on the side opened. Bolters spewed deadly ammunition as 3 Primaris recruits arrived on the battlefield. Chapter Master Yifeng heard the explosion from the side. The enemy's shoulder armor took several hits, and as he was turning to retaliate, a pale green plasma ball engulfed him. You all, find cover, provide us with suppressing fire, and watch our flanks. After giving orders to the recruits, Chapter Master Yifeng turned to face the remaining enemies. Now, the Chaos Warriors were beginning to question reality. What's happening? 5 people on the other side have easily killed 8 of us, without a single casualty on their part. How can we possibly fight this? The enemies behind cover couldn't understand why 5 Terminators would emerge from this Imperial Navy battleship. Heavy armor refers to the Terminator armor worn by Primaris warriors. This question also arose in the minds of the other 100 or so Chaos Warriors. In almost every engagement, the Chaos forces outnumbered their opponents, yet the Terminator's warriors brazenly surrounded the enemies. Are you kidding? 1 against 3 is dangerous for me, but 5 against 15? That's easy. The thick protection of the Terminator armor was enough to allow them to hold out until more reinforcements arrived. Chapter Master Yifeng was in a killing frenzy at this point. It had been a long time since he had fought such a satisfying battle, finally free from the frustration of fighting giants 8 or 9 meters tall. With the recruits suppressing fire, the attacking enemies were repelled, and the remaining Chaos Warriors immediately fled with the Chaos Sorcerer. The problem is, this is the infinite loyalty. Where do you plan on running to? Similar scenes were also unfolding on the Lunar-class cruiser. The enemy warband, totaling around 200 enemies, had lost dozens of Chaos Warriors after a few initial engagements. The Chaos Sorcerer tried his best to maintain the battle, but the Psyker forces Chapter Master Yifeng had just brought in proved to be of great use. As a pledge of allegiance, Number 1 and many other self-controlled Psykers formed a psychic union and joined Chapter Master Yifeng. Now, they were fiercely battling the Chaos Sorcerer under Bao's leadership. Chapter Master Yifeng cleared out the enemies in front of him and continued his assault. The recruits excitedly followed the Chapter Master. They had just killed a Chaos Warrior, their bolters mercilessly blowing apart the enemy's head, and they were still thrilled remembering it. A Chaos Sorcerer raised his skull-adorned staff, and golden light shone from the white skulls. Then the surroundings began to distort, and a daemon gradually emerged. The chanting time was only 5 seconds, but when an Astartes big mech charging at over 70 km an hour is rushing towards you, 5 seconds feels incredibly long. The Chaos Daemon had only revealed a single tentacle when a surge of anti-psychic energy suppressed the surrounding space. Chapter Master Yifeng physically interrupted the enemy's chanting, casually tossed aside the enemy's head, and continued his charge. The enemies began to fear. They confirmed they had walked into a trap, those cunning Imperial Astartes. They attempted to retreat back to their own warship using the Chaos Sorcerer's chanting. Many small squads succeeded, but a few were successfully countered by the Psyker teams and were permanently left on this warship. Chapter Master Yifeng charged all the way, successfully crashing into the battlefield before a squad attacking the power core could retreat. His arrival disrupted the surrounding psychic energy, and the Chaos Sorcerer directly suffered the backlash of a failed chant. His entire body seemed to be gnawed away by ants, his flesh mysteriously disappearing piece by piece. At this point, 10 Terminators and 4 recruits had gathered on this part of the battlefield, with only 7 enemies remaining. Chapter Master Yifeng appeared from behind them, and his plasma pistol took down one enemy first. An Iron Warriors, who was also the captain of this squad, reacted and confronted Chapter Master Yifeng. Bodies were everywhere. The mortals could only leave behind piles of charred remains. The Atres Imperial Guard were not as strong as the Imperial Auxiliary who trained long-term on the Eternal Mountain, but they were equally fearless in death. Chapter Master Yifeng's fury clashed with this ancient, unflappable veteran. Within seconds, 7 clashes erupted between their combat blades, and the Iron Warriors was completely suppressed by the Primaris warrior in heavy armor. Before long, the advantage turned into a decisive victory. Encirclement from front and back, leader killed. After a fierce battle, the remaining 3 Chaos Warriors surrendered. The boarding action reverted to a warship bombardment. The close-range firepower of the enemy's 3 strike cruisers was not to be underestimated. They indeed heavily damaged the entire Red Tide fleet. But my battleship is not so easily sunk. Our side indeed had no librarians for teleportation, but that doesn't mean we had no psychers. Within the Psychic Union, Number 2 and some of his capable subordinates could also perform teleportation, and with the Terminator armor's built-in teleportation devices, they could barely manage short-range teleportation. The good news is that the enemy's strike cruisers are about to be right in our faces. The Psychers also split into 14 teams, teleporting 70 Terminator's warriors to the closest enemy warships. At this moment, fierce fighting was occurring both inside and outside the 6 warships. The Night Lords infiltrated the chaotic warships, causing widespread destruction, while the Crimson Torrent chapter warriors, in cooperation with Imperial Auxiliary, hunted down enemies within the warships. Those teleported to the enemy warships were the elite among the Terminators. They were about to face countless Chaos Demons and Sorcerers. The terrified Chaos Warriors were commanding their warships to distance themselves from the enemy, preparing to flee, but the Crimson Torrent chapter was even more frenzied. Previously, due to Chapter Master Yifeng's order for the 3 warships to approach each other, the strike cruiser closest to the Infinite Loyalty had absorbed most of the firepower from all 3 warships, sustaining heavy damage, so the warriors ignored them entirely. Chapter Master Yifeng directly ordered them to use this enemy warship as a springboard to teleport to the other 2 enemy warships again. He himself led the remaining forces to hunt down the infiltrating Night Lords. There was no other way. With the anti-psychic shield he was carrying, the Psychers couldn't teleport him to an enemy warship. Alarms blared throughout the warship, unknown liquids flowed in the corridors, and flames erupted in the distance. A Night Lords was raiding in the resting area. He no longer had to suppress his insane desires, fearing the displeasure of his comrades whom he couldn't defeat. Here, he could freely indulge his perverse fantasies. Suddenly, he seemed to hear something. He flew upwards, wedging himself into a blind spot in the ceiling. A normal person passing by here would never idly look up. A squad of Atre's Imperial Guard was rushing towards the battlefield. This was a 20-man squad, carrying several anti-vehicle bombs. Killing even one would be a huge gain. The captain led his team in a frantic sprint, pushing open the large door. Bang! A sound came from the right side of the team. Everyone looked to the right simultaneously. Nothing, just a chair had fallen over. When everyone looked back, their captain was gone. Captain? We lost him, where are you? There was no response on the comms channel, only static electronic interference. The warriors realized something was wrong, and the vice captain immediately gave orders. Be alert, there are enemies here, search. Chapter 129, The End of the Warp Encounter. The soldiers looked around, only to find that the 2 warriors who had been at the very end of the line had also disappeared. Everyone, make sure at least 3 people are in your line of sight, the vice captain's voice trailed off. Yes, vice captain. Vice captain? Where's the vice captain? Panic spread among the soldiers. How could living people disappear one by one? Could it be man-eating warp aliens? The warrior holding the anti-vehicle bomb already had his hand on the bomb's pole ring, ready to perish with the enemy at any moment. Everyone's nerves were taut. The entire unit realized they were in a dangerous situation. Little guy, I found you. A taunt came from afar, and all the mortals immediately turned their muzzles, the quicker ones already pulling the trigger of their lasguns. Several laser beams cut through the dark resting area, hitting Yifeng directly in the chest. The shining lasers illuminated his blood-red power armor. I % you and you and %. The mortal warriors didn't know what to do for a moment, and several of the mortals who had fired immediately threw their lasguns far away. Yifeng ignored them. An attack of this level was barely enough to light a cigarette. The Night Lord hidden in the darkness and Yifeng met each other's gaze, much like a duel in a royal city. Yifeng decisively made his move, raising his plasma pistol and firing. The plasma bolt brushed past the Night Lord's cheek, illuminating his pale face. Another fool without a helmet. Yifeng had never intended to solve enemies with firearms, this was merely a means to force him to move. Taking a few steps, Yifeng arrived at the enemy's feet, then urgently activated his jump pack at a low altitude, forcibly changing his trajectory at a very low position. His chain sword swung through empty air, and Yifeng unhesitatingly turned and swung again, launching a Tai Chi sword technique. The Night Lord turned, his back to Yifeng. He was carrying the mortal's vice captain on his jump pack. Blood splattered as the chain sword cut through the mortal's body like tofu, bringing a string of blood beads. The enemy retreated very quickly, the combat blade almost struck him. Yifeng did not stop his movements, following with a punch from his left hand, delivering a continuous barrage of attacks towards the enemy. The Night Lord hadn't expected a heavily armored warrior to move so quickly. He kept retreating. Yifeng forced the enemy into a corner with his continuous attacks. The Night Lord stared intently at Yifeng, his fighting spirit constantly rising. Every drop of blood flowing in his body was boiling. I mean physically. The Night Lord's blood was like a surging river, the enemy's entire face swelled up, his strength continuously increasing. Could Yifeng indulge him? Impossible. 3 bat-shaped throwing knives flew towards Yifeng's eyes and heart respectively, clanging against his heavy power armor, then embedding themselves firmly in it. The Night Lord paused. This was a mistake. These 3 throwing knives were originally connected by an electrical field. After embedding in an enemy, they would form a triangular lightning attack zone. But Yifeng was carrying an anti-psyker shield, and the power of chaos directly vanished without a trace. The Night Lord's pale and swollen face twitched, seemingly wanting to let out a war cry. Before his mouth could open, his left cheek felt a stinging gale. Yifeng swung his combat blade in a wide arc towards him. Even with a wooden stick, he could have smashed him into pulp. This Night Lord dared not hesitate any longer, narrowly dodging Yi Feng's attack, kicking off the wall, and simultaneously activating his jump pack to create distance from Yi Feng. The scene at this moment was incredibly bizarre. Both Astartes stared intently at each other, the Night Lord about to land, while Yi Feng twirled his sword, seemingly in provocation. The key was that the Night Lord was floating in the direction where the mortal squad was. The super-fast exchange before them dazzled the Atre's Imperial Guard, but in a flash, a large blue-black something flew towards them. Without the slightest hesitation, the mortals pulled the pins of their anti-vehicle bombs. The faint sound of the pins being pulled did not escape the Night Lord's ears. His jump pack suddenly activated, swerving to one side. However, things would not go as he wished. A pale green plasma ball was flying towards his landing spot. An alarm blared in the Night Lord's mind. He no longer cared about the mortals and forced himself to stop his movements. Two mortals charged towards the Night Lord. In the Batman's eyes, these guys' movements were too slow, but the red tinkin charging from the side was no ordinary opponent. A strange horn sound appeared, and a red beam from a melta gun pierced through the bodies of the two mortals, grazing past Yi Feng's left side. A particularly ancient weapon. Looking towards the source of the attack, an iron warrior was holding a precious melta gun from the Legion era, and a chain axe in his other hand, charging towards Yi Feng. Outwardly, this Chaos Warrior showed no mutations, but his power armor was mismatched. The difference between the Iron Warriors' direct forces and their stragglers was whether they followed their Primarch into the Eye of Terror during the Great Heresy. These guys completely ignored their Primarch. Even these Iron Warriors, who completely rejected Chaos Flesh mutations, had long since left their Primarch. The mortals barely managed to spread out, forming a circle to surround the Night Lord, but they were broken up by the sudden appearance of the enemy. Yi Feng found himself fighting too, but he was not flustered in the least, remaining calm and collected. His combat blade was held to the side, even with a hint of provocation. In the comms channel, several Terminators were rushing towards this location and would arrive in a few minutes. The two Chaos Warriors now joined forces to attack Yi Feng. The two veteran warriors seemed possessed. They felt extremely uncomfortable and wanted to eliminate the source of their pain with all their might. The Iron Warrior and Yi Feng collided forcefully, sparks flying between their combat blades, and the enemy was directly knocked back 4 or 5 steps. To go head-to-head with my heavily armored Primaris century-old veteran? Are you worthy? Taking advantage of the clash, the Night Lord stealthily came to Yi Feng's side, making no sound. But the light of a lasgun once again illuminated his face. The mortal warriors did everything they could to help Yi Feng, which infuriated the Night Lord. For a moment, he couldn't control his desire to rampage and wanted to charge at the mortals. Yi Feng seized this opportunity, punching the enemy down. Turning around, he delivered a spinning horizontal slash, repelling the Iron Warrior who had attacked from behind Yi Feng. After performing this move, Yi Feng quickly retreated, positioning his back against the wall, ensuring he had both enemies in his line of sight. The Night Lord became berserk, throwing knives in all directions without regard for the consequences. The mortals fell dead one after another, and even the Iron Warrior's arm guard had one stuck in it. Yi Feng completely ignored this nonsensical attack. Unless you tell me that the throwing knives harbor powerful Qing electronic demons, strong enough to resist my shield and capable of entering my heavy power armor to disable it, otherwise, this is just leaving a few scratches on my armor. The chainsword's machine spirit frantically urged Yi Feng. It could no longer resist drinking the enemy's blood. Liberate the entire galaxy, humanity will prevail. The tall Primaris warrior once again let out his roar, and the entire warship seemed to begin to tremble. The Iron Warrior's chain axe was equally fervent, and the two clashed once again. Just as the two were locked in a struggle, the Night Lord took the opportunity to swing his combat blade, aiming for Yi Feng's head. Yi Feng deftly moved to the side, deflecting the impact of the weapon collision and dodging the Night Lord's attack. At this moment, both enemies were very close to him, and Yi Feng retreated 3 steps in succession to avoid the enemy's continuous attacks. At this point, the Iron Warrior did not continue his attack but instead retreated and picked up his melta gun. The Iron Warrior's melta weapon aimed at Yi Feng, but Yi Feng deftly maneuvered around the Night Lord, using his body to block the Iron Warrior's melta weapon. The Iron Warrior was greatly annoyed by the Night Lord's body, desperately wanting to open fire directly and burn both of them to cinders, but he was still waiting for an opportunity. Yi Feng continuously entangled with the Night Lord, moving and maneuvering until he reached the position Yi Feng had planned. Both sides had their own schemes. Yi Feng stumbled to the position where the mortal warrior had fallen. At his feet lay an anti-vehicle bomb that hadn't been thrown yet. Another clash of warblades. The engagement between the two had been going on for a long time. Yi Feng feigned defeat, and his combat blade was sent flying high. The Iron Warrior saw this and decisively pressed the fire button. The melta beam incinerated anything in its path. The Iron Warrior had waited a long time, waiting for Yi Feng to lose a weapon, so that even if Yi Feng luckily dodged the melta attack, he would be powerless to counterattack. Taking advantage of the brief moment the melta attack was blocked by the Night Lord's body, Yi Feng crouched down, not only dodging the incoming attack but also picking up the anti-vehicle bomb that had fallen to the ground. The Iron Warrior's vision was momentarily obscured by the blazing fire. The instant his vision returned, he saw a pale green plasma ball flying towards him. The Iron Warrior quickly moved to the side, but this powerful blast still hit a part of his power armor. His decorative head was engulfed by the plasma storm. This experienced Iron Warrior immediately realized that this was not armor-piercing plasma flow, but an explosive plasma storm weapon. In a reaction time close to an Astartes limit, he tilted his entire body, meeting the massive explosion with the front armor of his power armor. It wasn't a direct hit, so it might not kill him, but Yi Feng, having lost his combat blade and with his plasma pistol in cooldown, was already meat on the chopping block. The Iron Warrior thought this, and the instant the explosion ended, he prepared to get up and pursue Yi Feng. However, in his vision, he saw a silver sphere arc gracefully through the air, accurately hitting his head. Damn, I'm retired. Fierce flames erupted once again, and Yi Feng looked at everything around him with anguish. The mortal forces. My ship. Damn chaos, I'll make you spit it all back. Principle and interest. Artillery fire raged in the warp, and the firepower of both sides' warships gradually weakened, with their weapon arrays all but destroyed. The difference was that Yi Feng's side had already secured victory, while the Chaos Warriors were completely unable to retreat. The frigate fleet they had initially ignored now became the last straw that broke their backs. The battleship and the closest strike cruiser to them were essentially scrapped, both sides heavily damaged, but what was different was that the other two enemy strike cruisers had been taken down by Terminator's warriors. One of our lunar-class cruisers also lost power, and the only active ships remaining were a half-crippled lunar-class cruiser and a large formation of frigates. Great sacrifice, great reward, Yi Feng truly fought with a big heart this time. The Chaos Warriors and some psychers, with no escape, some fought desperately and jumped into the warp outside, while others seemed to be favored by the Chaos Gods, disappearing from the warship after a flash of strong light. Only some Chaos cultists remained, with no way to escape, neither to heaven nor to earth. The warship's alarm continued to echo throughout the ship. Chapter Master, the Geller Field's power system has been attacked. I need a few minutes to repair it. Stay safe, you are our hope. The real space bubble began to tremble unstably, and impatient demons drilled into the most severely damaged battleship. All mortals, arm yourselves immediately. No matter your status, you are a warrior now. Grotesque demons began to emerge from the warship's corridors. Large numbers of warriors and mortals began to converge on Yi Feng, while another group went to defend the Tech Marine and the Void Shield. The shield on Yi Feng's back was the hope of the mortals, the only place where enemies wouldn't suddenly appear behind them. After a period of fierce fighting, Yi Feng led the warriors to the Grand Hall. Like all imperial warships, a place for worshipping the emperor was a necessity. In the spacious chapel, there were already many mortals, who had taken up all available weapons and were guarding the area. From a distance, a shriek came, making everyone's heads ache terribly. By the emperor's mink pajamas, why are the enemies endless? Demons surged towards them, sensing the scent of a large amount of flesh, but then stopped, only gathering and roaring. Some of them stayed for a while and then left. If they weren't going to fight, why stay? Some were braver. A chaos daemon, like a ball of flesh, bounced directly in and was quickly blown apart by Yi Feng's shot. But this attack was like the bugle call for a full assault, and large numbers of demons began to pour in. The death of the mortals here was already inevitable. If there was a chance to survive after encountering Chaos Warriors, then encountering Chaos Demons would drive mortals insane 100% of the time. Fighting was everywhere, and the Terminators finally began to suffer heavy casualties at this point. The Tech Marine was running quickly through the corridor, which seemed to have been corrupted by the warp, with whispers coming from all directions, causing dizziness. The Tech Marine had several mechanical arms on his back, one of which was holding a flashing instrument, constantly checking the pipelines within the adjacent wall. Suddenly, a imp appeared in front of him, floating by with a giggle, attempting to pull out one of his mechanical pipelines. The black curtain was blown aside, revealing a dark, gaping muzzle. Strange bullets shot from the muzzle, eliminating the enemy who didn't know better. It had no eyes, my apologies. The instrument on the mechanical arm emitted a drip 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 sound, and the Tech Marine found the leak. Just as he was disassembling the bulkhead, an irrational Kern Daemon smashed towards him. He was the embodiment of madness, even the warp could not predict his next move. He charged furiously at the Tech Marine. Two gaps popped open on his mechanical backpack, and two hilt handles emerged from them. The Tech Marine's most proficient weapon was the extremely rare power dual blades. The two power blades were broad and thick, inscribed with numerous sacred litanies. The Omnissiah blesses us. Do not fail the Emperor's grace. All the muzzles on the Tech Marine's body were firing, and the Daemon and the warrior quickly closed to melee range. The Daemon, disregarding everything, accelerated with all its might, like a wild ox, using the sharp horns on its head to gore the Tech Marine. However, the warrior's first attack was not his dual blades, but his long mechanical arm. The cutting tool, originally used to dissect enemies, now directly struck the enemy's undefined part. It was difficult to describe this bizarre close-quarters combat with only the limited low Gothic, and although the Tech Marine fought with all his might, he was still bound by the numerous tentacles emerging from the Daemon's body. The furious Kern Daemon opened its maw and bit down hard, and the Tech Marine lost an arm. In the distance, a power sword was thrown with full force. A Primaris warrior from the Emperor's sides finally arrived as reinforcement. He too was scarred, having endured several brutal battles. Now, all the magazines for his bolter were empty, so he could only throw his combat blade in an emergency. The long blade plunged into the Daemon's body, and the Daemon let out a roar, its tentacles loosening slightly. The Tech Marine, regaining his freedom, immediately brought down a huge mechanical arm with a heavy smash. The Daemon's head buzzed, and several teeth were knocked out. It quickly counterattacked with bone spikes, and long, sharp spikes also deeply penetrated the Tech Marine's leg armor. Soon, it realized something was wrong. It was a prosthetic limb. At this moment, the Tech Marine spun around sharply, directly stuffing the dark, gaping muzzle into the Daemon's mouth. The Daemon, preparing to roar, had already opened its mouth wide. Dodge! Is that even possible? I am a Kern daemon. The daemon directly bit down on the muzzle, severing the entire gun barrel. But it overlooked, just as a world eater in a charge would overlook any non-target living being, that the warrior of the Emperor's scythes did not receive much of its attention. The 13th Company warrior, taking a tactical knife from his thigh, quickly made it realize the cost of ignoring him. The tech marine finally broke free and began to repair the power supply system. Everyone was fighting the enemy with all their might. When Yifeng's fleet finally emerged from the warp, the entire fleet consisted of one lunar-class cruiser and a large group of frigates towing 5 warships forward. Don't laugh, even if I have to bite them with my teeth, I will bring these valuable assets back. Yifeng headed directly for Atres. At this point, the warship's condition was such that it couldn't even unleash exterminatus weapons, let alone explore that strange rogue planet. Mount Langjugsho world was still as peaceful as ever. The Lamenters had dealt with the warp projector issue, and Sage Heichuo had tidied up his laboratory again. To be fair, this uniquely advantageous experimental area had indeed produced many warp series weapons, and their power was proven in the recent combat tests. For example, the most common weapon for opening warp rifts, the technology for most of these weapons had been lost, or no Mechanic Sage was willing to share it. But Sage Heichuo found another way, using a different technological approach. The solid field was Sage Heichuo's mature invention. He applied this technological principle to warp weapons. As long as a team of psychers was inserted into the gun turret, a stable warp rift level turret weapon could be created. How about that? It's the same principle as this Kurgork's breeding ground. It just costs lives. This device was put away and locked in the warehouse under the strong opposition of the Lamenters. One of Hato's tests almost sucked him in. The Lamenters believed that, as a gun turret, rolling everything in front of you into a warp rift was simply too dangerous. After all, you are the defender, not the attacker. Hato cursed the Lamenters for being rigid and uncreative, for not expanding their combat thinking or innovating weapon applications. Just as they were bickering, Mount Langjugsho also received their reinforcements. William led his troops to arrive here and took over the planet's defense. Mount Langjugsho's cold environment created frozen terrain, and the warriors had to exert some effort to dig out the Lamenters' hidden troops. The two sides met eyes, and everything was understood without words. The two majestic strike cruisers in space brought tears to the local Lamenters' eyes, as they prepared to borrow the warships to rendezvous with their parent chapter. William looked at them as if they were fools. What did you say when you borrowed our Dawn Light battle barge? That you'd be our muscle. We lent you the ship, and now where's your main force? Stay with us. William led his team to rest and recuperate here. It is well known that when the Crimson Torrent chapter enters a state called Great Production, the entire chapter cannot be judged by common sense. On this planet, the Kenyan known as the White Scar was no longer able to eject those special crystals, relying entirely on the warriors carrying specialized collection devices to delve deep inside and collect them. Power armor finally did what it was supposed to do in the Golden Age, it was just ordinary workers' blast suits. These crystals, which significantly enhanced the power of lances, were transported to the tech marines. Although there were no plans to recreate lances, manufacturing some powerful laser weapons was not a problem. It was winter on this world, and local residents would not go out casually. The cold would last for a long time. This world was different from Terra, with a longer time cycle. In the harsh low temperatures, several Astartes mineral explorers and STC template seekers wandered around, looking for any clues. Although there were no formal discoveries, they still found some very suitable places for secret bases, such as a huge cave that could only be reached by swimming 30 li upstream from a mountain spring's source. What are we waiting for? Immediately establish organ production lines and recruit modification tanks. From today onwards, this will be our permanent conscription ground. Ever since Yifeng extorted a large amount of resources from the nobles and then retreated to the Taiping Star region, William had completely become the chapter master of the Crimson Torrent chapter in the Segmentum Obscurus. Crimson Torrent Reserve Chapter 1. Chapter 130 Treasure Hunter. The world of Atlas had no more time to wait. The rogue planet flying towards it also possessed a significant gravitational pull, and as it drew closer, it would soon reach a distance where it could affect this world. It had to be destroyed beyond the extreme range. When Yifeng returned with a large number of damaged warships, the Astartes immediately boarded the battle barges and set off to destroy that planet. Regardless, the bipolar cyclone torpedoes would blast it into fragments, flying in all directions into the deep space, greatly reducing its impact on the world of Atlas. Perhaps for many years to come, the world of Atlas would have a prolonged meteor shower to observe. The Eternal Mountain accepted this mission. Travel in the real world was boring. The Eternal Mountain was not equipped with that hyperspace acceleration device, so it would take some time to reach its destination. Clanging sounds of metal came from the lower deck of the ship, as the tech marines once again worked overtime repairing precious Terminator armor, and it seemed that resentment was condensing over the forge and recruit modification areas. The casualties in this battle were not small, although wearing Terminator armor, on the battlefield where Yifeng and the Psychers were absent, the Chaos Sorcerer still effectively inflicted casualties on the warriors. Especially the warriors who boarded the strike cruiser. However, long voyages were not entirely boring. Anos finally deciphered the information from a fragment of an STC template. This was the third fragment to be deciphered. The information about half a warship recorded on the previous one had greatly intrigued Anos. This fragment seemed to record many miscellaneous technologies. There was a long-range auger array that increased exploration distance but lacked life detection capabilities, an external power armor cleaner for spacecraft that could be used during voyages, a technology for treating ice sheets during planetary terraforming, and super-large engines. There were many miscellaneous items, but the one that could immediately have a production line built and put into use by the chapter was a weapon, the Krogo's defense turret. This was originally an internal defense turret for a warship, but it could clearly be detached and used by individual soldiers. The weapon was large, requiring warriors in Terminator armor or Primaris warriors in Mark X power armor to wield it with both hands. The ammunition resembled laser gun bullets, but they were plasma gun rounds. The single-shot power was, of course, far inferior to the plasma pistol Yifeng carried. But it could fire continuously. The most valuable aspect of this technology was that it achieved the bulletization of plasma weapons. No more waiting for overloads and weapon overheating. Just hold the trigger and fire. 4 or 5 plasma bullets hitting an enemy in power armor were enough to kill him. Once the barrel overheated, simply replace it. Skilled warriors could perform this operation in a few seconds. And due to the massive gun body, you could almost attach a power sword, used by mortals, as a bayonet. As long as the machine spirits of both had no objections, it was definitely a formidable weapon for both close combat and long-range fire suppression. Only the translation of some materials was still in progress, as it was quite normal for a material's name to change over the long course of history. Anos excitedly explained the significance of this great technology to Yifeng, stating that it could greatly enhance the combat power of our chapter. Yifeng understood the significance of this technology in great detail, then asked. That, you mentioned in the miscellaneous technologies earlier, is the spacecraft external power armor cleaner really for cleaning warships? Yes, it is. What else would it be for? Are you sure it's not some kind of robot or other vehicle designed to deal with aliens that gnaw on warship external power armor? No, it's just a simple cleaning robot. Anno slapped his forehead, almost getting led astray by him. Wasn't he the one who did the translation? It really was for cleaning external power armor. It could probably be used before space parades in the future. Yifeng's face inevitably showed some disappointment. Seriously, shouldn't even the cleaning robots of the golden age of humanity be able to beat up aliens? Anos remained as excited as ever, while Yifeng had transitioned from listening to a new technology report to a state of caring for an empty nest blacksmith. Tech marines were often powerful presences in a chapter, but in most chapters, they existed as reclusive, blacksmithing eccentrics. His battle brothers drank and ate meat, he hammered metal. His battle brothers charged and killed enemies, he hammered metal. His battle brothers were in dire straits, he performed rituals to awaken dreadnoughts. Unless facing extremely brutal combat, most battle brothers would not have the experience of fighting alongside a tech marine. We cannot be like this. Believing in the Omnissiah and believing in the Emperor are not reasons for division, we must use love to dissolve the barriers between them. Anos spoke a lot in one breath. This was one of his few opportunities to talk freely and enthusiastically with a battle brother. Now he had to go back, check the machine spirit status of the bipolar cyclone torpedoes, and prepare for a grand fireworks display. The chaotic and lawless world of camps was bustling. This was a fallen world, the Imperium of Man had lost it, and then various factions jointly ruled here. Ostensibly, Huron of the Red Corsairs governed here, but secretly, most of it had long since broken away from his jurisdiction. This was a world where the strong ruled, anyone could come, even the Blood Axe clan orcs who loved being mercenaries could walk brazenly through the streets here. Rogue traders trafficked imperial supplies here, outlaws roamed freely, and chaos forces ran rampant. This was the best pirate gathering place. Captain Siwana walked down the wide street, completely wrapped up, with parts of her body covered in mechanical plating. Here, you had to dress in a way that made you look very unapproachable. The tall, strong first mate, Suo Wari, carrying an exaggerated greatsword, escorted Captain Siwana, and the two walked slowly. Everything was here. Slaanisha's hedonistic cults were deeply rooted, providing extreme entertainment for countless fanatics. Kern followers and exiled Drukari/Dark Yildari fought in the gladiatorial arenas with blood and gore flying amidst the shouts of countless gamblers. And Captain Siwana was looking for someone who could help her complete her mission. As the Segmentum Obscurus vanguard of the Red Tide chapter, she completely took Kazanev's mission to liberate the entire galaxy as her own, placing psychic beacons in various valuable locations. Now this was not part of her original mission. This world, under the mutual deterrence of multiple intertwined forces, had achieved a delicate balance. It was not a priority target, but there were indeed many treasures on this world. As the largest black market for stolen goods in the surrounding star sectors, this planet held technology and exotic treasures from various races, like a grand exhibition. And Captain Siwana was looking for an expert who knew the whereabouts of most of the treasures on this planet. In short, his psychic talent had gone awry, his ability to see vague prophecies of the future had transformed into the ability to see the surroundings of treasures. Unfortunately, although he had the potential to be a master thief, he lacked the strength. He had tried, only to be chased by the treasure's owner with nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. His powerful accomplices treated him as a slave. After all, might makes right. He deceived his accomplices, using false intelligence to lead them into a trap. Regaining his freedom, he hid here, concealed within this world. Captain Siwana stubbornly believed that finding him and handing him over to Yifeng and his team would earn her enough merit, bringing her wish closer to fulfillment. Captain, how are we going to find that divine person? It's up to fate. I heard he occasionally sells information for a living now, and he absolutely won't reappear until the money runs out again. We can try pretending to buy information. First mate Suo Wari's veins throbbed. If nothing unexpected happened, the funds on the Fountain of Wealth would once again significantly decrease. Yifeng wouldn't let them work for nothing, and had generously provided them with initial funds, but it quickly proved insufficient. First mate Suo-Wari had always hoped to reunite with Yifeng so they could seize the opportunity to ask for more money, but Captain Siwana consistently insisted on returning only with a grand gift. Ahead was a huge auction house, and they decided to go in and take a look. Not to buy anything, but simply to see what top-tier treasures this world had, otherwise, it would be difficult to issue a treasure search order. After paying the expensive seating fee, the two each received a mask and a number plate, and were led to the cheapest seating area. The environment here was like an ogre's bedroom, with countless alien body odors mingled together, giving a feeling of fighting poison with poison. The two silently activated the oxygen supply and language translation systems of their masks. Not long after, a huge robot appeared on the auction stage in the central area. Its dark gun barrels silenced the surrounding creatures. "Hello everyone, I am the host of this auction, Yen Asterisk at and." A low-quality electronic synthetic voice came through the mask, and it seemed some special terms could not be translated. Captain Siwana couldn't help but roll her eyes. Could the quality be any worse? "You're convinced we're worthless customers who won't buy anything, aren't you?" The giant robot rambled on, explaining some auction rules. They needed to use force first to awe these fanatics. Then, lights flashed, and the curtain was slowly drawn back, revealing the first auctioned item. To everyone's surprise, a captured Catachan Astra Militarum soldier was confined in a sturdy iron cage. Consigned by the Mad Red Corsairs, a stripped Catachan was locked in an iron cage. Captain Siwana appeared very confused. Catachan Astra Militarum soldiers were indeed strong, but as the first item of an auction, it seemed a bit unqualified. The thugs below even let out some boos. Most of them had killed their fair share of Astra Militarum. Why buy a strong Astra Militarum soldier? As a decoration? Several missile pods emerged from the tall robot's body, suppressing the dissatisfaction of the crowd below the stage. "Now, I present to everyone the first auction item, the Crimson % number Lotus." The giant robot brandished a gleaming blade, slicing open the chest of the Catachan warrior, revealing a strange plant inside, pulsating with his heartbeat. This plant has parasitic characteristics and can only be produced in the homunculus bases deep within the Dark City, Kamarak. Then came a string of flowery descriptions, roughly praising how this plant, once grown, could be made into a potent life-saving medicine. As long as the body wasn't reduced to dust, it could be saved. Anyway, they hyped it up as incredibly powerful, and no one had ever seen such a thing. By the time it matured and its authenticity could be verified, it was hard to say if these guys would even still be around. Room 3, 90 chips. The broadcast echoed through the entire auction house. Someone in a VIP room had made a bid. In this chaotic world without a unified currency, there were naturally specialized units for value conversion. Room 19, 100 chips. A big shot immediately followed up. Captain Siwana was completely bewildered. Only now did she realize she was a frog in a well. These chips were almost as much as she made from a single robbery. At this moment, she realized she was a frog in a well. Soon, professional medical personnel performed suturing surgery on this Astra Militarum soldier. Catachan people are very resilient to cuts, so not much anesthetic was needed. Captain Siwana was somewhat annoyed, considering whether to just call the chapter to flatten the place. One after another, precious items were brought up, and the atmosphere of the auction grew increasingly heated. Many people in the trash seats at the very bottom also made bids. Some big shots were hiding down there. Captain Siwana felt danger, crossing her legs, her upper foot swaying back and forth. Suo-Wari understood her meaning, took a small pistol from his belt, and discreetly placed it in Captain Siwana's hand. Soon, after 5 intermissions, 1 physical riot suppression, and 1 commercial break, the final item was about to be presented. The robot turned off the projection of a chaos painting, ending the process for the second-to-last auction item. It was almost the end, and all the spectators around them were eager to feast their eyes, ready to see what the ultimate treasure, which they couldn't afford in 10 lifetimes, actually looked like. However, the giant robot gracefully stepped down from the auction stage. In an instant, the massive auction stage completely vanished as if struck by a disassembler field, and the platform below, carrying a colossal mechanical construct, ascended. A Typhon heavy siege tank. This was an ancient 30K relic, one that would be meticulously cared for by countless tech marines in an Adeptus Astartes chapter. These siege tanks, named after ancient beasts of Terra, were built under the specific command of Perturabo, the Primarch of the Iron Warriors Legion. This tank seemed to have come from the renegade Iron Warriors Legion, but its Legion markings had been completely worn away, leaving it in its original, unpainted state. The oppressive feeling brought by this tank was extraordinary. Its super-large cannon had already devoured countless lives. Under the attack of this tank, almost all fortresses would be mercilessly blasted open. Suo-Wari's mouth was agape in an O shape. Who would bring such a treasure to auction? Was its origin illegitimate and they lacked the ability to protect it? It couldn't be that bad. Suo-Wari thought back to his journey when he first started robbing with his big brother. "Boss, why are we taking out a loan?" "To buy a ship and sufficient defensive firepower." "But how will we pay it back?" "That's too much money." "Why pay it back? Just rob and run, isn't that good?" 8 enormous shells were displayed in front of the Typhon heavy siege tank, representing that 8 fortresses would be breached in the future. At this moment, countless factions stirred. The Red Corsairs had all received the news and were preparing to contend with other forces. Here, all factions combined could barely stand against them. Several chaos cultists were frantically babbling into their communicators, and a chaos sorcerer was transmitting messages into the warp. The entire venue was dazzling with various information transmission methods. The robot host silently watched all this, seemingly confident that these people wouldn't dare to cause trouble. Suowari immediately stood up, pulling Captain Siwana along. Things were about to get chaotic here. Behind them, people had already started bidding, probably shouting out of a mindset of just making noise, with no intention of actually buying, as their comrades were already rushing towards the location. The two quickly walked out of the auction house with their heads down, countless shouts echoing behind them. Don't bully a young man for being poor. Where money goes, gods and demons retreat. Beep, your reserved nuclear missile facial treatment package is ready. Along the way, countless vehicles, big and small, from various factions, were moving towards that area. The two, intent on getting as far away as possible, ran directly to the most remote corner of the city. The low-slung shanty houses were out of place in this decadent city, housing laborers and the poor. The most common residents here were transport workers from the corpse starch factory. The two entered, found a random dilapidated stall, where another customer was already present, eating heartily with his back to them. Suowari was still shaken. His pirate's intuition told him that extreme danger always accompanied unattainable treasures. Boss, something edible for humans, please. I need to calm my nerves. Want to try raw pickled sunflower clams? They're super potent, absolutely. No, something normal. Let's start with a drink. The boss looked at the tall, strong man, then at Captain Siwana, who was dressed mostly in black cloth like a wrapped dumpling, and seemed to understand something. Golden malt juice, then. Plenty of it. Soon, the drinks arrived, 2 large glasses of mixed light alcohol placed before them. After a few minutes of calming down, the two finally relaxed. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Ah, Captain, do you think we still need to look for that person now? Yes, we must find him. Go ask the black market if they can send out a search warrant, hoping to lure him out. Are we still proceeding with the original plan? No, we really need to steal that tank. It will definitely be a great achievement. Captain Siwana elegantly sipped her drink, as if discussing something trivial. The boss poked his head out from behind the counter, seeming a little disappointed. Not a strong man looking for a wild woman? A crew member turning on the captain also seems like a good show. Captain, think twice. With our abilities, let alone stealing it, even if we could get it, we couldn't escape from here. Then let them come. Where they've been, not a blade of grass grows isn't even an accurate description. Captain Siwana elegantly spat the golden malt juice back into the cup. How could she possibly drink something given by others? Even things taken from her own ship had to be inspected before she'd eat them. The diner next to them was feasting, eating with great relish. At this point, the boss reappeared, trying to sell his dishes to the two. The diner next to them was eating raw pickled sunflower clams, and there were also old vinegar mustard geckos and salted badge crow butts. Captain Siwana waved her hand, signaling the boss to stop talking. Was this bizarre menu really meant for humans? No matter what, we need to complete the first step. Right, first find outlets and capture him. The surrounding noise suddenly fell silent. First mate Suowari turned his head in confusion, only to see the customer who had just been enjoying his meal stiffly stop eating, say to the boss, the money's here, keep the change. Then slowly stood up and, with a glance, saw first mate Suowari staring at him. Hello, is there a flower on my faceplate? You're not wearing a faceplate, outlets. Outlets grabbed the faceplate from the table and ran off. They should really add a faceplate eating function. It's too unlucky, getting caught while eating. Captain Siwana and Suowari immediately stood up and chased after him. Outlets couldn't understand it. He had foreseen that a great treasure would appear, inevitably accompanied by bloodshed, so he deliberately hid in the furthest place from there. How could he still encounter people who wanted to catch him? The 3 customers ran off at once. The boss came out very angrily, you two didn't pay for your drinks. After roaring in anger for a while, the boss started clearing the table, then looked at the untouched golden malt juice in front of Captain Siwana. The boss looked around. It seemed no one was looking their way anymore. Imported fruit juice, I'll try some too. The 3 ran, darting through the dilapidated shantytown area. Although the 2 pirates were unfamiliar with the place, their physical condition was better than that of the treasure-hunting psyker. The strong first mate charged through like an ant-ox, and the thin laborers he bumped into dared not speak out in anger. Outlets mentally constructed a model of the entire area. Next, he just needed to turn left at the corner, and then he could enter the complex road sections. Just as he was running with all his might, Captain Siwana casually walked out from around the corner. Outlets slammed on the brakes, stopping abruptly. Don't think I'm easy to bully. Have you heard of psychic lightning? Psychic smite. I'm a psyker. Push me too far, and I'll hit you with a lightning 5-strike combo, then. That's enough, Outlets. You've never used psychic lightning. You can't even do it. Outlets drooped his head, seemingly very sad. Psychic lightning could indeed be used by most psykers, but it required some professional training. No, I will never again help evil forces steal treasures. Just kill me. Outlets shouted righteously, but his trembling legs betrayed him. Several heads peeked out from the street corner, observing the situation. Who said we were an evil organization? We're decent people. Nonsense, what decent person comes here? Outlets feigned extreme fear, but secretly reached for a secret weapon in his lower back. Decent pirates, Captain Siwana pressed the delicate small pistol against Outlet's head. The psyker completely froze, not daring to make any move. Outlets, with a look of heroic sacrifice, was stuffed into an ancient 1K relic sack. Chapter 131 Battle for Treasures. The Fountain of Wealth lay silently in the dock. In its luxuriously appointed prison, Outlets sat on a soft sofa, looking utterly devoid of hope. What kind of situation was this? I just went out for a meal and got caught. Looking around, tall paintings and exquisite decorations made the room high-end and elegant. Among the carved beams and painted rafters, many rare treasures were displayed on exhibition stands. The dim lighting and special incense gave the entire room an atmosphere of opulence and grandeur. If it weren't for the two fierce-looking pirates sitting opposite him, Outlets would almost have thought he was a high-ranking noble. Gentlemen, we should have no grievances, right? What do you want with me? Outlets was still relatively calm. At least his treatment was good, so they were probably looking for him to do something. Of course, it's to bring you back from your wayward path and return you to the embrace of justice. Captain Siwana's gentle smile was completely at odds with the murderous aura she had exuded when capturing him. Outlets got goosebumps all over his body. The embrace of justice? Do you even hear yourselves? Where is justice in this world? Chaos? Imperium? Eldar? Or the greater good? Outlets did not see the change in expression he expected from his interrogators sitting opposite him. They seemed to be the type of incurable fanatics. Outlets thought this, already bracing himself to face some gene-stealer cult or inquisitor types. In this war-torn galaxy, there is, of course, no absolute justice. But there is still relative justice for one's own race. Captain Siwana's voice was out of place in the luxurious environment. We follow the justice of the human race, facing all enemies without hesitation, shedding our last drop of blood. And now, we invite you to join us, for the future of humanity. Captain Siwana was practically reciting the quotes Chapter Master Yi Feng had given her. Such words coming from a pirate's mouth were truly unconvincing. Outlets pouted. What imperial hardliners, still putting on a show of enduring humiliation and moving forward here. Do I have a choice? What do you think? Another day of being at someone's mercy. Outlets was not alarmed. He had backup plans. As such a hot commodity, how could he not have some contingencies? You're not picky at all. What kind of person am I? A notorious bandit. You're making it sound like I'm a model citizen enlisting in the army. Outlets had a clear understanding of himself. With his abilities and past, his future was definitely promising a future of life imprisonment, that is. If you are willing to use your abilities to help us, we can absolutely accept you, and you will have a very high position. I can take the liberty of giving you this promise right now. You Imperium really have no shame. What's the difference between your promises and farts? Outlets sneered, looking at the two opposite him with a hint of provocation. We are not from the Imperium of Man. Before Captain Siwana could finish, Outlets interrupted. Chaos cultists have the nerve to say they're for humanity? You're practically synonymous with, cutie, ... The two pirates were speechless. We work for an Adeptus Astartes chapter, a chapter that, still remembers the Emperor's wish. Outlets laughed as if he had heard some outrageous joke, doubling over with laughter. Astartes? Weren't they synonymous with rigidity? A bunch of big oafs who didn't even know who they were working for. As someone who had long mingled in these chaotic, power-entangled regions, Outlets clearly knew that none of these guys were good people. The two pirates didn't want to argue with Outlets. They simply and roughly pulled over an oversized screen and surround sound system, then both walked out. For the next 400 hours, Chapter Master Yifeng's Professional Whispers program almost drove the psyker insane. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. Captain Siwana and Suo Wari sat leisurely in the command center, ready to leave and escape at any moment. It wasn't that they had completely given up on the valuable Typhon heavy siege tank, but they were afraid of trouble breaking out on the planet. If they had to flee by ship, it would be too dangerous if other ships in the spaceport were affected. The Fountain of Wealth slowly departed from the spaceport, then circled the planet, awaiting the resolution of the incident. We have professional treasure hunters, good treasures cannot escape. In fact, not only the Fountain of Wealth, but many warships had left the spaceport. Even in space, the massive explosions occurring below could be seen. The auction house was truly protected by a big boss and remained unaffected, but once the goods were brought out, things were no longer peaceful. The Dark Mechanicum had acquired the precious relic. A group of orcs from the Blood Axe clan made the first move. These guys immediately took a liking to this very yaoic thing. Heretical mechanical constructs and rampaging orcs engaged in fierce combat. Terrifying heat waves spread one after another, and the surrounding forces gathered in increasing numbers. The pirates were eager to join in, there was nothing they wouldn't dare to do. The cunning red corsairs secretly hid nearby, preparing to snatch the tank amidst the chaos. As soon as they could get inside, they would immediately begin communicating with the machine spirit, driving this terrifying weapon to break through. But things never go as planned. No one expected that the first reinforcements to arrive were from the Blood Axe clan. The orcs, riding cobbled-together red armored vehicles, crashed through an entire row of shanties and then burst onto the street, heading straight for the battlefield. The Dark Mechanicum personnel fought and retreated, their Death Storm Gatlings firing continuously, forming a line of deadly firepower. The orcs' big shoulders also roared, countless stray bullets destroying everything around them. No one cared about these things, their eyes were fixed on the Typhon heavy siege tank. In the distance, the auction house's large robot was recording everything. He was a man who wanted to survive at all costs, choosing mechanical ascension to live on. And his master was watching the interesting battle on a screen with great interest. Drinking a cup of blood wine, the fallen noble Hylacrisi was a local magnate here. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot overpower a local snake. Pirates came and went in waves, but only the fallen nobles who lived here could steadily establish businesses. As a local big boss, he naturally possessed ample martial prowess. His robot army, though not comparable to the Astartes, was vast in number. Many people would become part of his mechanical army, including those who owed him money and couldn't repay it, captured prisoners, those willing to sell themselves for immortality, madmen, and poor, unsupervised families. He was considering whether to join the frenzy himself at the end of the battle. The robot army was being awakened, preparing to deploy from his secret base. Captain Iwana was also thinking about how to steal the Typhon heavy siege tank and then make a direct escape. Before she could think much more, a warship jumped out of the warp and flew directly towards this world. The Fountain of Wealth had to swerve to avoid it. Oh no, the Chaos Warriors have arrived. Captain Iwana composed herself, commanding the warship to stay away from the warship's billowing black smoke. They needed to get Chapter Master Yifeng and his forces here quickly. It was no longer a matter of stealing. If these Chaos Warriors snatched it and put it on a Chaos warship, everything would be lost. And so, the special Psyker beacon was deployed. Countless Adeptus Mechanicus personnel scurried about on the Eternal Mountain, calculating and estimating production line construction costs, preparing to measure and plan a newly established area for the production line of Krogus defense turrets. Regarding this ancient and tongue-twisting transliteration, our wise and mighty Chapter Master Yifeng issued an instruction: it must be changed to a more down-to-earth name. A name that touches the underworld would also be acceptable. After much brainstorming and summarizing suggestions from several Ogren who had dropped out of prenatal education, we decided to call this historically significant plasma weapon Plasma Storm. In the warship's observation deck, Chapter Master Yifeng silently gazed at the dark starry sky ahead. Even with Astartes' enhanced vision, it was difficult to discern the rogue planet, only the augur array's images clearly displayed its position. Did you think Chapter Master Yifeng was contemplating some earth-shattering grand plan or mercifully considering whether to negotiate coexistence with the planet's species? Absolutely not. This big mech scion of Jagatai Khan was merely estimating the distance to the enemy, calculating how much longer it would take before he could go joyriding in a reconnaissance craft. Slowly, the light ahead gradually grew larger, and the outline of a planet became faintly visible. The warship began to decelerate, and numerous spacecraft roared out from the warship's hangar. Not long after, which was after 8 laps of racing and 3 rounds of stunt performances around the planet, the warriors were very certain that this was an extremely primitive, backward civilization world. Chapter Master Yifeng, accompanied by several recruit scouts, arrived on the planet's surface, proceeding along the heavy machinery area discovered by the augur array. After advancing approximately 7 kilometers, Chapter Master Yifeng saw a massive pit, filled with countless abandoned machinery, and even disgusting slime around it. It seemed there were still living creatures within the machinery, which had not opened its doors for who knew how many years. The experienced Chapter Master Yifeng immediately ordered the recruits to retreat and stepped forward himself to attempt opening the large door. The mechanical door, corroded by warp energy, was quickly destroyed by Chapter Master Yifeng. The space inside was dark and damp, and a strange creature continuously emitted a hee laugh. It's beyond saving. Just blow it up. Coming here was a waste of disinfectant. The bipolar cyclone torpedoes mercilessly destroyed the entire planet. The disintegrating large fragments, after countless years of flight, might eventually reach some world, becoming a symbol of a beautiful wish, or be ruthlessly blasted into smaller fragments by missiles. The Eternal Mountain set off for the Atres world, but on the way, it received news. Rogier sadly reported that out of the 20 Space Wolves recruits, only 7 managed to return to base. From today onwards, Atres has wolves. On the ice plains of Atres, the recruits who had just returned to base were recuperating. These most powerful warriors had taken the first step towards becoming Space Marines of the Space Wolves. Accepting the gene seed of the Wolf's Helix was just the beginning, the subsequent modifications were more difficult, and the trials even more rigorous. There are 2 common ways to increase the gene seed of the Astartes. The first method is that 1 gene seed goes in, and 2 come out from the Astartes. For chapters with only a 50% success rate of modification, there are usually no surplus gene seeds. Even if a gene seed is implanted into a recruit but not fully developed before being extracted, it will still have slight mutations, and if accumulated, this gene seed becomes unusable. The second method is the proliferation method used during large-scale army building. After selecting 1 gene seed, it is proliferated into 2 using specialized slaves within 5 years. This stage has a very high success rate and is used to establish a chapter. However, the Wolf's Helix is different, it's truly consumed and gone. It's impossible to extract, one can only find the wolf frolicking in the wilderness. A 35% survival rate is absolutely unacceptable. At this rate, the chapter is doomed to extinction. Rogier didn't care at all, stubbornly maintaining the trial method for the strongest warriors. Only 13 wolves remain, and more will die through infighting. The warriors also have a trial, to go alone into the ice plains and tame a wolf. Normally, it would be a head wolf, but now with so few, it doesn't matter. The wolf will return with the warrior and fight alongside him until death. Just as in regular chapters, those who fail modification but don't die become servitors to assist Space Marines in combat. Our Rogier is now already considering what to name his grand company. Inflated, incredibly inflated. In the segmentum obscurus, Brother William was dealing with a Chaos faction's supply station. He had recently been cruising through the warplanes around Langjugshu, occasionally clearing out, looting, hostile forces in the vicinity. In recent days, Brother William had seized many Chaos creations and handed them over to certain Forge worlds. Therefore, Brother William had also established a good cooperative foundation with the Forge worlds. At this point, the battlefield was already in the cleanup phase. A supply station not garrisoned by Chaos warriors was no match, and all that was needed was to escape before enemy reinforcements arrived. Brother William, the signal map received an emergency marker. It's the kind of marker that indicates something precious has appeared but will soon be lost. Let's go, let's see. Brother William made a decisive decision and led his fleet into the warp, leaving the remaining Chaos supply station to be simply and brutally blown up. Brother William now commanded 2 strike cruisers and the stern vigilance battle barge, a force even stronger than Chapter Master Yifeng's. Naturally, countless recruits, modified in the recruit pods on these warships, joined Brother William's forces. He, too, was inflated. The powerful fleet headed towards the flickering warp marker, encountering a pirate ship along the way. Of course, upon encountering such a terrifying Astartes fleet, the pirate ship immediately turned and fled. The warriors on the warship were all ready for battle. Although Brother William didn't have many Terminators, only about 50 suits, he had many warriors with jump packs who could perform close-quarters assaults. At the Mandeville point, the powerful warships leaped out, immediately spotting the Chaos strike cruiser docked at the spaceport. 3 against 1, the advantage is ours. The warships immediately surrounded it. Whatever treasure might be here, destroy the enemy warship, and no one will escape. Brother William was still cautious, sending the 10th Company to reconnoiter the planet, to determine whose territory this was and if there would be subsequent reinforcements. Now, the planet was once again in chaos. Why again, you ask? Because everyone was used to it. Wealthy individuals would purchase properties in the core areas of fallen nobles and major powers, serving as a refuge during times of chaos. The price was exorbitant, considered protection money. The bottom-tier slaves simply relied on fate. The wildest orcs were getting increasingly excited by the fighting. They had already reached the outskirts of the city and could fight freely. The forces of the fallen noble Hylacrisi followed far behind, engaged in mushroom-clearing operations. The bodies of the dead orcs had to be destroyed immediately. Dark Mechanicum corpses were everywhere. The shattered metal and signs of chaos corruption gave Hylacrisi's forces a headache. Cleaning up these things would cost another large sum of money, so this year's protection fees would have to be increased. In the sky, drop pods, like meteors, crashed into the ground with fire and fury. A group of chaos warriors arrived on the planet, gradually approaching the battlefield. Orcs' big trucks, loaded with precious tanks, sped across the wasteland. Their turrets were firing arrogantly, and the orcs were shouting "Waaaaaaik" loudly. The orc driver saw something not quite human, not quite ghost, entirely crimson with a hint of black, suddenly appear in front of him and charge. What is that? Oh, I think you can't hit me. Boom! The impact shook the heavens and earth, and the sound of shattering metal made countless pursuers tremble. The Chaos Warrior did not win the collision with the big truck, but he only needed to win against the armored plate of this armored vehicle. The Qing Warrior's body was deeply embedded in the big truck. The orc in the driver's seat looked in astonishment at the Chaos Warrior whose large face was pressed against him. My orc's iron pants, where's my choppa? The Qing corrupted Chaos Warrior gave the orc no chance. His face had completely transformed into that of a Qing daemon, sharp teeth exuded a bloody smell, and his daemon maw, filled with black mist, bit the orc in front of him to death. The entire truck began to lose control, then crashed chaotically, got stuck by a huge rock, and subsequently overturned. The pursuing forces behind were naturally overjoyed. 4 distinct forces were present: Drukari/Dark Yildari who came for a fight, Dark Mechanicum who came to reclaim their auction items, a group of pirate orcs from other clan who came to loot, and another force from the fallen noble Disco Boya. There were also disputes among the fallen nobles. They naturally wanted some powerful weapons that could easily breach their opponents' fortresses. The Qing Chaos Warrior successfully intercepted the Blood Axe clan's armored vehicle, and the 6 factions began to fight each other, with no one yielding. The Qing Warrior went mad, clashing with the orcs. Several Drukari/Dark Yildari elegantly killed their clumsy enemies, as if dancing with death. The fallen nobles' troops maintained strict discipline, their formations holding best. Humans only had a chance to fight these guys by maintaining their sanity and gripping their courage tightly. In space, Brother William led his warriors in a frenzied assault on the Chaos warship. Capturing a strike cruiser was already a huge gain for them. Captain Siwana avoided the warships engaged in fierce combat, waiting for the battle to end before making contact. But things didn't go as planned. Just then, the Mandeville point behind the Fountain of Wealth tore open a rift, and another strike cruiser burst out of the warp. A team of traders from an Imperial Fist's successor chapter then arrived here. They had betrayed the Imperium, but had not fallen into the embrace of the warp, nor did they have a special faith. They still rigidly followed the guidance of their librarian, fighting battles everywhere. However, they had only killed a few Inquisitors and allowed the Inquisition's black ship to escape and report back. They were wanderers of the Grey Zone. They simply no longer pledged allegiance to the Imperium of Man, which constantly issued absurd missions and occasionally slandered and suspected the Astartes. They had no intention of joining Chaos. Now, their librarian guided them here but didn't tell them what they should do. When they arrived, all the warriors were a little confused. What's going on here? A galactic faction free for all? Who should I help? Never mind, let's just get over there first. Captain Iwana's warship was hit by a lance for no reason and had to make an emergency maneuver out of the shipping lane. The Iron Jungle also disengaged from the melee, intercepting between the battlefield and the newly arrived warship, issuing a warning display. At this moment, a communication channel was actively sent. The opposing leader coldly introduced his origin, the Stone's Breath Chapter, 7th Company, a successor chapter of the Imperial Fists that had fallen into conflict with the Imperium and thus went rogue. Now they called themselves Stone Will. The two sides engaged in an uninspired and tedious back and forth, mainly because these guys were completely stalling for time. The reason was that as the two warships drew closer, and both sides were eager for battle, their librarian once again fell into a prophecy. A red celestial river permeated his entire vision, and the vast starry sea began to pour down seawater. These transparent liquids slowly submerged the librarian's body. The librarian's eyes emitted psychic fluctuations, mercilessly scanning everything around him. In the prophetic world, he was unable to move now, only able to see more and more liquid covering him. Beneath his feet, various strange colors began to inexplicably change, dragging him down. The red river surged forth, continuously rotating with the librarian as its center. Large amounts of transparent liquid were swept up, seemingly distorting the color blocks beneath his feet as well. The librarian was at the center of the vortex, and for a moment, no liquid overflowed. Strange animal calls, like crows and gulls, came from the sky. After an unknown period, the ground suddenly trembled. The librarian struggled to stand, his entire body extremely weak, and he fell to the ground in an instant. He exhausted almost all of his psychic energy to force his eyes open wide, carefully recording every piece of information from the prophecy. But he was too weak, he was unable to see more information. Chapter 132 The Kindness of the Stone Will. The entire battlefield is now in disarray. On the outermost perimeter are a company of independent Astartes calling themselves Stone Will, in the middle are the forces led by Chapter Master William, and inside are the Chaos Warriors strike cruisers. On the planet, it's a free-for-all. The Stone Will librarian woke up and saw his Chapter Master, who was actually just a company commander, bickering with the Crimson Torrent chapter. Librarian brother, you're awake. Did you receive any messages? It's a bit fuzzy. I need to understand the current situation before I can judge. How are things now? The world ahead is controlled by the Red Corsairs, a gathering place for chaotic forces. The Crimson Torrent chapter is currently fighting Chaos Warriors. They don't trust us and refuse to let us join the war right now. The Crimson Torrent chapter, hey. The librarian recalled his prophecy. Usually, his vision represented the fate of his entire force. The liquid slowly engulfing him must symbolize the impending disasters gradually dragging his forces into the abyss. But the red liquid could very well represent the force they just encountered. If they will help us, then let's try. Tell Chapter Master Kalen that we choose to help the Crimson Torrent chapter. Understood. The warriors trusted the librarian implicitly. This powerful Astartes had always led them forward, his prestige even higher than the chapter masters. The Stonewall warship turned all its offensive weapons away, indicating its desire for peaceful coexistence. The Iron Jungle did the same, turning most of its weapons towards the main battlefield. The Chaos warship couldn't hold on and tried to withdraw. The Chaos warriors on the ground were directly abandoned. The Chaos strike cruiser first turned, heading towards the Mandeville point. Chapter Master William would not give them a chance. Terminators had already teleported deep into the enemy warship. Although their numbers were not many, they were enough to destroy the enemy's defenses. Most Gurn berserkers had gone to fight on the planet, who would want to stay on the ship. This situation resulted in only a group of chaos cultists and demons about to be repelled back into the warp remaining on the warship. A massacre, an absolute massacre. The reactor, now semi-daemon engine, was breathing like a living creature, and the bloody aura it exhaled was the power source of this warship. Flesh grew on the steel, and the reactor pulsed like a heart. As the Astartes approached, the entire reactor roared like a beast, warning the enemies invading its territory. Countless mysterious substances, like steam, sprayed out, hissing on the ceramite armor. The metal corridors the warriors walked on constantly shifted, and continuous screams emanated from the metal walls. Countless tormented souls were sealed within, enduring eternal suffering. The warriors remained extremely calm. They silently recited their highest ideals, continuously firing psychic bolters, covering their teammates as they installed high-yield bombs. The attacking chaos cultists were dismembered in the blink of an eye, blood spraying everywhere. The metal walls strangely absorbed all the blood that splattered on them, remaining smooth and clean. Only chaos-corrupted clothing and scattered mortal weapons were left on the floor. Not for long. Facing these things, the warriors of the Red Tide were highly experienced. We Incarn are irreconcilable. The entire wall ignited. The warriors, in a violent, destructive manner, physically eliminated all traces of chaos within their sight. For a moment, it was unclear who truly commanded the forces of fire and death. The daemon heart pulsed, its breathing becoming rapid. It tried to drive away the attacking enemies with a large ion storm. Then it turned into a roasted heart. Fire consumed everything. The warriors steadily and surely captured this warship. Not only this chaos warship, but the entire spaceport was taken. The warships that hadn't escaped in advance like the Fountain of Wealth now had no chance to flee. The warships began to turn their bows. The unbowed scythe went to face the approaching unknown forces, while the stern vigilance began to clear the planet's defensive facilities. Listen up, people below, feudal resistance leads nowhere. Lay down your weapons and surrender immediately, that is the right path. Confession brings leniency, resistance brings severity. Under the ship's cannons, all beings are equal. The super turrets below were all fully charged, and both sides were intimidating each other. The fallen nobles on the planet were waiting for support from the Red Corsairs. After all, this was nominally Huron's territory, but Huron's name wasn't effective. Astartes would fight anyone. On the other side, Chapter Master William also planned to first deal with the mysterious forces blocking his retreat, deciding whether to fight or negotiate. Hello, I am Chapter Master Kalen of Stone Will. We wish to speak with the leader of your forces. A communication bridge was established, and the leaders of both sides appeared on the large screen. Hello, I am Chapter Master William, the temporary leader of the Crimson Torrent chapter. I am currently carrying out an operation to eradicate rebels and recover lost chapter relics. What is the purpose of your mission? It is well known that to gain the initiative in negotiations, one must strike first and position oneself as righteous, even if it's a lie. We have come here following the librarian's prophecy, to assist your chapter's operation. Frankly, Chapter Master Kalen himself felt this explanation lacked persuasiveness. He wasn't an Eldar. Chapter Master William was equally confused. What kind of word-bearer's successor chapter was this? Were there really forces that followed a librarian's prophecy? We all judged based on the lamenters. Chapter Master Kalen, this might be presumptuous, but please understand, not every chapter acts solely on a librarian's prophecy. Our chapter cannot trust you based on just that one sentence. I understand. We hope to prove ourselves through action. Please give both sides a chance to make contact. Chapter Master Kalen's posture seemed a bit too low, which was strange. Chapter Master Kalen turned to glance at the librarian, but the librarian gave no instructions. What do your forces wish to do? I don't understand your intentions. Chapter Master William was also bewildered. A group of people suddenly appeared, telling him they wanted to help him. It was too far-fetched. I think it would be better for us to meet first. What do you think? Chapter Master William naturally wouldn't refuse. Stone Will, to show sincerity, was willing to meet on Chapter Master William's warship. After some simple anti-psychic measures, a hangar was cleared to receive the noble warriors, as a precaution against suicide bombers. The remaining Terminator's warriors, being the most explosion-resistant, served as honor guard, accompanying Chapter Master William to greet the other side. Chapter Master Kalen, who was coming as a guest, had not anticipated this. As soon as he stepped off the ship, he saw an orderly line of Terminator armor. What a wealthy chapter. Are honor guard now all using Terminator armor? Chapter Master William cordially escorted the opposing delegation to the highest grade reception area. Since the other party genuinely intended to cooperate, they didn't mind chatting with them. The Keel codes showed that the other party was a rebellious force, but there was no information indicating they had fallen to chaos. Even with Ina secretly hiding next door, these warriors showed no abnormalities. Both sides held an important meeting, conducting extensive negotiations, mainly focused on expounding their respective philosophies and the desired cooperation. In space, a high-level ceremonial reception was taking place, but below on the planet, things were chaotic. All major factions were not blind, everyone knew a large contingent of Astartes had arrived in the sky. If a real fight broke out, besides a few Drukari/Dark Eldari, no faction could contend with them. Not even the orcs without a numerical advantage. The major factions vying for the Typhon heavy siege tank began to quietly withdraw. None of them wanted to lose strength here, every bit of strength lost now reduced their chances of survival. Only the orcs and the counter-attacking Dark Mechanicum were still in a melee. While some retreated in fear, others, suffering from brain hemorrhage, saw it as an excellent opportunity. Certain local major powers were overjoyed, believing this was a prime opportunity to unite all forces on the planet. With his command, all forces would unite to resist the Astartes attack from above, endure under his brilliant leadership until the Red Corsairs' support arrived, then, with an inside-outside attack, achieve a great victory. Subsequently, a big shot from the Chaos forces would glance at him, and he would ascend to daemonhood on the spot, reaching the pinnacle of his life. Yes, I'm talking about you, fallen noble Hieroclise. This noble was currently immersed in his delusion, assembling his mechanical army, preparing to organize defenses and resist the invading enemy step by step. The neatly arranged tall robots indeed created a great sense of oppression, especially with Hieroclise now standing on the command platform, delivering what he considered a magnificent speech. This is a historic moment, a moment of life and death for the entire planet. We must stand up and fiercely counterattack the enemies from the sky. We must use our artillery and fists to tell them that this place will not be infringed upon. The robot army stood motionless, they would not act without orders. A faint purple glow appeared around Hieroclise. On his chiseled face, the remaining flesh was distorted to an absurd degree, and even his adjutant standing beside him felt an inexplicable fear. This was not a blessing from Kern berserkers, this was typical corruption by the desire for glory, typical Slaanesh behavior. Hieroclise was sinking deeper into the mire of honor, where he was about to become the hero of the entire planet. The messengers he sent also brought back replies. Basically, all the fallen nobles who hadn't fled responded to his call for assembly, while the major powers rarely responded. Others had backers, this fallen noble's backers were those human-controlled robots. Once the battle ended and his robot army suffered heavy losses, he would be devoured by the dark tide here, leaving not even bone fragments. In the sky, the massive warships began to exchange fire with the ground-based turrets. Countless huge shells flew rapidly through the air, accompanied by scattered Astartes drop pods. Storm Raven gunships flew rapidly through the air. These were carried by Yifeng in the hangar of the stern vigilance and were now brought to Chapter Master William. The ground-based gun emplacements were destroyed one after another by the Astartes. The close-in weapon system turrets were no match for the Storm Raven gunships. The power of the twin assault cannons was extremely strong, easily destroying small close-in defense turrets, and Storm Strike missiles could also effectively deal with those large contraptions firing madly at the warships in space. They were fast, tough, with ceramite armor hulls, had strong firepower, could transport Astartes, and their pilots were the sons of Jagatai Khan. How could they be defeated? 6 warriors wearing jump packs leaped out of a Storm Raven gunship, landing steadily on the ruins of a turret. A large number of local guards appeared, but they hesitated, not daring to open fire. Hesitation leads to defeat. The Astartes' firepower poured mercilessly onto the local guards. The warriors slaughtered as they advanced towards the void shield area. It's too easy, my recruit training assessment back then was harder than this, some warriors thought. The pride of constant victory began to spread among the warriors. This was a momentum, an unstoppable aura of triumph from 100 battles, rarely seen in the warriors of miscellaneous chapters since the end of the Great Crusade. The battle began to tilt in favor of the Astartes. Once the warships gained complete air superiority, the battle had already reached an unbeatable state. The mechanical army and the allied forces of the other factions also began to move. Outside the Void Shield stronghold, as many as 7 or 8 layers of defense had been established, with the robot army as the backbone and psychic thugs and enchanted warriors as support, forming a multi-layered, circular solid defense system. They believed that 7 or 8 robots were enough to fight an Astartes to the death. From the results of one-on-one combat, this was roughly true. But this wasn't a one-on-one fight. You've almost reached the limits of robot modification, but the Astartes haven't. The Stern Vigilance not only brought Storm Raven gunships but also Land Raider tanks. 3 Land Raiders were deployed, placed directly at the main gate of the fortress, while the warriors with jump packs had mostly cleared the perimeter firepower of the fortress. There were basically no turrets left that could threaten the Land Raiders. Attack, blast them to pieces. The Land Raiders easily tore through the enemy's last remaining defenses. The thick plastisteel gate was like Xian paper before the tanks. Several Terminators followed the Land Raiders, forming a powerful vanguard spearhead, followed by several young warriors in power armor. Chapter Master William believed that with such a lavish lineup, let alone young warriors, even a dog tied to the back of a tank could take the Void Shield. The main forces of both sides finally met. Violent explosions were a cordial greeting, and melon-sized shells were gifts from afar. The situation on the front lines was not optimistic, given the disparity in the amount of firepower between the two sides. The enemy's lackeys, driven to madness, came with melta bombs for suicide attacks, only to be annihilated by the warriors in the rear. Simple yet luxurious infantry tank coordination. This was a configuration used against the Tyranids. Dealing with these robots was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Their gunfire couldn't even damage the outer plating of Terminator armor. They could only be considered to be holding back the warriors with sheer numbers. But the assault warriors on the flanks broke through the enemy's defenses as easily as slicing melons and dicing vegetables. The only outcome for robots guarding the corridors was to be incinerated by a single shot from a plasma pistol, with nowhere to hide. The fallen noble Hylac Rishi stood on the tower of the Void Shield device, striking various poses like a madman. The danger level here, let's just say, in the Golden Age, Terminator armor was used to maintain this place. Once the Void Shield overloaded, every living creature here would be blown to ashes by the ion storm. Hylac Rishi was still lost in his fantasy. He now stood on a high general's platform, everyone lavishing him with praise, a king crowning him, adorned with supreme glory. The other fallen lords had all fled. In such a one-sided situation, they immediately scattered like birds and beasts. What the hell, we actually trusted a bunch of lunatics. Not only was the Void Shield area bustling with activity, but the urban area was just as intense. Looting was a basic quality of every pirate. Many thugs, adhering to the principle of grabbing and running, turned the entire urban area into a sea of fire. Of course, they couldn't escape. The Astartes had already occupied the spaceport. Everyone thought that after looting, they would hide until the storm passed, and then they would be rich. Recruit warriors roamed all over the world, marking out various storerooms and small enemy strongholds. They casually killed some of the guys burying treasures, recovering a large number of treasures. The Drukari/Dark Yildari seemed to be contracting their defenses, showing no desire to fight the Astartes. So what exactly were the Red Corsairs Chaos Warriors doing? On the wilderness, Kern Berserkers clashed with the warriors of Stone Will. Chapter Master William very solemnly declared, this Typhon heavy siege tank was stolen, and now we are going to reclaim it. And so, Chapter Master Kalen patted his chest and said, we will help you get it back, as a beginning of friendship and trust between our chapters. In any interaction between two parties, one person always has to make a small sacrifice of their own interests first. Stonewall chose to go first. Kern Berserkers stood on countless grotesque corpses, devouring the flesh of their enemies. One moment they were tearing and biting frantically, the next they had already charged towards the Stonewill warriors who had just arrived on the battlefield. Without many words, both sides immediately engaged in battle. The veteran Stonewill warriors already knew the characteristics of Kern warriors. They had fought chaos enemies for years before their betrayal. Once they locked onto an opponent, they would ignore everything else. The targeted warrior quickly stepped out alone, raised their assault shield, and began to fully defend against the enemy's attacks. The other warriors immediately circled the enemy, unleashing a torrent of firepower. Blood for the blood god. Skulls for the skull throne. The enemy's battle cry came with an unstoppable charge, knocking aside everything in its path. The stone will warriors were not that mobile, and soon, the warrior targeted by the enemy engaged in battle with the Qing berserkers. Grotesque weapons struck the storm shield. Most of the stone will warriors were pushed back, stumbling several steps, their tiger mouths aching. But the warrior fighting the Qing leader was different. The thick assault shield was directly cut through by the enemy's massive axe. The warrior hiding behind the shield saw the axe tip stuck in the shield, stopping just 0.01 meters from his face. Then, the entire shield was violently kicked by the demon's foot from the other side. The warrior was sent flying 7 or 8 meters, crashing heavily to the ground and sliding several more meters. The Qing leader roared. He was an enchanted warrior, very uncomfortable staying here. He needed to constantly kill to maintain the presence of the demon within him. For him, there was no thought about these matters, the fighting was a purely instinctive reaction. The Qing leader began to charge, his unmatched might combined with the blood-reeking great axe in his hand was terrifying. He wanted to end this one-on-one fight with a single blow. The problem was, this wasn't a one-on-one fight. The Qing leader had just jumped when powerful weapons from behind struck him. The enemy was blasted flying in the air, similarly crashing heavily to the ground and sliding several meters. The stone will warriors drew their weapons, and aerial gunships swept over, their firepower raining down like a deluge, all aimed at the Qing leader. Rage was uncontrollable on his demonized face. The Qing leader revealed his demonic form, black gas constantly rose, and countless spikes pierced through his body, accompanied by terrifying screams of pain. Countless slain souls were trapped within the great axe, condemned to eternal wailing. These wails were like psychic shockwaves, spreading outwards in a wave. The affected warriors, in a moment of distraction, were severely wounded by the enemies before them. All of the Qing leader's demonic body was greatly enhanced. This form would shorten the time he could remain in real space. He needed more slaughter and stronger enemies. Looking at the warrior who had just gotten up from the ground, the Qing leader actually disdained him and began to search for a stronger presence. On the wilderness, the bloody battle dyed the land crimson, then raging flames scorched it into a barren wasteland. Amidst the rolling black smoke, the factions that were originally vying for the Typhon heavy siege tank had all vanished, leaving only 2 factions of Astartes locked in chaotic combat. The Qing leader's blood-red eyes turned to Chapter Master Kalen. This Chapter Master also activated his relic power sword. A beautiful sword flourish, both a display of power and a provocation. The Qing leader, an embodiment of fury, could not endure such a provocation. He immediately let out a roar and charged towards Kowlins. Blood for the blood god. Skulls for the skull throne. The ground suddenly cracked open. The Qing leader, who had charged into the stone will's defenses, was hit by a violent explosion in his lower body. These dishonorable fellows had actually buried landmines in their own defensive positions during the chaos. The demon's foot was dripping with blood, and its outer armor was severely damaged. Kowlins secretly sighed in regret. If only he had plasma landmines, he could have annihilated the enemy's body on the spot. Ignoring most of the attacks, the Qing leader's body grew larger and larger during his charge. Along the way, he knocked several warriors flying. Demonic power overflowed from his body, burning fiercely upon contact with real space. By the time he reached Kowlins, he was over 5 meters tall, his entire being filled with powerful demonic energy, and scorching flames displayed the power of the brass throne. Blood for the blood god. Skulls for the skull throne. Chapter 133, Chasing the Red Pirates and Taking Advantage of Them. The demon-possessed Qing leader raised its massive, flame-engulfed demonic claw, attacking Chapter Master Kalen in an anatomically impossible posture. Kowlins's relic power sword glowed with a faint blue light, sliding past the enemy's huge claw, and with practiced ease, he moved to the enemy's flank. It was impossible to win a strength contest, that would never happen. Only a flanking sneak attack could barely sustain him. Kowlins could not be a rigid warrior, otherwise, he would now be leading his warriors on a crusade of atonement, not fighting fiercely with chaos warriors here. The Qing leader immediately turned, blocking the power sword's attack with its long, black horns. The burning flames tried to spread to the power sword, but Kowlins pulled back, refusing to prolong the fight. At this moment, the Qing leader's lower limbs and upper body were completely twisted, as if it were not a creature of real space, but a warped creature that could change form at will. Both sides struck and retreated. Kowlins's fighting was as slippery as an eel. He was stalling for time, his teammates were rapidly eliminating other chaos warriors. Once they recovered, it would be a situation of encirclement and slaughter. How could the Qing leader be an easy opponent? The blessings of the brass throne had given his body a comprehensive enhancement. The massive demonic claw gripped a bone spur on its body, and with a forceful pull, a long sword was extracted from its flesh. Kowlins frowned, the enemy was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. The black bone blade created a sonic boom as it cut through the air, instantly cleaving towards Kowlins's head. In a moment of desperation, Kowlins held the blue power sword horizontally in front of his vital points, and then the world spun around him. Rolling in the air, Kowlins felt his entire sword-wielding arm go numb, and the powerful shockwave made him cough up blood. The Qing leader did not stop because the enemy was knocked away. In his demon-possessed state, he reached Kowlins's landing spot even faster, assuming a stance in advance, intending to cleave him in half the moment Kowlins landed. At this critical moment, a strong light appeared, and the librarian's psychic lightning struck the Qing leader, causing him to stumble. Kowlins was thus able to land safely and then stand up. The power sword hummed, its machine spirit seemingly displeased, complaining to Kowlins about the enemy combat blade's brutality. The chapter master of Stone will truly lived up to his name, taking such a beating without a sound. Cowlins switched the combat blade to his left hand, his right hand was already injured, and he didn't know how many bones in his arm were shattered. Large amounts of healing agents and sedatives began to be injected, spreading with the beat of his 2 hearts. The Qing leader, ambushed by psychic lightning, roared furiously, "I will tear you all apart, devour your flesh, drink your blood, for the glory of the blood god." Cowlins gave a wry smile. All right, the opponent can still speak human language. Qing's blessings haven't reached such a terrifying extent yet. At this time, their librarian was fully assisting the other warriors in killing Chaos Astartes. Some had already freed up to provide bolter cover for their chapter master. As for rushing forward to gang up, it seemed no different from throwing lives away. After all, you couldn't even block one of his blows. A group of people rushing in would only make the difference between one person being cut down with one blow and a whole group being cut down with one blow. The battle to gang up on the Qing leader always maintained Cowlins in the front, drawing fire, one warrior sneaking from behind, one warrior limiting the enemy's movements from the side, and the remaining warriors using bolters for ranged attrition. On the battlefield, it seemed no one was speaking, but in reality, the librarian used psychic powers to allow all the warriors to communicate clearly. The battle gradually tilted in favor of the stone will, and the number of Qing warriors dwindled. However, the Qing leader remained standing. His demon-possessed, powerful body almost ignored all bolter attacks. Even when a plasma weapon's penetrating attack pierced through his entire left chest, he still furiously brandished his blade. He was no longer a chaos warrior, he was now a demon. As time passed, the scars on Cowlins's body became more numerous and more exaggerated. Blade marks deep enough to reach bone were shocking. Even with intermittent support from the librarian, Cowlins still could not defeat this terrifying enemy. The Qing leader's storm-like attacks seemed ceaseless, while Cowlins's condition worsened. "Brother Cowlins, lead the enemy into that pit. We've prepared bombs. Since the bolter and plasma weapon support from outside were ineffective, then let there be a grand fireworks display." 250 meters directly in front of that Typhon heavy siege tank, there was a scrap dark mechanicum vehicle, where the warriors had deployed a large number of bombs. One warrior charged forward to buy the chapter master a moment of time, but the Qing leader casually tore through his front armor with a single swipe. Blood gushed out, and the Qing leader became even more berserk. "Come on, almost there, just 10 meters left." Cowlins accurately calculated the distance. He didn't even glance back, judging the precise location solely by his footsteps. The Qing leader was very uncomfortable. This coward didn't even dare to fight head-on. How could he be so skilled at rolling and dodging? Where was the demeanor of an Astartes? You can even use moves like donkey rolling? Cowlins retreated a few more steps, standing firmly in front of the ruins. Then, with a feint, the Qing blade struck the shell of the scrapped armored vehicle. Cowlins seized the opportunity to block with his power sword and slid to the enemy's flank. The demonic claw in the blue power sword emitted a grating friction sound. "For the Emperor, kill all traitors." Cowlins's sudden roar excited the Qing leader. "Are you finally willing to fight me head-on?" This demon-possessed chaos warrior swung his combat blade in a wide arc, slashing horizontally towards Cowlins. Cowlins no longer dodged, fighting the enemy with all his might. His right arm, which had just recovered a little, was braced in the crook of his left arm, providing some cushioning. The blue light of the power sword, upon contact with the black bone blade, gradually became unstable, and then Cowlins, man and sword, flew out together. This time, he clearly heard the sound of bones completely shattering, and both arms lost all sensation. Just as the Qing leader was about to act, a powerful psychic lightning bolt struck him directly in the chest, pushing him back several steps. The librarian watched Cowlins fly over his head and shouted into the comms channel. "Detonate! Light, blinding light!" Even filtered by tactical visors, the warriors were momentarily blinded, followed by endless flames and shockwaves. A mushroom cloud could be clearly seen rising from the location in the sky. Warriors who were too close were directly blown away by the shockwave, while the librarian raised a shield, protecting himself and Cowlins. After 56 seconds, the warriors, who had barely managed to get up, looked towards the center of the explosion. The battlefield, once littered with corpses, had completely vanished, leaving only a huge, deep crater billowing black smoke. The enemy had been blown to smithereens. Cowlins looked at the smoke in the sky, with flashes of fire still visible. "Damn it, using a 101 tactical nuclear bomb as a time bomb, they wanted to send me off with it too." The void shield had been successfully shut down. The warriors slaughtered all enemies who dared to block their path, then gently sent a holy bolter round to Hylacris, who was dancing on the void shield. "Thank you so much for gathering a large number of enemies in one place, saving us the trouble of searching." With that, the warriors began to plunder everywhere without restraint, especially the auction houses, large shopping malls, key warehouses, private villa safes. You have to admit, the efficiency of the strategic resource non-voluntary transfer unit was indeed quite high. The entire star system was engulfed in war, except for the Drukhari/Dark Yildari territory. The warriors engaged the Drukhari/Dark Yildari a few times, suffering considerable casualties. Afterward, William told the warriors to ignore these Xenos and focus on attacking other key locations. It's likely that when the Red Corsairs return and see the entire planet reduced to ruins, with only the Drukhari/Dark Yildari territory intact, the outcome will probably not be peaceful. Just a few days later, Cowlins contacted Chapter Master William once again. "Brother William, the librarian says a wave is approaching. We don't have much time left. What's our next plan?" "I know. Everyone prepare to evacuate." Cowlins looked at William on the large screen with confusion. Why are you so decisive? I wanted to discuss whether to set up an ambush or call for more people, and you're just running away like that. William was quite natural. Chapter Master Yifeng's instructions were to adopt a pirate raiding approach for worlds not on the primary list. After plundering, why wouldn't they run? What were they waiting for? The warriors packed up important supplies at an astonishing speed, not forgetting to leave a little flame for the locals before leaving, burning anything they couldn't take away. The stern Vigilance, towing the captured strike cruiser, directly warped into the warp. The other warships followed closely, forming an encircling formation. The Fountain of Wealth also followed behind. This world was marked, to be collected again once they grew stronger. This time, they truly hit the jackpot, a strike cruiser and countless treasures. While these treasures might be useless to the Astartes, converting them through imperial nobles and then purchasing from Forge Worlds would allow them to pay the Adeptus Mechanicus for purifying the newly acquired warship. How satisfying! Cowlins's communication request came to William once more. This time, they had suffered several warrior casualties, especially 3 warriors who had unfortunately died, causing some private resentment among the Stonewill warriors. Brother William, we brought back the Typhon heavy siege tank. I'll send it to you after we exit the warp. Chapter Master Kalen, first, on behalf of the Crimson Torrent chapter, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to you and your chapter. We are deeply grateful for your chapter's efforts and sacrifices. Second, in return, we are willing to present this important relic tank to you as a token of our friendship and appreciation. Chapter Master Kalen was once again shocked by William's actions. Such a precious tank, and he just gave it away? In an instant, all the dissatisfaction of the Stonewill vanished without a trace, replaced by astonishment at the generosity of the Crimson Torrent brothers and reverence for the librarian's prophecy. They were so generous. They had always believed this was a lost relic of the Crimson Torrent chapter, and even if they hadn't come here, the tank would undoubtedly have been recovered. For William, it was never his, they had seized it, and giving it to them earned him a favor. Captain Iwana was originally here to find outlets, and the tank was a pure unexpected gain. In chapter interactions, one cannot pay off debts all at once. Instead, one owes a little, and the other repays more, creating a new debt, allowing for future cooperation. These guys looked at the Typhon heavy siege tank with joy, unaware that William was planning to absorb them. At the very least, they could be used as permanent enforcers. Brother William, this gift is too precious, Oh, don't say that. What could be more precious than you all? As long as this tank can reduce your casualties, that's enough. The Stonewill's librarian felt his prophecy had never been so reliable, he actually met good people at the edge of the galaxy. Brother William, do we have any plans for the next step? Cowlins paused, breaking free from his intense emotions. Plans? If your librarian has no objections, then follow me to attack the next enemy stronghold. William stated that other Red Corsairs support forces had arrived here, and they would now go to an old location. When the chapter first began its vague expedition, they encountered a Red Corsairs mining and resupply base. The Red Corsairs base had been raided last time. Many years had passed, and new minerals had probably been excavated. Local defenses had also begun to slacken, as the Red Corsairs continued to plunder various parts of the Imperium. Most importantly, a large portion of their forces had likely been sent here as reinforcements. They would strike when the enemy was weak and raid them again. On that nearly dead world, new defensive structures had been erected, with numerous defensive turrets spread across the planet. However, just as Chapter Master Yifeng had predicted, the number of enemies was very small, so few that it was questionable if there was one for each turret. There were only a few Chaos Warriors resting and defending here. Indeed, a large portion had gone to support another territory. The local Chaos Warriors were mostly Nurgle followers who disliked movement, along with some Slaanesh followers lost in other desires. Some individuals who believed in nothing wandered around. Everything proceeded smoothly until a large fleet emerged from the Mandeville Point. William had originally thought his forces were insufficient, and the second attack here was planned for 10 years later. But now he had a company of new enforcers. Perfect. Last time, only a Titan could easily breach the fortress gate. Now they could test the immense power of the new siege tank. It would serve as a comparison and, incidentally, might stimulate their psychic dreadnought comrade, a librarian dreadnought with Iron Hand's gene seed. If he knew he was outmatched in destructive power, wouldn't he immediately install 18 missile pods? The pirate base's alarm blared, and countless Chaos cultists rushed to the turrets. Newly assembled cannons on the continent could directly bombard the Mandeville Point, and various weapon systems within the star system opened fire. This was a direct assault. Last time, they had information support from Shadowhawk scouts, this time, they simply charged in. The battle barge still led the charge. An entire fleet began to set sail from the spaceport, but the 4 Astartes warships rushing towards them plunged them into despair. This time, there was no talk of boarding or capturing, they would be completely annihilated. There was no time for the Astartes to capture warships one by one, they had to loot all enemy warehouses before reinforcements arrived. The stern Vigilance, enduring the space station's artillery fire, directly reached planetary orbit, followed by the unbowed Scythe and the Stonewill ships. Land Raiders and Storm Raven gunships once again entered the dangerous battlefield. This time, only a small number of mortals descended. After all, the Titans and most of the tank army were with Chapter Master Yifeng. The warriors fought relying only on their exquisite skill and fearless spirit. A dreadnought that dared not be awakened. The Stonewill did possess a dreadnought, but the Tech Marine dared not awaken him. The last time this ancient being awoke to fight, the Stonewall was not yet a traitor. If they awakened him now and he learned that everyone on this ship was labeled renegade by the Imperium, they feared being hammered to death by the dreadnought. Land raiders surrounded the heavy siege tank, with several Terminators even standing on the tank, hitching a ride. There were many enemy turrets, but very few fired. Asking a group of Nurgle followers to use machinery? That's a joke, isn't it? These people never maintain machinery. If it breaks, they just corrupt it and use it as a tetanus-inducing greatsword. Slaanesh is even worse. They like to wander around with light weapons. If you want them to dutifully stay in a turret and fire continuously, only certain depraved individuals with fixed desires can tolerate that. The roaring engines of the heavy tanks heralded the inevitable fall of the fortress. Advance. 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 Cowlins and William walked side by side, discussing battle strategies like old friends who hadn't seen each other in a long time. The Crimson Torrent chapter's severe lack of dreadnoughts remained unchanged, but beyond that, their other foundations astonished Cowlins. Some of the specialized weapons owned by the Stonewall also made William's eyes turn red. The front lines advanced quickly. Chaos warriors holding the fortress couldn't withstand a single shot from the siege tanks. The cooperation between the two chapters' warriors became increasingly proficient, they were accepting each other. Is there a possibility that the Stonewall could secretly merge into our chapter? After all, they are both descendants of Rogel Dorn. Once this thought appeared, it completely occupied William's mind. Developing silently is not as fast as seizing people, no, uniting with other forces. Chapter Master William, there's something unusual on the space station. The dozen or so Chaos warriors left behind are all concentrated in one area, seemingly protecting something. William glanced at Brother Cowlins, deciding to trust this important figure for now. Brother Cowlins, can I leave the command of the ground battle to you? There's an anomaly on the space station, I'll go up and command personally. No problem, Brother William, leave it to me. Cowlins' arm injuries were no longer an issue, and there were only a few Chaos warriors left, so he could give the Chaos cultists a good lesson. Speed is the first priority, Brother Cowlins. We must quickly seize the valuable supplies and then withdraw before the Red Corsairs return with reinforcements. I understand, leave it to me. Cowlins' earnest assurance almost made William order a full retreat, but after 0.1 seconds, he remembered that this was not Elementers, and he confidently boarded a Storm Raven gunship and flew towards the space station. Chapter Master Yifeng's forces steadfastly defended their territory, but enemy reconnaissance units also learned of their presence. Over 100 years of fighting, Chaos forces continuously attacked here. While most were small, scattered units that were completely annihilated on the spot, a few managed to escape or send out signals, informing Chaos forces of this location's existence. Battles were becoming increasingly frequent. Few greenskins or Eldar-like groups wandered through, instead, all were Chaos fleets of various sizes. The Eternal Mountain had also suffered severe damage during this period of fighting, requiring emergency repairs by the Adeptus Mechanicus several times. Chapter Master Yifeng sat in the Combat Command Center, observing the intelligence network of the 12 worlds, trying to find a pattern. Chapter Master Yifeng, the production line for the Ion Storm has been established and requires metallic materials. Anos pulled out a long list of materials, making Chapter Master Yifeng's scalp tingle. In the recent numerous battles, it was precisely by relying on several experimental versions of the Ion Storm that the enemy was easily annihilated. It was just expensive. The crafting of ion bullets required some particularly rare metals, which even Chapter Master Yifeng had only found in stellar fragments. I understand. Do you have any ideas? Where should we look for these metals? Anos was also helpless. If such things were easy to find, how could they be called rare? He sent Chapter Master Yifeng a list of common locations for the metals, which was met with an eye roll. Now, Chapter Master Yifeng had only one word: plunder. Mining was impossible, it would never happen in this lifetime. From finding to establishing a mining station, it could take hundreds of years. The chapter had purchased some from the Adeptus Mechanicus, but after negotiations between the two Forge worlds, the price was extremely high and they refused to lower it. Chapter Master Yifeng wished he could just plunder them all. Therefore, Chapter Master Yifeng directly surrounded the perimeter of the Forge world, intercepting all incoming merchant vessels carrying minerals for trade, buying all the minerals they brought, and forcing the Forge world to offer discount promotions to appease him. Rogue traders also brought some of the required metals. Although they were sometimes merchants and sometimes pirates in the galaxy, and even traded with Xenos, only they were willing to maintain higher frequency trade activities during this period of widespread warfare in the Great Rift. The production line barely started, producing a batch of ion storms, giving the warriors an absolute advantage when facing chaos enemies head-on. Chapter Master Yifeng's heavy firepower squad consisted of 10 men, 1 warrior carried an ion storm, 2 warriors carried ion pistols and power swords, with ammunition packs supplying the ion storm. 4 warriors carried meltabombs and meltaguns or flamers, and the remaining 3 were escorts, carrying standard bolters and power swords, with primary ammunition types being psychic bolter rounds and siren-type armor-piercing rounds. The evaluation of this firepower squad was simple, one sentence. They would kill gods and slay Buddhas. Chapter 134 Guests arriving at the world of Atres. William and Cowlins laughed, enjoying the feast. The mission to raid the Red Corsairs base was complete, they had made a fortune and were now speeding through the warp, circling several times before heading straight for Mount Langjugsha world. The Red Corsairs were worn out from their frantic efforts, and it was estimated that a chaos sorcerer had been forced to sacrifice a large number of followers in the hope that the warp would reveal the identity of the looters. Changing their direction of advance a few times might not fool the warp, but it was better than nothing. They had plundered countless precious minerals, only leaving after ransacking several large warehouses. These mineral deposits could be used to manufacture many Land Raider series weapons, and for William, this was no different from snatching a pile of Land Raiders. Cowlins was also very happy to have met such a good chapter. The Stonewool had also gained a lot, and William promised that in the future, the spoils they collected could be exchanged for resources from the Adeptus Mechanicus through his hands. After all, as rebels, they could not receive help from the Adeptus Mechanicus, their worship would be targeted by the Adeptus Mechanicus supercannons as soon as it approached a Forge world. Many of the spoils they captured from Chaos forces could not be purified by the Adeptus Mechanicus. William's willingness to help them was the best outcome. Warriors from both sides drank and chatted, and although everyone remained wary of each other, the atmosphere was effectively eased. The massive body of the Eternal Mountain was but a drop in the ocean in the warp, and when the warship finally emerged from the warp, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The Red Corsairs had not yet caught up. At least for now, they were on their home turf. On one hand, William dispatched a fleet to transport the captured supplies to a Forge world, and on the other hand, Mount Langjugjo world began to strengthen its defenses. Next, William would personally transport these captured rare materials back to Atres and Taste, so before he left, he needed to make ample defensive preparations. On Mount Langjugjo world, a Lamenter's detachment met with the Stonewool, and neither side particularly liked the other. The Lamenters considered them a shameful group of traitors, a group of degenerates who, following their librarians, were easily manipulated by psychic powers. The Stonewool, on the other hand, believed these people were loyal lackeys of the Imperium, which was simply incomprehensible. If William hadn't mediated, the two sides would have started fighting. Seizing this opportunity, William began his sermon of red ideology: we embrace diversity. For the grand aspiration of the Emperor's liberation of the entire the galaxy/Milky Way, we seek common ground while reserving differences, unite all forces, and find like-minded brothers to advance hand in hand. Can you accept my call of comrade? William gradually became like Yifeng, not only inheriting Yifeng's mantle but also running to other temples to chant scriptures vigorously. Autumn leaves fell with shared joy and sorrow, scattered across the ground. The dazzling summer of Mount Langjugjo was very short, and after bursting with vigorous vitality, nature's life vanished without a trace along with the warm sunlight. In a place far from the military base, the small human settlement was completely different from the desolation outside. The entire settlement was arranged in a ring, with the interconnected houses on the periphery serving as both people's dwellings and ancient, sturdy city walls. In the center stood a tall emperor's statue, and although the political commissar had tried his best to prevent it, the statue's appearance inevitably carried the charm of Khazanov. With a bright moon and sparse stars, even on a clear night sky, it was still difficult to observe the faint glimmers of stars with the naked eye in this world at the very edge of the galaxy/Milky Way. Under the high bonfire, men, women, and children sat in a circle. Girls swayed their waists, offering precious fruits to the returning warriors. Excellent dance moves and moving singing voices surrounded the flickering flames, and the dancing shadows reflected on the wall seemed even more intoxicating than the fine wine in their hands. Ancient social customs still continued on this world. Even though humanity had stumbled through tens of millennia and scarred the galaxy/Milky Way, the scars etched on the long monument of history still could not hinder the expression of people's most beautiful and pure emotions. A young man named Clemens was sitting next to his friend, enjoying delicious roasted meat. Clemens, how's the Franca black bull I caught? It's really delicious. As expected of you, Ludwig. I wish we could encounter herds of Franca black bulls every day. Don't even think about it. They only cross the dark forest and pass by here for 1 week during the transition from autumn to winter. Ludwig was also eating with a greasy mouth. Ludwig, the hunting festival is about to end. How do you plan to spend the days afterward? Probably go find a job in a larger human settlement. Since those sky warriors came here, the treatment for odd jobs has improved. Our future king of the hunt doing odd jobs for others? That boss must be the god of the hunt. What am I? I just got lucky in this hunt, encountered a rare prey and took first place, that's all. I still have a long way to go. Still a long way to go. You scored 20 points higher than me, I'm practically in the dirt. Alright, no more bickering. What about you? What are your plans? Clemens looked up at the sky. The towering bonfire overshadowed the light of the stars, but when the bonfire extinguished and everything turned to dust, the stars would still shine. I want to go to the sky. I want to see the sea of stars, I want to see different worlds, I want to see the other worlds that the Emperor's lords protect. SHH Ludwig quickly covered Clemens' mouth. Calling the Emperor Emperor's lord, if the political commissar heard it, he'd have to attend cultural classes for several more days. Clemens and his friend were bickering, but suddenly, he looked up at his rooftop. There was a faint shadow there, as if something was present. There seems to be a figure. Ludwig looked in the direction of Clemens' gaze but saw nothing unusual. There's nothing there. Did the roasted beef smoke your eyes? Never mind, I'm going to the restroom. Eat slowly and save some for me. Clemens stood up and walked towards the building, leaving the others still reveling. Ludwig's ears perked up, and the moment the door closed, he immediately began to gorge himself. Save some, he said, but not how much. Clemens calmly walked into the elevator and went to the top floor. The outermost city wall was a full 30 meters high, which for the tall people of Mount Langjukshu, was as high as an 8-story building. Clemens ran on the top floor, heading towards his home. He skillfully climbed over his courtyard wall and looked around. He was certain he had seen something just now, but now there was nothing around. It was quiet here. The black smoke from the bonfire had mostly dissipated at this height, and Clemens could see the clear night sky. He stood quietly, listening to the sound of the wind. Suddenly, Clemens spoke, "Friend, why are you standing behind me? This isn't the gate of our Tuan tribe." "Kid, not bad. Want to come with us and see the Sea of Stars?" Clemens was startled, he had heard this voice before. The 12-year-old boy turned like a robot, his face full of disbelief. Zherligdu, the political commissar of William's troops and of the White Scar's Gene Seed, was looking at him. A tall, red-armored warrior, the Emperor's supreme blade, a powerful warrior beyond mortals. Zherligdu had been observing this child for a while, having noticed him at the previous hunting festival. Brave, agile, with extremely strong hunting and perception talents, and most importantly, he was very confident. He had only seen a shadow, yet he was absolutely certain something was up there. This was a rare talent, because the sons of Jagatai Khan often fought on the most brutal battlefields, where they would most likely be surrounded. Life and death hung in an instant, only by unhesitatingly trusting one's combat intuition could one achieve ultimate victory. "Great. Warrior sir, I am deeply honored, but I need to speak with my mother. I'll only wait for you for 3 minutes." Zherligdu threw him an insignia. It was a design of a scythe held by a yellow hand intertwined with a hammer gripped by a black fist. 3 minutes, that was the time given to the child to make his decision. In those 3 minutes, he would make the most important decision of his life. Clemens rushed through the door. His mother was sitting on the sofa, reading a golden book. "Mother, the Sky Warrior no, the Astartes noticed me. He invited me to join them." His mother looked at Clemens with surprise. "Child, what's wrong with you today? Are you dreaming? Those adults haven't been here." "Mother, it's not a dream, look." Clemens showed his mother the shining insignia, which seemed to represent supreme glory. "That adult wants me to say goodbye to you in 3 minutes, you." Clemens suddenly froze. He had never thought about what life would be like without his mother. "Is that so? Then go see your father." His mother's words suddenly softened. Everyone knew that becoming an Astartes was the highest honor, and so did she. "Glory, oh glory! My child, I don't want you to go, but you are more excellent than your father, and you should go, you should. Child, we will all be proud of you. Now, go talk to your father." Clemens opened the inner room door. Inside was a photo of his father in a long combat blade. Tens of seconds later, Clemens walked out. His thoughts were unknown, but now he had a different expression. "Mother, I'm going. Troubles arise everywhere in the world, a true man should rise from the dust, traversing amidst the hooked blades. A common man harbors anger in his heart, righteousness endures in the human world. From ancient times, it has been difficult to care for both family and country, and difficult to fulfill both loyalty and filial piety. Standing with a drawn sword ensures the peace of a single household, donning armor ensures the peace of a single place. When tiger tallies rise together, the whole world is at peace. Hold high the righteousness of the world, and send me back to dust." When Clemens returned upstairs at 2 minutes and 51 seconds, the red-armored warrior laughed heartily. If everyone were like this, what enemy would there be to fear? Clemens's mother stared blankly at the half-closed door, tears welling up in her eyes but never falling. She gently walked over to her husband's relics, caressing the long combat blade, then picked it up. "I want to join the hunting team. Now that the chapter has entered a normal development period, there's no need to wait for batches of bio-organs, there are plenty of bio-organs available now. If a recruit's modification fails, a new recruit can immediately be brought into the existing recruit vat position, no need to wait for the next batch. The chapter's numbers are experiencing explosive growth." Time flew by. When Clemens completed all tests and entered the modification vat, William also officially completed the construction of the star system defense system and began his journey towards the temporary second Taiping star region. The journey was not smooth. Facing multiple instances of getting lost and several accidental encounters, William demonstrated his superb leadership skills, leading the chapter and the accompanying Stonewill warriors to effectively handle various hardships and reach their destination. However, the atmosphere here was somewhat eerie. On Atres, a silent sisterhood black ship floated silently in orbit around the planet. This warship was ancient and severely damaged, yet it still exuded an unspeakable power. William immediately realized INA's problem and rushed to Atres' world. In this vibrant world, the people of Atres warmly welcomed the guests from afar, although being near them made ordinary mortals very uncomfortable. The silent sisterhood, composed of untouchables, had been absent from imperial records for a long time. Due to the nature of their own power, they had always been in a state of imperial exile. They swore allegiance only to the emperor and the primarchs, but in the vast 10 millennia, the primarchs appeared rarely. Officially recorded instances might only include Fukin, Lord of the Salamanders, whose blessing during an unprecedented Orkwa'ak allowed the remaining silent sisterhood to mobilize and join the pacification crusade. Now, with Gilliman's return, the silent sisterhood gladly accepted their orders, forming terrifying kill teams with the emperor's custodes, and began their slaughter across the entire the galaxy/Milky Way. Yi Feng met with the leader of this silent sisterhood, who left Yi Feng bewildered with a series of elaborate gestures. Sisters of Silences, upon entering the sisterhood, swore never to speak another word, communicating only through gestures. But Yi Feng didn't understand sign language. A Cadia warrior stepped forward and began to translate. Oh, you want us to help repair the black ship, you have a similar power? Ah, yes, we do have an untouchable. Wait, Cadia warrior. More and more strange troops began to disembark, with expressions of finally being saved, excitedly waving and greeting the people around them. A squad of Cadia warriors, an Armageddon Steel Legion armored regiment, 8 Deathwatch warriors, a company of Vostroyan Firstborn warriors, a half-crippled squad from the Tanith First and Only. Good heavens, the variety was no less than that of the Kamarak arena. In subsequent conversations, it was learned that these were troops preparing for a large assembly on the Ekuft world. When they formed a large formation and traveled through the warp, they were ambushed by chaos, with the greater daemon sent to fight them. In this battle, the leader of these forces, a custodian, chose to sacrifice himself and perish with the enemy. The remaining warships were either destroyed or scattered by the warp currents. When this mixed fleet found an opportunity to jump out of the warp, the entire fleet had lost a third of its ships. As their remnants transferred to the best preserved Silent Sisterhood Black Ship, Chaos Pursuit forces appeared once again. The heavily damaged warships without their passengers, under the heroic command of the Imperial Navy, crashed directly into the enemy fleet, buying time for the Black Ship's withdrawal. The Black Ship was thus able to jump into the warp, but there were still ambushes in the warp. Fighting and fleeing all the way, like all survivors, after finally shaking off the enemy's pursuit, the Black Ship wandered through the warp, found a psychic beacon, and arrived here. Leaving aside the Sisters of Silences and Astartes, it's hard to imagine what kind of torment the mortal forces endured to get here. Those who survived were all strong-willed and fortunate enough. A Deathwatch warrior took the place of the Cadia warrior as translator and began conversing with Yi Feng. These precious and special warriors of the Imperium requested Yi Feng's help to assist in repairing the Black Ship and to hand Ina over to them. Yi Feng, faced with their strong demands, showed even greater resolve. Are you kidding? What is Guilliman? Can he be greater than the Emperor? Kazanov, you, stay away. One of the Silent Sisterhood's major contradictions is that they obey the Emperor, but the Emperor cannot bestow blessings upon these untouchables, the Emperor cannot even find them. Kazanov was talking to the Deathwatch in the distance, and then the Deathwatch warrior would use sign language to relay messages to the Sisters of Silences in the distance. In fact, the Emperor had given Kazanov no instructions at all, only the 2 words, 16. But what kind of person is the Emperor? He doesn't find someone and then instruct them on what to do, with the exception of certain primarchs and living saints, he seeks out warriors who share his thoughts and helps them with blessings. That is to say, Kazanov thought this way, and the Emperor also thought this way, so the Emperor helped him. Then don't worry about it, I'll say what I think. He completely baffled the Sisters of Silences. Where have I run off to? Is this perhaps a hidden stronghold of the Emperor's secret contingency? Just at this moment, William's fleet arrived. Warriors of various gene seeds appeared one after another, there were clearly 5 gene seeds represented, further convincing these warriors from afar that this chapter was a powerful contingency of the Emperor. Of course, some raised doubts, the composition of these people was truly somewhat incredible. However, one thing was beyond doubt, these people were loyal to the Emperor, so they could rest here with peace of mind. Originally, the leader of the Sisters of Silences hoped to invite Yi Feng and his group to join their expeditionary force, gather at the Ekuft world, and prepare for a war of annihilation against chaos. But now, it seemed it was not yet time for this force to be deployed. The Deathwatch said little, from the moment they joined this special force, they no longer had to think about other matters, only to follow their leader's footsteps and tear apart all the Xenos before them. Both sides knew that the current respite was temporary, and the issue of Ina directly affected the attitudes of both parties. From Yi Feng's personal perspective, he wanted to hand Ina over to the Silent Sisterhood, because Ina was no longer young. They had no ability to perform life-extending surgery for Ina, mortal doctors were very uncomfortable near untouchables, even struggling to hold a scalpel. To ensure Ina lived a long life, she could only be entrusted to the Silent Sisterhood. However, there was considerable opposition within the chapter. As the chapter's beloved pet, Ina was deeply cherished by many warriors. Who wouldn't like a lively untouchable? This was a difficult choice. The chapter had already lost one anti-psyker measure, the 100-cloth robe seemed to have lost its original efficacy. If they lost Ina as well, then Yi Feng would completely become an old man sweeping the floor at the entrance of the treasury. Chaos demons could directly deep strike into the phalanx in orbit around Terra, no one could guarantee that they wouldn't suddenly attack the Eternal Mountain. A shard of the Star God weapon, an Eldar Holy Sword, even those few STC template fragments, would absolutely be worth such an effort. Yi Feng spread his hands. We've raised this untouchable for you for so long, pay me all the cultivation fees, upbringing fees, education fees, and so on. You don't need to send too many extra thank you gifts. Just a dozen or 20 untouchable shields will do, we're not greedy. The Sisters of Silence could not help but utter a series of questions. Due to the rarity of the sentence structure, even the Deathwatch warrior who had been with them for a long time didn't understand what that rapid series of gestures truly meant. The Sisters of Silences could actually provide bones, their sister had just passed away and would be sent to the Sisterhood Fortress for divine blessing, then made into sacred shields. But asking like that is too unethical. Yi Feng retorted, isn't it unethical for you to snatch our chapter pet like that? We were originally using a high asking price to subtly tell you how much we value Ina, and you actually thought we wanted that many things. You're too straightforward. The negotiations here had reached a complete stalemate. Meanwhile, the remnants of the Astra Militarum, who had not seen a peaceful world in a long time, finally relaxed. The new recruits of the local Astra Militarum on Atres chattered around these big grunts, who were busy stuffing themselves, hoping to hear them recount their arduous and bizarre experiences. I'm telling you, back then. Sob sob, I saw a super huge black object charging towards our defense line. Sob sob, our political commissar immediately told us to open fire. I was holding a sob meltagun that the chapter master gave me, and I just stood on the barricade and sob at that thing. A Vostroyan firstborn warrior, his mouth full of delicious stew, squeezed in the telling of his glorious experience. Oh, come on, if we hadn't pushed you up there, your legs would have been shaking too much to walk. Gulp gulp gulp, another warrior said, drinking heavily. Even with numerous bandages on their bodies, these big grunts were the first to rush to the wine area. You still have the nerve to talk? You actually pushed me up there, you guys are really cowardly. Is that called cowardly? That's called being prudent. Atres was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Chapter 135 Green Family. Ina ultimately chose to join the Sisters of Silence. It was her own decision. Ina was not happy in the chapter. She wanted to fight alongside the warriors, back to back against the encroaching chaos enemies, instead of merely standing at the gate to greet them upon their return. You are born for battle, I can give everything to fight with you. The warship's repairs were swift. Under the leadership of the Tech Marine, the Adeptus Mechanicus personnel worked tirelessly to repair the Black Ship. A considerable amount of local metal resources was consumed, as the materials needed to repair the Black Ship were very precious. During the repairs, various Astra Militarum units were only permitted contact with the Atres Imperial Guard. On one hand, they had to undergo a chaos inspection, and without an Inquisitor present, only Astartes leading the Atres Imperial Guard could conduct it. On the other hand, it also reduced the likelihood of them going to the planet and arguing with people about whether the Emperor was a god. The Sisters of Silences, however, were different. They immediately spotted a lunar-class cruiser docked in orbit and instantly wanted to borrow it. Yi Feng stopped them, reasoning that it was the Atres Imperial Guard's only warship. If not for the two lunar-class cruisers that were severely damaged in the previous battle and taken to the Adeptus Mechanicus for repairs, who knows how many might have been taken. Quickly, send them away. As compensation for sending them off, the Crimson Torrent chapter would dispatch 20 warriors to join their expedition. It was just like joining the Death Watch for a few decades. Anyway, currently, the chapter officially only has the forces of myself and William's two companies. We also have missions given by the Emperor, so you can't ask me to give more, right? Most importantly, Yi Feng received an extremely shocking piece of news. Now, let us proceed to Xianch's crystal labyrinth, pass through the corridors concealing countless knowledge, and meet Xianch himself. Then, let's look towards the two-headed bird on his shoulder, the greater daemon of Xianch, Kairos. At this point, you must sneak behind them when both are not paying attention, hit Kairos's future-seeing head with a brick, and then firmly grasp the neck of Kairos's other head. Perform a mind steal on the head that sees the past, rewinding several decades. During the Slaanesh planet attack, yes, that was INA's hometown. At that time, the chapter was lost and arrived there. Before returning, they hoped to borrow a few navigators. In exchange, Psyloft, the captain of the Victory-class battleship, received the assistance of 10 warriors from the Crimson Torrent chapter to handle the subsequent planetary cleansing operations. These warriors completed their mission very well, but there were some minor issues. They knew where their home was, but the navigators didn't. How were they supposed to explain to the navigators which psychic beacon was the Atres world? And so, these 10 warriors traveled with that Victory-class battleship, fighting in many campaigns, then met an Inquisitor, and joined the Death Watch. At this point, these 10 warriors pulled off a daring stunt. These fellows preached like a cult within the Death Watch, sustainably coaxing Black Shield warriors and warriors whose parent chapters had been annihilated to join them. The ideology of unifying all humanity and liberating the entire galaxy spread among everyone who fought alongside them. The Inquisitor, of course, knew about this, but he couldn't do anything to these warriors. Who would be condemned as a heretic for shouting unify all humanity? After a very long period of persuasion and experiencing brutal warfare, only 6 of these warriors remained, but more than 20 Death Watch warriors had already rallied around them. Most were Black Shield warriors who had fought their way back from chaos, and many of their teachers were the Spirited Legion warriors from the Great Crusade era. Back then, they fought to unify the entire galaxy, and now they were willing to continue fighting for the unification of the entire galaxy. If nothing unexpected happened, these 6 warriors would continue to fight, continue to gather more strength, or die on the battlefield, forever unknown. However, they encountered an Inquisitor and another squad of Death Watch. Fast forward a few years after the Slaanesh planet incident, yes, it was Inquisitor Collins and the guys who were driven into Yi Feng's territory during the great battle between Po Jia and Mad Tim. At that time, while they were scouting the orc battle movements, they were discovered and pursued all the way to the Ashkarsk system under Yi Feng's control. After Yi Feng helped them escape, their information in the Drive the Tiger to Swallow the Wolf plan were successfully submitted, not only dealing with those 2 orc armies but also delaying the advance of a large number of Kern forces, naturally earning them high honors. Due to the inefficiency of imperial departments, by the time they went to claim their honors, a considerable amount of time had actually passed. They were on their way to an important world in the Segmentum Obscurus to receive their honors, and coincidentally, these 6 warriors from the Crimson Torrent had completed their mission and were leaving that place. They met the 6 warriors from the Crimson Torrent, and the warriors immediately, those 6 robbed their navigators and also drove back the lunar-class cruiser that Yi Feng had temporarily lent them. These navigators had been to the Ashkarsk system under Yifeng's command, so everyone immediately had hope of returning home. In response, the Inquisitor could not prevent these warriors from gloriously returning to the chapter. They had already earned enough merits, but if you want to take people away, it was then agreed that another group of warriors would be brought here later to join the Death Watch. Now, a total of 31 warriors arrived in the Ashkarsk system and contacted Yifeng. Our chapter master was naturally overjoyed. 10 went out, 30 came back, a great profit. William, look at them, learn well. He immediately began the next wave of warrior dispatch. Yifeng's sudden generosity this time, willing to support the Sisters of Silence with 20 warriors, was precisely for this reason. The Sisters of Silence looked at the chapter master with surprise. Before, he was talking about needing 10 or 20 special shields, and now he was generously lending them 20 warriors, helping them repair their ship, and safely sending them off. The local Atres Imperial Guard also provided some support. What? He's a good person after all. The leading sister was willing to give a sister's bone shield to this chapter, on the condition that these people could return alive to the Sisters of Silence fortress, and that these 20 warriors were still alive to bring the shield back. These loyal warriors of the Imperium once again embarked on an unknown journey. 3 days later, 31 warriors also arrived here, and the Crimson Torrent chapter rarely gathered together. Yifeng was ecstatic. Among these warriors were some descendants of other chapters, such as the Iron Warriors. That Black Shield warrior looked at Yifeng with suspicion and uncertainty, his gaze seeming to suggest he wanted to disembowel him. This gene seed was legitimately usable. His unit, like Stone Will, had merely wandered after the rebellion and had not received Chaos's blessings, purely acting as mercenaries. I work for Chaos, but I haven't been corrupted by Chaos. Yifeng circled the warrior, occasionally letting out hee-hee-hee laughter. These Black Shield warriors gladly joined the Crimson Torrent chapter. This had little to do with ideals or glory. Mainly, Yifeng promised that joining the chapter meant a full set of Terminator's equipment and ample ammunition. Who could refuse to own their own exclusive Terminator armor? Yifeng even gave his own oversized iron-clad Terminator, which he used back then, to a Primaris warrior whose parent chapter had been annihilated. The 13th Company welcomed new members. The main force rested here for 3 years. The precious materials brought by William were converted into ion storms and a large number of Land Raider series vehicles. The chapter finally waited for a large batch of new weapons and equipment to be produced. They also waited for a large batch of recruits, the second batch of Primaris warriors, to emerge from their stasis pods. Good news, the chapter's numbers officially exceeded 600. Yifeng and William exchanged glances, filled with unspoken confusion. William, how many people do you have? Over 100. And you, Yifeng? Over 200. So, who has the main force? Xiaolan looked at the more than 300 new recruits under her command, deep in thought. After gathering the resources squeezed from the 12 worlds here, the chapter's development was no longer constrained by the number of biological organs. Therefore, the previous batch of warriors hadn't even joined the 11th Company before the next batch of recruits arrived. Expedition, robbery, continues. The two forces, armed to the teeth, along with Stone Will, once again set off towards the Segmentum Obscurus. Green family, where exactly are you? On the enemy's face, Governor. We are always on the enemy's face. The war machines roared incessantly, as raging orc hordes on Frost World crashed against human settlements in wave after wave. The human counterattack was firm and powerful, because the Jellin Night House had joined the battle. In high-tech feudal worlds, their rulers are important allies of the Adeptus Mechanicus, the Night Houses. These houses command a large number of Night Titans, guarding the peace of their territories. The Green family is a very large Night House, and this time, they dispatched a total of 26 Night Titans to support Oscoria World. This is a very important world, providing the Adeptus Mechanicus with a considerable amount of semi-finished mechanical creations and forged metals. A group of orcs, who appeared from unknown origins, attacked here. Fortunately, the local ruler was not an incompetent individual. The Green family responded immediately to the plea for aid, providing support here. Night Titans charged across the battlefield. The Green family is a night house that favors close combat. They possess many Lancer Knights. Their Sarastus shock lances and ion gauntlets will shatter everything in their path. As long as they get close, they dare to fight even a Titan. This primarily stems from their family's most glorious battle during the distant Great Betrayal, where the Green family successfully used half of their close combat Night Titans to surround a Reaver-class Titan, managing to hack it to death with their blades. Adhering to this tradition, among the 26 knights dispatched this time, 9 were entirely close combat types, and 14 were equipped with close combat weapons. In the distance, 3 Crusader pattern knights poured out their firepower. Who would have thought that a knight model originally designed as an offensive spearhead could now only be used for fire support? The leader of this force, driving one of the 3 Crusader pattern knights, observed the entire battle situation. Those 2 knights on the eastern front have strayed from the formation. Return to the array. Who is the Lancer Knight at the very front? Quickly support him. The local planetary defense forces, emboldened by the unmatched power of these mighty machines, rallied and charged fiercely at the orcs. The orcs were equally fanatical. This world had countless metals, and they had crafted a large number of very warlike-worthy weapons. The Undying Locust was speeding across the battlefield. The orc war boss, the boss of all bosses, Shield Breaker, was currently seated in this super-large armored fortress, an ultimate, invincible siege tank. The Gorkanaut would take some time to build. He was now standing atop the largest orc mechanical construct on the field, directing the battle. Boys, rip that big, black thing to shreds. Big Scar, see that white, protruding behemoth on the left? We'll circle around to its side and give it a good shot. The fierce clashes on the battlefield tugged at the heartstrings of the Green family's leader, but for the knights fighting on the front lines, there wasn't much to ponder, just kill everything in sight. Knight pilots were resilient and powerful nobles, but that didn't mean they could always overcome the machine spirit and establish a connection with it. All pilots would succumb to the exhilaration of becoming masters of the battlefield. When they switched from the Knight Titan's perspective back to a human one, only one thought occupied their minds: when is the next war? I want to be a knight. I want to fight. Jelen Karlog was now in a state of near frenzy. The Watcher Knight Titan he piloted was gradually separating from the main force, charging towards the densest enemy concentrations. Die, you pests! The Avenger Gatling cannon's firepower annihilated a large number of orcs in front, and the rumbling large chainsword, swung a few times, sliced the orcs ambushing from the side in half. I am the master. I am the soul-stealing angel. I am the destroyer of war. Jelen Karlog roared, almost deliriously. Karlog. Control yourself. Group 3, move towards him. The leader called out loudly over the comms channel, hoping to recall Jelen Karlog's personal consciousness. At this moment, the pilot had achieved synchronization with the machine spirit. He had already succumbed to the machine spirit's vision, and the entire Watcher Knight, with fluid movements and aggressive tactics, asserted its dominance over the battlefield. The downside was that ammunition was depleted faster than anyone else's. Countless rounds were fired in all directions ahead. Jelen Karlog no longer steadily controlled his aim but let the barrels jump wildly, firing shells into a wide area in front. A Knight Titan driven to madness posed an even greater threat to the orcs than a normal knight. Shield Breaker large armored vehicle finally reached a position he was satisfied with. Fire. Gork, be with us. Blast him. The eyes of the undying locust brightened, then spewed a thick cloud of black smoke. 2 Gretchen, clutching supersized missiles, flew out. Their sharp cries pierced the rising heat, smashing into the ion shield and exploding into a sea of fire. No one expected these to be incendiary bombs. Would they be effective against a towering Knight Titan? Jelen Karlog turned to look at Shield Breaker, his consciousness still firmly pressing the trigger, but the ammunition was already depleted. It didn't matter. Jelen Karlog piloted the Knight Titan into the surging heat of the burning ground, the chainsword glowing with a chilling light. Shield Breaker shouted, "Bombs, go!" 2 dark, cavernous launch ports appeared at the front of the armored vehicle. 2 things, like pinballs, bounced and ricocheted towards the Watcher Knight Titan. The Gretchen inside the balls laughed nervously, manipulating the pinballs to bounce at various bizarre angles. What are those? Jelen Karlog noticed the 2 pinballs. Normally, he would dodge or shoot at them, but now, he just wanted to crush them or kick them away. As the pinballs approached, and the towering Watcher Knight prepared to lift its mechanical giant foot, the pinballs first touched the ground. The fiercely burning ground. A massive explosion erupted from beneath the Watcher Knight's feet, like 2 bright suns illuminating Jelen Karlog's vision. The entire Knight Titan turned into glowing hot metal and fell backward. The orcs under Shield Breaker let out a thunderous "Waaik." All orc morale surged, and the orc invulnerable field became even thicker. The leader of the Night House watched this scene, angrily firing his battle cannon at the enemy, but it was nullified by the invulnerable field. A voice appeared in his ear: "Charge! Tear it apart! Exactly, they are a bunch of pests, destined to be crushed by us. How dare they resist? Slaughter them! Fire! Fire!" A current of blue light illuminated the old man's weathered face. With a bang, the old man lost his vision. A few seconds later, he slowly opened his eyes. Before him was a cramped space, with several screens and indicators lit, and deep red warning lights flashing incessantly. Thankfully, it was just a disconnection from the machine spirit. The old man was relieved that he had narrowly avoided falling into the same state as Jelen Karlog, while also sighing towards the sky. Another family elite had fallen. The battlefield situation was deadlocked. The Green family, after losing a family member, slowed their offensive, which meant the enemy had more time to grow. The leader reconnected with the machine spirit. He had been campaigning for 200 years and was a qualified pilot. The auger array showed a dense mass of enemies ahead. "I'm back. Continue the fight. Group 1, advance." Thick black smoke permeated the front, with charred orc corpses everywhere. After fighting for so long, it was almost impossible to see distant enemies by sight alone. The local planetary defense forces followed the Green family's lead, advancing forward. 5 knights formed the spearhead of the attack, plunging fiercely into the orc horde and engaging in endless slaughter. Time passed minute by minute. Shield Breaker, who had killed a family member, never reappeared, which fueled the growing rage in the hearts of all the knights seeking revenge for their brother. Their advance didn't last long. Until a vivid red figure appeared on the battlefield. 40 degrees to starboard, something's happening. A brave knight on the right was the first to spot the problem. A huge object had appeared behind the black smoke. "Everyone, attention! It's a large enemy Knight Titan. Confirm immediately. Locked on. Cross-referencing database, analyzing. It's a Gorkanaut." When the Gorkanaut appeared, everyone knew that things were not right. The orbital gun platforms in the sky locked onto the Gorkanaut. This was one of the few advantages this world had, and the source of their peace of mind. A unit of Stormboys was flying towards space. These guys wanted to forcibly destroy the space station. We didn't know if they would succeed, unless the Crimson Torrent chapter appeared. William, for the first time in a long while, acted under Yifeng's command. Everyone immediately locked onto the Gorkanaut, but it was now too close to the Green family, and the warriors dared not issue orbital bombardment orders. Land speeders and Storm Raven gunships began to move. Xiaolan, unsure how to lead over 300 recruits at once, had the transports deliver the warriors to the human fortress, serving as a garrison force. Of course, this was undoubtedly a huge boost to the morale of the human warriors defending the fortress. Meteors streaked across the sky. The true Emperor's angels descended to the mortal realm, bringing the Emperor's fury. If you knights cannot handle this Gorkanaut, then let our Castigator-class titans do it. The warriors of the Red Tide, taking advantage of the enemy's all-out assault on the human fortress, directly raided the orcs' rear base, killing the meat boys conducting research and countless pain boys. The titans arrived at the enemy's rear, forming a pincer movement with the night house against the massive orc tide. Although the titans were fewer in number than the night titans, their combat power was far superior, especially with land raiders supporting them on the ground. The new wave of Black Shield warriors, having just completed their Terminator's training, excitedly donned their armor and walked across the wasteland. Orcs eat everything, leaving only wasteland in their wake. But we are more ruthless than them. Where we pass, there is only scorched earth. It was also in this battle that the Ion Storm displayed its true power. The massive Earthshaker cannon on the back of the War Angel Castigator-class Titan fired first. The powerful bombardment turned an entire orc clan, united together in front, into a field of white light. They didn't even have the right to release spores before going to meet Gork and Mork. Shieldbreaker, surprised, turned the Gorkanaut to look at the approaching enemies from behind, only to be blasted head-on by an enraged Crusader pattern Night Titan. Large numbers of orcs on the battlefield began to gather around the Gorkanaut, while the Green family, eager for revenge, also converged on it. For a time, the human defense line at the edge was precarious. If not for the over 300 Astartes recruits scattered across the battlefield like falling flowers, the human defense line would have almost been broken. Kazanov, who had not fought for a very long time, charged at the front as always. Having passively become a political commissar, he sorely missed the duties of a chapter champion, and now he could finally enjoy a good slaughter. Under his leadership, the Terminator's warriors surrounded the Reaver Titans standing at the very front, with the fire support squad behind them. The warriors launched a full-scale assault on the orcs. Attack forward. Annihilate all enemies. Chapter 136, The End of the Shield Breaker. Kazanov's storm-like assault tore a gap in the orc line, with heavy tanks and Terminators as following his lead, charging in to cut off the orcs. On the outer battlefield, the Titans advanced with heavy steps, sweeping away all of the orcs' large mechanical constructs with overwhelming force, continuously compressing the enemy's front inward. One white crater after another was blasted out, taking with it a large number of orcs, as the Titans' Earthshaker cannons and volcano cannons fired incessantly. Yifeng did not deploy the Roscoe ground sweeper. This world had a good relationship with the Forge world, so he needed to be careful and protect the chapter's trump card. Even so, the light of the Omnissiah shone upon this world. The mechanical power gathered here now even exceeded most Imperial battlefields. The Green family's Night Titans charged completely into the orc tide, with severed limbs and broken arms filling the churning green waves, the entire Night House united, encircling the Gorkanaut. However, the Titan's speed was ultimately slow, and the Green family was the first to engage the enemy. The Gorkanaut surged forward madly. This machine was also equipped with deadly close combat weapons, and Gork's Claw's powerful melee capabilities were enough to tear apart the attacking Night Titans. The Green family's valiant Night Titan was the first to engage. This type of Night Titan, equipped only with melee weapons, was specifically designed to deal with enemies of the same caliber. Shieldbreaker's Waaik echoed from the loudspeakers, his earth-shattering roar boosting the morale of the surrounding orcs significantly. Gretchen climbed onto the Gorkanaut's shoulder, throwing grenades at the Night Titan. These slow-moving attacks penetrated the Knight's ion shield, exploding directly on its outer armor. At this moment, the valiant Night Titan at the very front disregarded its surroundings, launching a furious assault with the advantage of its twin blades. If it could just hold on for another dozen seconds, the other Green family knights would be able to flank it. It was also at this moment that Shieldbreaker finally revealed his long-hidden deadly close combat weapon. At the very bottom of the Gorkanaut, the armor plates that originally served as footguards for the walking machine suddenly sprang open, revealing dark muzzles, and two orc version meltaguns emerged. The meat boy who built it, in the spirit world, declared, "I think when I built it, the boss wanted me to build something that was both Waaik, and could kill a lot of shrimps. I think I'd put the Bina Boys kit on it, but boss Shieldbreaker waved his hand, and a bunch of teeth smashed into my face, telling me to make something really exciting. I think, with so many teeth, it had to be something fierce, so I just put on the flat nozzle meltas." As Gork's claw and the valiant Night Titan clashed, the knight's weapon was jammed by the giant claw. When it tried to attack with its other hand's weapon, a sudden gush of melta stream from below instantly melted its mechanical legs. The entire Night Titan lost its balance and crashed to the ground, and the cost was that this machine would never get back up. The Green family Night Titan group said no more. Their anger was already beginning to consume them, but they had to maintain their sanity, or they too would become slaves to the machine spirit. The entire group of machines attempted to encircle the Gorkanaut, waiting for their teammates to get into position, then launching an attack from several directions simultaneously. Would Shieldbreaker let them have their way? Impossible. While the Gorkanaut was frantically attacking, it also diverted the attention of the Night Titans. The Green family did not notice that the original boss's bodyguards were dwindling, and those big mechs with deadly weapons were trying to use orc armored vehicles or other miraculous conveyances to rush to the outer edge of the battlefield. These guys would bring a considerable impact to the human troop lines that had no Night Titan cover. On the other hand, they would counter-encircle these Night Titans from the outside. Shieldbreaker planned to smash all the Night Titans before the Titans arrived. This was a rather insane plan. Shieldbreaker's dreadnought would be in a very dangerous situation, but it also discovered the Night Titan's weakness. Due to its size and power limitations, a Night Titan's ion shield could only defend against attacks from one direction. The Green family compensated for this weakness by coordinating multiple machines, but what if the entire family was caught in a pincer attack from both inside and out? As the Green family Night pilots thought they were bravely advancing, the large orcs appearing behind them were finally able to unleash their full power. The mortal troops charging with the Night Titans were blocked by the suddenly appearing big mechs, halting their advance. Political commissars bravely moved forward, but flesh and blood could hardly resist the terrifying enemies. Bombsquigs went completely mad, their buzzing vibrating bombs eager to fly towards the enemy. Orc boss grabbed the weird boy and threw him towards the Night Titan. These little guys flew rapidly through the air, passing through flames and piles of corpses, flying over the enemy's heads. They felt an immense yaik, as the surrounding bioenergy rapidly gathered in their heads, converting into psychic power. Most of the squigs produced super psychic explosions in mid-air. Even if only a few could explode upon reaching their targets, they could still heavily damage several machines. One weird boy even managed to control himself in mid-air, ascending to become a psyker big mech, then slammed heavily onto the Night Titan's back, falling unconscious. The Green family's aggressive advance had put them in danger. There was no other way. Facing teammates who didn't follow the plan, the Astartes could only quicken their pace. Green family, you guys, aren't normal Astartes supposed to be a large squad of elite veterans breaking through layers of orcs to reach Shieldbreaker and conduct a decapitation strike? Who knew you guys would actually? On the smoke-shrouded battlefield, if one were to observe the entire battlefield from an overhead perspective, they would notice that the descending Astartes warriors and Atreus Imperial Guard were like a swarm of black locusts, devouring vast swathes of orc territory. At the very front, where the Titans and tanks fought, artillery fire and black smoke formed an excellent barrier. In the reclaimed territory, where there were corpses and destroyed machinery everywhere, the post-battle cleanup crews were all on duty, salvaging scattered resources in a manner more scavenge-like than Gretchen and more Tyranid/Tyranid-like than Tyranids. Unfortunately, the first Night Titan was too scattered by the explosion. Only a few mechanical fragments were found. They offered the Emperor's mercy to the heavily wounded orcs while doing their best to salvage the sacred creations of the Omnissiah. This mixed force primarily consisted of official scavenging teams from the Atreus world, which had been reduced to ruins years ago. These century-old veterans had extensive experience, able to spot valuable recyclable junk in a glance on a ruined, scorched earth. Some of their descendants successfully became Astartes, one of whom is now the captain of this cleanup crew. Officially recorded as failed combat servitors, this was a mortal unit. As the battle progressed, the number of orcs had dwindled to a considerable amount. Even with the orc boss's best efforts, the Gorkanaut's invulnerable field could no longer fully withstand the Titan's bombardment. Shieldbreaker roared and shouted in the command room, stomping the ground in anger, crushing several innocent Gretchen. Oyamda strongest orc. Oyamda most yaik. Boss, nobody can beat me. Damn shrimps, come on. We're coming, you damn orcs. An angry echo reverberated across the planet's communication channels. This world was very important, and there were also many Imperial mobile forces in the vicinity, including several Astra Militarum regiments. After news of the orc attack here spread, an Astra Militarum regiment, relatively far away in the warp lanes, was the first to respond. They were the Valhallan Ice Warriors, experts in ice warfare and fighting orcs. Their homeworld's orbit was skewed by a comet impact, and they survived in high-tech escape pods, but when the planet stabilized again, they found that the original warm and comfortable environment was gone. Valhalla had entered an orbit further from its star, and since then, severe cold had accompanied them. Such harsh conditions led to food shortages, and now this world was also under attack by orcs. The warriors fought steadfastly and fearlessly against the orcs, vying for every precious grain of food, leaving all the orcs buried under the eternal frozen earth through bloody combat. This Astra Militarum regiment was extremely adept at fighting orcs, and their hatred for orcs was even greater than that of the Atreus Imperial Guard. If the Creek Death Corps were the fearless spearhead, the Valhallan Ice Warriors were the unyielding shield. Their morale never broke, even without proper clothing, food, or supplies, they would hold their ground until the last moment. Now, they came with a furious rage against the orcs, to exterminate any orcs who dared to invade the glorious Emperor's territory. Transport ships flew over the orc warship completely destroyed by the Eternal Mountain, arriving here under the cover of the Crimson Torrent chapter and local anti-aircraft gun emplacements. Large numbers of warriors poured into the battlefield. The political commissar was about to issue orders for the artillery to quickly establish positions when he witnessed the epic battle unfolding before him. It seemed, as if, perhaps our artillery firepower was already negligible. They landed on the flank of the Astartes, where the Astra Militarum was fighting bravely, but the appearance of a small number of orc big mechs caused them trouble. The Valhallan warriors immediately launched a flanking attack. They were too familiar with the orc way of fighting. The mortal warriors immediately cleared a direct charge path to that big mech from the side, then several tall individuals with weapons charged forward. Ogryn bodyguards made their appearance. These abhumans, whose intelligence was so low that Tsianch found them unmanageable, were the best warriors against orcs in chaos. Their super strong bodies and single-minded loyalty made any enemy daring to confront them head-on feel their scalp tingle. 3 Ogryn big guys, wielding supersized iron clubs, charged through the opened passage towards the orc big mech, trampling any orc boys who dared to block their way. The orc big mech fighting didn't pay attention to the 3 ogren charging over, because he was facing an even more deadly enemy. Valis, wearing specially made power armor and wielding a power sword blessed by Khazanov, delivered a leaping strike at the enemy. The orc big mech parried the blue glowing power sword with his chain axe. Both sides retreated a few paces, then charged and clashed several more times. The orc big mech decided to go big. His bulging muscles swelled, and he gripped his large axe with both hands, swinging it fiercely at Valis. With a powerful swing, he effortlessly sent Valis flying. The big mech instinctively felt something was wrong. Why did he not feel like he hit anything solid? But he still let out a few wa'akas, proclaiming his strength. An Atres Imperial Guard warrior had, while the political commissar was distracting the enemy, stealthily approached the enemy with a bomb. The warning signal from the wa'ak energy field made the big mech's heart pound. Oh, I think there's nothing really powerful here. Just as he was puzzled, the laser fire erupting from in front of him enraged him. These scorching beams of light greatly annoyed him. Wa'ak. He charged at the mortals attacking him, and the orcs following him swarmed forward. Your enemy is me, you idiot. Valis roared at the orc in pure high Gothic, and with a swift motion, threw the tactical knife strapped to his thigh, piercing the head of an orc boys next to the big mech. Boys, surround him. I want to fight him one-on-one. In a sense, this was a promotion ritual among orcs. When most orcs felt an enemy ahead was very strong, they would challenge them to a duel, and the victor would gain more orc faith. Valis didn't understand what the orcs were saying, nor did he need to. For the Emperor, exterminate the Xenos. The enemy was closing in, but the mortals didn't intend to let them have their way, opening fire with all their might to slow their advance. Valis charged at the orc boss, then leaped up. With the enhancement of his power armor, he could jump to a height of about 4 meters. The warrior who was stealthily carrying the bomb nearby immediately threw it with all his might. A large silver sphere arced beautifully through the air, was steadily caught by Valis mid-air, and then slammed violently into the orc big mech. The enemy's small head paused for a moment. He didn't realize at first that it was a bomb. A pretty big ball. That's what he thought. Then he felt an extreme danger throughout his body. The cunning orc immediately swung his axe, batting the bomb away like a baseball. It was a good idea, but these bombs from Atres were of very good quality, and upon violent impact, they instantly detonated. A firestorm capable of engulfing a chimera armored vehicle appeared out of nowhere, and Valis, without the slightest hesitation, rolled out with a donkey roll. Although most of his vision was of the smoke-filled sky, there was still a green thing, growing larger and larger. Thud. The corpse of an orc boys landed heavily on Valis. 3 large figures rushed out from the side. Kill the big green guy. Hey, where's the big green guy? The 3 ogren looked around, swinging their big iron clubs everywhere, constantly smashing the surrounding orc boys into mushroom paste. Perhaps they thought the big green guy was hiding behind this group of small ones? We can never fathom the thoughts of an ogren. After all, that level of anti-Tsianchan intelligence is truly baffling. The mortal warriors quickly moved forward, wanting to dig out their political commissar from the pile of charred corpses. Wah! Political commissar, where are you? Don't die. How can we live without you? A veteran nearby unceremoniously gave the crying recruit a smack on the head. Valis wouldn't die even if you did. Political commissar Valis. The orc war boss isn't dead yet. The veteran roared at the piles of orc corpses around them. With a thud, the corpse of an orc boys flew 3 jong high, and Valis, from beneath it, kicked his legs and instantly stood up, looking around for his power sword and the undying enemy. See, kid? Found it, didn't you? It is said that later, this veteran copied Yifeng's quotations for 10 days in solitary confinement, but whether it's true or not is unknown. Cancelo followed Yifeng closely, step by step. After Ina left, the great psyker could only struggle by Yifeng's side. Of course, the main reason was that Yifeng was a White Scar's descendant, and it was very difficult to keep him still. He used to be able to wander around with Ina on his back, but now, Cancelo's wheelchair was almost speeding. Yifeng completely ignored him. Our great chapter master Yifeng was pondering whether to deploy the precious Mastodon transport vehicle into battle. He hadn't used this valuable relic since he acquired it. Perhaps it was time to try it out. Led by a tech marine, a group of fanatical sons of Ferrus Manus boarded the Mastodon transport vehicle and entered the war. Shieldbreaker never imagined that after walking his way here, he would become a target for others to train on. On the battlefield at this moment, our orc boss Shieldbreaker was piloting a Gorkanaut, fiercely fighting enemies attacking from all directions. The Titan finally advanced to a sufficient position, and its medium-range weapons began to unleash their power. The Mastodon tank sped across the battlefield. There was nothing to worry about. Facing the green mountains and seas of orcs, it only needed to do one thing: crush them. A Mastodon heavy tank could physically flatten an Astartes in power armor into a pancake. Of course, a fully armed Killikin directly in front of it might not enjoy such a death, as the siege meltas installed at the front of the Mastodon were enough to breach any defense. The heavy flamers installed around the vehicle disdained to fire, leaving the enemies to the bolter. The Mastodon sped along, surpassing Khazanov, then bypassed Shieldbreaker and the Night Titans, directly delivering the Astartes to the struggling mortal front line. With the help of over 300 Astartes recruits, this front line was somewhat stable, but under the threat of Sitcherware's scalpel, the 30-plus regular Astartes aboard this unit were committed to defending the front line. Why did a Mastodon, capable of carrying 40 regular Astartes, only transport over 30 Astartes? because the mechanical attachments of the Iron Hand's sons were just a tad bit too many. When Shield Breaker Personal Guard led the orc boys to attack the mortals, a whistling sound from behind brought them a deadly enemy. A vanguard boss shouting from atop a mound was instantly crushed under the vehicle, with only a green head exposed, and the Astartes dismounting from the vehicle didn't even glance at it, casually shoving a fist-sized cannon barrel onto its face. With a boom, the mortals' morale soared, and the orcs began to retreat. This time, it was truly thanks to the power of the Omnissiah. The God Machine's masterpiece now effortlessly breached the Gorkonauts' armor defense, and the machine spirit of the Castigator-class Titan, an angel of war, had already fired before its pilot could react. The machine spirit decided the enemy was in range. For all of humanity. Kazanov was anxious, he had finally made it out, and the Titan was about to snatch the first kill of the battle. At this moment, he deeply resented why he was wearing such heavy Terminator armor. If he had lighter power armor with a jump pack, he would have already shoved his claws into the Gorkonaut's head. Warriors of the Green family. For the Emperor and glory, advance. The Crusader-class knights also joined the battle. The old man in charge of battlefield command showed no less vigor than in his prime, and the Emperor's holy words engraved on the Knight Titans gleamed brightly. Shield Breaker looked at the screen full of red alerts, utterly annoyed. He casually grabbed a Gretchen and shoved it directly behind the screen. The screen full of red alerts vanished. Shield Breaker eyes turned bloodshot, and he plunged into battle frenzy. The Gorkonaut still tried to struggle a few times, but not many. The power of the God Machines is unmatched. The Gorkonaut, enveloped by an invincible field, collapsed with a roar, scattering into a pile of parts. The Green family's Knight Titans raised their melee weapons high, proclaiming the enemy's defeat to the entire battlefield. The war ended faster than anyone imagined, like a television playing an exciting war movie being turned off. The battlefield was littered with fleeing orcs. These guys were now abandoning their armor and weapons, or, more accurately, those orc equipments were self-destructing due to the dissipation of the massive Waa'ak energy field. The Astartes slowed their pace in mopping up the remaining enemies, partly to leave such follow-up tasks to the local world there was no need for them to expend their strength and partly to buy time for their battlefield clean-up units to act more effectively. At the same time, William also met with the local world, also to buy time. When the cleanup unit reported the completion of the strategic mission, William immediately informed the local world, citing a received request for assistance, and swiftly led his forces away. He also casually borrowed a few fruits and snacks from the conference room. In a damaged corner of the scarred battlefield, in a charred crater left by a Knight Titan, a heavily wounded Psyker Orc opened its eyes. Chapter 137 Post-Wink World. Inside the transport ship, a large number of warriors were performing the Crimson Torrent chapter's unique post-battle prayer. Kazanov glanced at William beside him. William. What is it, Brother Kazanov? Has anyone ever told you that you are becoming more and more like the chapter master? No. I think I'm doing all right. William mused, his recent work had been satisfactory, with no mistakes. Could it be that my demeanor is starting to shift towards that of a chapter master? Brother Kazanov, are you saying my actions and conduct are becoming more like a true chapter master? No, Kazanov shook his head, pointing to the half-eaten red fruit in William's hand. I've only seen chapter master Yifeng pack away a few fruits after a meeting. The other Astartes turned to look at Kazanov, surprised that this usually taciturn first company captain was now making jokes. The chapter left the world. In its long historical annals, it might be recorded that the Crimson Torrent chapter once supported this place, dealing with a greenskin invasion, but for the chapter, it was just an ordinary encirclement battle, only causing the Adeptus Mechanicus's supplies a bit of pain. It doesn't matter, they've achieved mechanical ascension, they have no flesh. The chapter once again split up. After rigorous discussion and experience summation, everyone found that normal Astartes and Chaos Warriors generally operated in a company or half-company as an action group, piloting a strike cruiser to fight everywhere. A normal world could be handled by sending recruits. For worlds with some abnormal forces, such as Gene Stealer, a company of warriors could completely handle it. Thus, based on the idea of being able to defeat an enemy company, aside from the 100-plus warriors guarding the home base, 500 Red Tide warriors and 100 Stone Will warriors were divided into groups of 200, led by Anthony, William, and Yifeng respectively, continuing their advance to various parts of the universe. William commanded the Stern Vigilance, Yifeng commanded the Eternal Mountain, while the Iron Jungle and the Indomitable Scythe Strike Cruiser were given to Anthony. The three fleets had clear divisions of labor. William's forces included many assault warriors, and Yifeng also gave him the termite assault drills. His unit was specialized in assaulting and eliminating enemies on ground battlefields, with the main task of supporting various worlds, assisting local forces in eliminating enemies, and accumulating prestige for the chapter. The Stonewall forces also moved with them. Anthony's forces carried a large number of boarding and anti-boarding weapons. Most of the lunar-class cruisers and frigates were in this force, specialized in naval warfare. Their mission, like William's, was to support the Imperium's naval battles and accumulate prestige. Yifeng, on the other hand, carried the main armored forces and treasures that needed to be sealed away. This was a powerful army that truly swept the battlefield with mechanical might, primarily for attacking cities and seizing territory, reclaiming planets, and establishing his own worlds. The three fleets parted ways, each embarking on an unknown journey. The warp journey was long and perilous. But before that, we must first meet the treasure hunter, Outlets. This psyker, whose precognitive psychic ability had mutated into a treasure hunting talent, was sitting dejectedly in his luxury prison. He had originally planned to use the means he had left at home to escape, but when the Astartes arrived, his hopes were completely shattered. At this moment, he had finished watching a ridiculously long educational video, and he was slumped blankly on the sofa, lost in thought. The huge screen suddenly lit up, and that forced familiar face appeared on the large screen again. Hello, outlets. The psyker stared blankly at the screen, muttering, "Ah, a new video. An interactive. Please don't tell me I have to answer questions and do homework." Then, this poor man, who for the 102nd time thought the lesson was over only to be disappointed again and again and again, clutched his head, squatted on the sofa, and began to roll from side to side. Yi Feng, far away in his specially designed room, looked curiously at the interactive screen, then turned to look at Ms. Iwana. Captain Iwana also had a headache, unsure if it was due to the anti-psychic force or the gift that was rapidly losing its sanity, now behaving strangely. "All right, stop rolling around, I'm a real person." Outlet stopped rolling, his lips trembling incessantly, as if facing a devil. You are, the great Chapter Master Yi Feng. As you can see, I apologize, due to some special reasons, I cannot truly speak with you face to face. It's fine, it's very good, no, it's a great regret to meet you, to behold your sacred countenance. Yi Feng's forehead was lined with black. What was all this? It was time to re-examine his videos, surely no electronic demons had gotten in. Mr. Outlets, there's no need to be so formal. As long as everyone is diligent and responsible, we are equals. Just call me Yi Feng. How dare I, how can I be so familiar with the great Adeptus Astartes Chapter Master, the temporary most valiant warrior of the Taiping Star region, the hope of the people. Stop. Where did you hear all those terms? I'm just a normal person, relax a little. I summarized them after class, Outlets mumbled. Alright, let's talk business. Are you willing to fight alongside us as a special psyker? Of course, as long as you need it, whether it's treasure or a relic, even the teeth in a big greenskin's pocket, I am willing to provide the most precise coordinates. It's not that I need you, it's humanity that needs you. Yi Feng's eyes were deep, and an invisible aura of power emanated from him, making one feel as if they were sitting in the Inquisition facing an Inquisitor. Yes, for the sake of all humanity in the galaxy/Milky Way, I will not hesitate to die 1,000 deaths. Outlet's eyes were devoid of emotion, who knew how many times he had heard that phrase. Oh no, Yi Feng Immunity Type 2 has appeared. So, what are your suggestions now, Mr. Vice Captain of the Special Psyker Exploration Team? Over the next period, Outlets led Yi Feng on a grand tour of the Eternal Mountain, unearthing some gadgets crafted by the Tech Marines themselves. Outlet's psychic ability had a peculiar definition of treasure, its value system wasn't within any existing monetary system, but they were indeed good things. The kind of good things Anos grumbled about as he shoved them into the anti-psychic warehouse. The post-Wang star system was a world that had been isolated for an unknown number of years, and the entire world had completely regressed to a feudal era. When the ancient warp storms raged, this place, like all worlds before it, lost contact with other worlds. Without resource trade with outside worlds, they lacked sufficient resources to build certain spacecraft, ultimately leading to the sealing and loss of this knowledge. Fate seemed to play an even greater joke on this world. When the great warp storm dissipated, the warp turbulence in this region showed no signs of disappearing. There were always strange warp vortices and warp undercurrents that even navigators found difficult to detect. All ships attempting to enter here failed. A place that was physically located in the prosperous region of the galaxy/Milky Way, but from the perspective of warp navigation, it was a place of certain death. The human government here quickly fractured, caused by the local geography. Most of the area was ocean, with land appearing as numerous islands. Scattered among them was endless infighting between various island lords. The people here had darker skin and were very skilled at swimming and diving. At this moment, on a densely forested island, a team of explorers was making difficult progress. Tinos, what's the point of us coming here? What good could possibly be in a place like this? Stop complaining, you brat. This is the main island of an ancient great nation, and it's said to hold mysterious ancient technology. Search carefully, don't miss any detail. Maybe a shocking treasure is right under your feet. A grizzled old explorer replied to the young man's question. The old man didn't even turn his head, just kept moving forward, his machete constantly hacking at the tangled thorns ahead, clearing a path. The dozen or so veteran explorers following behind were all fully armed, vigilantly scanning their surroundings, who knew what might suddenly emerge from the forest. Because each island was isolated, each had independently evolved a unique ecological system. According to ancient records, this place had towering fierce beasts and highly venomous ant colonies. Tinos, that's enough. We can set up a temporary camp and prepare to explore in separate groups. To ensure a sufficiently large exploration area, the explorers adopted a herringbone search method. After the main force advanced for a period, they would establish a temporary camp, then split into small groups to search to the left and right, reassembling before continuing forward. All right, Vice Captain, clear a spot and mark it. The Vice Captain's mechanical exoskeleton creaked. He took off the weapon from his back, and a powerful laser burst forth, purifying the surrounding area. In the transmission of technology, weapons are always the last to disappear. The temporary camp was quickly set up, and a group of old explorers paired up in 2s and 3s, each going their own way. Only the young man and Tinos remained at the camp. At this moment, the young man finally unshouldered the heavy load from his backpack and was able to rest properly. The young man named Sak was very handsome, but now he was disheveled. Large beads of sweat streamed down his prominent nose, and his long eyelashes were also covered in sweat, almost preventing the young man from opening his eyes. Sak's sharply defined jawline was his main weapon for charming countless young women, but now it was distorted as he gasped for breath with his mouth wide open. Tinos, when I just asked you the meaning of coming here, I was hinting that it was time to rest. I'm not as rich as you wealthy folk, I can't afford such an expensive mechanical exoskeleton. Alright, Sak, who told you that you're the youngest? Those old geezers are just lazy gluttons, pushing all the heavy lifting onto you. Now that the exploration has started, they're all scrambling, afraid someone else will find the treasure before them. Just a bunch of old ruffians. Did you just insult yourself too? Get lost, I'm here for ingredients. Tinos was not only a seasoned explorer but also a culinary master. The value of rare ingredients was no less than the treasures those people sought. Tinos took out the exotic plants he had collected along the way from his backpack and began to ponder ingredient pairings. A large pot was set up, and one ingredient after another was tossed into it, making Sak's scalp tingle. Tinos, are you sure that fufusa tree bark is edible? Isn't this stuff used to detoxify a certain type of marine fish? Sigh, don't be so rigid in your thinking. The pairing of ingredients is a great art. Certain medicines, when combined with certain ingredients, can become an exquisite delicacy. Whether it's medicine, poison, or a delicacy all depends on the chef's skill. I feel like you are just making a hodgepodge. Sak clearly didn't believe Tinos. When out and about, it's best to play it safe. How could one constantly try new recipes? This won't cause food poisoning, will it? Tinos looked at the young man with an expression that said, I thought you were teachable, but it turns out you're as hopeless as those mediocre talents. Humph, always constrained by preconceived notions of ingredients. How can cooking be such an inconvenient thing? Tinos pointed at a large tree ahead and shouted to Sak, Sak, come over here. Do you see the Ganoderma on that old tree? Yes, that protruding brown thing, go pick it. Sak pouted but ultimately said nothing. After all, he still had to eat Tinos's cooking. He cautiously looked around, confirmed there was no danger, and then quickly climbed the large tree like a monkey, picking the item Tinos pointed to. Looks good. Tinos opened an ancient book from his backpack and began to look up the cooking method for this Ganoderma. Pi pishy tree Ganoderma, delicious when stewed with the meat of land animals. Sak, go look for any animals. Sak? Sak. At this moment, the young man was clinging to the tree trunk, staring blankly at the distant sky. Old geezer, look up. Who are you calling an old geezer? I'll go. In the orbit of the post-Wank world, fragments of an ancient space station, dating back tens of thousands of years, orbited the planet at high speed, shattering any primitive flying machines attempting to leave the planet. For countless years, all the post-Wank people believed the sky was a death zone. But now, a mysterious fleet was gradually approaching this world. The massive warships were so large that even the people on the post-Wank world, who had only undergone simple biochemical surgeries, could see them with the naked eye. Tinos, what is that? Has a major power spacecraft succeeded? I'm afraid it's worse. Tinos suddenly looked at the surrounding jungle. Sak, we need to move quickly. The technology we're looking for could become crucial in the future. Tinos was an experienced old explorer. His adventures on various islands between the major powers had taught him that there was no such thing as peace, the strong would always devour the weak. Facing an alien fleet, perhaps only ancient secrets could contend with it. Footsteps were hurried and unsteady. The exploration team had returned. They too had observed the anomaly in the sky. Many chose to return to the temporary camp, while a few teams surged outward even faster. Tinos, is lunch ready? We need to speed things up. Almost. Tinos threw the large Ganoderma he had just acquired into the pot. According to the records, it would be edible in just over 10 minutes. Many people were contacting their backing factions, hoping to get the latest information. Whoever had information would gain the initiative. Where's the vice captain? Has he not returned? Another 10 minutes passed. Even for a normal exploration, he should have been back. Everyone felt a sense of unease. Don't worry, he might have been delayed for a bit. Let's eat first. Tinos was the first to ladle out a bowl of hodgepodge and began to drink it. This was a rule, no one could guarantee that the cook wouldn't poison the food, so the cook ate first. Sak also ladled a bowl and began to drink it. The others, hearing Tinos's words, became restless. What could delay an experienced old explorer? Unless, he found an ancient ruin. Several explorers looked in the direction the vice captain was responsible for exploring almost simultaneously. Old cook, you're right. I'll go see if the vice captain has run into trouble. A strong explorer stood up first. His bulging muscles and several scars told everyone that he had enough strength to act alone. He took a fierce bite of his self-brought hardtack, then coolly took out his machete for clearing paths and walked towards the path the vice captain had opened. Another explorer also stood up. He was a representative of the Reform Association, Reformation Society, completely mechanically modified from head to toe. No one knew if he was truly a sane human being. He pulled a mysterious mechanical contraption from a mechanical box, barely discernible as a gun. Before this, no one knew what was in his box. He walked silently, directly towards that passage. More and more people started to move, leaving in a hurry without eating. Tinos and Sak looked at each other. Tinos, aren't we going? Gulp gulp gulp, let's go. I haven't finished drinking yet. Gulp gulp gulp. Sack chugged the entire large bowl of hodgepodge, shaking from the heat as if he had swallowed a fireball. Boom. In the distance, a huge explosion sounded. Everyone became alert. This was the vice-captain's time bomb exploding. The explorers all ran. No one believed the vice-captain would be foolish enough to use a time bomb against a sudden giant beast. It must have been against a fixed target. A ruin, it must be a ruin. The experienced jungle expert, the muscular man at the forefront, followed the clues left by the vice-captain and found a cave. Thick mossy plants surrounded it, deep green covering the entrance, making it difficult to spot. The deep, dark cave entrance was like the gaping maw of a giant python. No one knew what dangers lay within. The muscular man entered without hesitation. It was much simpler for those behind, they just followed in the footsteps of those who went before. The temporary camp instantly became empty, with only the pot of thick soup still emitting a rich aroma. Inside the cave, a metal door had been blown open, black fragments scattered on the ground, fully revealing the silver-grey passage behind it. The internal lighting system had completely failed, and darkness enveloped the area. A lost ancient kingdom, the ruins of the island world, had been discovered. Tinos and Sack continued through the passage. When they finally emerged from the other end, a magnificent underground world appeared before them. An ancient kingdom that treated the surface as a tourist destination and lived entirely underground. The entire world was silent, without a sound. Sack, I feel like something's wrong. At this moment, the young man was so shocked by the sight before him that he completely ignored Tinos. Sack? Sack, the old explorer gently nudged the young man. Sack snapped back to reality and hugged Tinos tightly. We did it, Mr. Tinos, we did it. We found the great lost ruins. We will go down in history. Sack's excited voice almost echoed throughout the entire world. Calm down, young man. Our main task now is to figure out how this place was destroyed and where its people went. The scene of the two talking was captured by a sound-activated camera, but the camera was now empty, with only dust gently drifting. The faint movement still triggered an alarm, and in the dark world of tens of thousands of years, red lights began to glow. Chapter Master Yi Feng, we have emerged. The observation room is determining our star system based on star positions. Alright, I understand. Don't let your guard down. Keep the void shield active. The Eternal Mountain had just experienced a complete and utter disorientation. The entire fleet was hit by a warp current. These indescribable energies impacted the warships, pushing them off their original course and into a vortex. The navigators had also become blind in the warp. Faced with the powerful impact of the warp vortex, even a null psyker field could not resist. What was worse, Ina had already left, and the navigators faced the terrifying storm directly. Many fainted, their injuries unknown. Yi Feng looked at the magnificent blue world ahead, like a rare treasure in space. It's inhabited by humans, Chapter Master Yi Feng. This is the post-Wang star system, located in the prosperous region of the Segmentum Obscurus. There are many stars around. Wait, Chapter Master Yi Feng, the data shows that the warp route here was marked as inaccessible as early as the Great Crusade. Now it can be marked as difficult to access. Yi Feng recalled the danger he had just faced, still feeling lingering fear. No wonder it was impossible to enter here. If it weren't for the battle barge being equipped with the best void shield in the entire Imperium, plus extreme good luck, no one could guarantee entry here. Then, this tall Primaris warrior excitedly ran to Outlet's side, waiting for his ritual to end. A world not plundered by the Imperium is bound to have good things. Chapter 138, First Exploration of the Dungeon. The magnificent warship trembled a few times, and several large pieces of space station debris crashed onto the warship, causing brilliant ripples on the void shield. The battle barge entered orbit, and numerous fragments were annihilated by the void shield. The Eternal Mountain trembled again, and then the treasure-hunting psyker awoke. This was his first battle with the Crimson Torrent chapter, and he had to perform well. He pointed out the location of the treasure, and also reminded Brother Yi Feng that there were significant dangers there, as he had seen many combat-type mechanical constructs. Almost visibly, Brother Yi Feng's eyes lit up. Mechanical constructs? A place the Imperium had never been? Transport ships, get to work. Chapter Master, the Reconnaissance Company and the 6th and 13th Companies have been deployed to the planet. Other units are on standby. Alright, connect me to Enos. Enos. Is my motorcycle ready? I'll lead the team down personally. Brother Yi Feng, I'm afraid not yet. I need some time to change the fuel and appease the machine spirit. What's going on? All weapons should have been on standby, this should have been done when we were in the warp. Enos, this is a mistake. I need your explanation. Rogier stole one of the organic compounds I used to mix hypercombustion fuel alcohol. Now the machine spirit is throwing a tantrum because the fuel formula I added is incorrect. I understand. I will deal with this after the operation is over. Brother Yi Feng slumped onto the large sofa, his eyes vacant, as if he had lost the meaning of life. It was hard to say which was more miserable, a White Scar's brother who couldn't move, or a Space Wolf's warrior who couldn't get a drink. Brother Yi Feng was truly bored, so he went to discuss matters with a few big shots. Rogier had already made his way to the planet, accompanied by the Wolf Guard and Bals the librarian. After extensive training, Bals had largely mastered his abilities, and his telekinetic powers were becoming increasingly proficient. Rogier's reason for accompanying him was purely out of habit. The Space Wolves Psyker Astartes are not called librarians, but rune priests. These individuals are different from the librarians of other chapters, they worship the natural forces of Fenris, and their greatest skill is to summon storms to cover their forces. Bowls possess this ability. In the dense jungle, the Astartes figures flickered in and out of sight. They moved like ghosts across the ground, and their superb reconnaissance skills quickly led them to the tracks of the expedition team. Following the footprints, they arrived at the large pot where a delicious thick soup was simmering. From the size and depth of the footprints, the surrounding broken trees, and other traces, the Astartes easily determined that the individuals active in the area were relatively strong humans. The delicious thick soup before them could provide even more information. Rogier and the wolf guard each drank a little of the soup, and then Rogier began to test the recruits. All right, tell me, what information have you gathered? If this pot of soup can fully provide the necessary nutrition, then the natives here are very strong. The ingredients in this soup are very numerous, including powerful carnivorous animals, which indicates that humans here hold a dominant position, and the people here have strong digestive capabilities, unique tastes, maybe between 1.7 and 1.9 meters tall, and may weigh over 80 kilograms. Their technological level may be around tier 3. Rogier was very satisfied. The wolf's instincts had largely been passed down, and these Astartes, not strictly modified according to Space Wolves standards, were still considered qualified. But there was a subtle detail they failed to notice. Canis, you must remember, you are an Astartes. You cannot use your own senses to gauge the target's reactions. The unique flavor you mentioned would be poisonous to mortals. It's clear that the people here have adapted to the forest environment and can now ignore certain toxins. The warriors did not linger, quickly following the scent and footprints deeper into the jungle. The question arose, had the explorers truly adapted to this forest? Others might not know, but Tinos and Sack certainly hadn't adapted. Grumble Sack's stomach rumbled. Tinos, my stomach hurts. Tinos, cautiously walking ahead, looked back to see Sack squatting on the ground, clutching his stomach, his forehead covered in fine beads of sweat. Clearly, he was in severe pain. This was an underground residential area. Collapsed houses and corroded metal all testified to the prosperity of an ancient powerful nation, but now it had turned to dust, leaving behind a field of wreckage. Tinos, is there something wrong with your soup? Impossible, who am I? A national second-level chef, how could it be? Grumble grumble grumble. Tinos's stomach also rumbled. The two looked at each other in silence. The embarrassed Tinos felt like he could dig a 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment with his feet. I think there are some special substances in the air here, which might be causing us to be unaccustomed to the environment. After all, it's been sealed for who knows how many years, don't you agree? Sack rolled his eyes at Tinos. It was just the two of them, and he was still trying to save face. Yet, what do you think we should do? Do you think the toilets in these ruins are still usable? I don't know. The facilities here are too advanced. I haven't even figured out where the toilets are. Who cares, let's look for one. Clutching their stomachs, the two scurried through the ruins of a large building. Most of the walls had collapsed, and the sealed doors had completely failed, opening with a push. How old is this place? Why is it so dilapidated? Conservatively, it's over 1,000 years old. If we hadn't found the exact location, it would probably have remained buried underground for much longer. All right, that's not the point. I can't hold it anymore, I'm going to relieve myself right here. Sack really couldn't take it anymore. His stomach was churning, and he no longer cared about cultural relics protection. At this moment, a scream came from afar. It was a mix of terror and shrillness, as if something truly horrifying had been seen. Tinos, let's go back to camp. What are you talking about? The people ahead might have just encountered a few. I actually didn't bring my pants. The pants are all at the camp, let's go back. Sack indicated that if it weren't for the sudden scream that made him lose his composure, he definitely could have calmly taken off his pants before spraying. Although Sack was fine now, Tinos's stomach was still rumbling. Wait for me 3 minutes, I'll be right out. Without waiting for Sack's reply, Tinos darted into a room, from which a series of gurgling sounds immediately emanated. Sack briefly dealt with his pants and wanted to find a window to look out and see what the scream was about. Searching around, he found a room where part of the outer wall had collapsed. Sack crouched on the half wall, looking around. The surrounding buildings were still as dilapidated, and nothing seemed to have happened. But his ears told him that the surrounding environment had become noisy, something was definitely happening. Just as Sack turned his head, the corner of his eye caught a flash of red. What is that? Sack leaned slightly out from the half wall and saw countless red lights shooting from a distance. 2 explorers were fleeing for their lives. I at number, and you in percent number. Sack was momentarily speechless and quickly walked towards Tinos. Something's happened. Tinos, come out quickly. Young man, be calm. Tinos slowly walked out of the room, pulled up his pants, and casually glanced at Sack's underwear. Sack's veins throbbed, but he couldn't worry about that right now. Something outside is chasing the explorers, run. Without waiting for Tinos to react, he grabbed him and ran. In the distance, the 2 explorers felt despair. The relentless enemies behind them were mechanical constructs. How could they possibly outrun mechanical constructs? There were originally 4 of them. They were simply exploring forward as usual, heading straight for the most magnificent building. There, they saw a giant mechanical construct, mixed with biological parts of unknown origin. It wasn't dead, absolutely not. Its indicator lights were still on, and its biological parts could still wriggle. In the spacious hall, its body occupied 70% of the space. Their worldview shattered, they were about to record everything they had seen, but the commotion from around them sent shivers down their spines. Countless bizarre mechanical constructs surged towards them. Multi-legged robots were somewhat acceptable, but those machines that seemed to float weightlessly in the world made them even more terrified. Sharp blades and dark muzzles all exuded the aura of death. Those floating combat machines seemed to have performed an optical scan of them, then retreated back into the hall. But the multi-legged mechanical constructs began to pursue them, their numerous mechanical arms all equipped with gleaming long knives and strange pipes. They had no ranged weapons, only continuously used pincer-like mechanical arms to try and grab them. 2 explorers had already fallen into enemy hands, and the screams from behind them were incessant. The 2 remaining individuals could not even imagine what kind of torture could make 2 people emit such continuous cries of pain. What are these robots? Cass's cannon blasts were like tickling them. Forget about that, if we run any slower, we'll be joining Cass. Another shrill scream came from behind, and the 2 couldn't help but quicken their pace. At this moment, the sharp-eyed explorer immediately spotted Sak and Tinos in the distance. Tinos! Save us! I'll kill you, you at Asterisk! Was this something they could handle? It didn't look like something to be trifled with. Tinos couldn't help but speed up, while also wondering why an ancient great nation with such technology hadn't unified the entire planet. And countless mechanical tides surged towards the 4. The 2 in front, due to their upset stomachs, had far less stamina than the 2 behind, and the distance between them was constantly closing. You dog end of a Yelisei, don't come closer. Sak now wanted to kill the 2 behind him. Did they really have to drag him and Tinos to their deaths? Everyone jumped between the ruins and debris, constantly looking for opportunities to block the mechanical forces behind them, but it was not just ineffective, it was completely useless. During their desperate escape, Tinos found that more and more robots were appearing from all directions, and the places they could run were becoming fewer and fewer, causing him to fall into despair. Suddenly, a large number of metal giants appeared at the corner ahead, perfectly blocking their path. It's over, Sak, we're done for. Sak, however, had not given up. He pulled Tinos towards a nearby house, and with a scramble, they fell into a pile of dust. Sak, why did you drag me in here? This is a dead end. Forget it, it's all the same. Tinos lay sprawled on the ground, awaiting his fate. For Russ and the Alfather. The battle cries of the metal giants echoed throughout the underground city. Rogier's bolter fired accurately, knocking down the 2 robots at the very front. The 2 fallen robots blocked the advance route of the mechanical army behind them, and at the same time, provided a perfect attack point for large-scale weapons. A violent explosion occurred, and the once bustling street became empty. Molten metal flowed on the street, and the robots at the front paused, then began to retreat at an absurd speed. The robots on the side also began to throw some 4-pronged metal spikes, scattering them sparsely on the ground, seemingly intending to hinder the advance of the armored targets in front of them. Are you kidding? What ancient contraption? Rogier roared, wanting to charge through, but Bals used his power to condense an air wall. Ding! A very slight explosion sounded, and the original 4-pronged spikes had completely burst, the spikes flying rapidly towards Rogier like steel needles, then hitting the air wall. Brother Bals! Wait a moment. A violent storm began to form, and all the steel needle landmines were swept up by the strong wind and scattered towards another area. Thanks, Bals. No problem. At this moment, Bals's eyes flashed with psyker light, and beneath his resolute face was surging psyker power. In the warp, the 100-cloth robe swiftly passed through the strong storm, flying towards its living saint. Oh dear, you scared me, I almost got lost. The 100-cloth robe arrived at the location of Bals's warp projection. The entire robe flapped open and closed, with many broken threads on it, and several pieces of tattered cloth had already disappeared. Alas, everyone else guides their living saint in the warp, but I have to rely on marking the living saint to find my way home. My robe life is truly a failure. Bals now looked like a seasoned librarian. A storm surrounded him, and even Rogier was momentarily startled, almost thinking that the person in front of him was a true rune priest. Several Wolfguard picked up the scattered robot fragments. They found that these machines were completely different from what they knew, like a completely new category of technology. Calling Tech Marine, we need technical support. In orbit around the planet, Enos, Situware, and Yifeng were holding a meeting, discussing whether to proceed with the Ascended surgery. 2 audio feeds were connected to Yifeng and Enos's communication channels. Chapter Master. The 100-cloth robe has returned to normal. Brother Enos, we have discovered some new technological creations, and we need your technical support. The 2 exchanged a smile. How is the chapter gradually becoming like the Lamenters? Good things happen after suffering great disasters. Is this what they mean by misfortune being where fortune resides, and fortune being where misfortune hides? Enos did not move. Enk boarded a dropship and descended to the ground. Underground at this time, those robots retreated to a plaza, quietly gathering there. In the most magnificent superstructure, those gravity-defying robots once again emitted red light, rushing towards the battlefield at an extremely fast speed. A metal giant over 2 meters tall stepped into the room. In front of him lay Tinos, splayed out, and Sak, holding a large chef's knife. The young explorer stared intently at the metal construct in front of him, his legs trembling uncontrollably, fear about to consume his heart. Relax, young man, you're saved. Bal stepped over the half-wall and entered. His words seemed to resonate directly in Sak's soul. Sak did not understand the language Bals spoke, but he completely understood his meaning. Most importantly, Bals was not wearing a helmet. A tall human was always more reassuring than a cold metal construct. I need to know what happened here, young man. Sak began to recount what he had seen and heard. His voice gradually stabilized, and the fear in his heart slowly dissipated. In the warp, the 100-cloth robe slapped away a slonish imp that flew in from who knows where, then kicked it into the constantly rotating warp vortex. The Astartes explored the surroundings simply, waiting for the tech marine to arrive. Take off your helmet, Brother Rogier, the environment here is breathable. Eng's voice came from afar. He moved quickly, and the mechanical arm on his back was not a burden, instead, it occasionally helped him clear the way, scattering some debris in front of him. I've been waiting for you to say that. Rogier took off his helmet. The Wolf Guard's abilities were even stronger than the White Scars, their facial perception was not limited to the surrounding environment but could also predict enemy positions and actions. Now, the scent in the air and the abnormal wind told him that something was coming. Prepare for battle, Brother Bals, the army is here. The enemies floating in the air made no sound, and there was no vibration on the ground. They appeared abruptly from the street corner, greeted by the roar of bolter fire. By the Emperor, by the Omnissiah. Enk was stunned by the sight. Was this anti-gravity technology? This type of technology, strictly preserved by the Imperium, actually appeared here. Enk's calculation array was running rapidly. Analyzing the probability of STC template fragments being present here is 63.459%. The probability that this underground city developed its technology based on STC fragments is 59.234%. Nothing to say, just kill them and find the stuff. The Tech Marine's mechanical backpack suddenly made an unusual sound, and then a laser cannon assembled itself from the backpack, resting on Enk's shoulder. This time, the enemies were not foolish. These flying robots unleashed fierce gunfire, and a large number of ancient kinetic weapons swept through the entire street. Although the damage to the exquisite power armor was negligible, the powerful impact force continuously pushed the warriors back. Enk's tactical visor was constantly moving. Comparing ancient wreckage matches current explosion traces. The probability of the enemy being the destroyer of the underground city's creatures is 96.926%. Enk shouted to Bals, they are the culprits, destroy them. Bals, having received permission to kill, smiled slightly, raised his hands, and terrifying cyclones began to condense around him. The anti-gravity robots floating in the air were rarely affected by the airflow, but Bals retaliated, scraping up metal debris from the ground, spinning it in the air, and continuously impacting the enemies. These robots had been in disrepair for a long time, and the continuous impact of the fragments exacerbated their damage. Soon, several robots fell from the sky, emitting black smoke. Under Bals's cover, Enk and Rogier immediately charged to the front of the enemies. Analyzing the probability of the enemies being remotely controlled is 87.643%. Recommend using an anomalous pulse bomb. A round, silvery small ball fell from the mechanical backpack and rolled onto Enk's large mechanical claw. Bals, send this into the middle of the enemies. Enk's mechanical arm swung out with force, and the silvery small ball cut through the air. Bals's eyes flashed with psyker energy. A large number of metal fragments flew in front of the small ball, blocking a large amount of incoming artillery fire for it. The robot at the very front saw the incoming object, and a red light scanned it. The data it received was unknown, and it paused for a moment. By the time it made another move, the small ball was already close at hand. Melee weapons popped out from the robot's body, sharp blades spinning continuously. It wanted to swat away the unknown object in front of it like a tennis ball. At this moment, the metal fragments wrapped around the outside suddenly began to rotate, forming a metal drill-like propulsion method, directly piercing through the robot in front of it. The silvery small ball went straight into the center of the robot. An invisible electromagnetic wave erupted, directly burning out the communication systems of the surrounding robots. They all fell from the sky, ceasing their actions. It worked, well done, Brother Enk. Enk, however, looked further away. There is a high-energy reaction about 4 kilometers directly ahead, an unknown energy form. Rogier frowned slightly and also said, more things are coming. Rogier had served in the honor guard of the Wild Wolves Great Company for many years, facing countless demons and monsters in the galaxy, yet he had never seen such robots, nor could he even determine which race's technology they were. In the distance, more robots were awakening. On the three-dimensional racks, many robots would never be able to move again, but soon, cargo robots began to unload them and throw them into the reactivated furnaces. The machines throughout the underground city began to restart, orderly initiating self-updates. In the central hall, 2 explorers, bloody and mangled, were thrown beside the colossal mechanical organism. The robots that had previously pursued them skillfully used scalpels and saws to dismember them. These things that relentlessly hunted living people outside were actually surgical robots. Biological tissues were continuously fed into the mechanical organism, and a large number of surgical robots surrounded it, performing complex operations. On the red screen in the distance, ancient characters inherited from the Golden Age flickered. Order, revive Lady Emanuela at all costs. Execution time, July 21, 2301, 1239:15. Chapter 139 Robot Army. At this moment, the surface of the planet was bustling with activity, as Astartes recruits landed in 2s and 3s on various islands. The great powers entrenched there, after taking several slaps, finally settled down. Internal undercurrents surged, but the Astartes, with their absolute power, informed them, all of you combined are no match for me. When any faction discovers that the enemy can always appear in the core area of a faction and kill its supreme leader, any faction will crumble. Yi Feng was on the warship. After concluding his discussions with the big shots, he looked at the most accurate prophetic talent beside him, Elementor's warrior, and then at the planet. It's probably better not to let him land. This heart-stopping warp journey has already perfectly illustrated what is known as the Elementor's bad luck propagation law. If he were sent to the planet, would this planet explode on the spot? Great sons of Sanguinius, we are short-handed and require your assistance. No need to be polite, brother Yi Feng, for the future of humanity, I would brave any danger, strike down. The mining base on that satellite needs your help to accelerate its progress. The people there are launching counterattacks using large mining equipment. These facilities should not be entirely destroyed, as what we need is a prosperous imperial planet, not a pile of ruins. Yi Feng interrupted the lamenters. These noble epithets were meaningless at this moment. Get him off the warship quickly, lest it suffer another misfortune soon. Just as this lamenters was departing the Eternal Mountain aboard a transport ship, the escape plan of 5 Raven Guard warriors was discovered. They reluctantly retreated, continuing their boring complaints to the Emperor's statue about Yi Feng's house arrest. In the various warehouses of the underground city, the robots were all reawakened. The time required for updates and maintenance would be long, as the maintenance robots themselves had not moved for a long time. The Astartes' rapid assault would not let them have their way. In the enclosed areas of the underground city, the ones having the most fun were not the White Scars or the Space Wolves, but the Sons of Dorn. Their name is Imperial Fists, not Imperial Shields. They are renowned for their expertise in close quarters combat indoors, and thus often undertake missions guarding warships or other structures. However, they are also formidable in close-range offense, excelling in boarding actions and indoor combat, as exemplified now. If the close combat of the Salamanders is to incinerate everything with flamethrowers, then the Imperial Fists warriors' method is to shatter the enemy's defenses with their unyielding will. An attack formation, centered around veterans and supported by Primaris warriors who had just joined the 11th Company and were preparing to graduate, began to deploy. This was a specially formed Fire Brigade. Fire Brigade, a unit specifically tasked with eliminating the enemy's defensive forces. While Rogier led the wolves in tearing apart the combat robots converging from all directions. This assault team finally arrived from orbit as reinforcements, following Rogier's markings to this location. Amidst the fierce fighting, they seized the opportunity to quietly exert their strength, suddenly charging out from behind the wolves, treading over the corpses of robots, and heading straight for the city gate. The entire underground city was like an ancient imperial city of old. The outermost layer consisted of factories and the plebeian residential area. Passing through one city gate led to the commercial district, and through another, to the technology research and development area and the elite residential area, followed by high consumption areas. The very center housed the core technology control room and the royal residential area. Everyone fought their way to the first city gate. Rather than a city gate, it was more like a movable metal wall. After all, the underground city had limited height, and the indigenous inhabitants had simply made half a wall into a city gate, which looked solid and reliable. At this moment, numerous firing ports appeared on the city wall, continuously spewing ammunition. However, after only a few shots, they all jammed and burst. So many years had passed, even if the city wall was sturdy, the firearms and ammunition had aged beyond recognition. Brother Enk, what should we do? Several rays emanated from Enk, continuously scanning the city gate. A large amount of complex data appeared in his tactical optics, and Enk was rapidly calculating. Brother Yi, give me the melta-bombs. I need 10 brothers for covering fire while I go plant the bombs. No problem, Brother Enk, be careful. Enk took the glittering bomb. It was a high-yield bomb, but it didn't seem sufficient to destroy such a thick wall. No one questioned it. Robots appearing on both sides were already unleashing a torrent of bullets, engaging in a fierce battle with the warriors. Now, it was the Astartes who were reluctant to engage in close combat with the enemy. The robots' firepower could hardly penetrate the power armor's defenses, with a slight angle, the shells would ricochet. However, in close combat, Astartes' casualties would greatly increase. It wasn't that they couldn't win, but simply that it wasn't worth it. Who would trade their life for the destruction of a robot? Amidst the flying gunfire, the warriors quickly suppressed the robot army attacking from both sides. The Astartes' ammunition quickly became scarce. In this warp channel, enveloped by swirling undercurrents, Yi Feng had no choice but to order ammunition conservation. Basic ammunition could be handled by the Tech Marines production line, but the raw materials might not always be obtainable. Enk nimbly maneuvered through the ruins, using various broken walls and debris to evade enemy fire. Soon, he reached the base of the city wall. It looked like a clean, smooth wall, but upon closer inspection, one could find dense, tiny cracks. The technology here seemed very unbalanced. The forging process of this metal and the manufacturing standard of the robots were completely on two different levels. Enk glanced casually. In his calculations, the probability of STC template fragments existing here had once again increased. On the city gate in front of Enk were a bunch of small holes, now disengaged from their sealed mode. Sharp fierce spears glinted menacingly within them. If anyone approached, they would likely be impaled. Enk did not get too close to the city gate. The laser gun on his shoulder accurately pierced through a small hole, hitting and destroying a fierce spear. Enk needed a hole to insert the bomb. The wrench on his back glowed faintly, then delivered a heavy blow to the city gate. The originally small hole was smashed into a huge indentation, and a bomb was subsequently inserted. The fire brigade warriors behind him were dumbfounded. What kind of power wrench? Could it be used like this? A huge explosion swept across the battlefield. After the bomb detonated, the city gate still stood, with only a dark, large hole formed in the explosion area. Brother Ink, the city gate hasn't collapsed yet, let's charge again. No rush, time will tell you the answer. Fine dust wafted from the dense cracks. Around the large hole blasted by the bomb, countless cracks rapidly covered the entire wall, and then the entire city gate began to crumble. Amidst the flying rubble, many robots were even buried beneath the ruins. The warriors looked at the magnificent sight of crumbling stone and metal before them, immediately shouting, "For the Emperor's holy grace!" Warriors wielding boarding shields and storm shields were the first to rush into the city. The resistance here was considerably weaker. The outer city's mechanical factories were constantly being destroyed by the warriors led by Rogier. The inner city's commercial district had no robot factories, only the core area had repair robots constantly working. This also meant that the core area's defensive strength was more robust. Everyone quickly traversed the commercial district. Various shops were now dilapidated, with strange items scattered everywhere, and amidst them, deadly dangers lurked. The Sons of Dorn were preparing to charge to the next city gate in one go. The occasional giant robots diverted their attention, preventing them from noticing the hidden dangers beneath their feet. A warrior passed a shop, and from under a collapsed display cabinet, a dazzling red light suddenly erupted. A sphere of light, approximately 3 meters in diameter, abruptly appeared, engulfing the warrior's right leg. "Damn it, Enk, there are landmines." Enk said nothing. Observing the burst of energy fluctuations, the tech marine immediately analyzed its explosion mechanism and explosive composition, and adjusted the frequency of his signal detector. Another warrior adjusted his auger array, and dense red dots immediately appeared on his panel. Attention! The enemy is here. More precisely, the enemy had awakened. Small robots hidden in various parts of the commercial district began to operate. These dog-sized robots were equipped with terrifyingly powerful bombs, either launching them or directly carrying out suicide attacks. The warriors were immediately entangled by these metal robots of various shapes. Enk's shoulder-mounted laser gun fired continuously. He fought while analyzing the situation. These robots were entirely modified from various goods, and unlike those encountered before, they were completely expendable. Commonly known as cannon fodder. Enk took out another pulse bomb. The battlefield was very quiet, but the communication channel was bustling. "Captain, we can't get bogged down with the enemy here, we should break through quickly." "I know, brother, give me some useful advice." "How about we blast a path open with bombs? That would only temporarily block them. Once the enemy's follow-up forces catch up, our passage with Rogier and his men will be cut off." "Brother, cover my pulse bomb." Enk joined the communication. Since the tech marine had spoken, everyone prepared to provide covering fire. Just as Enk was about to charge out of cover, the situation changed dramatically. A super strong wind suddenly swept through the underground city, carrying away everything around it. Like autumn winds sweeping fallen leaves, Bals made a dazzling appearance. Rogier's forces had arrived at the front line. These light robots were too small, Bals's gale swept them far away with a single gust. The self-destructing robots exploded in midair, raising a cloud of dust. "Brother Enk, leave the rear to me. You just keep moving forward." Rogier's voice came from behind. Without further words, Bals also joined the fire brigade, advancing with Enk. With the librarian's addition, the fire brigade's progress accelerated significantly. The strong winds cleared away the enemies in their path, and the warriors pushed forward to the next city gate. This time, it wasn't as easy as before. On the city wall, a gigantic cannon muzzle was aimed directly at the Astartes. This weapon wasn't like a normal cannon, just a dark, gaping barrel. Instead, it was composed of multiple elongated metal plates, with many strange protrusions on it. A scanning beam swept through the ruins, declaring to the warriors that this was an intact defensive gun battery. The Astartes at this moment fully demonstrated their professionalism. The warriors' footsteps were extremely light, only raising a faint dust and causing slight vibrations. Most of the sound was suppressed by Bals's psychic powers. As the scanning ray swept once more over the ruins of this commercial street, which had been silent for millennia, the red giants launched their attack. Alarm! Alarm! Level 1 intrusion! Level 1 intrusion! Unlimited counterattack initiated. The ancient language once again echoed through the street, but alas, those who could understand these words had long since vanished into the rolling river of time. The center of the strange cannon barrel lit up, and threads of electricity flickered on the numerous protrusions, connecting to the very center. A bolt of lightning pierced the thin air, accurately striking through the warrior closest to it. In an instant, black smoke billowed within the power armor. Although the armor was largely intact, the internal electronic circuits in the warrior's flesh had been completely incinerated. For the Emperor, eliminate the enemy. The warrior's bolters fired in unison, but a deflection field appeared in front of the gun battery, bouncing the bolter rounds to the side. The surrounding area was not simply a place to be hit, it featured hard metal shields and a kinetic absorption feedback system. The impact of these bolter rounds was converted into kinetic energy, then transformed into electrical energy to recharge the gun battery. Not good, Bals. Cover. Bals poured all his strength into blocking the muzzle with a pile of miscellaneous objects, but powerful electrical energy surged out, incinerating everything that blocked it into charcoal. The weakened electric current severely wounded a Primaris warrior, whether he would survive depended entirely on the apothecary's skill. Cease fire. This will only recharge the gun battery. A warrior pulled out a power hammer. If they couldn't fire, they would smash it. Two warriors, armed with storm shields, covered their teammates as they charged towards the gun battery. The surrounding secondary cannons fired continuously, but the three-person assault team still successfully reached the main cannon. Just as the warriors were about to smash it, two black armor plates detached from beneath the main cannon, revealing two nozzles. Oh my! Melt-a-gun. The three warriors were terrified. For a moment, they felt they were about to return to the throne. The two melt-a-gun muzzles trembled, but ultimately failed to unleash their deadly melt-a streams. Over 2,000 years of disrepair had rendered them completely inoperable. The warriors, having narrowly escaped death, immediately began demolition, smashing the entire gun battery. The warriors successfully breached the city wall. Behind the wall, hundreds of robots, having completed their repairs, had been waiting for a long time. Chapter Master Yifeng finished reviewing his video tutorial and made the necessary adjustments. Everyone was gradually starting to see him as the eternally correct leader, which was absolutely not a good thing. In the long run, if he ever made a fatal mistake, the entire chapter would follow him to their deaths. This had to be stopped. Chapter Master Yifeng sat silently in his seat until there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. Political Commissar Wallace walked into the conference room. He was now skilled in using his specialized power armor, and he was also a beloved leader, remembering the name of every brother, both fallen and active. He was now ready to lead the warriors to descend onto the planet and assist the Astartes operations. Chapter Master Yifeng, I'm here. Give the order. Chapter Master Yifeng looked at the spirited Wallace before him, and in a daze, he was transported back to the past. Wallace, a warrior whose modifications had failed, desperately suppressed the mutations within his body and fought an endless battle against madness. When that batch of recruits began training, he was still in the infirmary, being rescued. Now, very few of those warriors remained. Chapter Master Yifeng's eyes fixed on Wallace's, and he slowly said, Wallace, you all are not needed for battle just yet. I called you here because there's something I want to ask you. Chapter Master Yifeng paused, organizing his words. Please ask. If you were given another chance to become an Astartes, but the pain and danger would be thousands of times greater than before, would you still be willing to undergo the surgery? Always ready, Chapter Master Yifeng. I am willing to endure any pain, if the Emperor deems me worthy of becoming a great Astartes. Don't rush to answer. This is a serious question. I understand, Chapter Master Yifeng, but no matter how many times you ask me, my answer will be the same. Wallace's eyes were bright and pure, equally steady, as he looked into Chapter Master Yifeng's eyes. Where my heart leads, I shall be unwavering. May the Emperor protect you. Chapter Master Yifeng stood up and re-examined this warrior. Honestly, Chapter Master Yifeng believed he was not as good as him. Unwavering faith, tenacious will, advancing through the dust, living up to the grand aspirations in his heart. Then let's see, whether it's fate unfulfilled, or a phoenix's rebirth. Wallace, you have been selected as the first Red Tide Chapter Ascendant Surgery candidate, number 001. May the Emperor protect you. Wallace made a standard Emperor's blessing gesture to Chapter Master Yifeng, then left to find Situware. Ascendant is the process by which a normal Astartes is elevated to a Primaris warrior, with a mortality rate and pain far exceeding that of normal modification. The already fully grown body, including the completely covered black carapace, had to be completely reshaped, rebuilt into an even more powerful superhuman physique. After discussing with Situware, Chapter Master Yifeng decided to first screen those who did not yet have a black carapace and had not completed their Astartes modifications. This was the most conservative strategy. Static calling Chapter Master Yifeng, calling Chapter Master Yifeng. Received, speak. Emperor protect, signal clear, Chapter Master Yifeng. We have discovered important ruins here. According to Brother Inc., the Tech Marines assessment, there is a very high possibility of STC template fragments present, but the defense force here appears to be AI robots. How should we proceed? First, defeat the enemy, disarm all enemy defenses. Reinforcements have already departed. Understood. The warriors who had delved deep underground, after arduous battles, still failed to eliminate the large machines before them. The combat power of these iron behemoths was not on the same level as those encountered before, even within the Imperium, such technology was rare. The Sons of Iron Hands were now brimming with fighting spirit. These unseen robots had aroused their immense interest, as similar constructs were usually only found within the Adeptus Mechanicus. The Adeptus Mechanicus's super guardians were not something one could simply encounter. Now, an opportunity lay before them, and they had to consider if this was their only chance in their service career. A blue laser grazed Enk's forehead, severing his laser gun barrel. The clean cut indicated its immense power. The metal giant before them, standing 6 meters tall, was covered in terrifyingly powerful weapons. Its several mechanical arms were equipped with laser and projectile weapons, and the main cannon on its head was even more terrifying. The targeting laser, combined with this powerful Guardian 6 Annihilator cannon, was enough to pierce power armor head-on. Everyone, prepare to advance. Enk pulled out the pulse bomb, which he had just saved, but now had to use. A burst of electromagnetic oscillation disabled several surrounding robots, and robots further away fell into confusion. This greatly surprised Enk. This pulse bomb was not that simple, the instantaneous burst of electronic information flux was enough to burn out any known electronic device, yet robots in the distance had withstood it. Didn't this imply that their computing power had reached a terrifying level? The path has been cleared, everyone accelerate. Enk's voice remained steady, but his heart was already restless. A magnificent palace soon appeared before them. Enk glanced at his instruments, confirming that the high energy reading was right there. This is it. Charge in and figure out what's going on. Before Enk could finish speaking, the ground shook, buildings collapsed, and the entire underground city trembled. The Astartes, using the magnetic locks on their power armor, firmly adhered to the ground. They desperately looked around, searching for any usable information. Brother Enk, watch out. Bowles kicked Enk away, and then a scorching ion wind incinerated the spot where Enk had just stood into a pool of molten metal. The terrifying heat emanating from the side did not affect the librarian, because at this moment, a colossal black shadow filled Bowles' entire vision. My emperor, what is that thing? Even the oldest warrior in the chapter had never seen such a creation. The warriors could only see a part of this gigantic creation. It coiled like a metal python beneath the palace, and now, it had awakened. Its segmented body opened up, revealing various deadly weapons. It was like a maglev train, the kind with railcars full of armaments. Enk's eyes widened. Wasn't this the supply assurance transport vehicle that the Red Tide chapter had always dreamed of? Before he could marvel at the astonishing wealth here, those segmented armories demonstrated to the Red Tide warriors what it meant to be overflowing with martial prowess. Chapter 140 Ancient, Present, and Last. Amidst the flying gunfire, in front of the magnificent palace, the firepower of the steel python was like a sulfuric acid tide, scouring and dissolving the entire ground. In just a few minutes, everything in front of the palace turned to dust, and the warriors couldn't even find cover. The original metal ground was already incomplete, revealing the dry ground beneath. The adamantium armor largely withstood the enemy's attacks, but the shockwaves of explosions and the impact of kinetic projectiles made the warriors extremely uncomfortable. A few unfortunate souls were directly hit in their tactical helmets, their blood spilling on the battlefield. Not only gun barrels extended from the steel python's body, but also many flickering lights. These powerful lights flickered at a strange frequency. If a mortal saw them, they would be completely blinded within seconds. The warriors split into several small teams, struggling to resist under Bowles' cover. Enk, what's the situation now? Front armor, wear rate 13%, estimated to reach fracture threshold in 455 seconds. Save time set to 7 minutes. The warriors generally understood their current state. Since they all wore similar armor, those 7 minutes were their death countdown. Focus fire on its connecting joints, try to break it. The warriors carried a lot of heavy weapons, which was customary for the Crimson Torrent chapter, but after continuously breaching several thick city gates, only 3 meltabombs and 3 unoverloaded plasma pistols remained. The chapter's warriors scattered, trying to disperse the enemy's firepower density, then concentrated fire on the enemy's second joint. Bolter rounds and unknown kinetic weapons splattered everywhere, and warriors were constantly getting injured and falling. Although many of the steel python's weapons misfired, it was hard to tell if it was due to disuse or self-detonation. This exchange of firepower did not last long. Just as the tactical demolition team was about to rush forward to throw bombs, the steel python whipped its tail, accurately striking a charging warrior. A bloodline streaked across the sky, and drops of blood fell onto the ground that had not been moistened by liquid for thousands of years. The dry ground, like a bloodthirsty demon, instantly devoured all the blood. The power armor's magnetic locks firmly pinned the warrior's feet to the remaining metal floor, while his other body parts had been smashed into the nearby ruins. His fate was unknown. But the great angels would never give up any opportunity. The warrior who was sent flying threw the bomb he was holding while still in the air. Bowles' psychic power steadily caught it. Countless ashes flew up, condensing into a grey whip in the air. The meltabomb, attached to the end of the whip, smashed towards the steel python like a meteor hammer. Just as the enemy was about to dodge, the other covering warriors had completed their plan, blasting a large chunk of earth and rock from the ceiling with multiple shots, which fell directly onto the steel python. The powerful impact caused a section of the python's middle to dent, making it temporarily lose its quick reaction capability. The meltabomb on the whip accurately flew to the connection point between the two metal carriages. A wave of heat washed over them, and the dazzling explosion light showcased the power of the meltabomb. But Enk noticed something was wrong. Get down, Bowles. Bowles immediately dropped to the ground without a second thought. A deadly laser cutter grazed Bowles' power armor backpack, almost slicing the young librarian in half. The steel python had split into 2 sections, but both sections fired independently, completely unaffected. Enk. Modular design. Each section can operate independently, but there should only be one main control unit. Enk looked at the steel python's head, where some high-energy reactions appeared. At the moment the meltabomb exploded, the steel python had detached itself into 2 sections. Now, several high-explosive shells came at them, forcing everyone to dodge. The steel python also took this opportunity to rejoin. Both sides returned to their initial state. However, the steel python had evidently collected data on the Astartes. While the weapons on its other sections continued firing, one carriage suddenly burst open, its outer steel plates falling away to reveal its cargo, a huge missile that flew out. I number you in asterisk and %, if this hits, we'll die on the spot. The missile was almost 2/3 the size of a carriage. Regardless of its power, it looked intimidating, but because of its size, the missile's acceleration was relatively slow, giving the warriors time to react. The 3 warriors in the squad targeted by the missile immediately dodged in 3 different directions. Just as everyone thought this was a typical powerful, clumsy attack, something unexpected happened. The missile suddenly exploded in midair, and a 2-meter-long steel needle shot out. This sudden change in speed caught the warrior in the middle off guard. The tip of the long steel needle flashed with a hint of power, instantly piercing the warrior's heart. This valiant warrior was firmly pinned to the ground, black blood continuously gushing from his chest. He wasn't dead yet. A powerful Astartes has 2 hearts, but he needed immediate treatment. Everyone wanted to go rescue him, but the steel python's brutal physical attacks blocked their path. Rogier, we can't hold out here. We need support. The space wolves, who were fiercely fighting a large number of combat robots at the previous intersection, received the chapter's distress call. No time to waste here, a single decisive push. Rogier let out a piercing wolf howl, and then his other wolf brothers howled in unison. The giant wolves guarding outside the underground city entrance heard the call and turned to rush into the tunnel. Space wolves warriors live in symbiosis with wolves. Most of their failed experimental warriors transformed into Fenrischen giant wolves, serving as combat thralls accompanying the Astartes. However, tall figures blocked their way. Heavy footsteps, accompanied by unmatched power, entered the battlefield. Brother Ink, we are in position. Understood. The several mechanical arms on Ink's back immediately extended, firmly securing him to the ground. Ink brought out all his hidden items, including emergency reinforced chest plates and armor repair panels. A disc-shaped object immediately popped out of Ink's mechanical backpack, dropped to the ground, and began to deploy. The steel python's detection system immediately detected an anomaly. High energy reaction detected. Destroy immediately. Most of the gun barrels turned towards Ink, and Ink used his body as a shield, enduring the attack head-on. Splendid light illuminated the entire underground world, and deadly attacks came at Ink. His power armor was instantly covered in dense bullet holes. Emergency repair. Front armor will reach fracture threshold in 13 seconds. Warning, warning. Ink's tactical helmet was completely sealed, even an Astartes could not look directly at such dazzling light. His thick shoulder pads protected his vital points. The disc-shaped creation behind him flickered, emitting a psychic beam backward, illuminating an area behind Ink. The other members of the chapter immediately concentrated fire on the enemy's nodes, but with their scarce heavy weapons, they failed to breach the enemy's vital points in time. As the disc-shaped creation gradually unfolded, the alarm inside the steel python grew louder and louder, then entered an emergency state. Warning, warning. High energy reaction exceeds threshold. Initiating Protocol 133-23. The steel python's huge head charged directly at Ink. Its massive steel mouth opened, and within its powered fangs were familiar metal bars. The super energy cannon mounted on the previous city gate. Electric light flickered in the python's head, the electromagnetic cannon was rapidly charging. At this critical moment, psychic light, 100 times more brilliant than the gunfire before them, erupted from behind Ink, eclipsing all other light. At the entrance of the underground city, the remaining psychic team from the Eternal Mountain gasped for air. Despite the warp translation device and teleportation beacon, they were exhausted. This psychic light even overloaded the steel python's sensors, preventing it from detecting what was happening. Thus, this AI creation executed its final command: fire the energy cannon and destroy the high-energy creation before it. A pair of large hands grabbed Ink, throwing the tech marine, covered in bullet holes, behind him. A perfect combination of a great Omnisci creation and an Emperor's Angels, an iron-clad Terminator warrior, activated his shield and stepped forward. The furious attack shook the heavens and earth. When the lightning disappeared, and the smoke and dust had not yet cleared, streaks of red light appeared from the ashes, pointing directly at the steel python's head. A full 20 Terminators warriors had deployed here. The moment the teleportation ended, they could not suppress their boundless fighting spirit. For the Emperor. Exterminate all enemies. Several plasma storms fired, blue beams of light like a fierce storm, shattering the ancient body of the steel python. No, it should be called a fire python now. The high temperature from the plasma attacks melted the metal around the python, and the entire python glowed red hot. Larger weapons came into play. The largest version of the meltagun that an Astartes could wield, after a brief preheating, fired. The miniature nuclear fusion heat flow instantly split the steel python in half, causing it to fall helplessly to the ground. Black smoke permeated the entire battlefield. Be careful, they are modular in design, attack its head. Ink readjusted his communication channel and shouted at the newly arrived Terminator's warriors. But he was still a step too late. The glowing red metal body suddenly exploded, and the steel python's head flew high. Then, anti-gravity flight technology finally adjusted its trajectory, flying directly into the magnificent palace. Don't let it escape. Quick, pursue. Brother Ink, leave the rear to us. The reliable voice calmed the fervent Ink. All right, I'll leave it to you. 20 Terminator's warriors, with heavy steps, entered the palace. At the same time, the apothecary could finally provide emergency treatment for the injured warriors and evacuate them from the battlefield. High in the planet's orbit, the Eternal Mountain battle barge silently circled, its auxiliary machinery fully deployed and beginning to patch up the warship. The warship had to guard against fragments flying at high speeds in the planet's orbit while also being repaired enough to withstand the next breakthrough of warp currents and vortices, a task of no small difficulty. The others were not idle either. Numerous transports came and went, securing control over the entire planet. Chapter Master Yifeng stood before the observation window, gazing at the brilliant Milky Way. What a beautiful Milky Way, what a beautiful post-Wank world. So close, yet unattainable for millennia. Warp routes were too vital, important enough to sway the destinies of tens of thousands of galactic species. We must build humanity's own webway. We must seize destiny in our own hands, no matter the cost. A plan, daring to the extreme, gradually formed in Yifeng's mind, a crazy scheme that only someone like him, who had directly transmigrated from a 3K world and held no emotional attachment to this place, could conceive. Of course, that was for later. The immediate problem was, we entered this star system alive, but how do we get out? Endure another round of warp vortices? Then, like that whole bunch of guys who attacked the temporary second Taiping star region, just dive into some unknown psychic beacon? Yifeng cordially visited the navigators who had just woken from their coma. These vital personnel were still shaken and likely wouldn't dare to go through it again anytime soon. Perhaps, we should take a breather? The chapter still had reserves. Should we establish a base here? This would be a major undertaking. A place where normal things couldn't enter could perfectly serve as a secret chapter base, or even a spark plan base, crucial for a comeback if the chapter were ever annihilated. The prerequisite was finding a sufficiently stable way to enter and exit. Relying on the battle barge to endure it each time, with several navigators dying in the process, was unacceptable. As Yifeng was contemplating, a newly awakened senior offered a suggestion. Darkness encroached upon the entire palace. It seemed millennia of wear had destroyed the entire power system, or perhaps the AI deemed lighting completely unnecessary here. Terminator's warriors moved through the dark, magnificent palace. For the enhanced vision of an Astartes, it was no different from the normal world, except for the as yet undiscovered hidden enemies. Whoosh! The sound of something cutting through the air only came after the tiny flying needle struck the armor. The flying needle, made of a mysterious material, had completely shattered, leaving the Terminator armor unscathed. Incoming from bearing 1297-234-067, suspected tranquilizer dart. Ignore it, continue advancing. No sooner had these words been spoken than a loosening sound came from above the main hall. A warrior spun around quickly, dodging several blades falling from the ceiling. Along the way, various traps had bewildered the Terminator's warriors. These traps were on a completely different technological level from the steel behemoth outside. They were practically a joke. Where are the enemies hiding? These guys, they're just like those Night Lords scum, only knowing how to hide and sneak around, a warrior grumbled, actually dissatisfied with the relatively slow movement speed of the Terminator armor. Haha, after we beat them so badly, with only a head flying off, they surely won't dare to be arrogant again. With that, the entire palace began to shake violently. The warriors immediately became alert, no longer speaking. The leading warrior subtly sensed the vibrations and said, "The tremor is coming from the front left, go." The warriors blasted open the door ahead with a single shot and stooped to pass through. But once they did, the warriors were stunned. What greeted their eyes was an extremely tall hall, likely over 20 meters high. The hall was immensely wide, and a large portion of the floor was occupied by a massive metal construct, whose countless illuminated indicator lights showed it was still operational. Before the warriors could even react, another gigantic construct began to move. From its appearance, this was the pinnacle of mechanical chaos theory, a jumble of robots and weapons haphazardly pieced together, forming a supermassive, firepower fortress? Let's call it that for now, because it was entirely a product of irregular assembly. The head of the steel python, which was a central AI control, was hiding in the very center of this metallic mass. The Terminators gazed at this construct in surprise. They felt no fear. The Crimson Torrent chapter warriors, who had not experienced the brutal efficiency of Necron's constructs, felt there was no metal construct they couldn't defeat. At most, it would be a slight nuisance. The warriors opened fire first. This time, the firepower was incomparable to the bolters wielded by the ordinary warriors before. Devastating attacks intersected, forming a dense web of fire that enveloped the entire mechanical firepower fortress. The AI control within the giant python also knew that against these powerful enemies, the previous mob tactics were completely ineffective, and it could only concentrate its strength for a desperate struggle. Fortunately, this was its main base. A long pipe extended from behind it, and a flamethrower, with ample fuel, unsparingly sprayed its flames across the entire area in front of it. The warriors' vision and detectors were completely lost within the wall of fire. The flames spread all the way to the wall behind the Terminators', and in the world of red and yellow, a black line suddenly appeared. His speed was incredibly fast. The fierce wind generated by his charge blew away the surrounding flames, and the iron-clad Terminator's shield annihilated the meaningless stray bullets. Throughout the entire chapter, only one person could do this. Kazanov, wreathed in roaring flames, swung a chainsword drenched in hypercombustible fuel, charging towards the enemy before him. Like a fiend from hell. No, fiends should flee at my sight. We are Astartes. Kazanov charged forward with an unstoppable momentum. The AI's combat computer rapidly calculated but found that every step the enemy took was flawless. Although only one enemy was charging at it, the probability of successfully retreating to any surrounding position was less than 10%. In the face of this situation, which almost exceeded its comprehension, the AI's flaw became apparent. It could only calculate and analyze after the battle to gain experience. But Kazanov had no intention of giving it that chance. Just a coward hiding in a jungle of steel. I am the Emperor's blade. I am the chapter champion. My deeds, to be the first to assault, to seize the banner, to slay generals and break the enemy. Artillery fire cannot stop my advance. Every step I take strikes the enemy's death knell, playing a symphony of death for any foe who dares to block my path. In such a short time, the raging flames were like a gentle breeze, and the scattered missiles were but willow leaves falling to the ground. The firepower fortress had thrown almost all its ammunition, but alas, if it had just a little more time, this intensity of fire would have been enough to overload the iron-clad Terminator's shield and shatter its thick armor. There were no ifs. The intelligent AI was making a desperate stand. The python's head aggregated all the melee weapons of the robots on its body, countless blades and chain swords interlocking to form a gaping maw of the abyss. It was welcoming its prey, and Khazanov was doing the same. Bite me? You'll chip your teeth. Khazanov, like a meteor, crashed directly into the enemy's trap, pulverizing those blades. Charge forth and break the enemy, liberate the entire galaxy. The Emperor's blade pierced through the enemy's body, slicing the python's head into several pieces. The entire machine collective crashed to the ground, scattering into pieces. The other Terminator's warriors arrived one after another. Although slightly annoyed that they had charged in with such fighting spirit, only to end up watching a performance like tourists. But they couldn't deny it, in this situation, only Khazanov could move that fast. In a silent understanding, all the warriors present secretly vowed to train like Khazanov from now on. Power pack, so, I'll just leave. First company captain, what should we do with this thing? A warrior asked, pointing to the huge mechanical life form before them. During the previous battle, this thing had sustained considerable damage, severed nutrient tubes, leaked flesh from biological containers. Mad Wolf didn't think much of it, such things should simply be left for the tech marine. Before that, what could an ordinary Astartes do? Taste it? A warrior tasted a bit of the leaked flesh, then fell silent. No useful information gained. It seems, this is just a clump of cancer cells. Then it's meaningless. After Enk arrived here, he confirmed that this was the source of the high-energy reaction. The central computer? The rustling sounds outside gradually grew louder, it seemed more robots were heading this way. Those robots, repaired and upgraded in the mechanical factory, were approaching in a unique anti-gravity flight mode. Never mind, let's blow it up first. A muffled explosion ended the battle. All the robots outside stopped, motionless, entering a standby state. Confirmed, enemy AI core has been retrieved. Technical personnel prepare for cleanup. The warriors breathed a sigh of relief. Casualties were not significant, most were severely wounded and would require a period of recuperation before rejoining the company. On the red screen hanging high at the top of the hall, the ancient script began to change. Mission failed, Lady Emanuela deceased. Current status, standby. Alas, no one could decipher this variant script, inherited from the Golden Age, at this time. 141 There's another world. The battle subsided. From the Astartes perspective, the largest and most AI-like gigantic machine construct had been destroyed, and then all the machine constructs stopped moving. The destroyed one must have been the control core. So, after a brief search around the palace, everyone called in the post-battle cleanup crew. The Tech Marines and the Sons of Ferrus Manus were exceptionally excited. This was technology they had never seen before, and everyone collected every scrap like they were scraping the earth. The mortal cleanup crew from the Atres scavenger team watched dumbfounded as a group of the Emperor's angels shamelessly, crossed out, lowered themselves to help them collect supplies. They couldn't compete with them at all. Several warriors even set their sights on the same good item, agreeing to settle ownership with a duel later. Enk was naturally among the first to rush in. After he was injured earlier, he went back and changed into a special power armor entirely for transport, which he usually wore when moving things from the warehouse to his small workshop. No choice, when a Terminator is deployed in this kind of battlefield, the probability of resolving the battle within half an hour is 99.98%. Of course, you have to be prepared to snatch things. STC, where are you? Omniscia guide me. The Tech Marines muttered, speaking some incomprehensible binary language, wandering around. When Enk strolled under the constantly lit sign, he frowned slightly, feeling that something was off. Subsequently, Enk walked back and forth around that area, trying to discover the reason for his unease. Rogier, come here. What's up, brother Enk? Rogier walked over casually, followed by a group of wolf cubs who had been scolded into silence. What's up, brother Enk? I'm teaching the wolf cubs combat experience. Do you want to show off a bit too? No, brother Rogier, let's do serious business first. I feel something is wrong here, but I can't pinpoint what the problem is. Rogier gave Enk a strange look. You're a Tech Marine, with tons of scanning equipment, and you can't find anything abnormal? What can I help you with? Rogier also walked to the sign and then stood still. What's up? Brother Rogier, did you find anything? SHH, quiet. The surrounding warriors immediately stopped their actions, all looking towards Rogier. This true Space Wolves warrior took off his helmet and then cautiously took a step forward. Brother Enk, listen to the footsteps. No, isn't the vibration from underfoot a bit different? Enk paused slightly and immediately called another brother to bring the sound wave vibration detector. Some of the Iron Hand's sons who knew about this situation even trembled with excitement. There's something here, and its material can even block the detection of the auger array and other instruments. Most importantly, there's a high possibility that STC template fragments are buried beneath it, and we can obtain this technology. Soon, the equipment was brought, and even the personnel outside the palace stopped their actions. Enk received the instrument handed by his comrade and cautiously began to detect. The echo showed that what appeared to be a complete and pure surface below was actually two different materials. The speed of vibration propagation within them was different, and they were joined together in a strange pattern, making the overall vibration transmitted back to the ground similar to the surrounding pure metal floor. The only difference was that when stacked, they were thinner than the surrounding floor. The erosion of so many years had finally created a few cracks at their joints, allowing Rogier to perceive them. It must be said that the Space Wolves' perception of their surroundings is incredibly meticulous, even surpassing many commonly used Imperial instruments. Quick, cutting machine, over here. The warriors tried to choose the least damaging method to open this fascinating gate. What they didn't know was that this was actually a voice print lock. All they needed to do was say certain words to the sign. There was a flurry of activity, and everyone was in high spirits. Even Rogier and his unit sat on the side, watching a group of prosthetic warriors tinker with various machines that the wolves couldn't understand. Who cares, as long as it's lively, and preferably with good wine and a feast. A pack of wolves wanted to throw a grand banquet. After a period of busyness, Ankh gently lifted the floor, revealing a hidden passage. The underground passage had clearly been abandoned for a long time, dust had accumulated thickly, but there was no scattered trash or waste. Boom Power Boots heavily stepped into the long corridor, which had not seen visitors for a long time. The dust raised was enough to obscure the entire vision of a dwarf. The tech marines lined up to enter the passage with a pilgrimage-like mindset, but some were stopped by Rogier. Just kidding, what if there was a big bomb hidden here? With a boom, Anos would become a bear commander again. After the narrow passage, there was a vast and brightly lit huge space. Below the underground city, there was another underground world. As far as the eye could see, countless unknown mechanical constructs were displayed, with gold, cyan, and silver shimmering, paving a magnificent mural along the underground cave wall. The scene in the very center was particularly shocking. In the center was a huge pedestal, whose material was indistinguishable, faintly glowing with a dark jade color. It was probably a huge energy center, serving as a wireless power bank. Suspended in the air was a massive cluster of mechanical constructs. Under the effect of anti-gravity devices, they formed the shape of a giant dragon in the air. The most dazzling was the dragon pearl held in the giant dragon's mouth. The tech marine immediately confirmed that within the dragon pearl, there must be the precious STC template fragment. Omniscia above, this is a historic moment. Ankh calmed himself down and began to kowtow. One kowtow per step, muttering to himself. The empty underground space echoed with the warrior's footsteps, followed by a variant language from the Golden Age. Alert! Alert! Intruder detected. Alert! Alert! Core area invaded. Final weapon activated. The magnificent mural on the wall lit up, shimmering with brilliant light, and a high-energy alert instantly appeared in Ankh's helmet. Oh no, something has activated. Before Ankh could issue a warning, the giant dragon suspended in the air moved. It swallowed the dragon pearl in one gulp, then coiled in place. Brother Ankh, the situation doesn't look good. What are you waiting for? Run. Are you waiting for Omniscia to kick your ass? Ankh admitted that this was his mistake. The last line of defense wasn't the steel python above, but the close quarters guard of this dragon pearl. The giant dragon suspended in the air did not exhibit similar movements to the steel python but adopted a full defensive posture. Seeing this, several warriors slowed their pace. Brother Ankh, is this a lock? Don't stop, run. Definitely not. The high-energy detector is about to explode. Oh no, it's already burned out. The energy of this thing is beyond your imagination. If this explodes, it's enough to destroy a battle barge. Several warriors sprinted towards the passage entrance. As devout as their kowtows were before, that's how disheveled they were now. The giant dragon did not release any death rays or destructive dragon's breath as expected. Instead, hundreds of thousands of rays burst from its body, connecting with the mechanical mural on the walls. The entire underground space began to rotate, and it was a three-dimensional rotation. The warriors could barely stand steady. After a few seconds, the earthquake-like movement stopped. When the sons of the Iron Hands regained their footing and began to observe their surroundings, they were surprised to find that the passage entrance they had come through was completely obscured, and 3 new black passage entrances had appeared. More importantly, they were now hanging upside down from the ceiling. Relying on the magnetic attachment device of their power boots, they stood firmly on the metal floor, which was now the metal ceiling. A large number of robots of various colors poured out from the newly appeared passage entrances, beginning to assemble onto the giant dragon's body like scales. Quick, cover me, install the warp teleportation beacon. The warriors quickly descended, finding flatter ground to establish a crossfire network. Bang bang bang. Bolter shells streaked across the air, whistling towards the giant dragon. The mechanical constructs informed the Astartes with actual results that their worries about the STC template fragments being completely destroyed by the explosion were superfluous. The mechanical constructs flying out of the cave formed metal shields, blocking the warriors' attacks. Was the AI Legion truly only defending? Did it not counterattack? Of course not. Who said a counterattack had to be a huge swarm of robots rushing over? This was its territory. Just as the warriors found a flat spot to set up the warp teleportation beacon, the AI made its move. Mechanical spikes suddenly emerged from the ground, then exploded violently, destroying the entire warp teleportation beacon that had just been set up. The AI learned its lesson from the last time. After the enemy set up this strange construct, a bunch of powerful things immediately appeared out of thin air and defeated it. So, it tricked the Astartes into exposing this thing, then suddenly attacked and destroyed it. The battle fell into a desperate situation. The AI's move of closing the door and trapping the dog confined the warriors in its specially made cage. At this moment, even with a tech marine present, the warriors had no way to break through the enemy's defenses. Now, even the calmest Enk's face was flushed, and the mechanical wrench on his back glowed with the light of a power weapon as he began to charge at the enemy. Great Omnissiah, guide us! The machine spirit of Enk's power armor was extremely fanatical and full of fighting spirit. It seemed to have encountered an opponent worthy of its full effort, entering an extreme state. Countless feedback messages floated through the tactical visor, and the advancement route was refreshed hundreds of times per second. Various deadly weapons constantly emerged from the ground. The sudden thrusts of terrifying spears and the ejected metal-throwing knives were just appetizers. Some ultra-small mosquito-type robots suddenly appeared, attacking the warriors with their sharp needle-like weapons, attempting to penetrate the adamantium armor and inject electronic viruses into the power armor. Enk darted left and right across the trap-filled ground, overcoming one obstacle after another. Just as he thought he was within arm's reach of the giant dragon, a horde of robots crashed into him. Enk felt like he had been hit by an imperial train, thrown back to his original position, the place where the beacon was broken and hope had been extinguished. Enk despaired. He was the most rigorous follower of data, but now their chances of victory were infinitely close to zero. At such times, they would be even more desperate than other warriors. Could Kazanov detect the anomaly here and immediately lead his team in? No, the defenses here were too good, they couldn't get in, unless the Eternal Mountain's main cannon directly blasted its way through. Then we would also be directly shaken to death. Oh Emperor, will you watch over us here, and help us break through this predicament? Enk's mind raced, and whenever he thought of the Emperor, Yifeng's words echoed in his mind. Pray to the Emperor for strength? What a joke. The Emperor didn't create Astartes because he had too few burdens, he created them to conquer for humanity. The Emperor isn't our aid, we are the Emperor's aid. Alas, the Emperor's grace, I have failed it. The warriors gathered together, their ammunition running low. They decided to concentrate their firepower and launch one last concerted charge. Brother Enk, what should we do? The warriors all awaited Enk's command, he was the oldest and most experienced Astartes here. Battle brothers, do you think a miracle is greater, or the person who believes in a miracle is greater? We don't believe in those things, but we believe in you. The giant dragon in front of them was about to complete its scale coverage. Enk's mind raced, and a multitude of unanswered thoughts gradually muddled his mind, causing the memories of his life to flash before his eyes like a revolving lantern. From the moment he encountered mathematics, he completely trusted data, believing that he simply hadn't considered more factors or calculated all the deviations. His calculations became increasingly precise, the errors smaller and smaller, almost to the point of being truth and prophecy. But there was one time. The only time in over 100 years of his life. He faced that near-zero probability, took one step forward, then a second, moving faster and faster, hurrying, sprinting. Until now. You know, Enk, some things cannot be quantified by data, and we are not data. I want to fight for a future. Fight. Everyone, head this way. A marker appeared in everyone's tactical helmets. It wasn't in front of the giant dragon, nor was it some strategic location, it was simply the base of a wall, its only distinguishing feature being a slight indentation. Standing there, one faced a vast flat area and the steel giant dragon flying in the air. No one objected. Everyone rushed to the spot marked by Enk at their fastest speed. The warriors pressed against the wall, standing in the indentation. This should have been part of a mural on the wall that had fallen off due to age and lack of maintenance. The giant dragon completed its scale coverage, then turned its head and looked directly at them. 13 Astartes stood there, staring back at it. Brothers, now, we have only one chance. With your truest emotions, imagine and call out to that great person. Some warriors had already begun to imagine the Emperor's figure. Of course, the old Astartes mostly meditated on the scene of Kazanov becoming a living saint on Wolf's Lair Mountain in their minds. Everyone, follow me and shout his name. He is, Maroris. In a flash, everyone's minds didn't even have time to process it, a huge machine, repeatedly oscillating between greatness and heresy, unconsciously appeared in their minds. A faint ripple of spiritual guidance spread through the warp, and a dazzling burst of psychic light erupted out of thin air in the open space before them, accompanied by an ancient roar. The oldest, most powerful and only psychic teleportation librarian of the Red Tide chapter, guardian of the Shadow Venom Blade, pilot of the Night-class psychic dreadnought, Maroris, made a grand entrance. The AI was clearly stunned. This was an unprecedented situation. It had clearly considered all factors, even destroying the psychic beacon, so why had powerful reinforcements, or rather, even more powerful ones than before, appeared out of nowhere? In that moment of dazed, Grand Librarian Maroris mercilessly unleashed all his weapons upon the enemy. He was not like these inexperienced youngsters. His combat record was long enough to stretch from the Eternal Mountain's command center to the mess hall. He had even witnessed Necron's combat. His combat creed was simple: disassemble the enemy into fragments, then discuss technical recovery. Enk laughed maniacally behind the Grand Librarian. At this moment, he was nothing like an Astartes tech marine, calmer than a machine. Instead, he resembled the spirited youth of yesteryear, who, amidst blood and sweat, watched his chances of becoming an Astartes steadily increase. I am also part of the deviation. I am also part of influencing the future. The way of heaven is 50, one is escaped. I am the variable. I am the only one. The Grand Librarian's psychic energy was more violent than ever. The pervasive psychic energy permeated the newly covered scales of the enemy, then instantly surged, forming a void barrier, like a universal insulator. The scales that had lost their signal fell off one after another, leaving only the initial giant dragon skeleton. According to the warriors who participated in the battle afterwards, the Grand Librarian's methods were extremely cruel at the time. He mercilessly folded and twisted the precious creation, then swung it around like a whip. When the giant dragon no longer resembled a dragon, he then, like an old pervert, peeled off its last pieces of metal little by little, revealing its crystal clear and magnificent core. All right, our interview ends here. Warrior, you may continue your punishment. Running without a power armor's backpack is indeed an inhumane punishment. Keep it up. Maroris happily took out the Dragon Ball and handed it to his old brother Enos, and through a series of self-congratulatory hints, he implied to Enos that any good weapons developed should be prioritized for his own modifications. I just love the process of a bunch of machine spirits being unruly and then being beaten into submission by me. He. The Grand Librarian went back to sleep, and Enos looked at the STC template fragments before him, feeling deeply exhausted. He had originally intended to train the next generation of tech marines in some unique skills, which was why he sent them. He didn't expect the result to still end up in his hands. Alas, the fragments snatched from the World Eaters were enough for him to be promoted to Forge Father. The Grand Librarian's awakening this time wasn't purely for a fight. At first, Yi Feng wanted to ask for his advice on whether to establish a final base here. This was a very risky plan, meaning he would have to transfer precious production lines from the Eternal Mountain to this world, a world he wasn't even sure he could leave and return to. Technical recovery would take a long time, and the technical personnel strongly requested that the entire underground city be designated as a research area to study these miraculous technologies. And Yi Feng had the same intention. The originally lush island was to be planned as a great fortress, where the biomodification production lines transferred from the battle barge would be installed. It was impossible to establish any weapon production lines in this star system, as no raw materials could be transported in, and the star system itself had been largely exploited. However, bioorgans and modification tanks were different. The former required materials that could be obtained here, though it was somewhat cruel to the humans here. The latter were directly dismantled from the warship. If possible, the next time the chapter entered this star system, it would bring back a large number of repair parts and the scarce materials from here. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion, except for Sak and Tinos, who were trembling in the corner. The new explorers and gourmet seekers were taken to the Emperor's Angels temporary base after being rescued by the Astartes. There was no choice, only 2 people were rescued, everyone else had died. Then came a series of interrogations from the mortals, who tried to get these 2 to join the Red Tide chapter. This immense honor, bestowed upon 2 mortals who had never known of space marines, brought only fear. Who dismantles several meter-tall combat robots as if they were toys. These people are still fighting, so how strong are their enemies? Won't the wars we have to fight in the future be a certain death for us too? No, absolutely not. The mortal soldiers were quite impatient. In such a situation, if they refused, they would simply be executed, which was simple and convenient. However, their chapter strictly forbade such actions. Just as the mortal persuader was thinking of a new argument and was about to speak, a great figure walked over. Bals, this powerful librarian, was somewhat disoriented. After the 100-cloth robe returned, as a living saint, he naturally became even stronger, but he also suddenly felt a will emanating from the ethereal. The 100-cloth robe squatted at this warp node, looking at the surging warp vortex currents around it, and pouted slightly. TCH, is that all? Do you know where I fought my way back from? A warp storm. The biggest one. I even saw the bright cold sun. If it weren't for caring about my family at the time, I would have gone up and chatted with it for a bit. Definitely not cowardice, it's just that I always follow my heart. The 100-cloth robe looked down on the warp vortex here, even wanting to go surfing. And so, it arrogantly transmitted a message to Bals, don't worry, with me here, isn't getting through simple? I have at least 90%, 80%, 65% certainty that I can get you out safely. What a joke, if the storm here were that simple, would no one have come for 10,000 years? Let's be conservative. And so, the somewhat disoriented Bals unknowingly walked up to Sak and Tinos. Chapter 142 I really want to leave, really. Although Sak and Tinos had never seen an Astartes before, their recent experience told them that these big men must hold a very high status. So, Tinos pounced forward, immediately hugging the unsuspecting Bals's leg, and began to bang his head on the ground, wailing loudly. His cries shook the heavens and earth, and he barely squeezed out 2 drops of tears. In an instant, behind Sak, the sound of pistols being cocked rose and fell, and the Imperial Auxiliary warriors erupted with astonishing killing intent. Sak felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, trembling uncontrollably. That. Tinos, we truly are innocent. I'm just a cook. I came out to find ingredients and brought that young lad to see the world. What happened here really has nothing to do with us, please. Just let us go back, boo-hoo. Although Tinos didn't shed many tears, his snot flowed freely. With snot and tears, streaming down, he looked utterly heartbroken, more mournful than if he had become a eunuch, his wife and children had died, and they weren't even his. Sak was stunned for a moment, feeling a cold draft behind him. Gritting his teeth, he also knelt down and began to shout. Bals finally came to his senses, vaguely hearing something about cook and don't kill me. Chef? What rank? Reliable. When this was brought up, Tinos's expression turned serious. He straightened his back, tidied his face and clothes, and said with a solemn expression, I am a national master chef of the Hung-Jiki Kingdom, 3rd place in the A-grade World Innovative Culinary Competition, the inventor of the Red Kes cooking style, Grand Master of the Food Ingredients Department at the Heavenly Food Academy, Tinos. Afterward, Tinos wiped his face again, then abruptly knelt down and continued to hug Balz's leg, wailing. I really am just a cook. I don't know how to fight at all. Don't take me onto the ship. I'm completely useless. Balz glanced at the countless enraged mortal warriors behind him and gently pressed his palm down, signaling them not to act. What if I told you that by coming with us, you could witness and possess ingredients from countless other planets, and you could research cooking to your heart's content? Really? Really? Sack, let's go. Everyone stared at the two in bewilderment. Is it that simple? The mortal warrior responsible for persuasion was dumbfounded. Is this the legendary seizing a weakness and striking a fatal blow? Sack's mind hadn't caught up yet. Tinos, wake up, this is a life-risking venture. Why did we come here? To find ancient ingredients. Is it dangerous? Dangerous, probably. Isn't this also a life-risking venture? What's the difference between following them and what we're doing now? Isn't it just going a bit further? Dangerous? In dangerous places, there are the rarest and most precious ingredients in the world. Sack looked at Tinos with disbelief. Where had the resolute coward who absolutely refused to board the ship gone? You're a food explorer who risks his life for ingredients, but I'm not. Why are you dragging me along to die? And so, Balz slowly walked into the depths of the camp under the worshipful gazes of the mortals, leaving behind Tinos, who was constantly convincing himself, and Sack, who had been thoroughly bamboozled. 2 sentences, and I tricked 2 people into working for me for life. Humph, that's how unreasonable I am. I absolutely did not use minor psyker tricks, no. Our chapter has always treated every mortal equally and respects everyone who fulfills their duties. They were simply moved by our chapter's good atmosphere and voluntarily joined us. 2 mortals were not enough to warrant his attention, leaving this world now was the priority. Balz hurried to find Yi Feng. Then, 10 years passed in a flash. The Crimson Torrent chapter thrived in this star system. The post-Wenk world was directly integrated by our chapter into a single entity, the great nations that had been divided for thousands of years were finally all eliminated, and the world was unified. Several large islands had hive cities, which had now developed to an astonishing degree. Many of them even believed these were natural formations, like mountains, a gift from the heavens for humanity to inhabit. The enraged Astartes immediately dispatched Mr. Nian Sijin for gentle persuasion, with excellent results. None of this was the main point. After compiling the population statistics and gradually improving personal information, the chapter was surprised to discover that the people here had mutated. Yi Feng had originally prepared for many psychers, as this seemingly peaceful place corresponded to a very violent warp vortex. However, the people here seemed to have evolved in the opposite direction. The people here universally exhibited inert psychic abilities. According to the Imperial 24-level psychic classification, there are 7 levels below ordinary humans. If an untouchable reaches -7, then the average person here is roughly around -2.5. Most people had no talent for psychic abilities at all, and a small number could even be immune to certain psychic attacks. After 10 years of perfecting local population information, the chapter even found 4 untouchables in one go. In a place with a population of billions, this density was quite high. This also caused some problems with Astartes modifications. The Astartes gene seed is essentially a warp product, which is why some warriors in extreme states can even travel through the river of time to meet their gene father. When these gene seeds were used for modification on the people here, the process took much longer than normal, but these warriors also had much higher magic resistance. Among them, the gene seed of the White Scars, whose gene father had psychic abilities, had an extremely low success rate, everything else was normal. Yi Feng believed that White Scars warriors had always used their psychic abilities, because it might be a passive skill called detecting enemy weaknesses. It definitely wasn't his self-doubt during long periods of immense suffering under the Sisters of Silence's bone shield, absolutely not. Boo-hoo-hoo. In addition to these factors, the chapter's technology also underwent a revolution. The era of Tech Marine Overtime forced Annos to put down the half-researched STC template fragments, from the World Eaters, and assist the recruits in developing anti-gravity flight devices. This technology is still not perfect, the STC template is a bit too incomplete, and current technology does not support the creation of related devices with excessively powerful levitation. Unless, like an iron dragon, the surrounding area is filled with related devices, murals, or like an iron python, 1 device is installed per carriage. But for anti-gravity motorcycles, it's enough. Hehehe, White Scars warriors rejoiced. The technology for the iron python-like armory was prioritized for analysis, and the Crimson Torrent chapter concentrated its existing resources to create a prototype. All 28 of its carriages were fully loaded with weapons. Of course, for safety, it did not use full AI control, the primary control was by a Primaris scion of the Iron Hand seated in the snake's head, who provided overall command. The AI was disguised as an auxiliary aiming system. This Iron Python was named Supply Transport 1. Its unpretentious name would deliver a big surprise to unsuspecting enemies on the battlefield. Although there were 28 carriages, only 8 were used for transport. Apart from the 6 carriages responsible for the power system, energy system, and deflection field, the other 12 carriages were all heavily armed fire fortresses. What? You ask what the other 2 carriages are for? That brings us to our warrior whose heart was pierced by a steel needle. After careful research by everyone, it was found that this disguised power needle missile, disguised as a carriage, was very effective, insidious, so 2 were equipped. Other robot projects did not progress much. After all, if robots with high combat power were to be made, from a cost perspective, why not just create Astartes? Low combat power robots are not only easily corrupted by chaos, but also lead to an uneconomical consumption of materials. Wouldn't it be better to build more sweepers? And so, Anos took this technology to tinker with, to wreak havoc on the Grand Librarian's psychic dreadnoughts. The Crimson Torrent chapter launched a vigorous construction effort in this star system, gradually replacing all visible outdated technological products with more efficient equipment. In terms of internal affairs, under the leadership of Guilliman's scions, it gradually entered a period of great development. Although the Emperor's Scythe's warriors continued to fight bravely after Doflet entered stasis due to the poison of ice, they were gradually transitioned to administrative roles under Yifeng's arrangement. For example, the current leader, the prophetic librarian Sisyphus, is now the headmaster of the Psychic University. The Guilliman scions brought with the chapter were also being trained to become governors for the worlds conquered later. With Anos' statement, most of the recruit manufacturing facilities and bioorgan manufacturing facilities have been relocated to the post-Wenk world. The mineral resources of this star system do not support the chapter remaining here. Yifeng finally reluctantly issued the order for the expedition. Of course, before that, a grand military exercise was held. The Lamenter's warrior with Archangel bloodline slaughtered his way to the finals without hindrance, and then Kazanov personally intervened, beating him until he doubted his existence. Now this Lamenter's warrior is sulking in his cabin. Yifeng feels the time is right and is ready to depart. As a leader, Yifeng would never fully trust a psyker, even his own battle brother, as he fully understood Xianxia's power. It would be too easy for him to use minor tricks to deceive a psyker. Eerie light shimmered at the Mandeville point. Bao stood behind the navigator, guiding them, while Yifeng stood at the very front. This positioning only occurred during the warship's most critical moments. When the warship and the chaos of the warp were fiercely battling, the untouchables would stand in front of the navigator to shield them from the corruption of chaos, and the navigator would endure several times the pain to guide the warship out of the danger zone. This was a test for everyone. The warship slowly sailed into the warp, and the Astartes warriors who remained silently returned to their posts. They were about to face an unknown future and perhaps centuries, millennia, or even 10 millennia of solitude. As always, in the chaotic warp, surging warp tides crashed against the eternal mountain warship wave after wave, with many undercurrents appearing from time to time, sweeping past the warship with destructive force. The 100-cloth robe carefully flew at the very front of the warship, dodging one fatal threat after another. The navigator screamed in agony, chanting holy imperial hymns aloud, trying to discern the route amidst the chaotic warp anomalies, but they were met only with more noisy, meaningless sounds. Suddenly, the warship began to lurch, and even the Astartes felt the significant effects of centrifugal force. The warship performed a tactical evasion in extreme mode, plunging from a gap between a vortex and an undercurrent directly into another vortex. Bad news, Bals, what's going on? Are we still on course? Trust me. Bal's psychic powers were on the verge of berserking, psychic radiance filled his eyes, and faint psychic lightning overflowed. The surrounding air was somewhat stagnant, and the warriors guarding him nearby had to exert all their strength just to move. This wasn't the 100-cloth robe intentionally setting up Yifeng, it had discovered something in the vortex. After its rigorous calculations, and a few moments of head-scratching, it led the battle barge to dive headfirst into the largest vortex. For 10 millennia, countless warships attempting to enter this star system had been shattered by the undercurrents here, but those that entered the vortex fared somewhat better, such as vessels with powerful protective capabilities. Their power might not be enough to break out, but the warp storm also failed to completely shatter their defenses, allowing them to cling to life. They survived solely on the supplies within their own ships. There was no time in the warp either, who knew how long they could last. However, a broken battle barge merely drifting in the warp couldn't attract the 100-cloth robe's attention, it wasn't worth the risk. This time, it had found something even more valuable. The centers of other vortices were large warp settlements, basically tribes formed by broken warship debris and a pile of bizarre warp creatures, but the very center of this vortex was different, it still belonged to imperial jurisdiction. What existed here was a Mechanicu's ark, or rather, something as large as a Mechanicu's ark. This was a megastructure, initially composed of several large Adeptus Mechanicu's warships. When the Adeptus Mechanicu's personnel found themselves trapped at the very center of this vortex, a place where the warp was very calm but from which they could not escape, they did not choose to give up. They fought fiercely against the local warp creatures and, relying on their powerful firepower, drove the enemies away. They gathered, crossed out, plundered and collected a large amount of warship wreckage, sifting through the severely corroded metal for usable parts. Over countless years, they bowed countless times before the forge, performed countless purification rituals, and painstakingly repaired their great ark, thus surviving. No one knows how much time had passed, the several Geller fields of this Mechanicu's ark were used in rotation, but they were still slowly deteriorating, and the entire ark was heading towards decay. The warp's corruption grew more severe day by day, and more parts of the Mechanicu's ark lost control and became corrupted, with the Adeptus Mechanicu's personnel there gradually defecting to the side of chaos. Fortunately, important Adeptus Mechanicu's personnel could perform self-diagnostics and completely replace corrupted metal. Recently, usable replacement parts have become increasingly scarce, and the pressure on the Supreme Leader has grown. The faction members within the Adeptus Mechanicus advocating for one last desperate push, succeeding or dying in the attempt, have also increased. Of course, there were also benefits. After entering here, a large amount of resources were poured into warp research. After dozens of Adeptus Mechanicus Archmagos went mad, their warp technology also made some progress. Now, the Mechanicus Archmagos here was opening the most important meeting. Heretic forces have seized 54% of the area, we must find a way to launch a strong counterattack. The last warship wreckage has been cleared. Only about 3% of the metal is usable, and after deducting losses, the safe metal we can acquire is not enough to support our production for another 5 years. The Warp Research Department has sent word that their modifications to the new generation of warp engines are complete, but according to performance test results, the probability of breaking through the vortex is less than 13%. High-energy observation shows that the heretics seem to have created a powerful warp facility, whose fluctuations are no less than performing a warp jump. Warp creatures have attacked the third warehouse, they are attempting to reclaim it. The Mechanicus Archmagos heard this pile of bad news and slightly swayed his mechanical arm, very impatiently. Any results from the jump department? None. All probes attempting to jump from the middle of this vortex to the real universe have not returned any signal. Then, tell Docles to get ready, the High Lord hadn't finished his sentence when the alarm blared throughout the entire Mechanicus arc. High Lord, a new warship has entered, the fluctuations are significant. Prepare for battle. For so long, without exception, every warship that entered was destroyed by them and became part of their Mechanicus arc. A tattered cloth first appeared in the core area of the vortex, the 100-cloth robe protected the chapter as it drilled in, followed by precise firepower attacks. Alert, alert. Area A123-213-359 is damaged. The Astartes, armed and armored, immediately entered combat readiness. Chapter Master Yi Feng. We are under intense attack. The auger array shows something absurdly large in front of us. At this moment, Chapter Master Yi Feng stood at the very front of the navigator's chamber, tilting his head and questioning Bals. Bals, where are we? What exactly is the situation now? Chapter Master, this seems to be the very center of a warp vortex, it should be very calm, but it appears the dark mechanicum is present. No, why are we here? My order was to leave this storm area as quickly as possible. I don't know, my psychic powers guided my arrival. You're not a prophet. At number and percent asterisk fine, whether it's the Emperor or something else, let's see. The psychic radiance in Balz's eyes shone even brighter, and the voice he emitted was completely unlike his usual tone. Dark mechanicum? A warp stronghold? Convey my order, all warriors prepare to board, increase warship void shield power, and advance to detector operating range. Detectors show the enemy is protected by void shields in a Geller field. That's it then. Firefighters and First Company, prepare to board. The warriors' spirits were roused. Places without a Geller field were very dangerous. Chapter Master Yi Feng would most likely order the warship to advance, or even abandon some warship sections, to directly link up with the enemy. They would have to pass through shattered ruins, under the protection of a weak Geller field, resisting the warp's erosion while charging in to tear the enemy apart. The bombardment began. The ship's cannons adjusted their angles and macro cannons and bombardment cannons fired simultaneously, attacking a set of void shields ahead. On the Mechanicus arc, the Mechanicus Archmagos was greatly alarmed but secretly delighted. The newcomers were very powerful, a large contingent of Astartes. Their chances of victory were slim. But the Astartes were currently bombarding the areas controlled by the heretics. High Lord, the communication system has completed preheating, we can establish contact with the enemy. No hurry. Let them bombard for a while. When they attack our occupied territory, then call, then send a distress signal. The High Lord decided to portray his people as Adeptus Mechanicus survivors bravely fighting the heretics. Although they would temporarily lose some status, it would ensure that normal Astartes wouldn't simply obliterate them. At least they needed to make contact. The Adeptus Mechanicus's firepower was fierce, but under the warp's corrosion, the outermost normal cannons were all corrupted. Now, they were spewing indescribable things to attack the Eternal Mountain. Those corrupted heretics shouted blasphemous words, stuffing chunks of flesh constructs into the cannons. Mainly, these were flesh constructs formed from steel corroded into flesh. These shells giggled and spat at the Eternal Mountain. A long crimson streak of ordnance appeared in the warp, flying towards the Eternal Mountain. This enraged the Eternal Mountain's machine spirit to the extreme. The entire battle barge's operating speed reached its limit, unleashing firepower at the opposing construct with maximum efficiency. The lance's cooldown time was further shortened, startling the mortal operators, who thought there was a malfunction. Meanwhile, that enormous mass of enemy mechanical constructs suddenly moved with an eerie rhythm. That giant ship's prow suddenly turned into flesh, and the muzzles of those cannons tightened, becoming ship-sized needles. The shells were compressed, turning into highly toxic and corrosive juices. That corner of the Mechanicus arc split open, revealing stark white bones. This pile of bones transformed into a stream of silk, coiling towards the Eternal Mountain. The huge gap, rift/fissure, was like a gaping maw, constantly ready to insert its teeth, bone cannons, containing highly toxic juices, into the Eternal Mountain. And our Eternal Mountain, looking down on the enemy, flew straight into this gaping mouth. Bite me? Aren't you afraid of breaking your teeth? Do you think my name was chosen casually? Chapter 143, Waves in the Heart. The grand main cannon of the Eternal Mountain began to charge, preparing a close-range explosive round. This type of ammunition, usually reserved for biological Tyranid warships, had been gathering dust in the warehouse, but now it finally had a purpose. On the warship, Valis, a brand new Primaris warrior, was preparing for his first boarding action. His custom Mark the 10th power armor was gradually assembled onto his body. The inner plating of his power armor was covered with countless names, each one belonged to a mortal brother who had once fought alongside him. He remembered the appearance of every brother when they were alive, and the last words of every mortal soldier who died in his arms. See the liberation of the entire galaxy for me. He personally carved these names, one by one, onto the toughest power armor. With one heart, the whole world is ours to conquer. The final armor plates covered his body. Valis gently clenched his fists. Good, very strong, suitable for killing enemies. The warriors did not plan to use assault pods. It would be troublesome if the machine spirit of an assault pod was corrupted by the warp mid-flight. The warship rammed directly into the organic construct until it approached an area not yet fully corrupted. The boundary where both Geller fields met would be the main path for the warriors' charge. Valis, you're in good shape. Get back to formation quickly, said Aslan, one of the earliest Primaris warriors, currently Valis's instructor and vice-captain. Although Valis was over 100 years older than him. I'm fine, brother Aslan. I'm ready. Good, get in line quickly. Aslan turned and walked to the front of the queue, 3 power swords clanging on his back. There are usually only 2 sword-hanging positions. Aslan was a White Scar scion specializing in close combat. He always believed that a bolter was only for Astartes to do something on their way to the charge. True victory depended on swordsmanship. Anyway, our chapter has plenty of power swords. This guy brought 3, and it said he even wanted to get a mechanical backpack, like a tech marine, to replace the mechanical wrench with power swords for combat. Anos, naturally, sternly refused this. And so, Aslan's third sword dangled clangingly from his backpack. Brother Aslan, if you wish, you can hang your extra sword on me, Valis said. Valis didn't carry a sword, he chose something more powerful, a power hammer. No, no, no. In the words of ancient Terra, a sword is to a swordsman as a plain wife is to a man. Though I have many wives and concubines, they cannot be lent out. All right, may the machine spirit not be jealous. The squad slowly advanced, reaching the designated location. If all went as expected, the warship would smash directly into that soft flesh, and then the warriors would show them what cruelty was. The Emperor's ink painting banner fluttered high behind Valis. This was the first battle for this squad of Primaris warriors, converted from century-old mortal servitors, and it had to be fought beautifully. 4 untouchables, who had voluntarily boarded the ship, were brought here. Once the battle began, they would block the passage to ensure that those chaos entities would not rush into their own ship. Just as the magnetic locks secured the warriors to the warship, the entire ship began to shake violently. Everyone get ready. Remember not to look at the warp later, just charge straight to the innermost part. Crush everything in your sight. Aslan said with full vigor, glancing to see if everyone had their helmets on. Inner hatch sealed. Outer hatch will activate in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. The enormous sealed hatch opened, and thick black smoke poured in through the passage. The Eternal Mountain had already made contact with the flesh part of the Mechanicu's arc. Before these blasphemous entities could corrupt the machine spirit of the Eternal Mountain, the warriors had to deal with them. Follow my lead. The vice-captain shouted, activating his Prometheum flamer, melting the flesh in front of him. Soon, they burned through to a hollow passage made of bone. Chaos-corrupted Mechanicu's cultists constantly appeared from around corners. Aslan charged at the forefront. The narrow passage made it difficult for the warriors to maneuver, and those following could only watch Aslan indulge in the killing. The augur array word, but Balz's voice, occasionally coming through their comms, guided them forward. Suddenly, the surrounding flesh contracted sharply, as if to crush the entire squad of warriors. Prometheum fuel began to spread around. Nothing could stop it from burning through organic matter. Another rapid burst from the vice-captain made the fleshy construct abandon its plan to crush them. The warriors weren't having an easy time either, there was no gravity here, and they were practically floating in the passage, severely impacting their forward speed. Ahead, super hard bones and mechanical walls appeared. They stopped wasting Prometheum and let Valis go forward. Smash it, Valis. The enemy is behind the wall. Valis concentrated, and the power hammer in his hand flashed with silver light. He swung it suddenly, drawing a beautiful silver arc in the air, shattering everything in front of him. A large amount of unknown liquid gushed out, as if trying to drown them. Aslan was the first to rush in, heading in the direction Balz indicated. Captain Aslan, we've received a distress signal from deeper inside. It's probably a trap. Ignore them. Follow Brother Balz's instructions. After walking a distance, Valis's squad arrived at another wall. Before the vice-captain could act, the flesh in front exploded, spewing a corrosive, dark green blood, revealing a wider hall. Visibly, some bone spikes suddenly emerged from holes, but as long as they didn't precisely hit the tactical visors, the power armor could completely ignore such attacks. Ha ha ha, Aslan, is this all they've got? Worthless creatures offering themselves up for slaughter, another warrior said disdainfully after cutting off a white bone spike. No sooner had he spoken than a large hole suddenly appeared in the ceiling, and one mutated big mech after another fell down. These big mechs, guardians of the Skitarii of the Adeptus Mechanicus, had undergone extensive modifications, possessing strength and stature comparable to an Astartes. After chaos corruption, their regenerative abilities and damage tolerance were also greatly enhanced. The first behemoth to fall wielded a steel club covered in disgusting slime and charged at Aslan. Blasphemous chanting emanated from all directions, constantly eroding their will. Unfortunately, this Astartes squad was not composed of regular warriors, they were all highly experienced mortal political commissar troops. Corrupting them with such an attack was undoubtedly a pipe dream. Aslan laughed and met the enemy, singing an ancient war song. With just a duck and a sidestep, he dodged the steel club's swing and elegantly cut the enemy in half. Valis, following behind him, was about to step over the enemy's corpse when the steel club thrust up from below. This thing isn't dead? Then try this. A swift and brutal power hammer strike splattered the enemy's head, but the mutilated half-body still writhed on the ground. Valis ignored it, leaving it for his teammates behind to handle. He turned to continue following Aslan's footsteps, only to see a pitch-black spherical object flying towards them. Valis tried to dodge, but a different kind of bone spike suddenly erupted from the ground. An Astartes casual strike failed to shatter it. This hard bone spike firmly pinned Valis, and the black sphere was about to hit him. The warrior standing behind, quick-witted, raised his Sun Fury pattern bolter, and a bolter round blew up the sphere, spreading a soul-level shockwave. Valis felt as if countless mortals were screaming in his ears, making his scalp tingle. The surrounding Astartes momentarily stiffened, while the Chaos Giants seemed to be invigorated, their speed suddenly increasing as they charged rapidly towards the warriors. Just as everyone was frozen, Valis was the first to regain control of his body. He dropped his power hammer, drew a plasma pistol from his waist, and fired a shot that shattered the thigh of the charging giant in front. The enemy at the very front fell to the ground, while the other enemies trampled over its body, continuing their charge, crushing it into a bloody paste. Aslan was the second to recover. He roared, raising his combat blade. Wielding the Tai Chi sword techniques and Primarch blade techniques directly passed down from Yifeng, Aslan fought with exhilaration. With his right hand holding the sword straight, a single strike was like a dragon entering the sea. With a flick of his left hand, the long blade moved as if entering an uninhabited land. For 300 miles ahead, whoever dares to block shall be shattered. These walking corpses, not even worthy of being called Dark Mechanicum, were quickly cleared by the squad. The entire fleshy area also began to tremble, seemingly brewing some formidable offensive. The surrounding walls gradually became transparent, and a gas swelled, ready to explode at any moment. Brother Aslan, the surroundings are about to explode. Full speed ahead. In the nick of time, Aslan's order was still to advance. Pop a soft sound, as crisp as a bursting bubble. An undefined color spread, and wherever the mysterious mist reached, the Space Marines completely lost their vision. This mass of flesh felt as if a virus had entered its body. After its immune system proved ineffective, it decided to unleash something big. This warp vortex had previously seen bitter fighting, with the Adeptus Mechanicus almost completely expelling all demons into the eternally rotating vortex. Almost. Several servants of the Lord of Change had easily evaded the Adeptus Mechanicus's searches and had a good time playing with these metal lumps. Until the arrival of this group of Astartes, who came with an attitude of utter destruction, intending to scour this craft world. Let them come and meet us then. This mist was a daemon, and behind the mist, an enchanted warrior of the Adeptus Mechanicus was also hidden. They made no sound, just slowly drifted towards the warriors. Brother Aslan, the augur array suddenly reactivated. It seems we're approaching an area where the Geller field can reach. The warriors kept running forward, with more and more steel appearing around them. Don't let your guard down, brothers, stay vigilant, Valis reminded his brothers, while also wondering what that mist behind them truly was. Soon, they would know the answer. A bone whip suddenly struck from the left, catching the warriors off guard. Valis barely managed to block a section of bone with his warhammer, but the whip's head, armed with sharp barbs, heavily impacted his front power armor, leaving a noticeable crack on his Mark X power armor. The second enchanted warrior appeared in front of the Astartes, forming a pincer attack with the other two demons. The chaotic demonic whispers in Valis's mind instantly grew louder, with mysterious chaotic incantations hidden behind the ever-changing tones. Valis's head spun, and he was about to collapse, but his last shred of sanity told him that if he fell now, all would be lost. Dimly, he saw a shadow rapidly approaching from the side. Valis gripped his power warhammer tightly, the hammer, which had been resting on the ground, subtly rotated. Suddenly, Valis stepped forward, swinging the hammer from bottom to top, and the shadow in front of him rippled like an illusion before disappearing. Then, the sound of air being torn came from Valis's left. Without thinking, Valis swung the rapidly spinning hammer in the air to his left. The clash of metal resounded, and Aslan roared, his voice like a thunderous lion's cry. The strong vibration transferred from the power armor to Valis's head, bringing him back to his senses. Aslan's twin swords parried his great hammer, and the warriors formed a circle around the two of them, beyond which was a dense fog. I'm fine, brother Aslan. Stay awake, brother, and tear apart the Emperor's enemies. There are at least 2 enchanted ones hidden in the fog, and this fog is also strange. One enchanted warrior is holding. Before the warrior providing the information could finish, the scene underwent another drastic change. The surrounding fog itself was a daemon, and now it suddenly transformed into a pool of spring water, submerging everyone. Under its cover, the 2 enchanted warriors launched a fierce assault on the Astartes. Ennet, taking the opportunity, slipped through the small crack that had just been smashed into Valis's power armor, and burrowed into Valis's heart. Secretly corrupting an Astartes, traveling with them everywhere, eavesdropping on the deepest secrets of their chapter, it would surely be interesting. The servant of the Changer of Ways planned to hide in the deepest part of Valus's heart, then awaken Valus and make him fight the enchanted warriors for 300 rounds, so no one would suspect him. A Crimson Heart Lake, a boring person. The Tsiange Daemon leaped into it, creating a ripple. Under the bright sun, the small town was full of life, and the Tsiange Daemon curiously observed everything around it. Plains, grassy and rocky terrain, distant high mountains, temperate broadleaf forests. A small river flowed through the town, with blue stone steps by the river. The weather was clear, a high-tech population settlement, a tourist world. Interesting, very interesting. It had never seen an Astartes inner world like this, peaceful. Usually, they were all scenes of campaigning with the Primarches or inside chapter monasteries, and some were pilgrimages to the Emperor, where it almost got burned to death once. It merged with the small river and flowed into the town with the gurgling water. How should it corrupt this place? For it, each invasion was like a puzzle game, a game of constantly hiding itself and searching for the enemy's weaknesses. But here, there weren't even city walls, it was all weaknesses, wasn't it? Thinking this, the Tsiange Daemon entered the town from the small river. So, this infiltration would be about gaining the approval of everyone in the town? Becoming a qualified, legitimate town resident, one that even the master was deceived by? Thinking this, the Tsiange Daemon transformed into a travel-worn young man, who had wandered here after a long journey. Hello, big brother, would you like a flower? A warm orchid from the Jade Garden, it can bring you a day of good mood. A little girl with a box of exquisite flowers approached the Tsiange Daemon. The tiny flowers were sealed in transparent covers, trapping all their fragrance, only revealing their charm when opened by the buyer. The Tsiange Daemon looked at the little girl, then at the high-tech houses around them. Information corrected, high-tech, low-tech consciousness, primitive technological behavior patterns, classified as tech barbarians. The Tsiange Daemon feigned exhaustion, forcing out a faint smile. Little sister, I have no money. I'm a traveler from afar. What is this place called? No money. The flower-selling little girl tilted her head, seemingly very puzzled. How could there be people without money in the world? This place is called Fuan Tate, it's a famous little town far and wide. Oh, right, where are you from, and why don't you have any money? Me? I used to work in a factory up north. The boss there. In an instant, the weather changed dramatically, the sun and moon lost their light, and the flowers held by the little girl transformed into raging lightning balls, ready to burst forth and shatter everything. Please continue, rest assured, we have perfect laws and a resolute will to enforce them. We will help you. The Tsiange Daemon immediately changed its story. The factory boss was very good, he gave us a long holiday, and I thought of traveling here, but I miscalculated my travel expenses and ran out of money halfway. The sky returned to its original color, everything went back to normal, and the little girl's clear voice rang out, telling the Daemon there was a kind boss down the street to the left who would take him in. Thank you so much, child. What's your name? My name is Finn. Thank you, little beauty Finn. The little girl smiled and continued to hawk her flowers. Record, law-abiding, including language, legal provisions, unknown. The Tsiange Daemon walked along the path indicated by the little girl, seeing many beautiful things along the way. People lived in harmony with each other, and even mechanized humans chatted warmly with flesh and blood mortals. There were many food stalls and general stores along the street. A hot pot restaurant with charcoal-fired stoves was next to a specialized store for superpolymeric string-level energy batteries, appearing extremely incongruous. Record, this place is a mortal's beautiful life-type Heart Lake world. This Astartes seems to have never seen a world of beautiful mortal life. Soon, the Tsiange Daemon arrived at the tavern the little girl spoke of. What met its eyes were two huge logs serving as doorposts, with a wooden plaque hanging horizontally above, inscribed with the 4 characters Peaceful Inn. From the outside, it looked like a huge, ancient stone mountain, and this doorway resembled the entrance to a mine. Pushing the door open, the interior was not primitive at all. A clean and bright hall, metallic walls with a strong sense of technology, wood-simulated plastic flooring, and fully automated facilities everywhere. Boss Galistro, Finn introduced me. I heard you take in people who don't have money. At the sound, a mechanical door opened, and out came a semi-mechanized person. One of his eyes, both legs, and one arm were already mechanized. Looking at the person approaching, the Tsiange Daemon felt a bad premonition. Such mechanization would surely require identification. So it spoke first. Finn introduced me. I lost my ID and wallet when I arrived, so I could only come here for help. Finn? I'll have a word with her. I only take in people who can't find work but are willing to work. If you don't have an ID card, I suggest you go to the public service hall in the town center. The staff there will definitely help you. No, the staff there must be very busy. My small matter doesn't need to bother them. I just lost my documents and need to earn some money for the journey home. My backup documents are in my bedside table at home. The boss looked at him with a puzzled expression, then showed an understanding look. Indeed, they are all striving for that great cause with all their might. We shouldn't bother them. The Tsiange Daemon keenly noticed the words great cause and quietly set itself a submission. Isn't this where the fun comes from? I just need to work and earn money like everyone else. Alright, I will help you get home as soon as possible. The Tsiange Daemon got a job as a cleaner, with food and lodging provided. According to its words, it could save enough money to go home in a month. As for identification, it could easily conjure one up as soon as it saw one. At worst, it could just invade whatever facility was in the town center. Thus, the Qing daemon acquired a legal identity and settled down in this small town. The Qing daemon carefully observed the surroundings. The murals on the walls depicted images of their ridiculous emperor, and they were even in black and white here. It seemed this space marine didn't respect that immobile sun very much either. There were also some statues in the corner of the inn, of unknown Astartes warriors, presumably this warrior's idols or captains or something. It wasn't confined to just moving around within the peaceful inn. Every day after completing its work, the boss would mechanically tell him it was time to clock out, and then it could wander around freely. Small bridges overflowing water, white walls, and dark tiles, a chaotic blend of advanced and traditional. The Qing daemon discovered that whenever it did something strange or incongruous with the town, the level of mechanization around it would increase. For example, the last time it gave an irrelevant answer while discussing the great cause with the boss then brought a new piece of mechanical equipment into its room. Another thing that the Qing daemon couldn't understand was that everyone seemed to strongly support that cause, and naturally assumed that everyone knew about it. The Qing daemon couldn't force inquiries. Record, it seems, this Astartes cannot imagine the beautiful future after the great cause is completed, and can only piece together the beautiful things he has seen. After getting acquainted with many residents, the Qing daemon helped them with many things and offered a lot of assistance, but it found that its favorability with the town residents seemed to be stuck, neither progressing nor regressing. It decided to go to the center to see the public service agency. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. As soon as the Qing daemon entered, it was surprised to find that there were no mechanical creations here, nor anything else, only one person sitting cross-legged on the ground. Valas. Or rather, his subjective projection. Chapter 144, Battle of Heart Lake. Hello, how can I help you? Hello, my name is Sasa, I'm from Qing town in the north. I lost my ID while traveling, and I'd like to get a replacement. Do you have anything that can prove your identity? I'm currently working and living at Boss Galishtro's Safe Haven Inn. Can my work permit be used? The Qing daemon answered fluently, but the surrounding environment changed, gradually becoming scorching hot. The Qing daemon felt as if he was about to burst into flames. Not enough, sir. Do you have any relatives we can contact? Identity proof is an important lineage heritage, you couldn't have just appeared out of thin air. Valas's gaze was piercing, bright, and full of righteousness. Of course, sir, but I truly don't have anyone I can contact, at least not anyone who could arrive within a month. I hope to apply for a temporary ID. Many townspeople can vouch that I am a good person. Valas stared at him, as if he had thought of something, and changed his tone. Don't be afraid. Everyone has secrets, both good and bad. But you can rest assured that you can tell me the bad information boldly, and I will ensure justice for you. Clearly, Valas had misunderstood something. No, sir, I swear by the Emperor, there is no bad information. I simply lost my ID while traveling. Swear by the Emperor. Alright then, you need to find people willing to vouch for you, otherwise, you cannot obtain a temporary identity card. Okay, thank you for your guidance. The Qing daemon exited the town center building, and the surrounding environment seemed to become even more hostile towards him. Interesting, a fun puzzle game. People willing to vouch for me? That means people who recognize me. Let's play a big one. The Qing daemon returned to the Safe Haven Inn, waiting for nightfall. The stars twinkled brightly. The pure moonlight replaced the warm sunlight, and the tranquil night was accompanied only by the gurgling of water, lulling people to sleep. It was time. The Qing daemon was about to execute a typical daemon operation. He would summon a disaster, shattering this beautiful illusion. Valas's subjective projection would surely step forward. He just had to block the disaster before Valas appeared and protect this beauty. No, even if Valas appeared and saw him fighting against the disaster, that would be enough. Why do I need other people to recognize me? Isn't it enough if your Astartes subjective projection recognizes me? Or, if I become the mayor here, does that mean I've successfully infiltrated this Astartes' subconscious? A powerful beast tide was approaching the town, and the Qing daemon directly manifested Tyrannid's ground forces. The enemies, merely rampaging in the wasteland outside the town, caused the earth to tremble, houses to collapse, and residents to panic and flee. Tall Tyrannids surged forth like a mountain filling the sea. Beasts covered in bioarmor bared their claws, several meters long, and charged towards their prey. The Qing daemon walked to the edge of the town, waiting for those few stragglers outside the town to die. The townspeople knew the terror of the enemy, and once the enemies reached the town, he would make his move. He looked at the town center, there was no movement there. That's about right. Let me do something first. The Qing daemon loudly announced the enemy's arrival, knocking on the doors of houses on the town's edge, waking up those still asleep. The awakened people all fled towards the town center. 99 Tyrannids, including Tyrannid warriors, Tyrannid/Tyrannid guards, and other powerful creatures, were enough to inflict devastating damage on this small town. The Qing daemon also pretended to run towards the town center. What kind of reasonable combat should he stage? How about collapsing a house to crush a Tyrannid/Tyrannid underneath? Or dodging and weaving to make the Tyrannids bite a mouthful of stone? Just as he was fantasizing, scattered footsteps once again came from afar. The Qing daemon watched the people in surprise. The people who had been scattering in all directions were now spontaneously organizing, grabbing weapons and ammunition, and running out of the small town. What are you doing? Run. You'll be easily torn to shreds. As soon as the Tsianch daemon finished speaking, he felt the world's rejection of him intensify, and the surroundings became much colder. What are you standing around for? Go get a weapon. Boss Galistro roared at him, carrying a huge heavy meltagun. Right, in the heart of an Astartes, how could there be no armed resistance? I'll go right away. Where do I get a heavy meltagun? Go find Lord Valis. He has them. With that, Boss Galistro hurried away. The Tsianch daemon hid in a corner of a house, then conjured a heavy meltagun. The weapons here attacking the Tyranids he conjured were essentially a clash between this Astartes' psychological defenses and his daemon power. But I am a daemon. I conjured the Tyranids. How powerful the gun in my hand is, isn't it all up to my own acting? The Tsianch daemon thought this, feeling that everything was under his control. So, everyone could see a young man carrying a large gun, running frantically down the town's main street. He got closer and closer to the battlefield, but there were fewer and fewer houses. He was outside the town. In the wasteland outside the townspeople used scattered boulders as cover, launching a stubborn resistance. The front lines of the battlefield shook, the earth, flesh and blood flew, and the enemy's bioplasma cannons suppressed the town's warriors, preventing them from raising their heads. Seeing such a battle, the Tsianch daemon secretly rejoiced. His power was still slightly stronger than this Astartes' psychological defense. So he shouted, "Everyone, go into the town. Use the houses as cover to fight the enemy." Only flying rocks and swirling smoke responded to him. The mortals continued to fight the Tyranids fiercely in the wilderness, even as claws pierced chests, plasma melted flesh, and bones turned to ash. The Tsianch daemon rushed through the deadly gunfire to the boulder where the most people were, where 5 or 6 people were huddled. "Listen to me, hurry to the village. We're familiar with the village's terrain, we can flank the enemy and ambush them." The men glanced at him, then continued to wipe their weapons. "May the light of the Omnissiah shine, may blessings abound, Omnissiah eternal." The man who had finished appeasing his machine spirit turned to look at a scruffy old man. "Are you ready, child?" "Old man." The old man reached out and touched his son's head, then darted out of cover. The lean old man moved like the wind, immediately attracting the attention of several Tyranid/Tyranid gun beasts. Their flesh borers turned their muzzles, aiming at the old man. His son took the opportunity to emerge from the other side of the cover, quickly firing at the enemy while calling out targets for his comrades. 11 o'clock, 30 meters. The others hiding behind the large boulder immediately threw their grenades with all their might. A Tyranid/Tyranid gunner was hit and stopped in his tracks. The others immediately turned their guns to suppress the area with fire. The old man continued to run forward, he was about to reach another boulder. Suddenly, a basin-thick bioplasma blast slammed into the ground, blowing the old man away. "Father!" The old man's legs were blown off, and he fell helplessly to the ground. Seeing this, the son threw his large gun to his teammate and, like his father, used his body as bait to cover his comrades. However, unlike before, as soon as the son left the rock cover, he was immediately hit by the enemy, his body torn into pieces, and blood splattered on everyone's faces. "Everyone, listen to me. Fighting like this will only increase casualties. Let's lure the enemy into the town and fight them there." The Tsianch daemon leaned out, fired a few shots, knocking down a Tyranid/Tyranid, then ducked back. The men didn't even glance at the Tsianch daemon, only replying lightly, "The children are in the town." People behind another boulder also tried to rescue the injured old man. They poked their heads out, laid down a volley of suppressing fire, and then a young man rushed out of cover, running towards the old man. In the very next moment, a huge fleshy projectile struck the adjacent rock cover. The projectile burst, and strong, foul-smelling corrosive pus melted the people behind the cover into a puddle of goo. "Enough." The Tsianch daemon even used a demonic voice, sending his words into the minds of more people. "Fighting like this won't win. Your sacrifices are meaningless." Not a single person retreated, not a single reply came back. The mortals showed their will through their actions. "Keep the enemy outside the gates." The Tsianch daemon was disgusted. "Stupid, idiotic. Does this Astartes not even have tactical training? Why are all the people in his mind such blockheads?" So, the Tsianch daemon rushed out of cover, charging left and right, cleverly dodging multiple enemy shots, rolling into a shell crater, then continuously rolling to avoid several bullets, raising his gun to shoot and break the hind legs of an enemy firing at him, rushing to the old man's side, carrying him on his back, and, braving a hail of enemy bullets, exerting tremendous effort to rush back to cover. The Tsianch daemon looked at the others, panting, thinking that this should at least boost his favorability a bit. Unexpectedly, the man next to him immediately started scolding, "The enemy was clearly using this old man as bait to lure us into a rescue, taking the opportunity to kill our effective forces. 2 young men have already died, can't you see that? Why didn't you tell us beforehand to ask for cover? Are you out of your mind? Number $% and asterisk. You're out of your mind, your whole family is out of their minds." The Tsianch daemon composed himself and spoke again, "We can't fight like this. The sacrifice is meaningless." Were the old man's injury and his son's sacrifice meaningful? Not a single enemy was killed. Look at the team behind the cover next to us, they were melted into pus so meaninglessly. We should retreat into the town. While they are rampaging, while they are chasing the old people and children, we can flank them and concentrate our fire. We can surely heavily wound or even kill them. After he finished speaking, the air congealed, and heaven and earth fell silent. The Qing daemon looked around in confusion. The mortals were still ready to rush out of cover and fire. In the sky, bioplasma still flew, and lasers flashed. But there was no sound. Boom. Where did that drum sound come from? Boom. From behind, from the town center. The Qing daemon looked back. On the rooftop of the tallest building in the town center, there was a huge war drum. The drumhead was painted with a red pattern across sickle and a clenched hammer. Valis, naked and muscles bulging, held 2 crimson gold drumsticks and struck the drumhead with all his might. With each strike, the morale of the surrounding mortals rose. The Qing daemon lowered his gaze and saw that simple barricades had already been erected at the edge of the town. Women laboriously carried building materials to construct defensive structures, and children ran around with small ammunition packs. The outermost houses of the entire town had been connected to form a makeshift wall. Suddenly, a large hand patted the Qing daemon. The Qing daemon turned his head. It was the mortal who had just cursed him. I have a question, Mr. Sasa, the Qing daemon's alias. Boom. Don't you have anything you'd die to protect? Boom. The town, the elderly, the women, the children, all destroyed. What's the point if we defeat the enemy over their corpses? Boom. Homes ruined, population dwindling. Humanity has experienced this again and again, and absolutely, absolutely never again. Boom. We are the strongest. We will hold our ground here, buying time for those behind us. Behind us is our home. We have no retreat. Boom. No one dictates that sacrifice must have meaning. Boom. But every one of us is willing to sacrifice. Boom. There's always one who might, just by chance, yes, just by chance, his sacrifice might change something, allowing future generations to give it meaning. Boom. But you're running away, Mr. Sasa. If you turn and run towards the town now, you will never have that slim chance. Boom. Think of the legacy of our ancestors, think of ourselves now, think of the children of future generations standing here, just like us now, standing further out, facing new incoming enemies. Boom. Mr. Sasa, that will has never faded. We must make the incoming enemies understand that they are not fighting the men of a small town, they are fighting an entire civilization. Boom. Your suggestion might be useful, but that is not our goal. We are not here to kill all invading enemies at all costs, we are here to protect the land behind us at all costs, just like our ancestors. Boom. United we stand, hold the line, repel the invaders. Ancestors protect me. 13 drumbeats ended, and Valis stopped his actions. The morale of the surrounding mortals soared, and the weapons in their hands became more powerful. Valis's strength began to gradually suppress the Qing daemon. The sky brightened, the starlight grew increasingly brilliant, illuminating everyone's faces. The Qing daemon finally understood the belief in the hearts of the people here, but it was one step too late, he could never integrate here. Then increase the power of the daemon. Like a true daemon, attack the town, then leave, and then seize the opportunity to integrate once the town's people clean up the battlefield. It was a good thought, however, when he turned to look, he was scared out of his wits. The sky grew brighter, not because of Valis's change of heart. The brilliant constellations were falling, each star transforming into a ball of flame crashing down upon the world. The sight of falling rain was very common for a Qing daemon, it was just a bunch of Astartes drop pods landing. If so, increasing the power of the Tyranids, or he personally intervening, could flatten this place with some effort. But it was not. What descended were not the Emperor's angels, those balls of flame landed gently upon the world, between the mortal defense line and the town. The first to land was a mortal engulfed in flames. He seemed to be holding a bottle of good wine, took a deep swig, then raised the large gun in his hand and charged towards the front line. Next to land was a shy young man, also engulfed in an unquenchable flame. His chest had been pierced through, leaving only a large hole, but he laboriously raised the vehicle-mounted heavy bolter in his hand and rushed towards the front line. One after another. What is this? Is it that one? Is it that one's mortal demon army? The Qing daemon collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at the scene before him. He could never understand why such a thing could appear in the heart of an ordinary Astartes. Had he burrowed into the heart of a living saint? Those warriors burning with flames, those comrades in arms who sacrificed themselves in Valis's real world, every brave mortal warrior Valis remembered, all appeared here. The army of flames charged to the front line. The first to arrive, the fellow with the wine bottle, was already disfigured, his face covered in large and small gaps from which flames constantly erupted. In this state, he charged in front of the man who had just spoken with the Qing daemon. He gently stopped. He embraced him heartily. The flame angel disappeared, and the man, who had just been immortal, burst into raging flames, almost scorching the Qing daemon. More and more flame warriors embraced mortals and disappeared. More and more mortals erupted in holy flames. The will of ages, 100 deaths without regret, for the human galaxy, charge. Blood filled the sky, and flames cleansed the world. Flesh and blood formed towering walls, smashing the Tyranids to pieces. 99 illusory enemies were mercilessly crushed. The people fighting in the flames stood on the pockmarked battlefield, looking proudly around. Just as the Qing daemon was about to make a move, these mortals floated up one by one, then transformed into streams of text, rapidly flying towards Wallace in the town center. Their names circled above Wallace, then suddenly descended, encircling Wallace's body, gradually forming crimson battle armor. Men, women, old people, children, merchants, students, everyone in the town flew towards Wallace. The entire small town shattered in an instant, like a pebble dropped into a reflection in water. The Qing daemon's vision rippled, and then he found that everything had changed. There was nothing around, only an endless grassland. It was still night, but there were no shining constellations in the sky, only a lonely moon hanging in the sky. So, who are you? The Qing daemon suddenly turned around and saw Wallace, armored and armed, standing before him, with holy flames still burning fiercely on his body. Ha 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 ha. The Qing daemon laughed wildly. An interesting fellow. Then let's move on to the tedious part. A gentle breeze swept past, and the young man's image of Sasa disappeared, replaced by a thick cloud of smoke. The ground beneath the Qing daemon's feet gradually became polluted. Light blue began to erode this world, from the earth to the sky. Within the smoke, faint flashes of lightning flickered. Wallace's body trembled slightly, and behind him appeared an army of thousands. The Atres Imperial Guard, Imperial Auxiliary, Planetary Defense Force, countless mortals stood behind Wallace, carrying familiar lasguns, holding chain swords picked up from the battlefield, wiping plasma guns. So, how do you wish to die? Wallace's voice carried not a trace of emotion, yet it conveyed infinite killing intent. Die, ha 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 ha, I suggest you become a tombstone and pick a comfortable position to lie in. Even if he truly is that one's immortal demon general candidate, I can still contend with him. The black smoke surged, threatening to obscure the sky. Then, within the core of this smoke, a thick, viscous, disgusting creation gradually changed shape, becoming a towering chaos beast. It had 3 horns, 5 tails, 10 wings on its back, 9 cold claws, a black face, and silver scales. The oppressive feeling it brought to Wallace was no less than a mortal looking up at an emperor-class titan. The rest of the black mist continued to erode the sky, occupying Wallace's mental lake. In such a situation, neither side had much to say. For a moment, gunfire and cannons roared, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Wallace raised his combat blade and charged towards the enemy, followed by a mountain of mortal warriors. The chaos beast opened its huge mouth, lightning flashed within it, condensing into a ball of lightning, which it spat out towards the army before it. Just as the lightning ball was about to hit the ground, its psychic energy suddenly transformed. The flashing lightning turned into a sky full of acid rain, falling onto the ground. The mortals hit by the acid rain fell to the ground one after another, their flesh and blood disappearing, leaving only charred skeletons. The skeletons collapsed weakly to the ground, and after a moment, they eerily began to move, attacking other mortals. Wallace roared, leaped up, and swung the combat blade in his hand, carrying the cleansing flames, slashing at the Qing daemon. Wherever the blade passed, the enemy's body was torn apart, melting away like spring snow under the scorching sun. The Qing daemon laughed wildly. He knew too well that this was merely the Astartes' death throes. He had seen it many times. If it was only to this extent, he could still completely corrupt Wallace and hide before the 2 enchanted warriors outside were defeated. On the ground, light blue had already corrupted most of the land. The original grassland had disappeared, replaced by blue flowers blooming all over the mountains. The flowers swayed in the wind, scattering pollen. The mortals enveloped by the pollen became mentally deranged, either lying on the ground laughing or jumping and walking backward, or frantically shooting at their comrades, or lazily standing and sleeping. The black smoke continuously spread, attempting to swallow the entire sky, until it touched the moon in the sky. The bright moon high in the sky burst forth with light. The pale moon suddenly transformed into a blazing sun. The scorching sun hung across the sky, dispelling the mist diffused in the sky, and then slowly descended, directly smashing towards the chaos beast on the grassland. Accompanying the terrifying power of the moon was a crisp curse. Motherfucker, you dare touch my brother. Chapter 145, This, can also become an archbishop? Chapter Master Yifeng's voice came from the sky, and the brilliant sun, before setting, transformed into a flaming palm in the air. Then, have you ever heard of a palm technique descending from the heavens? Never heard of it. It's fine, I don't know it either, I only know this. Slap. A resounding slap, with lingering echoes, knocked the Qing daemon out of Wallace's mind. Outside, in the real world. Chapter Master Yifeng was speeding on his new anti-gravity motorcycle through the flesh constructs, followed by several white scars Astartes. Because he was carrying the Sisters of Silence's bone shield, wherever Chapter Master Yifeng went, the blasphemous flesh melted and receded, unable to heal for a long time, forming a long cylindrical passage in his wake. Thus, Chapter Master Yifeng charged all the way to Aslan, who had requested support. 2 enchanted warriors, with ferocious expressions, were fighting the Primaris warriors under the cover of a squad of chaos cultists. Aslan was wielding his combat blade, locked in combat with an enemy. The enchanted warrior in front of him had grown numerous tentacles, the tips of which had tiny, extremely sharp barbs capable of piercing power armor. Facing such a dangerous opponent, Aslan's twin swords danced impenetrably, and the purpose of his third power sword also became clear. A buckle popped out of his power backpack, securing the power sword's tassel. Aslan used a clever technique to make the entire combat blade spin continuously on the buckle. Every time Aslan ducked, what was exposed was not a vital point, but the combat blade thirsting for enemy blood. This way, Aslan's back was no longer a weakness. Even an enemy capable of attacking from multiple directions found it difficult to gain an advantage in close combat against Aslan. The enchanted warrior repeatedly tried to create distance, waving its blasphemous tentacles into profane poses and casting sorcery with incantations, but as soon as the distance between them exceeded 2 body lengths, the bolter rounds from other Astartes would whistle in, and it constantly had to guard against space marines ambushing from other directions. The other enchanted warrior was in a much better situation. Compared to its tentacled brother who was currently taking a beating, it was a true sorcerer. The flames overflowing from its body showcased its abundant psychic power, and the lightning it casually unleashed could knock back tall enemies who charged forward. It held a charred wooden staff burning with blue flames and roared at the Primaris warriors. A ring-shaped ripple eerily spread through space, and the blasphemous voices in the minds of the Astartes caught in the ripple suddenly amplified. However, relying on their firm will to fight, the Astartes still maintained an orderly psychic bolter suppression fire. We're not Aslan, we're normal red-tide Astartes. Let's start with a few clips of firepower to test them out. Just as the battle here was raging fiercely, suddenly, a tall Astartes on a motorcycle charged out from the side, slashing at the head of the enchanted warrior who was wildly casting sorcery. The Sisters of Silence's bones greatly diminished the daemon's power. The enemy raised its black wooden staff, its flames almost extinguished, barely blocking the attack. Chapter Master Yi Feng also used the recoil from this blow to slow down significantly, finally stopping beside a fallen Astartes. Damn it, you touched my brother. Chapter Master Yi Feng roared, immediately becoming the center of attention. The Astartes, as if finding their backbone, rallied towards him. You two listen to me. Just as Chapter Master Yi Feng was about to continue, the Astartes lying at his feet suddenly opened his mouth, and a thick black smoke billowed out, accompanied by an inhuman shriek. You three listen to me. You are surrounded by me, surrender and die, or don't blame me for not being human. Inner thought, what the hell was hiding in his mouth? I thought it was a hidden weapon, scared me. The 3 demons looked at Chapter Master Yi Feng with disdain. This person must be suffering from some kind of intellectual disability syndrome, thinking he's invincible just because he's holding a relic. The 3 demons spread out. New bizarre limbs continuously emerged from the enchanted warrior's body, the daemon within it was about to reveal its true form. The black smoke daemon, on the other hand, transformed its element into a mass of decaying wood, covered in sharp wooden thorns, with translucent venom oozing from its bark. But before the 3 demons could complete their transformation, a strange sound came from the distance in the air. Whoosh! Clang! In the passage created by Chapter Master Yi Feng's arrival, a huge steel train suddenly appeared, and then, unable to break, it slammed into the 3 demons, embedding them deep into the flesh wall. The weapons on the train were also busy. The siege melta weapon at the very front, specifically used for clearing the way, the thing the steel python sprays when it opens its mouth, now a siege melta, continuously sprayed, completely unaware that it was intensely burning the 3 demons at point-blank range. The steel train finally stopped after 8 carriages had passed, and what disembarked from the train were not Astartes carrying supplies, but Terminatorses. Each carriage carried 2 Terminatorses to the front line. Kazanov drew his combat blade as soon as he got off the train, asking loudly, "Where are the enemies?" You can go ahead, you're not needed here anymore." Clank clank clank. The 3 demons were banished to who knows where in the warp. Anyway, I've never seen a daemon survive being hit by a siege melta for tens of meters. Since Kazanov couldn't sense any enemies around, then there truly were none. The forms of the 3 demons dissipated, gradually recoalescing on the outer fringes of Xianzha's crystal maze. This activity would last for several centuries, in real-world time. Chapter Master. Valas's weak voice came from beneath Chapter Master Yi Feng's feet. Chapter Master Yi Feng then realized that the Astartes lying on the ground was Brother Valas. To be precise, Valas had sunk into the floor, because the floor was also chaos flesh, which had now dissolved due to the arrival of Chapter Master Yi Feng's shield, causing Valas to sink all the way down. Aslan, quickly pull Brother Valas up. After giving the order, Chapter Master Yi Feng continued to push forward. He wanted to see what exactly was sending out the distress signal. After all, you couldn't expect Kazanov to properly bring back anything valuable from here, he'd most likely just blow it all up as heresy. Chapter Master Yi Feng moved forward, then clanged into a metal plate. Excellent, we've reached the effective range of the Geller field. The metal plate shattered, and Chapter Master Yi Feng was a bit disoriented, but he pretended to be fine, observing his surroundings. There were several brothers following behind him, he couldn't lose face. Chapter Master Yi Feng was in a passage, which looked like a blocked-off area of combat between the 2 sides. There were many broken and unusable instruments around, as well as some fragmented corpses of Skitarii personnel. Continue forward. After walking tens of meters along the path, a red light flashed, and a servitor was seen standing there, holding high a plaque inscribed with High Gothic. Warmest welcome to the Astartes saviors upon their arrival on this warship. Behind it was a large array of deployed firing points. It left Chapter Master Yi Feng stunned. Am I corrupted by chaos? That shouldn't be, then they must be corrupted. Brothers, raise your bolters. And so, everyone saw several Astartes on anti-gravity motorcycles charging in while firing. An urgent call for ceasefire was made, but Chapter Master Yi Feng and the Astartes ignored it, easily destroying a defensive position before stopping. An extremely provocative display of strength. In the real world, it would be one thing, but after living in the warp for so long, gradually becoming like a dark forest, deterrence must come first. The Adeptus Mechanicus on the other side were extremely cautious, sending out several waves of servitors with detection equipment to confirm the true identities of these Astartes. Without exception, all of them broke down. The Sisters of Silence's bones had a devastating effect on all facilities based on psychic reactions, including psychic detection equipment. The servitors nearby also appeared somewhat disoriented due to this anti-psychic power. However, the Adeptus Mechanicus personnel on the opposite side showed no surprise. A large Skitarii Astartes walked out of the position, leading Chapter Master Yifeng and his Astartes deeper into this Mechanicus arc. They treated the Astartes with the highest respect, making Chapter Master Yifeng feel a bit awkward. Staying here for a long time, one would more or less become a little neurotic, but the other side was terrifyingly calm. Soon, they found out the answer. Chapter Master Yifeng arrived before Mechanicus Archmagos Christina. This High Lord was not only a woman but also an untouchable. In this bizarre warp vortex, she was the one who had the last laugh. Then, this lady recounted her rise to power. Initially, a high-ranking Adeptus Mechanicus official kept her in the innermost part of his workshop, using her to assist in storing knowledge, specifically memory backups. This official stored some complex knowledge with her, keeping only a catalogue for himself. This way, those valuable technologies would certainly not be infiltrated by chaos, but after the Adeptus Mechanicus's gunship entered this warp vortex, things changed. The Adeptus Mechanicus High Command held an emergency meeting, and the official was naturally among them. The cost of being away from her was that on the way back, he was corrupted by chaos. She seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and stole the official's knowledge. Subsequently, she armed herself with the powerful weapons from the official's workshop. Then, leveraging her advantage as an untouchable, she gathered a large number of Adeptus Mechanicus personnel who feared death, then rebelled, and finally seized power. That's roughly how it happened. Also, it's worth mentioning that this group of Adeptus Mechanicus came from 38K, completely unaware of the Primaris Astartes. So when a space marine as large as Chapter Master Yifeng appeared, they almost mistook him for a custodian. Normally, Chapter Master Yifeng would then tell his story, but our great unclean one had no such intention. Now with the addition of one of our battle barges, do you have any way to leave this vortex? Our technology has made progress, but it's not enough for us to leave here yet, Christina said vaguely, protesting Chapter Master Yifeng's actions. Chapter Master Yifeng pointed to the shield behind him, then had his Astartes step back. I believe there's no need for us to hide our strength now. Getting out of here as quickly as possible is the top priority. Fighting here is meaningless. Under the illumination of the warp, most chaos creations will quickly recover from their injuries. Even the mass of flesh and blood outside, after enduring the main cannon bombardment of the Eternal Mountain, can quickly recover, though its size will shrink a bit. Also, a reminder, we are from the 42nd millennium, which means you all have been here for a very long time. What followed was quite fantastical. This High Lord suggested he could provide Chapter Master Yifeng with partial deployment maps of the enemy. First, they would eliminate the enemy. Then, after a few decades of research into an improved warp engine, they could leave this place with this Mechanicus arc, which was a heavily modified Mechanicus warship. Furthermore, judging by the power currently erupting from the chaos side, they were likely conducting a grand ritual to summon some great unclean one to destroy them. Yifeng's veins throbbed as he listened. Could it get any more absurd? Yes, it could. Yifeng began to make an offer. There's no need for such trouble. All your personnel will board our ship, and I will take you out of here. Of course, there's a price, you must surrender all the knowledge you possess. Do you understand what you just said? Of course, and you will also be compensated, for we are not bandits. Yifeng paused, then continued, we have several STC template fragments. You understand, we haven't analyzed them yet. If you join us, they will be given to you. You will become our chief technical personnel, just as before, but you will conduct production and research on our warship, no longer on a forge world. Still claiming not to be bandits? Taking my knowledge isn't enough, now you want my people too? Christina was almost laughing from anger, but Yifeng still hadn't stopped talking. Your tech priests and magos will share all knowledge, meaning everyone will possess the knowledge equivalent to a High Lord. At the same time, you will all start on the same footing to analyze and research new knowledge. I believe this will gain the support of many. After all, those of lower status may never acquire so much knowledge in their entire lives. As for those below the rank of priest, they can at most obtain the knowledge of the priest they serve. An overt scheme, a decree of favor. Surrendering one's unique skills to gain the unique skills of countless others is not a losing proposition. In the end, only the interests of the archmagos and bishops, who possess the most knowledge, were harmed. Normally, those with the greatest power, like the High Lords, would have the ability to prevent this from happening. However, the arrival of the Astartes disrupted this balance. They might be able to go to war with Yifeng, or even defeat him, but then they would be too preoccupied to deal with the lower-ranking Adeptus Mechanicus personnel who had heard the Astartes propaganda. Chapter Master Yifeng, your current proposal is tantamount to an all-out war with us. No, it's war with you and those Mechanicus Magos. Adeptus Mechanicus personnel believe the Omnissiah is the embodiment of all technological knowledge, Tsianch, who called me, and every follower constantly collects technology in hopes of drawing closer to the Omnissiah for themselves, of course, keeping others at a distance. They desire to acquire more knowledge for themselves, not for others to gain it. Lady Christina did not want to continue this topic. She set aside the intractable problem and instead asked Yifeng about something else. Why do you ask us for help? Don't you have tech marines? You could also assign other basic tasks to a forge world. It's simple. We just mentioned a few STC template fragments. The information within them is a bit, not in line with Imperial law. We won't hand them over to a forge world, but our technical personnel are too few to handle this alone. Yifeng's main reason for attempting to incorporate these Adeptus Mechanicus personnel was that when Anos was researching the 5 STC template fragments originally seized from the World Eaters, he basically confirmed that they were broken into 5 pieces from a single, massive STC template fragment by the World Eaters. Secondly, half a warship blueprint was analyzed from one fragment. This means that among the unanalyzed sections, there is a high probability of finding the design for the other half of the warship, which would be a monumental undertaking. Do you want to have all the technical knowledge for a battleship-class warship in your mind? Do you want some anti-gravity technology, popular during the Great Crusade? Do you want some blasphemous artificial intelligence? Frankly, the technology we possess now is beyond your imagination. Join us, and you will be the first to gain research rights, and you will also earn the respect and protection of an Adeptus Astartes chapter. Yifeng continued to try and tempt Christina. The Omnissiah promised that we would not join you, and you would not interfere with us. Yes, but think about what you were doing on a forge world before. We provided you with material resources, and you built warships and weapons for us. Now, what do I ask of you? I give you resources and knowledge, and you build warships and weapons for us. Is there a difference? Yes, before we were free, doing things for you means we wouldn't be. Are you foolish? We don't know if it's the 42nd millennium or some other time when we get out. Imagine a Mechanicus Archmagos from 4 millennia ago arriving at a forge world. Even if you knew nothing, they would suspect you possess numerous lost technologies. You should know better than I how the Adeptus Mechanicus internally seizes knowledge from others. Yifeng sneered and continued, you need to understand that you have survived in the warp for 4,000 years, at least in the eyes of the Imperium. If luck turns bad and the Imperium learns of your existence, an Inquisitor of the Daemon Hunters might arrive, and you will learn what it means to leave no blade of grass standing, no fowl or dog remaining. The problem now is no longer what happens to normal Adeptus Mechanicus personnel on a forge world, or what happens with me. It's what happens to you people if you don't come with me. Although Christina clearly understood that the chapter master was trying to trick her, she had to admit, he had a point. No, I cannot sell myself to others and then help them count the money. This problem, too, was set aside. Chapter Master Yifeng, everything you say has a prerequisite, that you can take us out of here. Are you sure you have that capability? I believe that the technological breakthrough you just mentioned, combined with some of our technology, is sufficient to help us leave this place. So you also have no way of leaving here? Then what are we talking about? Let's deal with chaos first. Christina waved her hand, signaling Yifeng to leave. Yifeng saw that the other side was dismissing him. Fine, he would leave. No matter what shenanigans chaos was up to, they would definitely be attacked first. If they didn't act, they would just watch. Christina felt like a rogue had entered her home, but she couldn't say who it was. The two sides returned to the negotiating table. Yifeng again took the offensive, trying to find out what new technology the Adeptus Mechanicus had developed. On the other side, the Chaos Cultists began a large-scale ritual. The psychic energy was so powerful it was almost tangible. Instantly, all psychic detectors facing the Chaos-corrupted zone went off the charts. Chapter Master Yifeng, the enemy is all ready. I'm not going. If you don't tell me what technology you've developed, I'll order all my warriors to retreat. Alright, there's no point in keeping it a secret anymore. We have created a brand new warp engine. I know what you want to ask, installing it on your warship would take at least several weeks. A new warp engine. Let me ask a question, how powerful would the explosion be if you blew it up? Christina felt she had never been so speechless in her life. If you don't participate in the research, you truly don't know how difficult it is to develop such a precious item. I can tell you clearly, unless the unknown entity the enemy summons offers absolutely no resistance, you cannot expect the enemy to charge into our Geller field, then conveniently encounter an overloaded warp engine, then not corrupt the machine spirit of the engine, but instead foolishly walk right up to the warp engine and be blown to pieces. Upon hearing this, Yifeng smiled and entered his mystical mode. Soldiers, there are visible soldiers and invisible soldiers. The light of the Omnissiah shines upon machines, strong ships, and sharp cannons, and the Skitarii are visible soldiers. But invisible soldiers are more subtle. Yifeng paused, if conditions allowed, he would have wanted a sip of old tea. Invisible soldiers, mountains, rivers, sun, moon, wind, forest, fire, mountain, all things under heaven can be soldiers. Those with unconstrained minds can use them, and those with clever and adaptable minds excel at using them. The cunning sage of war. Stop speaking in riddles here. Speak in High Gothic. I need a warship, equipped with a warp engine and a Geller field, to detonate in the warp vortex, creating a momentary chaos in the warp vortex. Our warship can seize this opportunity to leave this place. As for whatever the enemy summons, who cares? Are we so bored as to fight it? There's no benefit at all. As soon as this proposal was made, High Lord Christina began her calculations and surprisingly found a high probability of success, though it would mean completely abandoning the Mechanicus arc. We would have to completely abandon this ship. But the knowledge remains. Once you get out, you can simply spend some time gathering materials and rebuilding. Alright, Chapter Master Yifeng, we can cooperate, but I have a question. Please be honest with me, why exactly did you come here? A battle barge is powerful enough, and after discovering the vortex, it would have had ample power to avoid it. The Emperor guides all beings, or rather, the Omnissiah guides us. We have the best navigators and powerful librarians. Start moving things. May there still be time. The leaders of both sides had actually made their decisions the moment the enemy's psychic energy erupted. For Christina, leaving like this would make her status too low, so she also needed to demonstrate a bit of her strength. Chapter Master Yifeng, if you don't mind, how about joining me on the front line to buy time for resource transfer? As you wish. Chapter 146. Something strange seems to have sneaked in. Yifeng and several warriors followed Christina towards the front line. Chinook energy was now scattered ahead, and all instruments had failed, so they had no idea what was happening. On the defensive line, the enemies seemed to have been injected with adrenaline, frantically assaulting the Adeptus Mechanicus's positions. The tech priests on duty today were truly unlucky, their gun barrels were smoking, but they dared not cease fire to cool them down. Emergency call, QH-103-132 defense line is in distress. There are simply too many enemies, and our firepower is severely overloaded. The defense line is expected to be breached in 231 seconds. Requesting emergency support. The only response he received was endless electronic static. Damn it, I don't want to be buried here. The Adeptus Mechanicus only cared about data, fighting spirit, unyielding determination. That was all nonsense. Those couldn't conjure up a single round of ammunition. The battle continued for several minutes. The number of enemies showed no signs of decreasing, instead, there was a subtle trend of increasing. Enemies rushed out of the narrow cracks, vying with each other, constantly assaulting the Adeptus Mechanicus's positions. Beep beep beep. Ammunition storage level 1 alert. Ammunition below 20%. A bright red alert popped up in the tech priest's vision. I can't wait any longer, or I won't be able to go back. Record, screw it, record what? Run. The tech priest pulled out a red card and inserted it into the Skitarii warrior who had been fighting by his side. The Skitarii warrior entered berserk mode, revealing all. His front breastplate was violently flung off, exposing the massive number of missiles hidden within. In an instant, thousands of missiles launched simultaneously. Then, the Skitarii warrior brandished his great sword and charged towards the enemies, who were thrown into disarray by the explosions. By this time, the tech priest was already close to reaching the next defensive line. Faster, a little faster, almost at the next defensive line. At this moment, the passage, patrolled countless times, seemed extraordinarily long. The corner. The last corner. Immediately. What's blocking the way? Damn it, which one of you helped the lower hive rats clear their sewers in your last life and reincarnated as a rat to block this so tightly? I really am. Hello, Archpriestess. Christina unfolded her massive form, firmly blocking the passage entrance. The tech priest instantly went from hell to heaven, regaining his confidence. Get behind me. The Archpriestess opened a small gap, just enough for the tech priest to bend over and pass through. Yifeng looked on with a strange expression. What does this mean? You have to bend when you need to bend? This Archpriestess retains a bit too much humanity. A bit vindictive. Next, it was Christina's personal firepower show. When the tech priest retreated behind the Archpriestess, he found that a large amount of additional armor and mounted weapons were still being continuously transported from the rear and meticulously installed onto the Archpriestess. In the eyes of this priest, the Archpriestess before him was no less than his dream goddess, the light of the Omnissiah shone brightly upon her. Those precious, hidden treasures were all revealed. The Archpriestess's form had already exceeded 15 meters, completely filling the entire position. It was a pity that she was destined to cast pearls before swine. Yifeng was not a technical person, in his eyes, he just saw many gun barrels being transported over, and small flying vehicles grasping a pile of metal blocks of various colors, assembling them onto Christina. Then, this Archpriestess became a bloated, messy, clanking pile of mechanical junk. The firepower was still very reliable. In the next hour, according to the Craft World clock, Christina unleashed an extremely exaggerated amount of ammunition, leaving Yifeng, who always believed in firepower saturation as a combat philosophy, dumbfounded. Finally, Yifeng made an incisive summary using his limited technical vocabulary. What a fierce woman. The assault of the Chaos Cultists never subsided. As time passed, the situation gradually confused Yifeng. Why hadn't this dense Chinook energy dissipated? What exactly had the enemy conjured? Why were these Chaos Cultists rushing into our gunfire like orcs, without regard for their lives? Static, can you hear me? Chapter Master, can you hear me? I can hear you, speak. Most of the Adeptus Mechanicus personnel have boarded the ship. Valuable metals have been mostly transported. We can begin evacuation. Received. Archpriestess Christina, we can retreat. What a pity, these ammunitions can't be taken away. Let them explode here. The massive mechanical pile forming the fire fortress was still firing non-stop, but its rearmost metal plates began to detach. Christina elegantly opened the back door of the fire fortress and walked out. Archpriestess, this thing can still fire automatically. Yifeng admitted he was truly shocked. This was like wearing many clothes, going out for a stroll, then unzipping the clothes, stepping out, and the remaining clothes went for a walk on their own. The mysteries of the Omnissiah are boundless. The two were the last personnel to retreat to the Eternal Mountain. By this time, the battle barge was packed to the brim, and the Imperial Auxiliary were overwhelmed. Chaos Cultists were still pouring out of the mechanical door, but they had no chance. The Chinook energy, like a tangible force, suddenly contracted towards the center, pulling a large number of Chaos cultists towards it. The Chaos cultists had never intended to rush over and destroy the Adeptus Mechanicus, they merely wanted to escape. A greater daemon of Psiange descended upon the Chaos cultists' altar, devouring countless blasphemous creations. My name, Aslokan Vendero. I am the Eater of Wisdom. What I see, I eat, what I eat, I gain. This greater daemon's characteristic was that it could gain all the knowledge and memories from the minds of those it consumed, whether people or other things. While some Adeptus Astartes could do this, the greater daemon had no upper limit to its knowledge reserves. It didn't need the Dark Sacrament, one day, its knowledge reserves could surpass any creation. Ah? You ask why it doesn't seem so wise. Perhaps it's a side effect of previously impersonating a daemon of gluttony to infiltrate Slaanisha's domain. It most enjoyed attacking Forge worlds. Now. Boom. A massive sympathetic detonation occurred at the edge of the warp vortex, and the burst of light instantly overshadowed Aslokan Vendero's spectacle. Oh, fireworks before dinner. The greater daemon thought this. A Mechanicus arc, not a feast, but acceptable. I'm going to start eating. Ah. Boom. Adhering to the principle of blowing up what couldn't be taken, all the simple constructs and heavy mechanical constructs that were not intended to be taken were buried with ammunition bombs that were also not meant to be taken. A spectacular chain of sympathetic detonations completely shattered the entire Mechanicus arc. Coming to his senses, Aslokan Vendero watched helplessly as his delicious meal turned into meaningless fragments. What exactly happened there, we do not know. The Eternal Mountain had already plunged into the vortex. The warship swayed violently. Bao's, after being thoroughly scolded by Yifeng, stood gloomily behind the navigator, sighing slightly. Fortunately, Yifeng was not in front of the navigator at this time. The two untouchables who had just boarded the ship were now shielding the navigators from the fierce storm. The ship was filled with Adeptus Mechanicus personnel. Although everyone had passed by the untouchables when boarding, there was no guarantee they hadn't been corrupted. Screening was another complicated task. Rogier, who was moving around the warship helping out, now had a solemn expression. He silently put on his helmet and connected to Yifeng's private channel. Brother Yifeng, one of the warriors smells off. Smells off? Oh, I remember, Valis, right? He was possessed by a daemon but broke free. I sent him to find a priest. Logically, he could join the Exorcists chapter, haha. Not him, it's Esposito. His scent has completely changed. The brother who just enlisted? Was he corrupted by chaos? No, the stench of chaos is too strong, it's definitely not. I wouldn't be mistaken. Esposito's scent has completely changed, he's a completely different person. Do you have any idea, Brother Rogier? I've encountered this situation before, when I was in the Wild Wolves' great company. It was an Alpha Legion scum in disguise. I understand. I will summon him. No, summon their squad to A12 conference room, saying it's for a special mission strategy meeting. There were only 2 chapters in the world that could not be infiltrated by the Alpha Legion. Although the 20th Legion excelled at disguise, infiltration, and assassination, they could not break through the Dark Angels chapter's strict inner circle organization and the Space Wolves' keen sense of smell. No, no need. I'm right behind him. Esposito and the other team members walked together in the corridor. He showed no abnormality, following the vice-captain as usual, but his heart was now filled with anxiety. Damn it, isn't this a successor chapter of the Iron Hands? I'm sure I'm not mistaken, the gene seed must be from Ferrus Manus' sons. How could there be a furry thing here? How could the Space Wolves be here? There was a corner ahead. A portrait of Jagatai Khan hung at the corner. Soft white light gently caressed the triumphant warrior. Around the bend was a lounge where the warriors could rest together, chat, or find someone for a duel. The Alpha Legion assassin knew that the final moment had arrived. The instant the vice-captain made the turn, he had to do something. Rogier was faster than he expected. Without warning, Rogier struck. Chaos scum, die. No sooner said than done, Rogier's twin power claw suddenly glowed, plunging straight into the Alpha Legionnaire's heart. The Alpha Legionnaire's reaction was also incredibly swift. He turned and raised his elbow in one fluid motion. The small knife hidden in a secret place had slipped into his hand at some unknown moment, slightly jamming Rogier's power claw, attempting to deflect it. However, he greatly overestimated himself. Clang. The Alpha Legionnaire was directly slammed against the wall by Rogier's power claw. Although he avoided a vital spot, he was still severely injured. This Alpha Legionnaire was not a Primaris warrior, and moreover, it seemed Chaos hadn't corrupted many Primaris warriors yet. Rogier, what are you doing? Esposito. Everyone was startled and rushed to stop the fight. The warrior standing behind Rogier grabbed his power armor backpack, and the vice-captain also turned around, raising his hand as if to do something. Die, scum. Rogier landed another solid punch on Alpha's head, cleanly killing him. Rogier, do you know what you are doing? Yes, I killed a Chaos scum. For a moment, the surrounding warriors were filled with doubt and uncertainty. Rogier had not left the Eternal Mountain, so the probability of them being corrupted by Chaos was higher. However, they still raised their guns and pointed them at Rogier. No one dared to act rashly. Chapter Master Yifeng has sent a message. He is on his way and asks everyone to trust Rogier and remain on standby, the captain of Esposito's squad said emotionlessly, but the plasma pistol in his hand remained primed. Rogier, why didn't you inform us? We have a right to know the truth. No, any premature action could lead to uncontrollable consequences. The fewer people who know about this, the better it can be handled. I'd rather face your suspicions and investigations after the battle than risk any casualties among you. At this moment, everyone's hearts were a mix of emotions. Especially Yi Feng, who was on the communication channel. He sorely missed Librarian Sisyphus. If he were here, a golden mace and a flame would have solved everything. Why all this trouble? When Yi Feng arrived, Situare had already reached the scene. He meticulously examined the body to determine the Astartes gene seed. A gene seed I've never seen before, it's very likely alpha. Muscle lengthening surgery? To impersonate a Primaris warrior? The imitation is quite good, worth studying. Situare. Oh, Yi Feng, you're here. You handle it. It's confirmed to be an enemy. Brother Esposito is probably gone. You take care of it. Situare hurriedly left with the removed gene seed, running back to place it in long-term storage. Before leaving, he didn't forget to shout for the warriors to bring Alpha's body over after they were done. He wanted to study it. Ankh, who arrived later, conducted a comprehensive survey of the scene and then performed a complete scan of Alpha's power armor and body, discovering 23 points of reinforcement and hidden weapons in his arms, elbows, and feet. If he hadn't been wearing Esposito's power armor but his own, Rogier would have been in grave danger during the fight. He also hadn't consumed the Primarch's blood, which must have been used up in previous operations. After a period of investigation, Yi Feng dismissed everyone to their respective duties, preparing for a summary meeting. The situation was shrouded in mist, completely without a clue. How did Alpha get on the ship? Was he lurking in a Mechaniku's ark? Or was he summoned by chaos cultists? Why was he here? How would he proceed with his plan? Did he have accomplices? No leads at all, not a single trace. This was truly their style of doing things, leaving people utterly bewildered. What were others doing during these 10 years? As we mentioned before, William's forces primarily dealt with ground enemies, while Anthony's fleet mainly engaged in naval battles. So, after participating in several naval engagements, Anthony's company was invited to the ECAFT world to participate in the super assembly operation. As we mentioned earlier, Kafka, Inquisitor Isalina, and the main Lamenter's forces also gathered there. Thus, it was only natural that Anthony, as the third company captain, finally received the charter for the Crimson Torrent chapter. And the Lamenters were exceptionally happy to join forces with Anthony's company. After all, no one liked this chapter founded during the cursed founding and refused to be with them. This was a large-scale counterattack organized by Regent of the Imperium's dark side, the longest-serving normal Astartes, chapter master of the Blood Angels, and Sanguinius's personally chosen worker Dante. The general plan was for the Imperial forces to retreat steadily, luring the enemy deep, attracting a large enemy force to a remote star system with only 2 warp lane exits, and then encircling them with the main forces. After using forces to guard the warp lane exits and surround the enemy, they would begin to besiege and reinforce, engaging in a series of subsequent battles. The chosen world was Krikli. A problem then arose. One passage allowed the enemy in, but the other passage also had to be blocked. The other side of the passage was the Fafnir world, merely a poor place with little output. The local population was sparse, only a few tens of millions, concentrated in a hive city. Logically, these mortals should have been evacuated. However, the Imperial Navy refused this action, citing no one here would arouse enemy suspicion. They even invited Astra Militarum bigwigs to apply pressure, simply because they were dissatisfied with Astartes having full command of all forces. Old man Dante didn't say much, dispatching a large number of Imperial Navy ships and over a dozen Adeptus Astartes chapters to block the passage. The reason he was so confident was that he had deployed a primordial chapter here, the Salamanders chapter. Then, after a series of chaotic operations, the star system level defense was primarily protected by 10 full chapters and the Imperial Navy, which also included our old friend, that Victory-class battleship. Unfortunately, the old captain had sacrificed himself, and the current commander was Vice Captain Wyneth. Oh no, Captain Wyneth. The planetary defense of Fafnir was mainly composed of 4 disabled chapters. These were Anthony's company of the Crimson Torrent chapter, remnants of the Lamenters chapter, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th companies of the Salamanders chapter, and an unknown company of the People's Sons chapter who were out for a stroll and conscripted. The F4 friendly chapters were all gathered. Subsequently, the great battle began, with the enemy's main force still being the Blood Angels, who were fighting everywhere. Did Kern not know the Imperium's plan? He did, and he was quite happy that the enemy was willing to clash head-on with the Blood Angels. Thus, the greater daemon of Kern, Skarbrand, excitedly smashed into the main battlefield, confronting Dante and the Grey Knights. The Blood Angels and the World Eaters engaged in a brutal slaughter. Both sides displayed their family-cutting heritage, and the overall battle situation was once deadlocked. However, due to the extremely small number of custodes in the Imperium's dark side, the only one found was leading a large army responsible for blocking the enemy's entry, so Dante was under immense pressure. Skarbrand, meanwhile, was making rapid progress, and the Grey Knights found it difficult to resist this greater daemon of Kern. Several Sisters of Silences came to support, but the battle situation still did not improve. Couldn't win. Waiting for Father. Father arrived. At least for Dante, it was like seeing a miracle. Cypher's twin pistols fired, and all weaker beings scattered. The false Sanguinius drew the lion sword and roared as he charged Skarbrand. What followed was the classic scenario of Dante being severely wounded and falling unconscious, only to wake up to find the enemy defeated, and Cypher and the false Great Angel vanished. It was like a dream. The hardest part of this battle was for the Dark Angels squad. They came at the rumor, wanting to destroy all evidence of Cypher's existence, and then they saw the most formidable people of the Imperium's dark side gathered together. On the other side, the battle in our Fafnir star system was once extremely fierce. For some unknown reason, Huron personally led troops to support. Why not fight in the Imperium's light? You came to the dark side to play a low-end game. Indeed, it matched his character. The enemy fought all the way to the Fafnir world's planetary orbit, engaging in fierce combat with the F4. Huron, as usual, stayed on the furthest warship, providing long-range fire support, but he generously committed his Terminator's forces to the offensive. Facing such a scene, the Salamanders also revealed their astonishing heritage. Ancient melta weapons and some armor only seen in books made everyone's eyes red with envy. Surprisingly, the People's Sons chapter displayed a heritage no less impressive than the Salamanders, especially that Invitus pattern warsuit, which amazed everyone. The Lamenters silently pulled out the 10 iron-clad Terminators given to them by the Crimson Torrent chapter, followed by their Death Company brothers, ready to engage at any moment, drawing many surprised glances. Only Anthony of the Crimson Torrent chapter was on the verge of tears. Listen to me, we really are rich, truly. But I didn't bring it with me, no, my chapter still has a lot of wealth. Don't look at me like that. A few scattered Indomitus pattern Terminators covered the warriors of the Crimson Torrent chapter. Despite this, Anthony still led a brilliant fight with his excellent resilience and spectacular close-quarters command. After this battle, the Crimson Torrent chapter officially entered the sights of the various bigwigs. Of course, the bigwigs looked at this extremely poor chapter with pity. After the pleasantries with the other F4 chapters, Anthony received imperial supplies and the right to dispose of some spoils of war. According to the process for newly founded chapters, they should receive 2 battle barges and several strike cruisers, but conditions were clearly not met now. This miserable pauper chapter had also survived, so Dante, with a wave of his hand, gifted them 1 strike cruiser and another captured strike cruiser, which would be handed over to him after purification. After all, many chapters had been annihilated as complete units, leaving behind many things. Now, Anthony had become a direct imperial force, essentially on the imperial payroll. With the Salamanders, a primordial chapter, as a guarantor, the Imperium didn't even send anyone from the Inquisition. They simply supplied Anthony with a large amount of power armor and related materials, then requisitioned the Atres Imperial Guard and the lunar-class cruiser of the temporary 2nd Taiping Star Region Naval Department and moved them to the next battlefield. Thus, the Atres Imperial Guard also stepped onto the Imperial stage, with many people constantly switching between the Astra Militarum and Imperial Navy departments. The only issue was the question of whether the Emperor was a man or a god, which led the Atres Imperial Guard, upon entering the Imperial political arena, to unhesitatingly throw their support behind the Space Marine faction and the Regent faction. The situation was ever-changing, and the story was full of excitement. To know what happens next, please listen to the next installment. Chapter 147. It's time for the 3 armies to show off their wealth. To pick up where we left off. The Imperium borrowed Anthony's lunar-class cruiser fleet and provided a large advance payment for equipment. The money was paid, but it was just an IOU. Of course, if the Imperium is unjust, we will not be righteous. When you can't find Anthony, you still won't find him. We go where the people are in need, and we always stay out of Astartes infighting. Due to the heavy casualties everyone suffered in this battle, we and the Lamenters chapter left on our own to recuperate. Chapter Master Matthew Ryall strongly insisted on continuing to fight alongside Dante, and the Lamenters chapter was highly motivated. Previously, the Lamenters chapter was a hot commodity because of rumors that you had cured the bloodthirst and black rage, but now the number of your death company is almost catching up to the Flesh Tearers chapter. Anthony opened the brocade pouch Yifeng had given him, found the section about the Lamenters chapter, then silently walked to the side and pulled Chapter Master Matthew Ryall away. Anthony quietly told them that William's forces were in danger and asked them to help. And so, the Lamenters chapter reluctantly left the main force. Dante's main force pressed on, relentlessly pursuing the remaining enemies, and then they were ambushed. The enemy used the same tactics as the Imperium, retreating in stages to lure them deeper. Now, the information on the entire battlefield was chaotic, and the forces far from them couldn't understand what was happening at all. While the fighting was fierce here, William's side wasn't idle. Let's talk about the main encounters of William's forces. After William and the Stonewall forces departed, adhering to the core philosophy of uniting all forces, the people above all, they actively responded to requests for aid for minor disasters in various places, making immense contributions to the overall stability and harmony of the Imperium of man's planetary societies. The important work that followed, based on the principles of objectivity, fairness, and voluntary participation, involved in-depth exchanges with local people and leadership, where both sides fully exchanged opinions. Speak human. It means William's forces landed on the planet, went on a rampage, resolved the crisis, and then began to describe their chapter's current state of starting from scratch, having no support, and being dirt poor, begging for local support of affluent goods. Normal worlds would give them some ammunition, metals for repairs, and local specialties. Befriending an Adeptus Astartes chapter is, after all, the choice of most rulers. Then William would start haggling, saying it really wasn't enough, not even enough to cover their consumption. After some negotiation, the chapter would set sail again, looking for the next place. Hey? What if the supplies they got really weren't enough? Didn't the Adeptus Mechanicus reimburse us for a century's worth of supplies? These are pure profit. And so, a ridiculously poor chapter, always operating at a deficit but generously and righteously responding to calls for aid from all over, began to gain a reputation in the segmentum obscurus. Hey? That's not the question. What if it's a major disaster, and this world really has no money to give you? Didn't we say we'd only support minor disasters? If we really encounter a major disaster, it's one word: load the transport ships. Take as many people as possible, our world is always short on manpower. Transport them all. These people will also be kowtowing and shouting thanks for saving their lives. They would never guess that we are taking them to the happy and beautiful life of the Red Tide Society, he 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 he. Of course. They haven't forgotten their main job. Besides boosting their mortal prestige, they also help other Adeptus Astartes chapters whenever possible, and try to persuade Black Shield warriors to join them. To be fair, their ideology was quite unpopular among the Imperium's Adeptus Astartes, who subtly and indirectly rejected William's proposals with an attitude that he was daydreaming. However, the Black Shield warriors, those veterans who fought in the warp and their generations of apprentices, for whom the glory of the Great Crusade was their most important belief for fighting until now, many of them were willing to cooperate with the Crimson Torrent chapter. Initially, after discussions, some Black Shield warriors were hesitant, and many left. William didn't pay much attention and continued to put out fires everywhere. But after some time, William discovered that those Black Shields had returned. They went back into the warp to call their friends, trying their best to find some old-timers. Some of these individuals came with a mocking attitude, while others came with a last-shot mentality. This put William in a difficult position. So many people suddenly appeared. Who knew how many were Chaos infiltrators, or members of the Alpha Legion? Coincidentally, at this time, he received a message from Chapter Master Yifeng, instructing him to set off to rendezvous at Mount Langjugsha World. Well, no need to say more, let's go. Mount Langjugsha Star System, Yifeng's grand army finally ended its long journey and returned to its own territory. A fleet went out, and only one battle barge returned home. Heavy casualties. Heavy casualties. Grandpa's back. Astrogator, check the time, see how long we've been gone. A moment later, the Astrogator reported with a strange expression. Chapter Master Yifeng, according to astral observations and cross-referencing with local worlds, our in-ship travel time was 10 days and 19 hours, while the actual time passed was 10 days and 20 hours. What? Only 1 hour more? Did we take the express this time? The wondrous warp. Just 1 week later, the stern vigilance and the dawn of light roared out of the warp, accompanied by the Tear Mother, the unbowed Scythe, and the Iron Jungle. The chapter's main forces were finally reunited. Lian Lai Lo, I'm not human, you guys talk about your good stuff, with you. The meeting of the three leaders at Mount Langjugsha World was truly a scene of gongs and drums blaring, firecrackers crackling, red flags waving, and a sea of people. The three fleets had been fighting for a long time, and now that they were reunited, they naturally wanted to show off their spoils of war. William raised his arm and shouted, and 200 Black Shield warriors appeared in unison, behind them mountains of resources and a pile of thank you banners from the worlds they had aided. Yifeng was not to be outdone. He revealed his assets, and what a sight. A truly immense number of Adeptus Mechanicus, anti-gravity weapons one after another. It was Anthony's turn. This old warrior showed no fear, shouting, brothers. Then, in the grid, a heart and a tear told the story, as Chapter Master Matthew Ryall led the Lamenters chapter to make a grand entrance. Yifeng and William instantly retreated dozens of steps. Don't come over. On this joyous day of the three-way rendezvous, how did you find them? Chapter Master Matthew Ryall was immediately puzzled. Why did they retreat when they saw him? But Yifeng reacted quickly. His retreating footsteps abruptly stopped, and he quickly circled the Lamenters chapter's forces. Then, tears fell, and he cried out. Old Matthew, Brother Ao, why are there so few of you left? You've had such a hard time. My poor loyal sons of the Emperor, the Archangel Spirit in heaven will protect you. It was better unsaid, but once it was said, Matthew Rio also couldn't hold back. The three-way rendezvous immediately turned into a large-scale lamentation. For a time, tears flowed, and shouts shook the heavens. The three armies cried together, making the newly arrived Black Shield warriors think it was some kind of ritual, perhaps commemorating the fallen comrades of this expedition. Afterward, Yifeng strongly condemned Anthony's actions of bringing important personnel to the chapter's important activity area without reporting their arrival, and cited the example of Lionel Johnson taking Conrad Kurz to Macrich during the Great Heresy, which led to severe consequences, as a warning, demanding that the entire chapter adhere to report whenever possible, eliminate surprises. Alright, let's turn our attention back to the scene. At this moment, Matthew Rio was still lamenting, truly very skilled. The Lamenters chapter warriors behind him were also adept, very familiar with the process. On the Crimson Torrent chapter's side, Chapter Master Yifeng was the first to cry. The other warriors were clearly stunned for a moment. Oh, William was the first to react, immediately joining them. Anthony was hesitating. He couldn't hesitate anymore, hesitation would lead to defeat. Anthony finally joined. Matthew Rio felt a hint of something amiss. He wanted to look up. Quickly stop him. Chapter Master Yifeng embraced him, he embraced him. The two men cried together. The things behind them that the Lamenters chapter shouldn't see were orderly leaving the scene. Yes, the wounded moved to the front, all the wounded stood in front. Atmosphere team, is there an atmosphere team? Dry crying won't last long. Nian Ci Jin came out. He began to read the names of the fallen warriors and their heroic deeds. Well done, my great unclean one. The Black Shield warriors behind quickly retreated a bit more. Oh, Valis couldn't help but recount the heroic deeds of the mortals. They should not be forgotten, loyalty. The ceremony had already lasted for several tens of minutes. What did Chapter Master Yifeng want to do next? Very good, he wanted to end this lamentation assembly. He looked up. He suggested to Chapter Master Matthew Ryall that a more solemn ceremony should be held in a more serious place to mourn the brave warriors. Everyone had recovered, and the brothers began to help each other up. The ceremony was finally about to end. Oh no. It was that Lamenter's chapter warrior who was traumatized by Khazanov before setting sail. He came out of the room, and he saw the combat blade. This is bad, keep crying. And so, another half hour passed, and the meeting and chatting stage finally ended. At this point, most of the Black Shield warriors had been withdrawn from the scene, and many wounded soldiers who had been recuperating on the ships had newly arrived. Truly, the Lamenter's chapter is very unwelcoming to unfamiliar Black Shield warriors, especially those whose loyalty we cannot even guarantee. The long ceremonial meeting finally ended. Yifeng dismissed the Lamenter's chapter, and could finally properly listen to the two leaders' report on the situation. William was very honest. He brought back a lot of supplies, and for those remote imperial worlds, he would always first ask, when was the last time the Ministry of Internal Affairs came to collect taxes? How many years does it come once? Ah. It just came last year, and the time before that was 100 years ago? Alas, I believe your ruling class is oppressing the people. I think a reform is needed. Do you agree? Another scenario was. What? The Ministry of Internal Affairs hasn't been here for hundreds of years, why? Poor and far, oh, I know a path to common prosperity. Do you want to try it? If I say it can, it can. If I say it must be tried, it must be tried. And so, in remote areas, we gain several more worlds. And William, adhering to the principle of a place for everyone, established recruit canisters and bioorgan production lines everywhere. The Crimson Torrent chapter not only broke free from its reliance on the Adeptus Mechanicus's production lines, firmly grasping the lifeline of bioorgans in its own hands, but also vindicatively built them wherever they went. Organ deficiency phobia. It is conceivable that the number of Astartes will explode exponentially in the future. After William finished his work, Anthony then took out the chapter's charter, Dante's letter of commendation, and a long list of equipment the Imperium had salvaged from other annihilated chapters. As the chapter's prominent public face, Anthony acted extremely loyal, not revealing any of his own ideologies like William. Everyone was just doing their job for money. According to Anthony, he would categorize and summarize the subconscious actions of the Adeptus Astartes chapter warriors fighting alongside him, such as battle cries and prayers, to determine whether to reveal their intentions and attempt to win them over. It's better to be cautious, one wrong step can easily attract the Inquisition. Just keep the charter, at least in critical moments, you can shout, the Inquisition has no right to judge me. I am a legitimate chapter and must follow Astartes tradition, allowing 5 chapter masters to decide our right or wrong. Then everyone shouts, Daddy. Yifeng sighed deeply after hearing the report. They've grown up, they can be independent now. Gathered on this world were over 200 under Yifeng, over 100 under Anthony, over 100 under William, 100 of Stone Will, over 60 Lamenters, and about 200 newly arrived Black Shield warriors. If Lian Lai Luo's more than 100 men stationed in the temporary Second Taiping Star region were included, they could barely make 1,000. There were more people in the recruit pods, over 200, and they were already facing a shortage of apothecaries, so the training of the next generation of apothecaries was being accelerated. No panic. The equipment displayed at this gathering alone could arm a force of over 2,000. The 3 commanders each handed over their duties, screening the Black Shield warriors and conducting screening and stabilization work for the Adeptus Mechanicus. The Imperium of Man's wars have been fought for 10 millennia, and they are essentially about 2 things, chaos and xenos. Chaos detection comes first, it's convenient. It's nothing major, just a heart-to-heart with our great unclean one carrying a large shield. Please ignore the furry Space Wolves warrior next to him, he's just joining the fun. The Black Shield warriors told stories of endless wars and bizarre encounters. Yifeng read infinite hardship in their tales. Similarly, the number of Black Shield warriors exceeded Yifeng's imagination. The Black Shield warriors were far more numerous than Yifeng's impression of those loyalists from the traitor legions who appeared during the Great Heresy. The reason for the huge number of Black Shield warriors was the Imperium. Every time the Imperium courted disaster and pressured the Space Marines, a large number of Astartes left. They did not fall to chaos but merely severed ties with the Imperium. The Imperium naturally categorized all of them as chaos traitors and issued kill orders. These warriors plunged into the warp, becoming rootless wanderers, drifting through their days. They loathed and resented the Imperium, yet still believed in the Emperor. They contemplated the meaning of life. One day, they had an epiphany or encountered old veterans who had long been fighting in the warp. They understood that in the days when the Emperor was alive, no High Lord dared to speak, and no human officials engaged in infighting. Failing to accomplish tasks meant losing one's head. Thus, the Emperor protects became waiting for the Emperor's return. O Emperor, when will you return? Without the Imperium's supplies, Black Shield warriors either occupied a piece of land in a remote area, like us, and developed cautiously, or they roamed the cosmos as pirates. Behind many rebel worlds marked by the Imperium, their presence could be seen. This greatly astonished Yi Feng. I thought it was some chaos corruption causing human worlds to rebel every now and then. It turns out Black Shield warriors were involved. No, these people were marked as chaos elements by the Imperium. Thinking back to how easily he used to reclaim a world with his recruit company, if he encountered one hiding hundreds of Black Shield warriors, it could have been a huge problem. However, in the vast warp, Black Shield warriors were ultimately a minority. Being unorganized, they were unable to contact or support each other, so their death rate was also very high, and they would indeed surrender when cornered. At this point in the conversation, the leader of these Black Shield warriors finally showed his fangs. My name is Lion, Chapter Master Yi Feng. Among these over 200 warriors, more than 140 are my subordinates. Of course, most of them surrendered after I beat them. How about it, I'm enough to gain some say in the chapter, right? You mean? To whitewash through your chapter, it's a very normal thing. We acknowledge you, but I brought over 100 people, so at least I should be a company captain. If you want to expand to larger units later, I want priority for promotion. Ha 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 ha. Yi Feng laughed heartily, finally resembling a bold, open plainsman. Of course, you can. If you bring a company, you are a company captain. If you bring a regiment, you are a regiment commander. But there's one requirement, the people must be clean. You know what I mean. I don't want your people to do wrong, and then you beat your chest and say you'll be responsible for all losses. I want them to have no problems from the start. You know, brother Yi Feng, everyone has secrets in their hearts, we can't dig them all out. We, having stayed in the warp for a long time, are more or less mutated. But I can make them all listen to me and do as I say. Oh ho ho, that alone isn't enough. Regarding warp corruption, rest assured, we have the best apothecaries and the best tech marines. The prosthetics he makes are even better than real ones. Loyalty is always our most valued aspect. I may not be able to filter out all the chaos scum, but I can still do a slight purge. Every Black Shield warrior stayed by Yi Feng's side for a long time, and in a place far from Yi Feng, they knelt before the Emperor's statue, loudly shouting things like "The Emperor protects." Those secretly corrupted by chaos might think they are still shouting for the Emperor, but in reality, they are already shouting blood for the Blood God. This corruption, like that of the Gene Stealer, has a regional coverage, but it is ineffective against Yi Feng. After executing 2 Black Shields who shouted chaos evil gods, the trial entered the next stage. This stage is simpler, find a Xenos and beat it up. A group of Gene Stealer was struck by a drop pod. The creatures that burst out wore tattered power armor, wielded huge combat blades, and roared as they charged towards the Gene Stealer. They shouted, "For the Emperor! Unworthy of the blood of Sanguinius, Yaaaik." I know everyone is very confused right now, but please don't be confused yet. Let's start from the creation of the universe. The great Sanguinius had many, many descendants. Some were eccentric, some had strange faces, some were bloodthirsty and violent, and some were extremely unlucky, but they all had one thing in common, they were loyal, and formidable fighters. While the frontal battle in the segmentum obscurus raged, the orc scourge in the rear had never been completely eliminated and had grown strong again after a period of development. At this time, chapters resting in the rear began to move out to support the fight against the orcs. A successor chapter of the Blood Angels received a distress call from a world, so they dispatched 2 relatively intact companies to depart. However, they encountered a small warp fluctuation en route, arriving a little later than expected. This orc force had grown to an alarming degree. After calling for support proved fruitless, this space marine force still launched a surprise attack on the orc world. Their warship battled the enemy's bizarre space vessels, enduring continuous bombardment from orbital and ground artillery. They charged into this world with burning rage, and powerful veterans formed a decapitation squad, heading straight for the orc warlord. They did everything they could. Under overwhelming odds, warriors consumed by the black rage slaughtered the orc big mechs, and countless severed limbs and broken bodies piled up on the brutal battlefield. Ultimately, they won, and they lost. When the bravest of the rooted orc boys, with immense courage, returned to this brutal battlefield, what it saw was an Astartes, deceased due to the black rage, standing atop the corpses of all the bosses. The shattered power armor bore witness to the most brutal slaughter, and dense shell craters mocked the incompetence of orc weapons. He rested his hands on his sword, the long combat blade piercing through his power armor boots and into the corpse. He maintained a proud, upright posture, disdainfully gazing at the Emperor's enemy before him. At this moment, an unavoidable thought arose in the heart of this orc boy, this is too Yaaaik. This is how a boss should be. Its body began to swell. It became a new boss, the first boss after the battle. It reunified the shattered orcs and quickly regained strength. Their meat boys collected the enemy's power armor. Just as they were about to think, the boss smacked one on the head, making him dizzy. No dismantling. Find a way to repair the armor for me. The production of killing iron kens and dreadnoughts was halted. All meat boys were called over. One by one, the power armor suits were repaired. They looked ugly, but they were recognizably power armor. This orc clan was very strange. The highest-ranking individuals were no longer the various big mechs, but the orc boys piloting the power armor. Those bosses followed these crazed boys like ogre auxiliaries. The Gork idols were torn down. They shouldn't be like that. Gork should be the best at chopping. He has big wings. His head should be shining with golden light. The boss pulled out a tattered painting of Sanguinius. Those powerful cans all knelt before him before battle. Oh, I think he must be Gork. Archangel sanguineous-like mechs were built, majestic and shining with golden light. Now, everything was ready. They would learn from them and go chop others down. Although the orcs did not use the language of the Imperium of Man, they still learned the battle cries of their old predecessors and roared loudly. For the Emperor. Yaik. Chapter 148 I will not be a human being if I don't avenge this. A distress signal reached Yifeng. Shu Masaya, a world capable of mass-producing laser guns, was a semi-industrial, semi-administrative world. Its hive city was filled with magnificent factories, and just 10 years ago, it had received an award from the Ministry of Internal Affairs for exceeding production targets during the period when the Great Rift opened 30 years ago. Attacked by strange-acting orcs? When have orcs ever acted normally? Brothers, we'll catch up later. Work has arrived. Let's get some flashlights, laser guns, for the Imperial Auxiliary. Tell them to hold on. The Red Tide Warband. Chapter, poor but righteous, has answered their call. Lion, manage your company. They are now the 14th company. Prepare for the next test, go cut down some orcs for fun. The 14th company, 13th company reserve, Black Shield warriors awaiting testing. A large fleet, mighty and majestic, surged into the warp. 4 battle barges, 3 strike cruisers, and escort ships, carrying over 800 space marines, headed for the battlefield. En route, the bigwigs in the command hall engaged in a fierce tactical discussion. Lion believed that the enemy would not quickly conquer a weapon-producing world, as the locals had enough weapons and funds to resist. The chapter should swiftly defeat the enemy's space forces, then use the warship's orbital bombardment advantage to fight the enemy. However, Chapter Master Matthew Rio insisted that upon arrival at the world, they should immediately deploy drop pods to send the warriors to the humans before conducting any other investigations. Rogier suggested sending his wolf cubs and the 10th company for reconnaissance first, as the local intelligence capabilities were not to be trusted, and the chapter must prioritize establishing its own battlefield intelligence network. After much discussion, only one thing was decided. 200 Black Shield warriors would be the vanguard, with the Lamenters chapter as the reserve. In any case, these two should be kept as far apart as possible. There was also good news. The world was originally intended for industrial development, and its surface had been leveled at the outset, making it very suitable for large-scale battles. So, let's do this. All ships, attention. All ships, attention. 100 seconds until exit from the warp. The vast sea of stars reappeared, and the real world was still so vast and beautiful, filled with the scent of gunpowder. Immediately after exiting the warp, they encountered scattered debris. The battle at Mandeville Point was extremely fierce. Imperial warships were blasted with huge shell craters, almost severing them in half. The remnants of the ship bodies were covered with large and small orc meteorite boarding pods. Many orc warships were also crippled. The warriors could even see with their naked eyes a human transport ship directly impaled on an enemy warship. The brave naval officers and soldiers attempted to die with the enemy, but it seemed they had failed. Just as the communications had stated, these orcs were indeed a bit strange. Their warships were not just large steel heads, they also had a halo-like device on their heads and 2 small wings on the sides, looking very bizarre. Advance. The Eternal Mountain and the Stern Vigilance immediately proceed to the colony. The remaining warships are to support the satellite mining facility. Prioritize clearing enemy warships. The two sides met shortly after, which deepened Yifeng's confusion. What kind of bizarre enemy would install huge, wieldable weapons on space warships? What was wrong with them? Super close combat enthusiasts of the Goth clan? In front of these very Waik warships, the strike cruisers became hesitant, not daring to get too close. It would be quite a problem if they were slashed. 2 battle barges mobilized their bombardment cannons, dealing with a pile of orc warships in front of them. More distant enemies were approaching. Seizing this opportunity, the scouts swiftly boarded their Shadowhawks, preparing to infiltrate the planet. Yifeng attempted to make the battle barges serve as a space-based communication platform, replacing the destroyed satellites and space stations, to establish contact with the people on the ground. However, the communication channel was very strange. For the Emperor. Waik. For the 4-armed Emperor, long live the Ascension. How were Genestealer involved? Everyone in the command room exchanged glances. Yifeng slapped his head. No wonder they had received an award from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. It turned out the Genestealer had infiltrated and were diligently working for their ascension. That must have been at least 30 years, right? The Tyranid Hive fleet must be close to being summoned. Almost, truly not far off. At this moment, the Grand Patriarch of the Genestealer cult was already a powerful psyker, now holding aloft the central throne of the Hive City, gazing at the distant great battle. The green mountains and seas of orcs clashed with the purple mountains and seas of hybrid neophytes. Although the Shu Masaya Planetary Defense Forces uniforms were purple, and combined with the bald, purple heads of the 4th generation Genestealer, they looked like a purple yam army. Their combat effectiveness was truly not bad. They could skillfully use human firearms, except for sniper rifles. Due to their poor eyesight, their loyalty was almost on par with the Astartes. They had strong physical qualities, strong organizational skills, and high morale. Led by their Grand Priest, they fought bravely, clashing with the orcs who shouted Emperor. The scouts, positioned in the distance, didn't know how to describe what they saw and heard, so they simply took some time to upload all the video data. On the large screen in the command room, the transmitted footage appeared. Matthew Rio's anger was palpable, while Lion and Rogier watched silently, saying nothing. The tactical discussion group quickly formulated a plan and presented it to all the bigwigs. Yifeng's fists suddenly clenched. Zoom in on the orc frontline footage, the Ironkin area. What's wrong, Chapter Master Yifeng? Is there a problem? We're ready to attack. Attack, pause. Order, initiate Red Protocol. Everyone gather in the Emperor's Sacred Hall, no, in the chapter's Memorial Hall. I will give a pre-battle speech. Brother Yifeng, what's happening? What did you find? Rogier, standing in the distance, overheard Yifeng's words and sensed something was amiss. Nothing, just encountered something I didn't want to see. Prepare for battle. Yifeng's fists slowly loosened, then repeatedly clenched, as if testing if they were suitable for holding a blade. In front of the chapter's Memorial Hall, all the warriors stood solemnly before the statues of the 3 chapter masters of the old 3rd chapter, awaiting Yifeng's arrival. The Black Shield warriors also stepped into this hall. The solemnity of the surroundings brought tears to their eyes. How many years had it been since they returned to their chapter's sacred place? Did anyone still remember the deeds and loyalty of their fallen brothers? Yifeng entered from the back hall, with Enos hurrying beside him. Brother Yifeng, what's going on? Why suddenly use the Red Protocol? You'll know soon, Brother Enos. Yifeng ignored Enos and walked directly to the podium, standing beneath his own statue. Brothers of the Red Tide, as you all know, we're going to fight orcs. A thunderous roar erupted from below, everyone's fighting spirit soaring. Yifeng pressed his palm down, and the clamor gradually subsided. So, brothers, every battle has sacrifices. Sacrifice is the foundation of victory. No one knows when disaster will strike. Perhaps it's me, perhaps it's any one of you. Are you afraid? No. Look around, brothers. This is our chapter's monument. The story of every fallen warrior is engraved on these steels. We will bring back the remains of our brothers at all costs, bring them here, and tell the future recruits. Look, some still remember the loyalty of those brothers. We still remember their bravery. We all remember. So tell me, which battle in the chapter's history had the greatest casualties and was the most heroic? That's right, the very first one, where 3 chapters were almost wiped out. We will forever remember them. But brothers, tell me, that time, who brought them home? Yes, the Dawn Angels chapter, a very righteous chapter. They traveled all the way from the Segmentum Obscurus to the Taiping Star region to help us bring home the remains of over 1400 brothers. Back then, only 4 of us remained, which could be considered a complete annihilation. These sons of Sanguinius believed in us as they believed in hope. They did not let us perish. They gave us 2 battle barges. 4 people, 2 ships. They believed in us from the bottom of their hearts, and we believed in them from the bottom of our hearts. Now, they are down there, and all that's left is their armor. I don't know if the Dawn Angels were wiped out. I also don't know how those orcs below ended up wearing the armor of my great benefactors and running around. I don't know anything. But today, there's only one thing to say, it's my turn to bring them home. I believe the Dawn Angels did not betray the blood of Sanguinius. I believe their actions were worthy of their identity. But they haven't finished their work yet. Back then, they smoothed over the aftermath of our battle. Now, their unfinished work will be completed by us. Exterminate all Xenos. Blood for blood. Exterminate all Xenos. Blood for blood. Exterminate all Xenos. Blood for blood. The roar grew louder and louder. Deep-seated hatred, irreconcilable. Below, the crowd was incensed, vowing to annihilate the enemy. Enos quietly withdrew to prepare numerous machine spirit appeasement rituals. As the shouting gradually subsided, Yifeng felt the time was ripe. The red flag held in the hand of Yifeng's statue was pulled out by the real Yifeng. The long flagpole struck the podium heavily, a dull thud bringing silence once more. My command. All heavy armored forces deploy. All land raiders deploy. All Roscoe ground sweepers deploy. All Storm Raven gunship squadrons deploy. 1st Company deploy, 13th Company deploy. Supply Transport 1 deploy. God machines deploy. All warships commence high-intensity orbital bombardment on enemy-occupied zones. On the ground, Gene Stealer and orcs are in a chaotic battle. Do not concern yourselves with casualties. Bombardment is to proceed at full capacity. Gentlemen, I ask for only one thing. Once the battle begins, regardless of enemy race, regardless of weapons, all who dare show themselves shall be shattered. Yifeng grabbed the red flag and, like throwing a javelin, hurled it with all his might. The flagpole arced gracefully over the heads of the crowd, firmly embedding itself in the upper frame of the main gate. The soft red banners hung low before the gate, brushing against the armor of every warrior leaving the morning hall. The red will guide you. Kill. Dash. Towering war machines marched across the land Gorkonauts and Mao Ge King Kongs. No, they should now be called the Sanguinius Icon Mech and the Emperor's Statue Mech. The angel's wings of light flickered, and instantly, purifying lances fired in unison, shattering the Gene Stealer positions. The largest of the orcs was named Woston. He hadn't yet grown into an orc warlord, but he could be called a warboss. Instead of sitting in an icon mech and firing everywhere, he cut off his own legs and climbed into the only dreadnought available. The Angels of Dawn's dreadnought still had that distinct Blood Angels feel. Its power claw and underslung flamer gave it excellent close combat capabilities, while the Storm Bolter in its other hand was enough to tear apart any enemy in its path. The cannon on its head had been replaced with a missile rack. This walking arsenal now served as Wostan's mount. The power claw was replaced with an even larger claw, and the storm bolter became a big daka made of several guns strapped together. Imitating the Angels of Dawn, he shouted that hope would eventually arrive, tearing through the Gene Stealer defensive line. Behind him was a horde of orc boys and Gretchen, busily scurrying about, hauling ammunition. Bone Teeth was an orc boy responsible for transporting ammunition from the meat boys to the front lines. Bone Teeth wasn't a boss, but he had a set of excellent, high-quality big teeth, so his boss loved to bully him. A money tree. At this moment, Dreg was pushing a small cart with several other orc boys, hauling large ammunition rounds that were half their height. Dreg, why do I think we have to shout for the Emperor? Aren't we fighting for Boss Wostan? I don't know. Boss Wostan said the most Waaiaic warriors he'd seen all shouted that. Do you think the Emperor they're shouting about is Mork? Why not Gork, then? Dreg smacked the orc boys on the head. Are you stupid? Boss said Gork is sanguineous. Waaiaic. Several frantic Gretchen, who were jumping around the small cart, yelled at the orc boys. They were incredibly agitated. When this cart first came out, the Gretchen had fought over the shells. They especially wanted to ride the best-looking shell and fly into the enemy's face. Bone Teeth kicked the yelling Gretchen away. It tumbled over and over, falling into a trench and disappearing from sight. Hurry up and work. Boss wants us to deliver it fast. If we win, we get mushroom beer. Really? Dreg, you're not lying to us, are you? There's really mushroom beer to drink. The orc boys danced with joy, completely forgetting about the ammunition, repeating mushroom beer non-stop as they bounced around. Stop jumping. Boss also said if we deliver it late, he'll feed all of you to the big Gretchen. Gretchen are orc food, pets, and occasionally prizes. They grow by eating orc waste and come in many varieties, much loved by orcs. In terms of appearance, they are usually a round ball with a big mouth, 2 small feet, and a short tail. The orc boys quickly ran back and honestly pushed the cart. Ah, without such a smart subordinate like me, how much trouble would boss have? Bone Teeth thought, happily singing a song. We all have big heads, our iron teeth are truly mighty, bite, 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 eat a Gretchen, bite, 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 eat a shrimp, we're going to eat the iron cans, we're going to eat the big shrimp, big mouth, big teeth, big appetite, we're going to, bite, bite, bite. Clang. Why did you stop? Keep going. The orc boy suddenly stopped again, and Dreg's nose slammed into the crossbar of the stopped cart. Dreg, look at the sky. Oi, my Gorks Morks Emperor Sanguinius's Gorks Morks. It's raining. Stars fell from the sky, like a world-ending spectacle. Oh, Dreg, this is so waaiaic, so beautiful. Boom. A huge blast of air rose behind them, sweeping several orc boys into the sky. A massive mushroom cloud appeared where they had started. The meat boys' workshop was completely blown up, and the surrounding orc camp was reduced to dust. Dreg landed face first, bounced into the air, tumbled several times, and then landed face first again, plowing deep furrows in the ground. Wow, my big teeth are gone. Bone Teeth struggled to his feet, immediately touching his big teeth, feeling a profound sense of loss. Dreg. Pull me out. An orc boy had fallen head first into the dirt, his mouth full of soil, making his words incomprehensible. Oi, I'm coming. Clang, the shell they were transporting fell from the sky, accurately hitting the orc boys who was stuck in the ground. Orc blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Big Bone. Oi'll take good care of you. Oi'll come dig you up in a month. Bone Teeth had no time for sentiment. He finally saw what was falling from the sky. It was an unbelievably huge, super waaiaic bomb. Bone Teeth was surrounded by countless explosion shockwaves and craters, with new bombardments constantly raining down from above. Stars like rain, fire like frost. Towering flames were everywhere. Every inch of this land was burning. Ironically, the only place without towering walls of fire was the front line. He picked up the shell, stained with blood, and stumbled toward the front line. Boss, it's bad. We're getting bombed from behind, boss. Suddenly, Bone Teeth felt an emptiness in his heart. Boss is gone. He hadn't even reached the front line, yet he felt a pang of loss. Never mind, charge forward. There's a fight ahead, and as long as there's fighting and waaiaic, that's all that matters. Charge. Almost seamlessly, he directly joined under a new boss, a big mech who had just charged into the enemy's position, hacking and slashing wildly. Bone Teeth casually picked up a large gun from a corpse. I think this thing looks very waaiaic, it must be able to shoot blue fire da-da-da. So he casually dropped the shell he had just treasured and joined the charging army. He was very lucky to have dodged the terrifying orbital bombardment and reached the front line, but he was very unlucky to have to face something even more terrifying. In the Meat Boys camp, which had just been blasted into a huge crater, the scorched earth was still emitting black smoke, and the air was filled with a sickening stench. The Astartes transports arrived here. A vast army of Baneblade tanks disembarked in an orderly fashion, followed by land raiders and Roscoe ground sweepers. The iron tide of hundreds of tanks was incredibly impactful. Behind them, the Titans had already unleashed fierce artillery fire, bombarding the enemy positions. The Castigator-class Titan of the Angels of War vented the fury of its volatile machine spirit. Its Earthshaker cannons fired shot after shot, melting the entire front line into a pool of white liquid. Move forward, Gears mesh, bearings spin, gas flows long, the light of machines shines, the Omnisci watches us, the Omnisci blesses us. Another volley from the Titans turned the green mountains and green seas into scorched earth. The mechanized army fully deployed its formation. Numerous Chimera armored vehicles began to enter the field, followed by the ancient and slow basilisk. Here, the artillery units seemed somewhat overwhelmed. Dash. Aboard the Eternal Mountain, Anos looked at the sarcophagus in the stasis field, silently thinking, "Wake up, brother. Don't die." Anos muttered incantations as servitors knelt in a circle around the Knight-class Psyker dreadnought, performing a sacred and traditional ritual to appease the machine spirit. Then, Anos's mechanical eye emitted a ghostly green light. The time has come. Lower the sarcophagus. The sarcophagus fit into place, and red lights illuminated. Chief Librarian Marorus's battle cry shook the heavens and the earth. Anos. The psychic amplifiers between my legs have been moved, and I'm happy about that, but explain to me what these two lumps on my chest are. Anos had anticipated this situation. With a wave of his hand, the steel plates on both sides of Chief Librarian Marorus descended, revealing 4 several-meter-tall anti-gravity flying armories. Brother Marorus, try it. Activate the instruments on your chest with your psychic powers. I can control 4 machines. A psychic remote-controlled gadget. No, Anos, why don't those 4 machines have machine spirits? This is the technology you threw at me, have you forgotten, Brother Marorus? Aren't you afraid something might actually go wrong? I am afraid, which is why those 4 machines are all manned. When they can't detect this psychic instrument from your end, they will wake up. Be careful not to exceed a distance of 10 kilometers. In emergencies, you can use psychic powers to self-destruct the instrument. Understood. Second question, Anos, what in the world did you put on my butt again? Why is it so big and thick, and it seems like it can't even fire? That's an anti-gravity flight device, Brother Marorus. Now you can fly around with the Storm Raven gunships. Of course, this has weakened the walking function of your legs. Your legs are now actually equipped with more air-to-ground weaponry. For a Psyker dreadnought that could both fly and warp teleport, legs seemed indeed unnecessary. The Grand Librarian was silent for a moment, feeling insulted, but it seemed it was indeed the technology he had snatched from the Iron Dragon after a big slap. Then, where are the enemies? Anos sent a video of an orc wearing power armor to the Grand Librarian. Good, ha 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 ha, very good. I've never seen such a gutsy fellow. You like wearing armor, do you? Ha 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 ha, you think it's very YAIC, do you? I'll show them what YAAAIC is. Chapter 149, Enemies have no race, those who invade will be killed. Chief Librarian Marorus departed a few minutes late, requesting Anos to equip him with several specialized gear. On the ground battlefield, the appearance of the Crimson Torrent chapter changed the tide of battle, turning a two-sided conflict into a one-sided slaughter. The Black Shield warriors unhesitatingly crashed into the Gene Stealer army. They would be responsible for dealing with these guys who constantly dreamed of calling the Tyrannid/Tyrannid Hive fleet for a buffet. Initially, Leon felt that over 800 Astartes simultaneously engaging 2 factions was too overconfident, but when he witnessed the true power of the Crimson Torrent chapter, he instantly felt that they might have been a bit conservative. This firepower should be enough to sweep through the entire star system. As a provisional captain, he needed to demonstrate his worth amidst the red tide to solidify his position within the chapter. The limit of Astartes combat tactics. With the Storm Raven gunship and land speeders provided by Yifeng and his team, the Black Shield warriors feigned an attack on the outskirts of the Hive City with considerable momentum, covering a small team that infiltrated the enemy's gathering place. It is well known that enemy patriarchs either like to stay in the upper hive looking at the sky and pretending to be a big shot, or they stay in the lower hive, snoring loudly. Locate the target, execute the decapitation strike. After a brazen low-altitude flight, leaving behind a few explosive gifts, the Black Shield warriors retreated to their external positions, awaiting news from the scouts. Leon, are we really going to pledge allegiance to this chapter? I think it's quite good. This chapter has everything I imagine a chapter should have, A&D. We can't say allegiance, Iron Mask Brother, we are a part of it. The Astartes known as Iron Mask Brother, due to an unknown reason, had his entire face mechanized. Afterwards, he abandoned his name and asked others to call him Iron Mask Brother. Are we going to be lackeys so soon? We are untrusted warriors, we will always be on probation until we die in battle. Iron Mask Brother, they don't trust us, just as you don't trust them. One side always has to break the ice first. Break the ice? Look at them deploying aircraft, artillery, and tanks. What about us? Is borrowing a few land speeders considered a great favor? They don't treat us as brothers either. Iron Mask Brother, you must prove your loyalty. They are showing us that once we gain their approval, our future deployments will also feature the luxurious configuration of aircraft, artillery, and tanks. Oh, that's great. This pie is really hard, I can barely bite into it. Just as Iron Mask Brother was speaking sarcastically, Yifeng arrived on the Supply Transport 1 armored train. Clackety-clack, clackety-clack, clackety-clack. Whoosh. Yifeng took a big stride, jumping off the flying train, and with the stride of a dragon and the step of a tiger, he approached Leon. He came this time for no other reason than to deliver the traditional grand gift of the Crimson Torrent chapter. Previously, each Black Shield warrior received a set of Terminator armor. That's no longer possible, with about 200 men, we only have less than 100 sets of Terminator armor left. It's so difficult. Completely unaware that this was the combined assets of 3 old chapters plus over 1,000 chaos enemies, a normal chapter, even a first founding chapter, would struggle to produce these. Ah, Leon, I was so angry just now that I forgot to issue your equipment. Since you've joined our chapter, you must wear our good equipment. Here are 75 sets of Indomitus pattern Terminators and 5 sets of ironclad Terminators. Take them for now. Don't look so down. I know there are still over 100 men, but our chapter really can't produce that many Terminators. You'll have to make do for now. Other brothers will have plenty of power swords and chain swords. Let's do it this way for now, okay? We'll adjust after the battle. Just tell us what you need. We have everything, from sky to ground. We even have termite pattern assault drills. Just say if you want to use them, alright? Our priority is to reduce casualties. He left behind a dozen carriages. Clackety-clack, clackety-clack, clackety-clack. Iron Mask brother, where were we just now? Leon finally recovered his senses, watching the flying train depart. You were saying you wanted to be alone. 100 years of black shield shock. Alright, you go be alone. I'm going to try on clothes. Wait, give me a set. Nobody else. I want an ironclad Terminator. We, the Crimson Torrent, have always convinced people with virtue. Not long after, news came from the Hive City that the enemy was likely in the lower Hive, and a special squad was attempting to shut down the Void Shield. This Black Shield squad was not Leon's men, they were experts against Xenos, lured back from the Death Watch. Once the enemy's position was confirmed, things became easier. The frontal assault would be led by Iron Mask brother, with the Terminators who had just put on their new armor. Leon's team would take the termite pattern assault drill to ambush the enemy Patriarch. Darkness was the unchanging backdrop of the lower Hive, where the most humble people in the Hive City eked out a miserable existence in the worst places, with rampant gangs and the law of the jungle. All of this quietly changed after the Patriarch arrived. As the founder of a gene stealer family, the Patriarch deeply hid himself in the lowest underground tunnels, which were the constantly excavated construction sites of the Hive City, now abandoned and forgotten. As the family prospered, it grew increasingly massive, its strong body and powerful psychic abilities gradually making it arrogant. With my power, the great ascension is within reach. The annoying orc boys arrived. It was originally a simple invasion, just kill them all and it would be over. However, a few small rats found an opportunity. Pay. The Patriarch spat out a few hairs and continued to gnaw on the Inquisitor in its hand. You sent out a message, and now I have to deal with a bunch of Space Marines. From the messages sent by the observation unit, things look quite bad. Moreover, our defensive facilities in the sky have already suffered heavy losses against the orc fleet, making it impossible to cope with the large number of Astartes warships. 4 battle barges, 3 strike cruisers, what a joke. Is this the full strength of a first founding chapter? The Patriarch chewed more and more irritably. It was hard and tasted terrible. What's that sound? Is the orbital bombardment that powerful? It's shaking here? Holy shit, my butt. The Patriarch made an agile leap and climbed onto the ceiling. A giant metal drill burst out of the ground, spinning, stopping exactly where the Patriarch had been sitting. The Emperor above, where is the enemy? Leon was the first to leap out of the vehicle, looking around but finding nothing. The surroundings were black slab walls, etched with images of angels descending from the heavens to bless all living beings, presumably the gene stealer delusion of a great ascension. On the ground were circular carvings, with 5 sockets in the center, and blood. Wait, blood. A drop of blood fell from the ceiling. Leon reacted swiftly, dodging the enemy's attack with a quick movement. The Patriarch, descending from above, roared angrily towards the sky, calling its kin. Before the other warriors could exit the vehicle, they heard something crash onto the roof, so they all brandished their newly acquired weapons and rushed out of the termite pattern assault drill. Leon also shouted, "Good opportunity. It's just one of them. Take it down." Raising his chainsword, he struck. Leon instinctively swung the blade upwards, clashing with the enemy's sharp claws. The Patriarch performed an agile backflip, leaping over Leon's head. Its bald forehead still couldn't understand what this thing was. Did the Imperium have this? An oversized drill and excavation equipment, with 2 nozzles at the front. Not good. The termite pattern assault drill suddenly opened fire, a blast of meltagun fire incinerating one of the Patriarch's arms. The Patriarch didn't hesitate for a moment, turning to leave. Its children were next door and were on their way. Stop it. Open fire. A warrior carried a shoulder-fired missile out of the termite pattern assault drill and, in desperation, launched it towards the Patriarch. The dark missile shot out with a wisp of black smoke, predictably dodged by the Patriarch, and then smashed into the wall. Boom. A large hole was blasted in the wall, revealing the pure strain gene stealers rushing from behind. In a flash, Leon ran towards the Patriarch alone. Seeing the enemy about to escape back into its army, he threw his power sword in desperation. The Patriarch's raging psychic energy surged, forcefully stopping Leon's thrown longsword. At its level, such an attack couldn't harm it. The other warriors emerged from the driller, firing at the Patriarch. Bolter rounds were also stopped in mid-air. The Patriarch smiled slightly, feeling that it had been startled earlier. Why did I run? Isn't this my home? Then a volley of bolter rounds washed over its face. Ordinary bolter rounds were stopped, but psychic bolter rounds wouldn't tolerate that, heading straight for its face. Fortunately, a large number of offspring had already arrived, and the pure strain gene stealers bared their sharp claws, pouncing on Leon. Leon, catch! Another power sword came from behind. Leon unceremoniously used the combat blade, slashing forward, cutting a gene stealer in half. The Black Shield warriors unleashed their full firepower, surprisingly suppressing the gene stealer at the entrance, preventing them from rushing in. 15 seconds, Leon. Leon, holding the combat blade, once again rushed towards the injured patriarch. The enemy had to be slain within 15 seconds. The massive patriarch let out an enraged roar. Its side face was injured, causing extreme pain, and it also triggered its ferocity. It no longer fled, charging towards Leon. It leaped high, its long, sharp claws even sharper than a power sword, delivering a jumping slash at Leon. Leon roared as he met the enemy. The clang of metal was deafening, and a tremendous force came from the combat blade. Leon's tiger's mouth throbbed with pain, and the combat blade almost slipped from his grasp. The patriarch concentrated its psychic energy, making Leon almost unable to move. Then it raised its right claw, aiming straight for Leon's heart. Leon, relying on his years of experience dealing with psychic abilities from struggling in the warp, forcibly broke free from the rigid state. He couldn't make many movements, only managing a difficult turn. The dark green cape was torn open by the gene stealer patriarch's claws, but nothing else was touched. The patriarch looked at the cloak with confusion. While the enemy was distracted, Leon, who had already ducked between the enemy's legs, struck upwards with his blade. Excruciating pain came from below the patriarch. Its long tail was cleanly severed. The piercing pain made the patriarch lose control, and a wave of uncontrolled psychic roar spread out. A sharp sound, like long, pointed claws scratching glass, appeared in everyone's minds, making their hearts clench. Especially Lion, who was closest to it, felt the pain of the patriarch empathetically. Phantom limb pain. The patriarch's 5 arms flailed wildly, sharp claws scoring deep gashes into the power armor. Lion was sent flying, blood gushing from his chest. The enemy had damaged the power armor's wiring, preventing the immediate release of hemostatic agents. Lion nearly fainted from the severe injury. The pure strain gene stealers seized the opportunity to rush into the cavern, surrounding their patriarch. Covering fire. Lion yelled backward, rousing some of the warriors. Warriors who had run out of ammunition charged at the enemy with combat blades, while those with barely half a magazine left leaned against the termite pattern assault drill, aiming unsteadily. No ammo. Retreat. Some warriors believed their mission had failed, and it was time to pull back and rethink. They didn't realize their comms channel was still open. Lion heard this and cursed loudly into his warrior's helmet, charge. The enemy is heavily wounded, it can't escape. Ram it with the vehicle. The warrior driving the termite pattern assault drill knew this was the moment of decision. With a hardened heart, he stopped covering his retreating comrades, instead activating the drill and charging towards the patriarch. The high-speed rotating drill, like the smile of death, bore down on the patriarch with unstoppable force. The patriarch shrieked in terror, desperately scrambling towards its offspring, even using psychic powers to pull itself closer to its progeny. Finally, a gene stealer caught it. The patriarch clung to it like a drowning man grasping a lifeline, holding its child tightly. Well done, pure child, take me away, quickly. The gene stealer, with its unique agility, crawled along the wall, moving swiftly towards the cave entrance. Just as all the enemy's attention was focused on the rumbling termite pattern assault drill, a warrior seized the chance, throwing his power sword. At the same time, the termite pattern assault drill activated its powerful searchlight. The intense flash blurred the enemy's vision, and then the power sword accurately pierced the chest of the gene stealer holding the patriarch. No. The patriarch watched helplessly as the impossibly large drill slowly bore into its body, its flesh deforming and internal organs crushed. As the patriarch became a mural on the wall, the gene stealer stopped, looking at each other in confusion. After a few seconds, a larger gene stealer roared skyward, and the enemies quickly regained order, continuing their assault on the Astartes. The new gene stealer leader sadly roared at its siblings, "Avenge father, kill the invaders," while secretly rejoicing, 70 years as a prince, finally on the throne. Losing some influence, no matter, just take some time to subdue them. An endless stream of gene stealer poured from the cave entrance, all pure strain gene stealers who regarded power armor as brittle paper. Quick, cover the termite pattern assault drill, retreat. But time ran out. A large number of gene stealer rushed to the side of the termite pattern assault drill, their claws easily tearing through the protective door, and they surged inside. Brother Lion, what do we do? Follow the tunnel we came through, run. I'll hold them back. Whoosh. Just as Lion was preparing for a heroic sacrifice, a familiar whistle reached the warrior's ears. Clang clatter clang clatter. Who just said they were out of ammo? Chapter 150 Tit for Tat. Mororis believed that the orc's imitation, shouting for the emperor, was a complete insult to the Astartes. He would return the insult 100-fold in the same manner. Although he waaghed very loudly, the orcs couldn't understand what the Grand Librarian was saying at all. Now, let's look at it from the orc's perspective. Our boss Woston made a rather dashing entrance, shouting at the red tinkin who had just won, "You stinking shrimp, your opponent is me." At this moment, a voice from the sky declared, "Gretchen are the universe's painful orc boy's wrench." While the orcs were all bewildered, a colossal robot descended from the sky, just a tiny bit shorter than the emperor's statue. This very wadaak-looking behemoth carried 2 enormous mesh-like square boxes on its shoulders, from which incredibly loud gibberish spewed forth. Mushroom soup plus biting warship is my boss. Kicking side ponytail is the most delicious. Despicable walk higher wind thunder boom boom cannon. The orcs exchanged bewildered glances. Our strongest and smartest Lord Woston seemed to understand something. He believed that the thing opposite him was mocking them, so he mimicked the enemy's words and mocked back. Thus, the Astartes side heard phrases like Horus die, and traitor scum, and were equally speechless. Both sides, with unspoken understanding, competed to see who could shout louder. Only the people whose fighting spirit had inexplicably soared even higher remained. There was no other way. When the Astartes heard the names of traitors being shouted continuously from the other side, all they could recall were the events of the Great Heresy. As for the orcs, they always wanted to fight. Kazanov, press 1 to inquire about the Grand Librarian's mental state. Anos, you have to understand, after you've been in a dreadnought for over 100 years, it's abnormal if you do maintain a normal mental state. Kazanov, so, our chapter now has an orc? Are you sure it wasn't influenced on a psyker level? Anos, definitely not. It's probably just a tit-for-tat idea, just a bit abstract, since I helped him install the megaphone. Kazanov, you're pretty abstract too, even helping him install it. The biggest mastermind surfaced. Whether the Grand Librarian was crazy or not was unknown, but Anos gradually becoming twisted over centuries of smithing was true. After a few more shouts, the two finally felt tired and began to fight seriously. Woston, like all orcs, had an incredibly strong invincible field. Every cheer from the surrounding orcs transformed into a continuous stream of bioenergy injected into his body. Chief Librarian Maroris, on the other hand, had a size advantage. His long legs and thick body made him far taller than the angels of Dawn Dreadnought before him. With a thought, the Grand Librarian's terrifying psyker energy poured into the psyker controller, and the two unidentified objects on his chest instantly lit up. A thick blue lightning bolt shot out from his chest, striking the enemy's sarcophagus location. The angels of Dawn Dreadnought instantly emitted a puff of black smoke, but with the blessing of the Oithink power, its functions were completely unaffected. Woston's choice, like the orcs and the sons of Sanguinius, was to begin charging his 3 fingers of death, and Woston charged towards the Grand Librarian with his short, stomping legs. Mororis smiled slightly, twisted his rear, and ascended into the air. Yaik, Waik. Scoundrel, you don't play fair. Yaik. Sexy orc boys drinking mushroom soup online. At the same time, the 3 remotely controlled robots observing the battle also ascended into the air. The 4 armories trembled slightly, revealing the weapons hidden beneath their armor plates. Woston also trembled slightly, and the Gretchen-guided missiles on his back spewed out huge tail flames. The meat boy simply thought huge tail flames were very Yaik, so he installed smoke emitters. Several missiles, trailing tail flames, flew towards the Grand Librarian in erratic trajectories. Mororis paid no mind. With a shake of his chest, the 2 lumps of lightning dispersed into several small psyker currents, accurately hitting the flying missiles. After firing all his missiles, Woston became a giant target. The remotely controlled robot's quad-heavy bolters began continuous fire, and the Grand Librarian's legs suddenly split open, revealing cannons hidden within his thighs. A deluge of bolter rounds flew towards Woston. The orc boss's invincible field was incredibly thick, especially the longer the battle went on. As the orcs saw their boss unharmed under the barrage, his invincible field grew stronger and stronger. The weapon mounted on the angels of Dawn Dreadnought's left hand had a blind spot, directly above it. The Grand Librarian floated directly above Woston, dropping eggs. Dropping bombs. The massive bombardment lasted for nearly an hour. A clunk-clunk little train rolled by, only to be glared away by the dual spectators, and only then did the Grand Librarian's firepower gradually deplete. Woston, I think your firepower is running out. Mororis, we're all psychers, what are you thinking? Kazanov couldn't hold back any longer. With a casual gesture, he pointed at the few remaining orc tats in the orc horde opposite, telling them to go have a one-on-one fight next door. On the other side of the planet, Rogier, under Balz's cover, tore apart a big mech, spat and shook his lush fur, now covered in mushroom juice. Balz, is the main force still at that location? Yes, they seem to still be fighting the enemy's warboss. Alfather above, the enemy's offensive is surprisingly strong. Tell the brothers to push harder, kill them from the east, and surround them. Rogier let out a wolf howl towards the sky. Dark clouds pressed down on the city, and Balz subtly gathered a powerful storm. Let's return our focus to the main battlefield. The heretical psyker dreadnought finally descended slowly. Woston let out an angry roar, his dreadnought was covered in dust from the bombardment. There were no major injuries, but continuous minor ones, with broken wires exposed everywhere, sizzling with electricity, and occasionally black smoke rising from some areas. Every time Woston had the thought, this guy's ammo isn't unlimited, is it? His invincible field would shake, and then bolter rounds would leak in, and lance would also cause huge damage. Now, through an observation window, Woston squinted his small eyes, looking up at the behemoth before him. I think he's pretty tall. How about I break him in half first? The Grand Librarian was also looking at the dreadnought below his feet. From this perspective, the dreadnought didn't seem very big. A large mech was more comfortable. Hey, why does this Angels of Dawn dreadnought look more and more like a soccer ball? Kick it. Both sides, with great understanding, charged closer, and then the Grand Librarian planted a big foot squarely on Woston's face. There was no other way, his legs were long, and Woston's power claw couldn't reach. Just as the Astartes thought Woston would be kicked away, the orcs began to laugh. The armor inside the Angels of Dawn dreadnought burst open, and a pair of large orc hands stretched out from the steel cage, grabbing Morris's thigh. I cut off my legs, but I didn't cut off my arms. Being gripped with full force by the physical body of an orc warboss was a terrifying thing. Woston's entire body's muscles bulged, his arms thicker than the Angels of Dawn dreadnought's mechanical arms, making it unimaginable how they were stuffed into the dreadnought. For sanguinius, yaaic. Woston held Morris's thigh tightly and threw him backward with all his might. Could Morris tolerate it? Of course, he could. His thigh detached directly, then initiated a self-destruct sequence. These thighs, ever since the Grand Librarian installed the anti-gravity flight device, had completely become storage for weapons. Anos had installed a self-destruct program and smoke grenades on them, allowing Morris to sacrifice a leg for survival in critical moments. The Grand Librarian floated in the air, mentally more tense, but from a psyker perspective, more relaxed. Cast iron dreadnought machine spirit, that broken machine spirit finally left. It didn't listen to me, serves it right. What are you looking at? Lance, believe it or not, you're next. Hey, Morris, don't use psyker to hit me. Morris slowly descended. Where his mechanical legs used to be, there were only two dark, hollow nozzles. These were two disposable meltagun blasts, to be used in critical places. Woston held the thigh, threw it far away, and it crashed onto the scorched ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The orcs' morale instantly became frenzied. The Ogren auxiliaries picked up their large metal guns and wildly hammered them, making an unpleasant, loud noise to cheer on their boss. Bone Teeth held up the choppa he had picked up, happily bouncing around. After a few bounces, he felt he didn't jump as high as those big mechs, which was a bit disappointing, but the surrounding yaaic energy was now surging, influencing his mood. So he squeezed the trigger and wildly fired into the sky. The surrounding big mechs looked up and thought, right, fire. For a moment, guns and cannons fired over the heads of the orc contingent, and even a fly passing by would be shot down. Unlike the orc side, the Astartes were much calmer. They stood silently at the front, their bolters still steadily pointed at the orcs. Of course, this was only on the surface. In the Tactical Helmets comms channel, the warriors simply opened a group chat to talk. The Grand Librarian is getting weirder and weirder. How can his entire body explode? Rather than saying our tactical style is bizarre and ever-changing, I feel it's more accurate to say our chapter leader's thinking is wildly off the charts. You know, the prosthetic limb Brother Enos installed for me the day before yesterday, I wonder if that can explode too. I don't know, Brother Enk installed mine, and mine can eject blades. Stop chatting, stay alert. I feel like someone's delivering something right to our doorstep. The Grand Librarian finally landed. With a shake of his hand, a laser cutter suddenly lit up, carving a black mark on the ground with its high-energy laser. Woston also pulled out a long blade from an unknown location. The two arms on the Angels of Dawn dreadnought became true mechanical arms, extending from the dreadnought's chest, making Woston's entire appearance look awkward no matter how you looked at it. But the orcs were very excited. The four-armed emperor that those cowards hiding in the city shouted about, we don't know if it's real, but our four-armed boss is truly handsome. Yaaic. Yaaic. The two big mech collided like wild bulls, a thick orc arm slamming heavily into the Grand Librarian, as thick psychic lightning shot from the Grand Librarian's chest, heading straight for Woston's face. The two sides exchanged blows, close-range weapons firing and choppas clashing, creating a spectacular engagement within a few rounds. The Grand Librarian's plasma slaughterer fired at close range, and Woston's dreadnought narrowly avoided the plasma attack, as a Gretchen popped out from behind him, carrying a bomb bigger than its body, trying to climb onto the Grand Librarian. The Grand Librarian incinerated the Gretchen with a bolt of lightning, and the bomb rolled back to Woston's feet. Woston kicked the bomb away with his short leg, and seizing the opportunity while he was on one leg, the Grand Librarian exerted force, with all the machine spirits working together to push Woston to the ground. The Grand Librarian's combat skill was the highest in the entire chapter, but he still found it difficult to gain an advantage in a short amount of time. The orcs' invulnerable field was too mysterious, perhaps a round of missiles to blast away the watching big mechs would be better. The Grand Librarian thought this, but his hands moved faster than anyone else, as psychic attacks continuously scorched the flesh extending beyond the dreadnought, and Woston's injuries steadily worsened. Although both were piloting clumsy big refrigerators, they were surprisingly flexible, and Woston's robust physique made him confident he could smash the red tin can in front of him in a true man's fist fight. After taking a few punches from the orc warboss, the Grand Librarian flew back into the sky. The orcs thought Morris had chickened out and let out a thunderous war cry. The Grand Librarian remained calm. After several rounds of combat, he discovered that although Woston's miraculous oi think had fixed most of the dreadnought's flaws, there was still a fatal problem, its turning speed was still not fast enough. Morris had a plan in mind. He suddenly seemed to lose power in the sky, free-falling towards the ground, as a pile of components rapidly disintegrated, appearing as if he was falling apart in midair. Seeing this good opportunity, Woston immediately raised his scorched arms and slammed them towards the Grand Librarian. Morris, a square refrigerator, descended from the sky, landing upside down on some of the components that had just disintegrated and fallen. Just as Woston's arms were about to strike him, an explosion erupted from below, and the Grand Librarian's psychic power suddenly burst forth, sending the entire dreadnought flying at extreme speed over Woston's head, then landing behind the enemy. Woston was startled and stumbled as he turned. But the Grand Librarian was faster, the two meltagun barrels on his feet finally fired, instantly melting the back of the dreadnought. Furious psychic lightning, following the breach in the dreadnought, struck Wostan's flesh directly. Wostan's body slowly collapsed, emitting thick black smoke. When an orc warboss fell in battle, the surrounding orcs were stunned. They looked at each other. Who am I? What am I doing here? Underground around the Astartes and the mechanized army, many orcs suddenly emerged. These orc assault teams, instructed by the orc boss to launch a sneak attack and encircle the Astartes, were also momentarily stunned. Fire! For the Emperor's grace, charge forward and liberate the entire galaxy. The warriors of the Red Tide were well prepared. This time, the roar of the Emperor's angels echoed throughout the field. Red tin cans. Space Marines in crimson armor roared and charged forward. Aslan's 3 power swords swayed, but he ran surprisingly fast, plunging into the enemy ranks and fighting his way to Khazanav's side. The Primaris squad behind him not only kept up but also cleared out surrounding enemies with efficient shooting, providing support. This Primaris squad, modified from servitors, gradually became one of the most powerful units after a brief period of adapting to the battlefield. A Primaris recruit with 100 years of combat experience unimaginable. The chapter, like a crimson dragon, bit through the neck of the green beast and launched a bloody pursuit of the fleeing enemies. Bone Teeth ran for his life. The moment his boss died, the bioenergy of the surrounding orc bosses intertwined, hinting at a struggle for a new boss, but he wasn't one of them, he was just an orc boys. In an instant, an endless fear reached out from the abyss and enveloped him tightly. Bone Teeth felt he had never run so fast. He felt countless Gork and Mork behind him, trying to catch him, each one ready to pull out 1,000 of his teeth, using big slaps as the method of extraction. Run fast. He stumbled, running and crawling, making his way against the individually fighting orc clan, climbing over one red dirt hill after another, until he reached a small stream and finally stopped. Huff huff. Surely, he was safe now. Bang. Bone Teeth fell, suddenly, inevitably, he fell. Rogier swept past him. Hurry, everyone, hurry, you wolf pups, go support the main force. This planet was nothing special. The Crimson Torrent chapter was inexplicably furious, committing everything they had, in a way none of us could understand. We really don't care, the mortals at the mining base need us, really, boo-hoo-hoo. Chapter Master Matthew Ryall commanded the Tierfall battle barge, moving towards a rocky planet on the outskirts of the star system, where the last remaining mortal forces were holding out. No one knew how they managed it. Amidst countless orc warships, the machine spirit of the main anti-aircraft guns miraculously hit all incoming enemies with precision, forcing the enemy to first attack the more heavily defended main colony. In the last communication, they said the anti-aircraft turrets were running low on ammunition, and the backup void shield was 70% overloaded. They fought valiantly, engaging in brutal close-quarters combat with the enemies who had landed there. The battle barge swayed slightly, and the bombardment cannon fired at an orc warship, blasting it into space junk. There was so much junk around. Suddenly, the entire battlefield seemed to freeze. All the orc warships stopped moving, then many warships fired at each other, and a few enemies left on their own. The entire orc command system had collapsed. Chapter Master Yifeng had succeeded. Chapter Master Matthew Rio thought this. We must also complete our mission quickly and rescue the mortals waiting for us. The Tierfall accelerated its pace, its engines roaring. Chapter Master, it seems the engine has a problem. Power is continuously dropping. Tech Marine, go check it out, be careful. First, reduce the power. Everyone, prepare to enter the drop pods. We'll drop into the mining base to support them. Chapter Master, wreckage at 10 o'clock. An orc warship is hidden behind it. No. Main guns, secondary guns, all fire. An orc warship used the floating wreckage of a previous warship as cover and crashed directly into the mining base. The bombardment cannon isn't ready yet. Lance has been fired. The scorching lance burned through the enemy's cover, creating a large hole in the wreckage, but it didn't damage the orc warship behind it. Macro cannon, target the enemy's power system, prioritize disabling their engines. The enemy's counterattack struck the void shield, causing a ripple. Large macro cannon shells were loaded, and loyal servitors pulled the bolt under the crew's command. The violent machine spirit of the space torpedo fully awakened after being launched from the ship. The savage torpedo adjusted its trajectory, avoiding the foolish debris that dared to collide with its face. I'm going to blow up the biggest one. The torpedo steadily drilled into the molten metal hole blasted by the lance, then plunged into the enemy's warship. Several big mechs who were loading ammunition in the compartment were suddenly knocked to the ground by the unexpected shockwave with a boom. They stared blankly at the cylindrical object that had crashed in. An orc foolishly reached out and pressed the pointed warhead, then suddenly jumped back, startling his companions. Seeing no reaction, these big mechs happily prepared to carry it, thinking they could definitely trade it for some good big teeth with a meat boy. Space torpedo machine spirit, this is art. The massive explosion tore the spherical orc warship in half. The front half, trailing thick exhaust flames, smashed directly into the mining base. No. Chapter Master Matthew Rio screamed heartbreakingly in the command center. The warship's point defense cannons fired weakly, trying to stop the massive creation. Inside the mining base, the transparent observation glass was already filled with blood mist, and outside the glass were various corpses and machinery floating in the air. The blood-soaked mortal commander stood on the highest observation tower, silently sliding his blood-stained combat knife into its sheath. Thank you for your hard work, old brother. He smiled contentedly, making a gesture towards the small warship in the distance. May you be victorious in 100 battles. Blinding light filled his eyes, and between the constantly burning flames, there were panicked orcs. The enemy warship wreckage was within reach. The machine spirit of the anti-aircraft gun wailed weakly, even its secret stash of ammunition had long been exhausted. Finally, he closed his eyes. What a pity, to fall at the very end of the war. The entire mining base was slammed into a huge crater, followed by an earth-shattering explosion. Matthew Rio slumped onto the warship floor. He had once thought that meeting the Crimson Torrent chapter was a blessing for their chapter, and fighting alongside this chapter that truly cared about human survival made them incredibly happy. They had once believed they had escaped their ill fate. No, it must be that we were too far from our brothers of the Red Tide. Look, they successfully slew the enemy war boss. We need to be closer to them. Even closer. Chapter 151 Turnos, listen to me and thank you. Chapter Master Matthew Ryall decided to advance and retreat with the lucky Crimson Torrent chapter to atone for his repeated failures to live up to the blood of Sanguinius. The Tier Mother warship, atoning for its sins through meritorious service, furiously charged towards the orc warships attacking each other in the star system, forcing its way into the battlefield with a brutal attitude, vowing to cleanse all evil. All battlefields were one-sided massacres, except for one place. Iron Mask brother, why do I feel like Terminators aren't all that great? In the Hive City, the Black Shield warriors led by Iron Mask had just acquired Terminator armor. They were happily killing some Xenos and getting used to their new clothes, but they were suffering considerable casualties. Any attempt to push forward relying solely on heavy armor would be met with concentrated attacks from the enemies ahead. The claws of pure strain gene stealers could pierce the defenses of Terminator armor, pouring cold water on the excited warriors. The warriors successfully broke into the lower hive. After a high-intensity battle, they repelled the counter-attacking gene stealer and temporarily rested at their positions. How many casualties? 14 Terminators, and 12 in regular power armor were injured. Most were just clawed once, not fatal. Why are the Terminators' casualties so high? Terminators are too bulky and not flexible enough. They struggle to gain an advantage in close combat against agile enemies, but their firepower is strong enough. The achievements of a Terminator's warrior might be more than twice that of a regular warrior. Tell the brothers to take it easy. We finally found a good chapter, don't run for your lives only to miss out on the good times. Iron Mask said this, but he charged faster than anyone else. How many years had it been since he wore an antique like the ironclad model? How many years had it been since he had unlimited ammunition to fire? Whatever problems this chapter had, he'd enjoy himself first. Iron Mask, ammunition reloading is complete. Then let's continue. We're going to wipe them out. At this moment, behind them, a new unit had already arrived at the front line. Hello, you must be Brother Iron Mask, the commander of the main assault force. The voice from behind made Iron Mask a little uncomfortable, like a supervising officer. Hello, I am Iron Mask, and you are? We are the Strategic Resource Involuntary Transfer Unit. I'm Captain OSK, and this is the captain of the fire department. You just keep pushing forward and killing, the follow-up cleanup mission is ours. OSK now felt immense pressure. His chapter's current sortie was unlikely to make money, they would try their best not to lose any. Okay. Iron Mask obviously didn't understand what the fire department was. Firefighters? Do you need an Astartes to put out fires? Brother Iron Mask, where are you planning to attack next? Continue upwards. The enemy seems to be constantly fleeing upwards after being ambushed in the lower hive. I guess there's something hidden up there. Alright then, you proceed along the main road towards the political building, and we'll go capture the enemy's warehouses and central bank. Capture? Be careful, the enemy's combat strength is still very strong. Don't underestimate them. Don't worry, we'll call for support. Brother. OSK, frequent calls for support, won't that make the higher UPS doubt your abilities? Right, you're new and don't know yet, Brother Iron Mask. In our chapter, if there's a problem, call for support. We never fight battles that only increase casualties. Your lives are far more precious than ammunition, everything is about protecting the warrior first. Even though you yourselves are also reckless, the fire department captain whispered, complaining about OSK. At this point, OSK ordered the warriors to unload the various transport vehicles and weapon crates they had brought, delivering a large supply of weapons to Brother Iron Mask. Brothers, just open fire. When in doubt, let loose a volley. Take this ammunition. If it's not enough, you can call for supply transport train 1. Iron Mask was completely swayed by the lavishness displayed by this chapter, reminiscent of Salamander's style resupply. He immediately thumped his chest, guaranteeing perfect completion of the mission. As they watched OSK walk towards another path, carrying empty ammunition crates, all the Black Shield warriors saluted them. For OSK, since he was already here, he might as well deliver some supplies. His main mission was to grab things, to transfer strategic resources. If his ammunition crates were full, how could he grab anything? Of course, he had to empty them first. As the saying goes, what is spent returns, and great giving leads to great receiving. In the mid-hive, the purple-skinned guards of the warehouse the hybrid neophytes were intensifying their patrols. They were ultimately a minority, leaders directing large numbers of mortals. The main defending force consisted of humans fiercely loyal to the Emperor. By simply twisting the object of their faith, the Gene Stealer had acquired a large number of loyal troops. They were the local planetary defense forces, merely influenced by the psychic powers of the Gene Stealer cult. They fought to the death, always believing they were fighting for the Emperor. One must say, in a world overrun by demons and monsters, this was a form of happiness. But not the happiness we seek. OSK skillfully led his warriors to a hidden spot, from which they could overlook several surrounding blocks. There were enemy guards everywhere. Every intersection seemed to have a sentry post, and enemy firing points were on high-rise buildings. Very professional. If the enemy were to invade Atre's warriors could probably only achieve this level. Gentlemen, we are the professionals, the fire department warrior replied softly, then disappeared. A short while later, the firing points on various high-rise buildings successively vanished. The local intersection sentries, not receiving signals from their brothers, felt very strange. Not receiving one signal means something is wrong. Not receiving everyone's signals, is my walkie-talkie's machine spirit displeased? Just then, an earth-shattering explosion erupted from the upper hive. The immense tremor even affected the entire hive city. William's jump pack warriors have moved. Everyone, prepare. OSK crouched behind a half-wall, which was adorned with an advertisement for a beautiful foot massage parlor. His brothers were hidden in the surrounding streets, ready to launch a simultaneous assault at a single command. The coordinated operations of the Astartes could compress consistency to within a millisecond. At this moment, the person in charge of the military warehouse showed his face. Judging by his attire, he appeared to be a high-ranking priest within the cult. He shouted frantically into a communication device, eventually forced to dispatch a squad of soldiers to the upper hive. Then, with a grave expression, looking concerned for the nation and its people, he gazed into the distance. The ground trembled again. This time the epicenter was closer, right next door. Brother Iron Mask's side had engaged. Just as all the guard forces turned to look in the direction of the government building, several Astartes simultaneously leaped into the enemy lines. One of the enemy guards glanced at the government building, and as he turned back, a pair of large hands gripped his neck. His eyes looked to the other side and never turned back. The Astartes quickly and quietly leaned the body against the wall, then stealthily moved to the next enemy. The moment several sentry posts were cleared, the warriors hiding behind the wall swiftly shifted positions, using the enemy's blind spots to rush to the base of the warehouse's outer wall. The enemy would discover the anomaly within 3 minutes, but 3 minutes was enough for them to kill all non-pure strain gene stealers. The leader of the defense force here received another communication, argued helplessly with the person on the other end, then forcefully threw the communicator to the ground and said to his adjutant, "Assemble the 3rd Company. Have them proceed along Emperor's Blessing Avenue to support the government building." The adjutant nodded, handed his communicator to the leader, and then blew the assembly horn. No one came. The adjutant turned his head in confusion, only to see the leader staring at him with dead fish eyes. The adjutant was startled, retreated a few steps, and fell to the ground. It was then that he saw the tall Astartes skillfully twisting the necks of their stationed warriors, then turning coldly to look at him. Inside the warehouse, a dozen pure strain gene stealers, smelling blood, violently awoke. They crawled across the warehouse ceiling, confirming the enemy's scent. Several space marines swaggered into the warehouse, starting to move things as if they were in their own home. This infuriated the gene stealer directly above them, who unceremoniously dropped from the ceiling, only to be riddled with holes. OSK shook his arm. The plasma storm was indeed difficult to use, it really needed to be wielded by a Primaris warrior. The first gene stealer to descend were obliterated, startling the other pure strain gene stealers. They simultaneously used their psychic powers to call for their other brothers and sisters to support them, while also diving into the pipes, biding their time. OSK glanced at the huge auger array on his brother's back. It was still densely packed with biological traces, making it seem like it hadn't scanned anything at all. He should have brought 2 wolf brothers, their noses are good. OSK thought this, but his movements didn't stop. The Astartes professionally rushed into the warehouse, installing bombs at all passage points and light feedback instruments outside the pipes. Installing sound feedback on the pipes was useless, the gene stealer movements were so nimble they were quieter than Astartes. But light feedback was different, could they optically camouflage themselves? The warriors nervously watched the various pipes above their heads, ready to blast both pipes and gene stealer away at any moment. He truly didn't know which mentally deficient syndrome designed this, insisting on so many pipes in a military warehouse. While the military warehouse, where money was treated like dirt, was being scavenged by the dung-picking squad, Mastodon heavy troop carriers were speeding across the Red Rock land. The orcs were being relentlessly hunted by the chapter, with no time to stop and restart fights to elect a new boss. They still couldn't understand why, even though they were orcs, the group chasing them was even more fanatical than they were. What? Orcs should fanatically love war? A certain orc looked at the cannon barrel stick he had ripped from a Chimera infantry fighting vehicle, then at the plasma slaughterer bombardment that had just flown over his head. Whoever wants to go, go. It's not that we don't have the strength to build a great gargant, it's mainly that Boss Woston demands we fight like Orc-Tat, and there was only one Emperor's statue, now there isn't one. In the distance, an Emperor's statue mech with a halo above its head was struck down by a Reaver Titans, shattering into pieces. The orc changed their escape direction, only to run head-on into another wave of fleeing orc boys. The orc stopped, and the Astartes also stopped, watching the orc in the encirclement from afar. Ready? Then, goodbye. The orbital bombardment from the sky accurately hit the ground in front of them, and the resulting airwave forced the Space Marine to stand behind a Baneblade tank to barely keep their footing. Rogier spit out a mouthful of sand, tui, tui, tui. He spat a few times and then said, "Too brutal, I love it." In orbit, the enraged Chapter Master Matthew Ryall circled the star system once, destroyed 3 fleeing orc warship, and returned. The Tier Mother clung tightly to the Eternal Mountain until Captain Aggard had no choice but to issue a collision warning before stopping. On the Eternal Mountain, all members of the chef team entered emergency combat readiness. Tinos had just arrived here. Indeed, this jungle explorer from the post-Wank world had transformed and joined the Crimson Torrent chapter's chef team. He felt an immense sense of happiness. The post-Wank people, isolated by warp storms, had never been to the outside world and had no idea how vast the Imperium truly was. Tinos looked at the ingredients from dozens of worlds before him and was so happy he almost fainted. Everywhere were unfamiliar ingredients, skillfully processed and cooked into delicious food by top chefs. As a representative of the post-Wank world, he had to step forward and showcase the unique cuisine of his homeland. So Tinos requested the head chef to let him be responsible for a few dessert at this grand banquet. The head chef readily agreed. He also wanted to see what capabilities this fellow, invited aboard by Bals, truly possessed. "Zack, come on, help me carry ingredients." Zack drooped his head and responded weakly. "I'm just a young explorer, I'm really not a chef." Zack followed Tinos listlessly, completely unmotivated. "Zack, I just heard them mention yogurt." "What is that?" "Yogurt? Milk with vinegar?" The Astartes taste is truly unique. The post-Wank world had never evolved lactic acid bacteria or similar things. Their milk had no fermentation process, so they had no idea what yogurt was. Indeed, a unique taste. I remember when I first boarded the ship, there was a very hairy Astartes who, looking at the pot of soup I had cooked, said something like unique flavor. I don't remember exactly, but maybe they like it. So what should we make? First, 2 traditional dishes, coconut bread with ancient plum jam, and yellow orchid fruit jelly. Then a few special dishes. Wait, Tinos, let's be more cautious. It's our first time doing a grand banquet, let's stick to something normal first. Zack broke out in a cold sweat. Every time this culinary innovator wanted to try divergent thinking cooking techniques, it always led to disastrous consequences. What's there to be afraid of? I've found that these big guys have incredibly strong digestive systems. They never get food poisoning, so we can let our creativity run wild. Indeed, but... The two had been on the ship for over 10 years and were quite familiar with the Astartes, but ultimately... It's settled then. Tinos turned and picked up a bag of chili peppers, foreshadowing how explosive the upcoming dessert would be. Xiao Lan was still the first to push open the restaurant door. There was no talk of waiting for important guests, the 10th Company's reconnaissance mission was complete, and the recruit had returned alive. For him, as a company commander, that was the best reward. Wait, let's sing a song before dinner, liberate the entire galaxy. Ready, sing. The hungry recruit, with high spirits and surging passion, finished the song and rushed into the mess hall with smoke practically coming from their feet. Then it was a wild scramble, like boars fighting for food, knives and forks flying, and calls for another plate. While eating, a recruit discovered new dishes in the dessert section. Brothers, look, new dishes. Which warrior will go first? That depends on the name of the new dish. Let me see, Chef Tinos. I seem to recall that name. Wasn't he the one who made that miso soup with strawberries last time? Company Commander Xiao Lan, look, this chili pepper dessert is so amazing. Come and try it. A recruit immediately presented a brand new dessert to Company Commander Xiao Lan. Sacrifice a friend, not myself. Xiao Lan was devouring food at a rate of half a pig per minute. He glanced at the dessert the recruit handed him and swallowed it whole. Smooth. The unique aroma of chili pepper, guided by a strange flavor, filled my mouth. It must be the post-Wank tiger tooth chili. Its smooth skin contains a nuclear explosion level of spiciness, making it an excellent flavor enhancer for main courses. With a gentle bite, the chili burst open, and the slowly flowing sauce revealed the chef's ingenious concept. How would he interpret this exquisite chili dish? The smooth liquid flowed down his throat and into his stomach, but Xiao Lan's expression changed. Sour and spicy, with a smooth texture, but something felt off no matter how he ate it. What the heck? Xiao Lan smiled at the recruit from earlier and said, delicious. Get me 2 more. Upon hearing this, the recruit immediately declared that this was a new dish, a hot commodity, and he wasn't sure if there was any left. Then he turned and quickly ran into the crowded area. A group of recruits stood around the chili peppers, hesitating. This recruit squeezed into the crowd and said, Company Commander Xiao Lan said it's delicious and wants another one. Immediately, all the recruit began to frantically grab the chili peppers, stuffing them directly into their mouths if they couldn't fit them on their plates. Then, everyone stared blankly at the ceiling, beginning their self-reflection. Am I okay? Is this gourmet food? Why is it so bizarre? Anyway, we don't know why Tinos decided to mix milk with vinegar and cream, stuff it into chili peppers, and serve it as a dessert. How he arrived at the evaluation of potent when he tasted it himself, we also don't know. Another dessert didn't attract the recruit's attention at all until someone inadvertently ate one. A green mochi-like food. It looked simple, and smelled faintly of bamboo. Taking a bite, it was chewy and not bad. The filling had a granular texture. Was it sesame? The recruit pressed it hard with his tongue and his face immediately changed. Bitter, extremely bitter. The kind of bitterness of losing his father at 3, his mother at 5, being homeless at 7, falling off a cliff while gathering herbs at 8, and then at 9, apprenticing for 15 hours a day only to learn nothing. The initial taste impact was very strong. The bitterness mixed with the chewy green mochi in his mouth, tainting even the otherwise delicious outer layer with poison. Nurgle footbath level. Just as the recruit wanted to spit out the food, the aftertaste kicked in. Following the bitterness, an intense sourness surged up the recruit's throat, like the taste of stinky socks soaked in aged vinegar for 49 days, then slept on an ogre mat for an entire summer, washed clean with sweat, and then stuffed into one's mouth. For a moment, this recruit looked at the other round, green mochi with a feeling of looking at a Nurgling, as if he heard Father Nurgle/Nurgle's call. The recruit endured for a while, his own corrosive saliva digesting the food in his mouth before he could barely swallow it. For a moment, he actually felt refreshed, as if his spirit had been reborn. Chef Tinos's selection of bitter cold fruit combined with ancient Terra lemons, their fusion not only has the effect of refreshing the mind and increasing focus, but also promotes sweating and eliminates the day's fatigue, practically an oral sauna. It's just the taste. The recruit gathered together, whispering, but not planning to tell the subsequent troops. It feels like an old Chinese medicine doctor snuck into the chef team, don't you think? I think he's a master interrogator. His methods are very similar to Atres's former Minister of Justice. Everyone looked at Tinos's name on the plate, considering whether to arrest and interrogate him, fearing he might be a chaos traitor. Xiao Lan found it very amusing at this moment. The chili peppers must have tricked the recruit, so he helped himself to a large portion of yellow orchid fruit jelly, scooping it up with a spoon as he joined the group of recruit. The jelly was bouncy and elastic. It burst open as soon as it entered his mouth, scattering into countless parts, dancing around in his mouth like a massage for his oral cavity. Moreover, it was smooth to the taste, fragrant, with a beautiful blend of floral and subtle fruity aromas. It was truly the work of a master. While savoring the delicacy in his mouth, he tapped a recruit on the back. What are you talking about? So many people gathered together during dinner. Ah. Company Commander Xiao Lan, we're discussing Chef Tinos's creations. They are truly unique and daring. Indeed, his works, like his personality, are unconventional. Xiao Lan didn't know Tinos at all, he was just going along with it, not wanting to lose face as a company commander. The recruit couldn't help but look at Xiao Lan with strange eyes, feeling a rift had formed between them. At this moment, a recruit secretly glanced at the dish company commander Xiao Lan was heartily eating. Yellow orchid fruit jelly by Tinos. As this recruit read it aloud in a mosquito-like whisper, the surrounding warrior suddenly fell silent. The only sound in the entire hall was Xiao Lan's loud chewing. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Everyone watched Xiao Lan heartily eat Tinos's dish, his face showing no abnormality, even a hint of enjoyment. Warrior, a true warrior. This is a warrior who dares to challenge any enemy. This is a true ascetic. The recruit's attitude towards Xiao Lan changed dramatically in an instant. It was like looking at a god. Chapter 152 Titanium is ready, Far East Star Region. Advance, Brother Yifeng, advance. Kill that Eldar Psyker. We must never. It's so cold. Where are the enemies? Enemies. Where is my combat blade? By the Omnissiah, I, Anos, tech priest from Mars, with the utmost sincerity, request your blessing. Dofflet, return. Such a familiar voice. Oh, it's Brother Anos. Brother Anos, have the enemies been eliminated? Why can't I see? Are my eyes injured? Dofflet didn't speak again. He was surprised by the mechanical, electronic sound he had made. Just a moment, Brother Dofflet. It seems there's still a slight issue here. Let's chat for a bit first. What exactly happened to me? Brother Dofflet, your bravery will forever be remembered, but unfortunately, the sword wound you sustained contains an unknown cold toxin that constantly erodes your body. Yes, I can feel the cold around me, but it won't defeat me. No, Brother Dofflet, the current cold is not due to the sword wound. We couldn't treat the cold toxin you suffered, so we amputated all the poisoned parts. Is that so? It's fine, Brother Anos, I trust you. You'll make the best prosthetics. No, the situation is much more serious, brother. Anos reconnected a circuit, and the massive creation before him lit up again. Can you see me now, Brother Dofflet? Yes, so, a dreadnought. Yes, you have been in slumber for decades. We captured a damaged Angels of Dawn dreadnought. Can you feel the machine spirit's presence? Dofflet remained silent. He hadn't yet accepted the fact of his entombment. After a long while, Dofflet spoke again. No, brother, you know, I'm not very professional. I don't feel any machine spirit's presence. Is that so? What a pity. Anos also found it difficult. The machine spirit of this dreadnought was too severely wounded, likely having fallen into an eternal slumber. He didn't have any good solutions, but at least Brother Dofflet had returned. So. Brother Anos, is this all I can be? It's a foregone conclusion, brother. Fortunately, the Emperor protects. We are developing a technology. Given that you are not a psyker, we still need more time, otherwise, you could experience the thrill of piloting a Night Titan right now. Haha, then you all better hurry. When I could still walk, I always thought, what's so good about wearing heavy armor? What about Centurion armor? Piloting a Night Titan, piloting a Titan, that's the real thrill. You all must hurry. Dofflet's laughter was unpleasant. Anos adjusted the voice several times but couldn't improve it, so he simply ignored it. That's enough, brother Anos. I hope it's you who wakes me up next time. Doflet didn't want to see anyone. Once he learned that the chapter had long since overcome that difficult period, he requested to re-enter stasis. Yi Feng saw everything on the big screen, with several surviving Emperor's Scythe Space Marines beside him. Good, brother Jonal, Doflet looks well. Yes, but he's still very disheartened. He has always been a Space Marine who charges into the fray, and it's hard for him to accept this fact at once. Yes, but he will get through it. He is one of the strongest Space Marines I have ever seen. Of course, he is still a hero. On the most dangerous battlefields of the future, he will suddenly descend like a divine soldier. Believe me, he will kill more fiercely than anyone then. Jonal suddenly closed his mouth, no longer speaking. In that instant, the reliance in his heart finally collapsed. Now, he was the pillar of the 13th Company. After finishing a grand banquet and holding a criticism session for Tinos, the chapter leisurely departed. Imperial auxiliary forces were expected to arrive in a few days, always late, sigh. The Imperium, which proper unit has as much free time as you? You're just a galactic vagrant. The leaders of the three forces met. Yi Feng sat on the large sofa in the middle, holding a handful of fruit, occasionally tossing one into his mouth. William sat beside him, leaning back, resting firmly against the sofa back, eyes closed in thought. Anthony paced slowly to Yi Feng's left, walking in a small circle. Finally, Yi Feng broke the silence. Continue. No one should lead more than 500 Space Marines. If you exceed that, split them up. Tell anyone you meet that you are only part of a larger force. This was said to William. He had about 100 Space Marines from his original unit, 100 Stonewall Black Shields, and now with the addition of over 200 more Black Shield warriors, his numbers were approaching 500. The Terminator's count was also on par with the main force. Eng has repaired the termite pattern assault drill. Use it sparingly. Yi Feng then turned to Anthony. Anthony, your mission is the most arduous. You must truly lead a small number of Space Marines to demonstrate the value of our chapter to the Imperium, so that the Imperium will fully support your forces. Anthony relied on Imperial supplies and had to cling to them, asking them to help supplement Anthony's 100 Space Marines into a 1,000-strong chapter. Therefore, Anthony had to be very poor. Since you only have about 100 Space Marines, there's no need to bring 3 strike cruisers. Thus, the Iron Jungle strike cruiser was assigned to Yi Feng. Yi Feng chattered on, like an aging father. You must find a way to contact the remaining Angels of Dawn forces, if there are any. Anthony, use your Imperial connections to inquire about the location of the Angels of Dawn's monastery. Go there and see. If there are still people, bring them back. After speaking for a while, Yi Feng sat up straight again, motioning for the 3 to move closer, within range of the Untouchable's bone shield. In ancient warfare, communication was difficult. Military instruments like horns and war drums served to convey orders to every Space Marine. In modern warfare, librarians and space-based signal platforms have compensated for this. However, if you magnify the battlefield to every warship, their communication is still obstructed. If you magnify it further to ships navigating within a sector or segmentum, their command transmission largely relies on the astromancy chamber's luck. Now, we will agree on a signal, a simple rallying call, a signal that, once sounded, all forces of this chapter must gather at all costs. I call it the Psyker War Drum. It requires a team of loyal Psykers, powerful enough, loyal enough, to stand guard there day and night. When the order comes, they will sacrifice their lives. Each drumbeat will be a ripple generated by their self-detonation on the warp level. This is the ultimate measure, brothers, the ultimate, just as Fukin said, a battle of destiny. I want you to convey this to those in our world who wield sufficient power, world leaders or fleet commanders and the like. William, go back. Cancelo and an untouchable will go with you. Have him swap out Sisyphus. Your forces are strong enough, you need a librarian to guide you. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he quietly receded to the back, just like his forces. We are not descendants of some old 3rd chapter, we are a successor chapter of the Wolf Guard, merely sharing the same name as that Red Tide. Yi Feng's forces never existed. Just as the Wolf Guard does not have a 13th company. Subsequently, Yi Feng issued the expedition order. In the 158th year of the chapter's calendar, the Eternal Mountain completed its final resupply in its home territory and set off on an expedition. Advance, go further, head towards the Far East sector. The Segmentum Obscurus, leave it to the little ones. The Ultima Segmentum, the largest of humanity's 5 segmentums. The Ultramarines' home is here. The 500 worlds, reunited after Guilliman's return, stand together against the Imperium's enemies. At the same time, this is where the Imperium's enemies are most numerous: Chaos, Orcs, Eldar, Drukari/Dark Eldari, Necrons, Tio, Gene Stealer. If you're lucky enough, you might even run into Tyranids preparing for a meal. Of course, not recently. In a sense, the opening of the Great Rift interfered with the signals emitted by the Gene Stealer. The Tyranid tendrils need a lot of luck to receive the dinner bell. The Far East sector, an area almost beyond the Astronomicon. This is the easternmost part of the galaxy, from the Imperial Standard Map's perspective, also beyond the Astronomicon, and also teeming with enemies of familiar environment. The sons of Jagatai Khan have been fighting in these dark lands for countless years, just as the ancient command of the Gene Sire dictated 10 millennia ago. The massive Eternal Mountain sped through the dark lands, with the Tier Mother battle barge following closely alongside. The warship smoothly entered an uninhabited star system, a fairly normal place, one of countless such existences in the galaxy. Above a geological planet, a small black spacecraft emerged. Shadowhawk reconnaissance craft. The Space Marines who had been wandering for over 50 years finally returned to the embrace of the main fleet. Chapter Master Yi Feng personally welcomed the loyal sons of Jagatai Khan back, along with the most valuable intelligence. They had been lurking here for a long time. The new navigation route they discovered went directly through the warp, from the Dark Imperium of the Segmentum Obscura straight to the far east sector of the Ultima Segmentum. Moreover, the Space Marines had explored this star system and found it to possess abundant rare minerals, deep within a rocky planet. Yi Feng seemed to already envision the bustling warplane fortress port here decades later. And also, Lady Christina with a furrowed brow. Chapter Master Yi Feng, you're not planning to have us build a forge world from scratch here, are you? It is a bit difficult. How about building two at the same time? A group of Adeptus Mechanicus personnel were settled on two Earth-like planets. The one rich in minerals would evolve into a human colony, dedicated to mining, with the rest of the area converted to agricultural production. That planet was relatively cold, but still tolerable. Another habitable planet would be designated as the Adeptus Mechanicus's main world, this one closer to the star, suitable for building large foundries. Christina, armed with the vast mineral reserves William had accumulated from his previous good deeds, began constructing production lines and fortresses. And she continuously sent binary expletives to Chapter Master Yi Feng. What about the promised Chief Technical Officer treatment? What about the highest technical personnel benefits? What about the grand scene where, at my command, several shipyards would simultaneously begin construction? You're full of empty promises. You made the Archbishop act as a servitor to move building materials, may you die a terrible death. Imperial Auxiliary, calm down, aren't we all helping you move things? Amidst the bustling construction site, Chapter Master Yi Feng and the recently returned squad leader were scratching their heads in the command center. Brother Loken, are you sure the intelligence here is accurate? Confirmed. We've been scouting for 30 years. Chapter Master Yi Feng spread out the map. The situation around here was somewhat chaotic. Firstly, there was an Adeptus Mechanicus forge world nearby, beyond the Astronomicon, with strong independence. It would trade with any faction, mostly Xenos. This area was already on the fringes of the Tio's sphere of influence, the greater good. The Tio, a minor race that had risen for over 6,000 years, with fragile bodies but technology focused entirely on ranged attacks. Through rapid technological development and an excellent social system, they had become a formidable regional power. They advocated for the greater good, which, simply put, meant, Xeno, brothers, stop fighting, as long as you believe in the greater good, we are all good brothers. What is the greater good? Let's all work together for a better future. Working for oneself is a small good, working for everyone is a great good. Each race does what it is good at, and everyone works together, to expand. This approach worked well. The Tio unified themselves, and they had 5 clan. The Fire Caste, responsible for combat. The Air Caste, skilled in interstellar navigation, responsible for piloting ships. The Earth Caste, scientists. The Water Caste, diplomats and civil officials. The Ethereal Caste, the legitimate ruling class, long-lived and with decent psyker powers. With their ideology and weaponry, they also brought many allied Xeno forces under their banner. Don't ask why the Imperium didn't deal with this. Currently, every enemy the Imperium faces has a higher priority than these Xenos. A Damocles crusade was dispatched, but halfway through, it was recalled to deal with the Tyranids. These Xenos were only a minor threat. More troubling was that this was the edge of Tio territory, which meant it was close to a Necron dynasty, the Sudic dynasty. Additionally, there were scattered Eldar forces and Drukari/Dark Eldari webway entrances nearby. The battle situation was a mess. Orcs had been here before, they had just been repelled a few hundred years ago. Fortunately, a not insignificant Wa'ak did not head this way, but instead went towards Ultramar. Gentlemen, although this Xeno race appears to be a weakling in the eyes of our Imperium, you must understand that they have withstood Orc attacks, Tyranid attacks, taken a beating from the Necrons, and didn't continue to take one, and endured the Death Guard's Nurgle-infused attacks. This is a resilient race, a race with great developmental potential, and also a very lucky race. However, Chapter Master Yi Feng pondered for a moment and decided to still pick this soft target. Go, call Brother Jonal over. The primary engagement between the Astartes and the Tio was during the Damocles Crusade. In that crusade, the Astartes gathered a total of over 500 Space Marines. They were assembled from Adeptus Astartes chapters such as the Emperor's Scythes, White Scars, Iron Hands, Ultramarines, and Nova Warriors. They went with the feeling of working for the Death Watch. Soon after, Jonal arrived at the command center. Brother Jonal, the Emperor's Scythes chapter once participated in the Damocles Crusade and engaged with the Tio. Does your chapter have any records of relevant combat experience? Jonal was stunned for a moment. Evidently, experience fighting such minor Xenos was stored in a very obscure part of the chapter's library, and normal Space Marines wouldn't bother to look it up. After thinking for a long time, he could only blurt out, their bodies are very fragile, but their ranged firepower is quite good. Well, I should have brought Librarian Sisyphus. Their librarians are in charge of the library and should be more familiar with it. First, let's go find the local government. Sorok World, an extremely remote imperial world, located at the extreme range of the Astronomicon. They had already established various cooperations with the Tio, and the government was riddled with TO water caste officials. The Ultramarines' several purges had not passed through here. The local human population and the TO actively traded, and their quality of life had significantly improved. The battle barges Eternal Mountain and Tearfall warped into the star system from the Mandeville Point. Local armed forces immediately issued a warning and fired warning shots at our side. Could we tolerate that? A lance immediately melted the outer orbital defense platform that dared to open fire into a puddle of molten metal. 2 battle barges, a strike cruiser, a pile of frigates, and you expect us to talk? Get out here and kneel. At this moment, the government of Sorok World was in chaos. Who would have thought that the Astartes would suddenly appear? The spies in the Imperial High Command had not sent any intelligence. This powerful force seemed to have materialized out of thin air. Someone suggested immediately reporting to the TO, but the Red Tide chapter, relying on its advanced engine systems, quickly seized control of the spaceport. With solid positioning combined with a hyper-realistic acceleration system, a large number of Red Tide's small warships entered firing range of the spaceport at terrifying speeds. Although they did not forcibly invade the spaceport, any ship daring to take off would be instantly blown to smithereens. Someone suggested immediately requesting TO Army support and activating void shields, with all ground-based turrets opening fire. The proposer was immediately shot dead. Are you kidding? Do you think an Astartes onslaught is a joke? Communication requests from the planet below were consecutively hung up by Chapter Master Yi Feng 10 times before he finally answered the call. Hello, I am Chapter Master Yi. At first, you dared to open fire on us. What does this mean? You explain it clearly to me. Respected Emperor's angels, it must be a misunderstanding. How could we possibly fire upon the noble angels? I suggest both sides immediately dispatch a joint investigation team to ascertain the situation. The local ruler immediately realized that this matter would not end well and decided to make a decisive cut, abandoning the military officers responsible for the star system's turrets. Of course, the intelligence department would be severely reprimanded. It seems to be a slight error, correct? Certainly, it must have been an accidental discharge from being overly excited upon suddenly seeing the Emperor's angels. Yes, the machine spirit might have had a problem. We will dispatch a professional investigation team. Is that so? Then it's also reasonable for me to send a unit over, isn't it? Of course, absolutely reasonable. It is our honor. May I ask what brings the angels here? We mustn't let these small conflicts delay your journey. Chapter Master Yi Feng smiled slightly. Our purpose in coming here is, of course, to spread some ideas. Chapter Master Yi Feng on the screen was all smiles, but a large number of Astartes and Imperial Auxiliary had already begun landing operations. The Space Marines, riding land speeders, casually swept over people's heads, arrogantly circling directly above the army. Angels, spreading ideas doesn't require deploying combat troops, does it? We are loyal, after all. The speaker was drenched in cold sweat. Off-screen, several TO were already prepared for battle. Bastards. We've come all this way, of course we need to rest and resupply on the planet. Aren't you going to prepare some local specialties? Aren't you planning to entertain the Emperor's angels? Are you disloyal? The local ruler was clearly stunned for a moment, looking at the screen in confusion, then double-checking the warship's keel code. Isn't this an Adeptus Astartes chapter? Why does it reek of the Ministry of Internal Affairs? They're asking for kickbacks right off the bat. Who cares? This is good news. At least they're not here to fight. The TO behind him reacted swiftly, immediately informing their clan to hide. The populace urgently concealed the Xeno goods in their hands. Of course, the impact was limited to the upper hive and mid-hive. Quick, where are the Emperor's portraits? Hang them up quickly. And, get some local specialties from the warehouse. Oh, how would I know what Astartes like? Go see if there are any rare metals, things used for war. Remember not to expose any TO items. Get some basic resources. The entire government operated with astonishing efficiency. Clerical staff immediately began haggling with Chapter Master Yi Feng over the comms channel. Chapter Master Yi Feng wasn't in a hurry. Hide well. Don't you TO like to use your glib tongues to promote the greater good? Don't you like to deceive our struggling lower hive the people and incite them to rebellion? Well, let's see. Let's try a psychological offensive. The TO's social system is completely different from the Imperium's. For example, if you are an Imperial lower hive human, you work 14 hours a day in a factory, eat corpse starch blocks, and live in a dilapidated hovel. But if you join the TO, you can get a clean room, clean water, and normal food. You also don't have to work so long every day, just completing your hours is enough. The only price is that you cannot do anything outside of your work, not even glance at a book related to other work. The lower hive humans would join the greater good without hesitation. Life is so much better. They merely chose the latter between disgusting food and toxic chocolate, at least it was a bit better. They were like snowflakes in an avalanche. The red tide has arrived. Chapter Master Yi Feng wants to give them a third choice, a choice to stand up. I want to see if the TO can still jump around. Chapter 153, our regiment is an experienced worker in this kind of thing. The local government delayed for a long time, and only opened the spaceport after Brother Yi Feng impatiently ordered his warriors to land directly. Red carpets, flowers, guards, choirs. The local government had done its utmost to organize everything. For a place so far from the Imperium, it was commendable to have a choir that could perfectly recite the Emperor's words. The lavishly dressed guards carried ancient firearms freshly moved from the warehouse, many of the guns hadn't even been wiped clean of dust. They were so accustomed to greeting auxiliary TO envoys with low-spec TO blades of honor that they barely remembered the last time they picked up an Imperial weapon. Rogier and the Terminator's warriors walked at the forefront, fully armed with plasma storm cannons or bolters, power swords hanging from the sword buckles on their power packs, completely in a state of war. As soon as Rogier disembarked and walked a few steps, he spotted numerous surveillance devices hidden in the gaps of the crowd, some disguised as vases, others concealed among the flowers. Rogier raised his gun and fired an 8-round burst, the loyal bolter rounds whistling past the terrified faces of the welcoming guards, smashing the mechanical contraptions to pieces. Just as everyone thought a battle was about to break out, Rogier strode quickly towards the welcoming officials. He raised his hand and delivered 2 slaps. Slap. Slap. What in the warp are you idiots thinking? Any Astartes movement is a top-level military operation. Do you want to broadcast it globally? Idiots. The local officials were scared out of their wits, immediately falling to their knees and kowtowing. The official who had been slapped had completely fainted, lying on the ground twitching. Thousands of miles away, all screens in the monitoring room turned to static. The TO, having received no news, could only helplessly proceed with their next plan. Rogier, having received Brother Yifeng's order, completely unleashed his nature. He walked with an extremely arrogant swagger, his long hair swaying with each step. However, what an Astartes considered a casual flick of hair was as fast as lightning in the eyes of mortals, and with its stiff texture, being hit meant torn flesh. Rogier interrogated yes, he used an interrogative tone to question the welcoming officials, what local specialties do you have? Are there any resource outputs or trade? All the while, he occasionally delivered a sharp slap to the welcoming personnel nearby. What in the warp are you singing? Is this how the Emperor's sacred words sound? Go back and copy them 500 times. What are you, some kind of twisted freak? The barrel of your gun is full of dust. What, are you looking down on us? Sending some recruits to humiliate me? The nearby officials kowtowed like pounding garlic. The people of this world were originally short, and standing before a Primaris warrior, they appeared even more like ants. The welcoming officials suffered greatly, but the local ruler's heart settled. As intelligence poured in, these large individuals seemed genuinely to be here to inspect the planet. Aside from the rather shameless request for local specialties, everything was normal. The journey from the red carpet to the luxurious large reception hall, the flawed welcoming ceremony finally came to an end. The senior personnel waiting in the conference hall finally welcomed Rogier. The local foreign minister, the moment the hall doors opened, immediately went up to him with a beaming smile. Oh dear, esteemed Emperor's Angel, welcome to Sorok World. We are deeply sorry that we received no prior notification, and the welcoming ceremony was somewhat rudimentary. We have severely reprimanded the negligent personnel in the astromancy chamber for failing to convey such important news to us, which led to us. Rogier raised his hand, stopping the foreign minister from continuing. He then walked a few steps forward, right beside the foreign minister, glanced at him askance, and then walked to a large sofa and sat down, completely ignoring him. If not for the Astartes' formidable physical immunity to most psychotropic drugs, Rogier might even have considered chewing on a cigar and fiddling with a delicate laser pistol. The foreign minister felt anger internally. He had never seen, or rather, this world hadn't seen an Astartes in centuries. They could only speculate from rumors and offered the highest possible treatment, but not like this. At this moment, Rogier finally spoke, do you know why we are here? Esteemed Angel, your foolish subjects have failed to grasp your hint. Please, enlighten us. Humph, I'll just say it. Someone reported some Xenos issues in this star sector, so someone was sent to deliver orders, demanding that the local governor conduct a thorough investigation. The foreign minister broke out in a cold sweat, even considering what excuse to use to leave shortly. But, there were a few short-sighted worlds that actually killed the special envoy. You know what kind of crime that is, don't you? You know it, don't you? Rogier glared at the surrounding senior officials, nearly scaring them into wetting themselves, then cleared his throat and continued. So, in response to the Departmentum Unitorum's request, our chapter led men to successively cleanse those rebellious worlds, and then, replacing those useless special envoys, came to deliver orders. You are a loyal world, and you can accept our inspection with a clear conscience, can't you? Can't you? Rogier's prolonged trailing tone was practically a death sentence for these officials. But the old foxes of the bureaucracy immediately began to echo him, some eloquently pledging loyalty, some banging their heads on the ground and swearing oaths, some silently kneeling to the side. This scene was fully projected onto the large screen of the government's emergency meeting. The local governor, a portly old man with a white walrus mustache that now twitched, vigorously pounded the table, emphasizing that everyone was now in the same boat and must unite to overcome the difficulties. Even if someone defected to the Astartes to inform, the crime of communicating with Xenos would not be lessened one bit, they would still face certain death. The most difficult people to deal with now were undoubtedly two individuals. One was the Minister of Finance, as the massive financial flows from trade with Xenos were difficult to perfectly falsify in a short time. The other was the Commander-in-Chief of the army, who had dispatched a large number of soldiers to hide the heretical items in the hands of the local populace, but most of them were no longer accustomed to using imperial weapons. If the Astartes discovered that the local guards didn't even know how to reload a laser gun, then things would get really serious. The current plan for Sorok World was this: they had already called for TO support fleets, but due to the TO fleet's poor technology, their conventional travel speed limit was only one-third that of the Imperium, and warp travel was pure metaphysics, so it would likely take some time. They would stall for a while. Once the Astartes were about to discover some crucial areas, they would directly report to the Astartes where Xeno's armies had been found, leading them towards the incoming Tio support fleet. Regardless of which fleet won or lost in the end, they would have enough time to hide their incriminating evidence. This was the mindset of the ruling class. They were not the common people who had defected to the Tio, nor were they fanatical imperial loyalists who believed in human supremacy. Unwilling to be loyal to the decadent imperium, and unwilling to be subservient to the Tio, they skillfully navigated between both sides, ensuring their ruling position on their home planet and the world's independence. At the border between Tio and imperial influence, there were countless such worlds. Rogier's sudden change of tactics disrupted the local world's plans. We have come a long way and are willing to perform our duties conscientiously, meticulously surveying the specific situation from the lower hive upwards. Otherwise, wouldn't our journey be in vain? The old foxes keenly grasped the word vain, thinking, is this about money? Esteemed angel, your forces have just endured a turbulent journey and are weary from travel. We have prepared several tons of adamantium and dozens of tons of promethium fuel to compensate for your fleet's travel losses. Regarding this investigation, one must focus on the key points. I believe the midhive is the backbone of a hive city, so we should begin our investigation there. There's a chance. The foreign officials immediately perked up, their minds racing, calculating what else they could offer. Paying to resolve the issue was definitely the best option. Esteemed angel, the midhive is certainly very important, but the nobles of the upper hive admire your prestige and are eager to meet the great angel. They have prepared encrypted frequency, and are greatly anticipating your visit. What you say is true, Rogier was inwardly delighted. Brother Yifeng's way of speaking is truly cunning. I just recited his words almost verbatim and it led to a large amount of supplies. However, I must emphasize one point, the Imperium is extremely angry this time. After all, the incident of the special envoy's death is fresh in our minds, and we must conduct a strict review and record everything. The old foxes repeatedly assented, but inwardly they cursed Rogier as a greedy glutton. Record everything, hey? So, that means making false records, right? More money then. Thereafter, no matter how much the politicians upped the ante, Rogier simply said, we are tired and worn out and needed to rest at the space station. The more money offered, the longer they would rest at the space station. After resting, he still insisted on visiting the upper hive. After some back and forth, the politicians conceded. This amount of time was enough for them to completely clean up the entire upper hive. Rogier and some warriors ate and drank heartily at the space station, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Would the Crimson Torrent chapter be like this? Obviously not. The reason for doing so was to prepare for a complete reform of this world. Nothing wrong with it. My Astartes status is higher than yours, so from a superior to a subordinate, that's called reform. So what was the chapter doing? Let's rewind time a bit. As soon as the chapter arrived at this world, they blockaded the spaceport, and obliterated all ships that dared to take off without permission. The burning debris of these shattered ships plummeted into the planet's atmosphere. Along with them, like fireballs, shadow drone fighters carrying Astartes also rained down onto the planet. Although Brother Yifeng outwardly brought only 200 Astartes, under Xiao Lan's command, the 11th Company, which had completed recruit training, had over 100 Primaris warriors, and the 10th Company, currently training recruits, had over 100 more. There were also people undergoing modification in the warship's recruit pods. Roughly half a chapter's worth of personnel. The recruits led by Xiao Lan had already infiltrated this world. After Rogier and the politicians reached an agreement, Sorok World's major warehouses were mobilized. These movements were naturally observed by the scouts, and the Crimson Torrent chapter obtained information on almost all local strategic warehouses. Isn't that perfect? The local army was using weapons they were unfamiliar with. At this point, if the chapter attacked the warehouses first, cutting off their supplies and preventing them from getting their preferred weapons, then dealing with them would be no different from swatting flies. The only ones to be wary of were the Tio. As a nascent race, the Tio, looking as if they'd never taken a real beating, not only bravely used intelligent AI completely ignorant of Xiantian electronic demons and AI rebellions but also quite bravely trusted Xenos, determined to form a grand racial alliance. Therefore, there might be many AI reconnaissance robots and auxiliary Tio informants here. In fact, there weren't many Tio here, most were traders and water caste diplomats, with hardly any warriors, only a few teams of fire caste escort warriors responsible for protecting trade vessels. However, the unusually conspicuous Tio warship docked in the spaceport was hard to miss. Rogier was getting exasperated, pretending to be blind was tiring, it would be more satisfying to just cut them all down. So, locals would occasionally see this hirsute warrior don his helmet, roar something inside, then remove it, sigh, compose himself, and sample the various strong liquors offered by the locals, unceremoniously disparaging these fine brews as utterly worthless. The local Tio attempted to leave, willing to sacrifice their lives to transmit crucial intelligence to the main Tio forces. The Astartes who arrived this time were unusual, they were larger. There were no Primaris warriors during the Damocles Crusade. When Tio personnel tried to pull strings to get the local government to help relay information, Brother Yifeng and his companions made their move. The ground and sky were almost perfectly synchronized. The main cannons of the Eternal Mountain unceremoniously shattered the Tio warship docked deepest in the spaceport, and Rogier and the warriors in the spaceport suddenly erupted, taking control of the area. On the ground, the warriors simultaneously disabled the ground-to-air turrets, void shields, and strategic warehouses on this side. The enemy's communication system was cut off, and the entire Sorok world descended into chaos. The local TO would not sit idly by, they incited the local humans to rebel, believing that the more chaotic the situation, the better for them. The problem was, the situation wasn't chaotic. The Astartes gained control of the governmental organizations within hours. The Crimson Torrent chapter had almost pathological experience in this area. Those government positions that were cleared out were almost immediately filled by our own trained Imperial auxiliary elites. If there were none available, Primaris Guilliman's scions would help. The planetary defense forces quickly launched a counterattack, but when they arrived at the government agencies, which were operating even faster than before, the Astartes were sitting in front of the government building, carrying chests full of gold coins. Army, don't move, hands up. Astartes, it's payday. Army. Astartes, back pay will also be issued. Army, we're at war. Our governor, oh, he's hanging from a lamppost. Astartes, kill the Xenos, trade their heads for money, trade their weapons for money, shiny gold coins. Army, this is practically an open invitation. The common soldiers can reasonably turn in some Xenos weapons for money. After all the blame can be pushed onto the TO. The official government provided a convenient way to justify their actions. Some of the auxiliary TO in the army immediately became agitated, others could be cleared, but they couldn't, and they were sure to be killed. So, they raised their arms and shouted, rebellious traitors intend to incite rebellion. The loyal Imperial citizens and soldiers will never yield. Boom! A Storm Raven gunship flew overhead, blowing up a company of soldiers. The planetary defense forces swallowed hard. Several land speeders flew by overhead again. Army, exterminate all Xenos, long live the Emperor. Everyone scattered, returning home to retrieve their privately hoarded Xenos items. They brought them out, but who dared to turn them in? The Imperial Auxiliary, adept at their role, disguised themselves as local mortal troops, feigning to turn in Xenos weapons, and loudly paraded around with bags of gold coins. Brother, they really trade for it. They do, look. The Imperial Auxiliary, seeing an opportunity, vigorously shook his bag of gold coins, which jingled loudly. They don't even ask for names, just give them stuff and you get money. Everyone saw this and became anxious. If they didn't hurry, what if all the gold coins were gone? So, people flocked there in droves, and some even tried to steal more Xenos equipment from the Red Tide's warehouses for a second exchange of gold coins. The TO, you offer good pay and treatment, right? My money is even more. These gold coins are enough for a common soldier to squander in the mid-hive for a long time. The government warehouse's gold coin reserves, accumulated over a century of plundering the populace, were exchanged by the common soldiers in a very short time, at the cost of intense fighting between the local planetary defense forces and the TO. TO heads were worth even more money. The TO's true resistance was in the lower hive. The people there truly saw the TO as saviors, so their will to fight was the most resolute. However, what the TO offered came with conditions. They would have to be served as masters and obey their commands in the future. What the TO couldn't give, I could. Do you want to be officials? Do you want power? Come, training classes. Talented individuals are not judged by their background, they earn their living by skill. Everyone, think about it, suppose you are a laborer in the lower hive. The TO promise you clean, comfortable rooms and reasonable working hours and pay. But they haven't given it to you yet. This world is not yet subservient to the TO, so for the life they promised, you decide to help the TO, to bring this colony under TO jurisdiction. However, Wang Ergu, who lives next door to you, listened to the human government's bluster, went to some training class, and disappeared. You reported this to a TO contact, who coldly told you that Wang Ergu had probably already turned into corpse starch. But a few weeks later, Wang Ergu returned, dressed impeccably, carrying delicious food you'd never seen before, its aroma filling the streets. Behind him, he pulled a large cart of this food, grinning widely, and shouted through a megaphone, "Brothers, I've made it big. From now on, I'm the district committee squad leader. Don't forget me if I get rich. Anyone want to come with me?" A few more brothers followed him. The TO-controlled gang arrived, and Wang Ergu unhesitatingly gave all the food to them, which made the gang quite embarrassed. The TO contact sneered, "This is just to trick people away. Those who were tricked away have all been made into corpse starch, that's why Wang Ergu got promoted." You were furious, cursing Wang Ergu for being inhuman. But 2 days later, more people returned, even equipped with Ogren guards, looking majestic. The TO envoy was about to speak when he was shot in the head. Wang Ergu joyfully shouted, "I've rendered meritorious service. From now on, I'm a mid-hive citizen." Wang Ergu took the TO's head and happily went back to claim his reward. He said that a TO head could be exchanged for mid-hive citizenship. The mortals wanted to resist, and the gangs intervened again, but they were easily defeated by the Ogren bodyguards. Afterwards, you gathered together, leaderless. What the TO promised was a mid-hive life, but why not just directly become mid-hive citizens? Very few lower hive residents had the awareness of everyone doing well together. You were more upset seeing Wang Ergu prosper than seeing your own decline. At this point, someone raised a question, where would the mid-hive get so many positions? This must be a trap. Yes, it's a trap. You reaffirmed your belief. 2 days later, news came from the government above, the mid-hive expansion plan had begun. The uppermost residential areas of the lower hive were requisitioned and rapidly converted into comfortable living areas, becoming part of the mid-hive. Free tours were offered. Unprecedented, control was strict on every level of the hive city, and no one had ever seen how the people above lived before. Everyone bravely went, thinking, so many people watching, they can't possibly arrest all of us, can they? They didn't know until they saw, and what they saw shocked them. Is mid-hive life so blissful? Every household has a private bathroom. And there are parks. I've never seen so many green plants in my life. Hey! Wang Ergu, who was strolling down the street, enthusiastically invited you to visit his new house, and then his new workplace. Clean, tidy, bright, even better than the old factory manager's office. Someone among your companions finally couldn't help but ask Wang Ergu if there was still a chance. Wang Ergu regretfully said, "You're too late. If you join now, you might only be my subordinate, working over there." You followed Wang Ergu's hand to a row of slightly cramped workstations. That was still much better than their current lives, practically the life the Tio had promised. Immediately, someone expressed their intention to follow Wang Ergu. Immediately, someone loudly questioned, "Don't trick us. If everyone sits here, who will work in the factory? If no one works, we'll all starve to death." You recognized the speaker, he was a Tio lackey. Wang Ergu smiled and pointed out the window. "Come on, I'll take you to see the new factory." A huge factory, clean production lines, a large notice board where many people gathered, and a literate fellow loudly reading the contents of the announcement. 8 hours of work per day, factory provides lunch and accommodation, 1 silver coin per month, 2 days off for every 5 days worked. Everyone was shocked. We work 15 hours a day and only get half a silver coin a month. Rest days? What are rest days? Never even heard of them. Wang Ergu said, "Do you know how much our old factory boss used to earn in a month? 20 gold coins, gold coins. Now, this factory has no boss, it's managed by people sent by the government. They get government salaries, so the 20 gold coins the old boss used to get, aren't they just averaged out and given to us?" You immediately asked them if you could join, and they said you needed mid-hive citizenship. How do you get citizenship? Exchange TO heads, or accumulate points with a large pile of Xeno's equipment. The mid-hive expansion grew more impressive by the day, and more people from the lower hive hoped it would expand to their area, hoping to become new mid-hive citizens. Later the TO all died, and the government changed its approach. The mid-hive doesn't accept idlers. So everyone started undergoing training and assessments. The corrupt bosses of the lower hive became anxious, they oppressed you daily, not allowing you time to attend government training. You gritted your teeth and quit. You went to the training class on an empty stomach. Without time for training, you went straight to the exam. Since you worked in the factory every day, your professional technical assessment scores were very high. After passing the exam, you received a good amount of food as a reward. Everyone entered a free training class to learn new skills for the new factory. Once you learned them and passed the assessment, you could go to the new mid-hive and work in the new factory. Tio, you like to play the will of the people card, huh? Chapter 154, The First Confrontation. Never mind, Massacre. Chapter Master Yifeng sat on a specially made chair, sipping tea and looking at a map of Sorok world. Interesting, truly interesting. The distribution of the Tio on this world formed a perfect normal distribution. They had precisely calculated how many humans of a certain status corresponded to the infiltration of how many Tio of a certain status. But they hadn't expected Chapter Master Yifeng to simply overturn the table. Chapter Master Yifeng's policy didn't radically eliminate all oppressive classes, instead, he left a few. With comparison, there's superiority and inferiority. He let the people make their own choices, allowing the waves of time to wash away the old powers. At that time, the mid-hive would expand upwards and downwards, and the hive city would be unified. Then, the official distinction between upper and lower hive city would be abolished, progressing gradually, with far more supporters than opponents. Coupled with our military deterrence, it could naturally be implemented. Jonal sat by the side, still somewhat resistant to this kind of rule. He believed that a society where everyone performed their designated roles was optimal. Lower hive residents worked, mid-hive residents were white-collar workers, and this passed down through generations. The previous generation earned their profession through outstanding performance in that field, and their gene seed proved it. Therefore, people of similar status married, and children followed in their parents' footsteps. Chapter Master Yifeng, however, wanted to give everyone a process of acquired choice, allowing everyone to undergo a series of complex education and competition to find the profession best suited for them. This would greatly increase consumption. After all, teaching someone how to work in a factory is much cheaper than teaching someone a wealth of knowledge and then specialized practical factory knowledge. Someone working 15 hours a day in a factory would certainly have higher output than someone working 8 hours. But think about it, if someone suddenly works 7 fewer hours, don't they have more free time? If their wages increase, don't they go out and spend? That stimulates demand. Factories need to produce more products and hire more workers. Those idle vagrants, gangs, and socially inactive individuals will for various reasons join production. In this way, more goods are produced and circulated, meaning the government collects more taxes at every stage. With money, the government builds large-scale facilities. These facilities give back to society, further increasing economic circulation and productive capacity, allowing the government to collect even more taxes. A cycle. This is the strategy we are adopting. Currently, the Great Rift and numerous enemies of the Imperium have left nearly every world isolated. In the future, if we confront the Imperium, these worlds must be scattered like nails on the Imperium's distant edges, in places difficult to reach. Every world must be prepared for independent combat, which means each world's internal economic circulation must improve. This forces every world towards comprehensive development. Jonal's view was not wrong. From a grand strategic perspective, Jonal's model is suitable for the powerful state of the Ultramarines' 500 worlds. A stable rear, where each world specializes in producing certain resources, and everyone trades and interacts. Such an overall structure is stronger than ours, but these conditions don't exist now. Our philosophy also doesn't allow for such a thing. We must never push the majority of mortals to oppose you, which is no different from sending people to chaos. The next steps are relatively simple. Spy units will spread word of these events in the lower hives of other worlds. When the time is ripe in a couple of days, the chapter will move to the next world to repeat the process. After the chapter gradually dispersed its forces and reclaimed over 20 worlds, Chapter Master Yifeng halted such frantic expansion. These worlds could barely form a defensive line against the Tio. Behind them were the Imperium's war-torn worlds, plagued by Tyranids, Orcs, Eldar, Chaos, a multitude of enemies that left the local worlds struggling to cope. This is also why the Imperium has never launched large-scale military operations against the Tio again. The local Imperial forces might be sufficient for self-defense, and occasionally even dispatch a few Astra Militarum regiments to support other areas, but they no longer have the capacity to organize a crusade fleet to deal with the Tio. And in front of these 20-odd worlds lay the proper Tio-occupied territory, where worlds under Tio jurisdiction, worlds that surrendered to the Tio, were located. Note, why can the Tio subjugate so many Xenos? Because the powerful Xenos were all wiped out by the Imperium during the Great Crusade. The remaining harmless ones were lucky not to be kept as livestock by the Imperium. Further in were the home worlds. The Tio categorize world groups by culture. A home world is typically a large Tio population center world, with several culturally similar smaller worlds nearby. Then came the Damocles Gulf. This is a very wide, dark region with nothing around it. Even warp travel takes about 5 months. Beyond this gulf lies the birthplace of the Tio. This is a natural barrier. I strongly suspect a massive explosion occurred here during the War in Heaven, leaving nothing behind, which protected the Tio but also limited their development. Chapter Master Yifeng wanted to eliminate the Tio and seize this place. This is a good place to hide and develop. Ignoring the Necron dynasty ruled by Stormlord nearby, as long as they don't go crazy, we are far from the Emperor, the Emperor's hidden army, loyal guards ordered to rebuild the 16th Legion. And then, well, purging the corrupt officials is something that needs to be done slowly. Not only that, although the Imperium refuses to cooperate with Xenos, openly, cooperation with humans who have taken a wrong turn on the evolutionary tree is still acceptable. Especially one of the auxiliary Tios contingents, the space dwarfs. The chapter plotted for this place for another reason. While the chapter never worried about gene seed and power armor issues, that was for ordinary warriors. Data in Chapter Master Yifeng's hands showed that, at the current rate of recruit modification, after another 20 years of development, our power armor would be insufficient, especially the armor worn by Primaris warriors. After another 30 years of production, gene seed might run out, becoming insufficient for the next batch of modifications before the recruits yield their gene seed. The Tio's battlesuit technology could serve as a lower-tier substitute. Although not as durable as power armor, we could make them larger, like Centurion suits, to be used as robotic fire support fortresses. Aren't many Night Titans appealing? Let's get energized and ready to go. The 20 worlds Chapter Master Yifeng secured were not entirely empty. Several worlds had high-ranking officials who had not been infiltrated by the Tio. They even had a few Imperial Navy lunar-class cruisers patrolling and garrisoning, which was why the Tio hadn't turned these into colonies. The local leaders joyfully handed over military command to the Astartes, asking Chapter Master Yifeng and his forces to clear out the heretics there. Then, as one might expect, the Crimson Torrent chapter almost forcibly seized these warship. Nominally, it was to reintegrate forces. The chapter already had a few lunar-class cruisers of its own, and with these additions, the final result was a battle barge patrolling with 9 lunar-class cruisers. While warships were on alert here, the same was true next door. In the homeworld closest to humanity, the Ethereals gathered to discuss the current situation. The Imperium of Man suddenly tightened border control, 20-odd worlds were abruptly sealed off, and all Tio forces in the area were hunted down. Only some QVESA, human auxiliary Tio, survived, and their loyalty needed to be reconfirmed. The Ethereals here were also divided into 2 factions. One believed that Tio elites should be dispatched again for diplomatic activities to try and understand what had happened, while the other stated that the other side had clearly betrayed the greater good and a large army should be sent to battle directly. The Tio's armies are divided into 2 categories. One is the merchant fleet. After being severely beaten by the Imperium, they decided to develop powerful warships. The appearance of the Hero class, intended to rival the lunar class cruiser but failed, was the most formidable in the merchant fleet, but it was still insignificant. Later, they proposed a formal plan, establishing special research and development. The warships invented thereafter were called the Protector Fleet, primarily consisting of Custodian-class carriers, Ambassador-class cruisers, Protector cruisers, Jailer gunboats, and Castellan-class frigates. These warships basically reached the mainstream standard of the current galaxy. Their final decision was to have the merchant fleet send some forces to investigate the situation. 6 Hero-class cruisers, 14 Defender-class frigates, and over 20 old Explorer-class starships set out towards the Imperial worlds, posing as armed traders. These fleets were sufficient to deal with the minor Xenos they had faced before, but against the Imperium, well, they didn't know how terrifying the Imperium truly was. The problems here could all be solved by a single Gloriana-class battleship, but where could one be found? The Ethereals concluded their meeting. They seemed to clearly know that the Imperium would not send a sufficiently strong fleet here, so they confidently dispatched their armed transports. For several millennia, the existence of these Ethereals has been puzzling. They seem to possess the ability to mind control the TO, which is why they have consistently held the ruling class within the TO. Their psychic powers are too strong, unlike the TO, who have a thin warp presence, and they seem to have some means of influencing others. Those who engage with them are more or less subjected to a reduction in intelligence. Thousands of years ago, when these blue-skinned TO were still primitives, two tribes were still shooting arrows at each other. The Ethereals suddenly appeared, saying, "You must not fight." They turned conflict into peace, and everyone then hailed them as leaders. It just doesn't feel right no matter how you think about it. At the same time, they seem to have a similar effect on Imperial forces. For example, a Terminator's warrior with a storm shield suddenly exposing himself and getting sniped, a group of seasoned warriors who have fought for countless years completely failing to protect supply lines, ground forces taking a beating while the fleet in planetary orbit doesn't fire a single shot, a Raven Guard specializing in infiltrating for a long time, almost completely taking over, only to not realize it was a trap. Chapter Master Yifeng seriously suspected they weren't TO, but rather individuals skilled in control-type witchcraft, merely using the TO to achieve their unknown goals. Several old Ethereals shouted about the greater good, giving a lengthy speech in front of their TO brethren who had lost their kin. "We have dispatched our brave Firecast warriors and loyal crude helpers, who will let those humans know that the TO cannot be insulted. The greater good cannot be insulted." The fleet commander, however, did not think so. This plenipotentiary commander was an old and respected elder of the Firecast, his experience so vast that he could recount the details of all space battles in TO history, with rich experience fighting against orcs and tyranids. He almost instinctively felt that this was the prelude to another Damocles crusade, but normally, signals of being beaten should have already come from the frontier colonies. Could it be that the enemy first attacked Farsight's territory? Farsight, a splinter faction of the TO, who do not submit to the Ethereal's rule and have established an independent enclave with a semi-elite democratic system. Realizing something was wrong, this plenipotentiary commander ordered the fleet to split into two parts, light in front and heavy in the rear. 2 Hero-class cruisers and 7 Defender-class frigates would go in first to scout the situation. Thus, the TO fleet slowly drifted through the warp, arriving at Zorok World 4 months after Yifeng had taken complete control of it. There was no other way, the merchant fleet's ships were too old and lacked reliable engines. When the Vanguard arrived, they were still primarily following the orders of the Watercast diplomat, believing this was still a diplomatic mission. However, they passed through the reconnaissance area set up by Yifeng with an unusual trajectory, sailing directly into the star system. They ran head-on into the Tier Mother battle barge. As a modified battleship with the most advanced void shields and the most powerful close-quarters firepower in the entire Imperium, Chapter Master Matthew Ryall immediately opened the small brocade pouch Yifeng had given him. Charge right into their faces. The enemy's broadside is their weakness. Note, the enemy's warship isn't as fast as ours. It just goes to show that the Lamenters had turned over a new leaf. Ever since Matthew Rio realized the problem with his bad luck, he had been utterly obedient to Yifeng, this victorious in every battle slacker. The Tier Mother battle barge hit the gas and charged straight into the enemy's warship cluster. The plenipotentiary commander of the Firecast was in the rear formation. The Vanguard was led by an apprentice commander, who immediately ordered his forces to disperse and form a firing pattern to unleash a barrage of fire upon the enormous warship before them. The problem was, it was useless. These attacks could indeed damage a lunar-class cruiser, but against a battle barge, weren't they just tickling it? The Lamenters charged straight into the center of the enemy's warship cluster, unleashing a bombardment cannon blast at a hero-class cruiser. At this point, the zealous Chapter Master Matthew Ryall instinctively prepared for a boarding action. All warriors prepare. Time to kill Xenos. Upon hearing this, the Crimson Torrent liaison officer stationed on the Tier Mother pulled out a second brocade pouch from his pocket. A green machi rolled out of the pouch, along with a note. Chapter Master Matthew Ryall, wait a moment. The liaison officer handed him the pouch. Chapter Master Yifeng said to give you these when you want to board, and to have you eat this machi. Matthew Rio was bewildered. Snacks too? But out of trust for Yifeng, Matthew Rio ate the machi while reading Yifeng's note. Boarding a hammer? It's a matter of a few broadside macro-cannon shots. Oh my, it's so bitter. With these flimsy shelled warships, a meltagun opened from a boarding pod could punch straight through. Sanguinius above, the sour taste is a bit strong. Just rush to their side and blast away. Don't worry, our main fleet will arrive before they break your void shields. After eating the machi, Matthew Rio felt refreshed. With a wave of his hand, the Astartes tightened their defenses and moved towards the interior of the warship. They would only use warp-based teleportation for boarding in an absolute emergency. It was incredibly painful for the sons of Sanguinius to stand by and watch mortals kill the enemy without doing anything themselves, but they weren't the ones in a hurry now. The enemy Firecast warships, with their broadsides facing the Tier Mother, lacked the protection of a deflector field. Their ordinary shields overloaded after the first bombardment cannon attack. Their thinly armored sides were almost directly exposed to the macro cannon attacks. The TO's railguns and heavy ion cannons were completely unable to penetrate the void shield's defenses. Only drones, AI-controlled drones, and smart missiles could effectively enter attack range, but they were shattered by the battle barge's point defense cannons. The battle barge facing the ancient hero-class cruiser was simply a dimension-reducing strike. Of course, the Tier Mother battle barge's service age seems to be even longer than the entire TO's interstellar history. Matthew Rio suppressed his fighting spirit and sat back down in the commander's chair. Brother Yifeng's judgment was correct. Indeed, the enemy had a cruiser-sized presence but lacked the corresponding combat power, all show and no substance, paper-thin old rats. After analyzing numerous cases of failed naval battles, the TO's tactics were not without improvement. As one hero-class cruiser was taking a beating, numerous frigates swarmed it, while another hero-class cruiser poured fire from a distance. And then, the railguns almost ran out of ammunition, yet they still couldn't break the void shields. The apprentice commander quickly recorded the war situation. This was even tougher than the Imperium of manned battleships encountered during the Damocles Crusade era. Valuable intelligence. Subsequently, an eerie warp glow lit up behind that warship. The Eternal Mountain, leading a squadron of lunar-class cruisers, burst out of the warp, nearly rear-ending the enemy's cruiser. The Eternal Mountain didn't even have to act. 9 lunar-class cruisers immediately riddled the hero-class cruiser with holes. With our main forces annihilated before their eyes, the Defender-class frigates maintained astonishing rationality, leaving 2 frigates to attempt to stall our warships to the death, while the remaining forces immediately began to flee. The Tier Mother was now pockmarked all over. Her void shields had not completely overloaded, but the slow-moving drones had still caused considerable damage. Chapter Master Matthew Rio was glad he listened to the advice in the brocade pouch, and the new communication from Brother Yifeng was very simple. Can you handle these 2 little things? It's a matter of mere conversation. Even if you have the will to die, under the might of great ships and cannons, you merely add a few more souls to the fallen. The vast fleet began to pursue the enemy. Their old engines could not support prolonged warp travel, and moreover, the Defender-class frigates were considered obsolete products in the eyes of the TO. The TO's small ships primarily use maneuvering engines and do not carry warp drives or warp drives. Their small warships are typically suspended on the sides of larger warships for long-distance travel. Among the fleeing enemies, some ships broke off to engage in hit-and-run tactics, scattering and raiding. Here's a joke: 4 outdated, slow warships engaging in skirmishes against 10 advanced warships. The ancient God Spear Lance array on the Eternal Mountain activated, unleashing a form of energy attack almost unseen by the enemy, obliterating a frigate in a matter of breaths. The last frigate they were covering had already fled far away, but note, Yifeng Chapter's own lunar-class cruisers are equipped with Nova cannons. A shell over 50 meters in diameter, accelerated to sublight speed, had a destructive power exceeding 10 plasma space torpedoes. This long-range strike weapon was far more advanced than anything the TO possessed. In the empty expanse of space, the lunar-class cruisers mercilessly unleashed multi-angle crossfire, instantly turning the fleeing enemy into a dazzling display of fireworks. Our forces' first contact with the enemy ended here. After the battle, Yifeng and Matthew Rio sat together, eating 10 of Tinos's specially made green mochi, yet still couldn't figure it out. This was too pathetic. How did they survive in the galaxy? How exactly was the Damocles Crusade fought? Historical records of that crusade were vague, an old imperial tradition: if a battle didn't go well, they'd record it poorly, inaccurately, or attribute casualties to subsequent campaigns. They said the Imperium deployed 12 or 19 capital warships at the time. Surely they didn't deploy no battleships, did they? Surely it wasn't just a dozen light and heavy cruisers that were deployed. 500 Astartes, taking 2 strike cruisers? And the Titan legions was deployed too, right? Surely it wasn't just Warhound scout Titans. Yifeng, who had never seen a proper Imperial Navy fleet in large numbers since birth, had no concept of warship quantities. Can't you just build them if you have the technology and materials? Matthew Rio was much the same, he'd only seen them a few times when he was young. Later, the Lamenter's Penitent Crusade was almost a solo operation, fighting the Tyranids for 100 years, and then he encountered Yifeng during a warp anomaly, didn't he? Later, Matthew Rio participated in the large-scale battles organized by Dante. With hundreds of capital warships swarming, weren't his few warships just a small fleet? The brains of these 2 bumpkins, sitting on mountains of gold and silver, were almost overloaded. At this moment, the TO plenipotentiary commander's brain was truly overloaded. His vanguard forces, without even a ripple, were just gone. The information they bravely recorded and transmitted back from a distance was just about a fierce battle with a giant warship with incredibly strong defenses, and then they were gone? This plenipotentiary commander immediately ordered a war alert to be issued. The remaining forces immediately began to evacuate. The large warships split up and began to retreat, while a small number of frigates, carrying the only few teams of fire-cast scouts, desperately fanned out, launching reconnaissance. The warning reached the nearby home worlds, and the Guardian fleet stationed there were fully mobilized. Resist the evil Imperium, defend our homes to the death. TO, defend your homes and country, who else but us, for the greater good. Why don't I make up a TO name? Because. Note, the TO's true names are abolished when they are very young. They only have a series of titles, which, translated, would be the brave and resourceful Firecast Fireblade, excellent scout and warm-hearted, who is adept at using drones. This title changes constantly as their experiences grow, always based on others' evaluations of that TO. You have to climb to a position like Shadow soon to be worthy of such a short, unique title. Chapter 155 The war is about to break out. The home world of the TO, the most important of their core worlds, where countless ships came and went, was the most prosperous world of the TO. In the innermost core of the TO, the supreme leader of the ethereal sat around a round table with a group of men in black. The leader angrily slapped the intelligence report onto the table. The Imperium is here again. I told you then not to cross the Damocles Gulf. You didn't listen. I said the time was not right. Humph, you also said back then not to help these weak blue-skinned creatures and just quietly wait for the end war to arrive. That's because of that damned Adeptus Mechanicus warship. The Supreme Teo leader roared furiously at everyone. That ship would arrive here and discover us. You foresaw it, you must have performed rituals, and prescience told you. The leader pounded the table in anger. You calculated me into it too. You knew they would find this place. We had been there for 3,000 years by then. You were always ready, you were waiting for it to come. Yes, we executed it very well, and the Teo's development is on track, but the Imperium should not launch an offensive at this time. Prescience did not tell us. The man in black spread his hands, saying helplessly. Prescience only gave two omens. One was that within several millennia, the Imperium of Man would be unable to interfere with us. After a major chaos operation succeeded, our technology would also be mature enough for a final showdown with all the forces of the galaxy. The other omen was that our rapid expansion would affect the Storm Lord nearby. That damned Necrons would fight us, and we would coincidentally acquire their technology. Also several millennia later, our highly mechanized selves could strike before that major chaos operation and fulfill our grand ambition. Another man in black spoke, let's call him number 2 for now. That's right, neither omen showed that the Imperium would attack us now. The Teo leader slumped back in his chair, defeated. They came here in 32K, only intending to lie low and wait for the end war, but the arrival of the Adeptus Mechanicus in 35K disrupted them, or rather, his plan. They were forced to start helping the Teo, using a backup plan. This is a very good race, almost devoid of psychic powers. If it unifies the galaxy, our grand ambition can be achieved. I know, but those madmen researched so quickly. While I was in slumber, they forcibly jumped into the warp. The warp drive project completely reverted to the old path. We cannot let the Teo conduct warp research anymore. But we have no choice. Although we killed everyone who entered the warp, some scientists are already acting strangely. They are hiding things from us. They even joined Farsight, still believing they are fighting for the future of the Teo. Enough, we are not discussing that now. Research on the reality engine continues. First, let's talk about the immediate problem. How are things with the sect emissary? There's still no word from the Greenskins. They are just idiots who only want to fight. The Gene Stealer also failed. They look down on us, they completely despise the warp god we speak of, they just want to devour us. Yes, forget about the Gene Stealer. Even if we succeeded, we would still have to fight them. What about the Eldar? No, their Grand Seer still rejects us. They believe that since we failed once, we can never recover. Now the Eldar themselves are in peril. The Necrons have always agreed to fight the warp god, but they still want to kill us too. Damn it, don't we have any powerful allies left? Wake up. Ever since that damned Word-Bearer's raid, our only ally is the Alpha Legion, who completely refuse to listen. No allies, no support, damn it. Damn prescience, the Teo leader shouted furiously, you shouldn't have trusted that damned prescience. It's a trick of chaos. From the moment we rejected our proposal, you should have realized that we cannot trust prescience. He will insert one lie among 1,000 truths, and that one lie will deliver a fatal blow at the appropriate time, just like now, just like back then. The plan had a huge flaw. The Teo, a race with almost no warp presence. A multi-race alliance, secretly sending powerful psychic allies to their deaths, fighting to the bitter end with enemies, and finally unifying the galaxy. The entire galaxy would be Teo, and all psychic races with strong warp connections would be exterminated. The Teo would use warp drives, never entering the warp. The warp gods would starve to death. The last spark of the Inner Circle, their only backup plan. The Inner Circle, a secret alliance of multiracial Xenos. They have been fighting the entities of the warp for a long time, wanting to kill them at all costs. Interestingly, they operate using precise prophecies. These psychic prophecies, enhanced by unknown means, are almost as accurate as temporal fragments. But trying to kill a warp god through warp prophecy? Isn't that like Siege devising a plan to kill himself? So, chaos went with the flow. The Inner Circle was a major driver of the Horus Heresy, perfectly helping chaos achieve the chaotic world they desired. Then they were annihilated. The loyal word-bearers and the Uthwi Seers jointly eliminated most of their high-ranking members. The Teo leader looked at his colleagues with great pain, as if another terrible sacrifice would be needed to repel the enemy, just like during the Damocles Crusade. At this moment, number 2 suddenly spoke, is it because this imperial attack will not happen at all, or is it just a minor skirmish that won't cause us fundamental harm, which is why prescience isn't warning us? The men in black, as if grasping at a lifeline, began to strategize. The last imperial crusade had a prophecy, but this time there was none. They believed they could resolve this attack on the imperial side. All of the Imperium's hidden hands were activated. The hidden guys could come out and cause some big trouble, diverting this force elsewhere, preferably like the Tyranid/Tyranid Hive fleet attack. They believed they would succeed, absolutely. The top-level meeting concluded. Although the Ethereals were indeed descendants of the Inner Circle, the young Ethereals were completely unaware of this. They truly believed they were the ruling class of the Teo. Only the oldest individuals, the Immortals, were the backbone of the Inner Circle. They took turns slumbering, waiting for the Teo's physical technology to develop sufficiently, waiting for the end war. They would command purely physical armies to fight the psychic races. Then, during one slumber, the TO accidentally jumped into the warp. This is why the usually rational TO did not confront the warp, leading to the madness of TO crew members, but instead executed all the victims. The inner circle had known about the warp for a long time. Achoo! Yi Feng sneezed, feeling more and more unlike an Astartes. Especially mentally, perhaps due to long-term proximity to the pariah bone shield. This kind of suffering is unbearable for ordinary people. Yi Feng felt he might have already experienced the pain of entering a dreadnought prematurely. Never mind, time to work. Yi Feng picked up the dossier, which contained information about the local world. The production of the Sorok world had, predictably, plummeted. Products don't appear out of thin air, working 15 hours produces more than 8 hours. Flipping to the next page. Unions were established, mostly without problems. Important industries like food and energy were nationalized, no issues there. Nominally managed by the local government, the stationed Astartes could directly intervene. Other problems then emerged. When people have free time and a little money, they want to find something to do. Engaging in leisure and entertainment easily attracts Slaanesh. Engaging in knowledge and learning easily attracts Tsianch. Engaging in military training easily attracts Kern. Engaging in medicinal health regimens easily attracts Nurgle. No wonder the ecclesiarchy is so prosperous. Looking at it this way, besides kneeling in churches to worship the emperor, there really aren't many good activities. The local populace was also honest. During this free time, food purchases surged, as if everyone was spending it queuing for food. The people of the lower hive were afraid of hunger, and for them, a happy life meant eating whenever they wanted and being full at every meal. This didn't even meet Slaanesh's standard for gluttony, because these food sticks and starch blocks were truly unappetizing. How to solve it? The core idea in one sentence: technology changes life. Perhaps there was only one archbishop in this world who could research technology as she pleased. Her name was Christina. Pariahs afraid of chaos corruption? What a joke. But now, she was still resentfully building her own home, and Yi Feng was afraid of getting beaten if he went over now. Immediately, they reached an impasse. At this point, the importance of ideological awareness became apparent. If you fear all 4 warp gods, then you fear none of them. Guarding against one is guarding against 4 is also guarding. Tsianch comes first, he thinks we are all fools and generally ignores us. Strengthen basic knowledge education, and safely confirmed knowledge can be confidently and boldly made available for study, as much as one desires. Of course, schools have compulsory courses to improve ideological awareness, and those are our own political commissars. If they spot a problem, they'll use a laser gun on the spot. Kern is easy to deal with, universal military training. Previously, there was a military ton policy where soldiers transitioned to farmers and laborers, now it's the reverse. The entire populace is armed, improving overall military literacy. Local resident committees organize training during leisure time, with imperial auxiliaries serving as instructors. While improving combat literacy, incidentally ideological defense will also be strengthened. At that time, if an enemy invades, the speed at which farmers and laborers convert to combat power will be very fast. This measure received strong support from everyone, because killing Tio, Xenos, brought many benefits. Those who had tasted the sweetness were eager to fight, wishing they could kill their way to the Tio's home world. Nurgle is more troublesome, but not indefensible. On the one hand, a large-scale national health campaign is fully underway, advocating drinking plain boiled water, maintaining personal hygiene, and promoting cleanliness and neatness as signs of having face and high social status. On the other hand, people now feel that life is good and want to live longer, which brings up the matter of life extension surgeries. Facing the endless emergence of black market surgical workshops, Yi Feng waved his hand, severely cracking down on black rooms, standardizing industry rules, and requiring relevant industries to adapt to the needs of the people, reasonably absorb talent, establish relevant assessment standards, actively extend the industrial chain, and provide one-stop services. The most difficult one is Slaanesh. Human desire is innate. Once there is a strong, unfulfilled desire, the soul in the warp will attract Slaaneshi demons. However, there is one thing that is very disgusting to Slaaneshi demons: goodwill towards others and the collective. It's still the same saying, I hope everyone is well is not within Slaanesh's authority. Thus, individual entertainment must largely shift to collective activities, which requires cultivating a sense of collective honor. If you wholeheartedly integrate into a collective and genuinely approve of it, then when this collective benefits, you will also be genuinely happy, and it will have nothing to do with Slaanesh. So, Yi Feng began a nested approach. The largest collective is undoubtedly all of humanity in the galaxy, and the slogan Unite all humanity, liberate the entire galaxy was shouted as always. Next is this sector, where the main enemies are the Tio. So the slogan is, the entire sector shares honor and disgrace, fighting to the death against Xenos through thick and thin. Then, on Sorok world, it was proclaimed that being culturally invaded by the Tio and acting as their lackeys was a great shame, a disgrace to humanity. To restore the glory of Sorok, it is our bounden duty. Yi Feng silently dumped the blame of colluding with the Tio onto the great villains who had already been strung up on lampposts. Humans would firmly oppose the Tio to prove they were not villains. Smaller still are the various hive cities, their respective factories, and communities. To develop unions and foster factory identification, Yi Feng began to recall the scene before his birth. Factories would gradually provide food, accommodation, education, and even help with finding partners. Wouldn't that boost a sense of belonging? Don't be stingy with honors. Giving too few to individuals might invite the invasion of Slaanisha's desire for honor, but give plenty to the collective. At the factory gate, a large stone tablet would be erected, inscribed with everyone's name. On the front would be the factory's honors, such as Advanced Factory or Environmental Pioneer Factory. Then, government personnel serving as factory directors would emphasize, "This is all the result of the hard work of our entire factory. We prosper and suffer together." They would award some items as prizes for honors received. Try not to use money for rewards, as the daemon of monetary desire is the easiest to invade. Give daily necessities or other things, and don't be stingy with honors, even tie big red sashes on them. Finally, there are the demons of sloth and the daemon of envy caused by slacking off and still getting paid under this system. Yi Feng waved his hand, saying, "Previously, without the technology, it was hard to calculate. Now, isn't it easy to quantify an individual's workload? It's all precise distribution according to work, so honors must also be according to work, or at least distributed by tiers. Our income distribution is all based on the proportion of your workload. Ideological awareness follows the old rules, people can be cultivated, and we have people. After a dozen or so years, when things are basically stable here, production is orderly, the people feel their lives need change, and Christina is free. She will bring in new technology, advancing life once again. Then this world might even voluntarily provide products to our newly built Forge world in exchange for technology. The connection between ordinary worlds and Forge worlds would be restored. This is the general idea, specific details still need to be seen according to the actual situation. The characteristics of people on each world are different. For example, on Sorok world, the people are short and strong. Their drawback is that visually, their blood vessels are a bit prominent. When they exert themselves, it's like activating a demonic tattoo, with veins bulging all over their bodies. For ordinary people, this is a minor issue of varicose veins. The situation here is a bit severe, bordering on Venus arrogance. The people here have some issues when facing rapidly changing environments, but their combat effectiveness in a constant environment is very strong, making them excellent infantry and tank crew. Yi Feng closed the data book, a basic plan now formed in his mind. The warp finds it difficult to make predictions about the Crimson Torrent chapter because the chapter is very obedient to Yi Feng. But to the warp, Yi Feng has never existed. This means that if Yi Feng has a whim and the chapter moves here, future prophecies would have to subtly change. The future of the inner circle, or rather, the future of the TO. Yi Feng does not plan to attack. All 20-odd worlds must complete their reforms, forming a united front. Christina will be freed up after researching the STC template fragments Yi Feng promised and constructing the great warship Yi Feng promised. Only then will the full-scale offensive against the more than 300 worlds of the greater good begin. However, the TO have already made their move. Their protector fleets have gathered in large numbers, massing troops at the border, preparing for battle. The Imperium's deep agents became active. Of course, they were bewildered, as the Imperium had no record of this operation. Their last visit here was 56 years ago, by a Ministry of Internal Affairs tax collection vessel. These deep agents couldn't request Imperial forces to go to the border again. Wouldn't that be tantamount to self-destruction? What if they notified the Xenos Inquisition and the TO were dealt with? The deep agents embedded within the Imperium were at a loss. The TO could only actively request assistance from the Alpha Legion while mobilizing their auxiliary TO. The QVESA, Human Auxiliary TO, were the most enthusiastic for war. Initially, they were Imperial Guard personnel left behind during the hasty withdrawal of the previous crusade. They surrendered, received better treatment than they did in the Imperium, and were even more afraid of being purged by the Imperium of Man. They were the staunchest advocates for war. Subsequent QVESA were their descendants and human descendants from the regular TO colonies in front of Sorok world. These people had no idea that something called the Imperium of Man existed. They were brainwashed by the greater good, and the TO pointed, they fought. The TO also liked them very much, as they filled a tactical unit gap between the physically strong, barbaric crude and the physically weak, high-tech TO. Now, those imitation, inferior laser guns were discarded, and the TO issued more advanced pulse rifles and pulse carbines to human units. If any Imperial Guard still survived, they would disdainfully say, the plasma guns I carried back then were much more powerful than these. But 900 years had passed, and the older generation had long since died out. The human auxiliary TO happily picked up the advanced weapons distributed by the TO, shouting the greater good, as they boarded the armed transport ships. Large numbers of Firecast veterans wearing XV-89 and XV-88 battlesuits were deployed. Although these were no longer the most advanced battlesuits, they were the most numerous. Too many were mass-produced during the war back then. Note, although these are called battlesuits, from the ratio of TO height to battlesuit size, they are similar to Night Titans. KX-139 Heavy Titans were also transported to the front line. These were TO Titans, developed after being beaten by the Imperium and undergoing intense deliberation. Their design philosophy was similar to the Warbringer Castigator class Titan, both being long-range heavy firepower fortresses that moved slowly. However, they could not defeat the Imperium's proper Titans. The TO even brought out Manta and Tiger Shark class spacecraft. These were not simply products of TO research, they were personally crafted by the Ethereals, the Inner Circle, with a touch of Yildari technology integrated. These were truly massive machines capable of engaging and destroying Bane Blades and Titans. Especially the Manta, with 2 heavy railguns, 6 long-barreled ion cannons, 2 missile pods, 10 seeker missiles, and 16 long-barreled burst cannons, enough to destroy an entire Astra Militarum Legion lacking sufficient armored support. The enemy arrived at the front lines with aggressive momentum but dared not cross the Thunder Pond. They focused on constructing fortress worlds, attempting to turn several frontline planets into powerful fortresses to deter the advance of Imperial forces. They aimed to inflict massive losses on the Imperium at the outset, dispelling any thoughts of further advance. Thinking this, they began to build the frontline colonies to the defensive standards of their home worlds. Yi Feng was doing the same, fully constructing a planetary Great Wall. These worlds were currently the front lines and support bases against the Tio, and in the future, they would be the front lines and positions for defending against enemies from the Imperial direction. Both sides began large-scale infrastructure projects. The difference was that Yi Feng had too few planets under his command and lacked sufficient resources to establish a complete iron defense world. However, the population was not small, and large-scale infantry training was the norm on the 20-odd planets. Yi Feng lacked Imperial auxiliaries. Previously, when fighting the Angels of Dunk-erupted orcs, he had moved enough laser guns from that world to arm several Astra Militarum legions. If based on the equipment standards of the Kadayan 13th Regiment, he could even arm 80. But there were no people. Sorok world, you have my gratitude. Of course, when it came to killing Tio, the lower hive gangs were the first to volunteer for the army. Because the government had introduced a policy, military merits could raise the status of family members, and Tio heads could also be exchanged for money. It's worth noting that the Tio population is not even as large as that of a single hive city, relying entirely on high technology and auxiliary Tio to sustain themselves. Yi Feng planned for the Lamenters chapter to lead a large army to cover his flank, while his Eternal Mountain and Iron Jungle, leading lunar-class cruisers, would crush the enemy head-on. Shadow drone fighters would no longer carry Astartes but rather mortals and bombs, relying on their rapid movement to bomb enemy supply lines and lay space mines. The Tio liked to conduct small-scale raids on supply lines, organize scouts for reconnaissance, then concentrate firepower to bombard our assembly points, set traps, and exchange shells for lives. In response to these tactics, Yi Feng also made corresponding deployment adjustments. This time, he would crush them with absolute strength, head-on and honorably. Chapter 156 Titanium is terrifying, history deceives me again. War on the verge of breaking out. Then both sides spent 3 years fortifying their positions. 3 years later, Shadow drone fighters and Tio interstellar reconnaissance craft clashed countless times in the boundless dark space, each time reaching the brink of all-out war before one side would, by unspoken agreement, pull back. Finally, after 3 years, both sides believed they held the advantage. The full commander of the Firecast held a copy of the Codex Astartes, studying it meticulously for a very long time. This experienced commander had accurately realized during his last encounter with the Astartes that the large number of metal giants deployed by the enemy in ground combat were the enemy army's trump card. The key to victory lay in restricting these enemies, preferably by luring them into a trap and utterly obliterating them. These individuals, known as Astartes, wore the finest and toughest battle armor, making them almost impervious to his ground forces. But other units could deal with them. No matter how powerful they were, could they withstand ground-based anti-aircraft cannons, equivalent to those capable of destroying lunar-class cruisers, firing horizontally. The Firecast commander reread the Codex Astartes. According to it, the enemy's tactical choices were very likely to involve Astartes assaulting their vital facilities. Thus, he constructed fake command posts, fake Tio shield arrays, similar to void shields, and fake power plants. The entire planet had been evacuated, making it an iron trap. Every vital facility was laden with landmines and laser-guided signals. Once triggered, it would unleash an endless barrage of hidden missiles. The full commander confidently surveyed his defensive installations. In countless strategic simulations, they had always achieved a hard-won victory. Then he looked at his advanced warships. Since the Protector project began, the performance of their warships was fully capable of matching the enemy's so-called lunar-class main warships. However, the ethereals beside him had poured cold water on their enthusiasm many times. This ethereal had received top-level orders, which mandated that local forces should inflict as much damage as possible on the enemy's ground forces while preserving their own fleet. Their strategy was not to win in naval combat, but to ambush the enemy in ground combat. This greatly angered the full commander. He was absolutely certain that his navy could achieve victory. This was the result of countless simulations, and data would not lie. On the Tio homeworld, the Supreme Ethereals and the old members of the Inner Circle performed a special ritual, once again consulting the warp for prophecies. They received a prophecy that utterly baffled them. All-out war began 2 years ago. We died a year ago. What on earth? Was the warp malfunctioning? The Inner Circle unanimously concluded that the opening of the Great Rift had caused psychic confusion in the warp, and they would proceed based on previous prophecies. It was unclear whether this was self-deception or a complete abandonment of belief in prophecies. On the other side, over 3 years, Yi Feng had seen the stabilization of over 20 worlds, the arrival of Librarian Sisyphus with William's forces for support after a grand ritual, and Lady Christina's request to capture some Tio for study. Finally, he awaited the fully repaired battleship, Infinite Loyalty. The one seized from Slaanesch's forces. After its initial repairs, it was severely damaged during a boarding action by a warband while en route to deal with a Nurgle rogue planet heading towards Atres. Yi Feng felt the time was ripe. 4 battle barges, 1 Retribution-class battleship, 1 strike cruiser, 9 lunar-class cruisers, over 800 Astartes. 5 Titans, a heavy armored army group, several regiments of the Atres Imperial Guard, mortal regiments assembled from over 20 worlds. Wait, can I really launch an expedition larger than the Damocles Crusade on my own? A million worlds, 1,000,000 Astartes. So, with nearly 1,000 Astartes, I'd have to manage 1,000 worlds? If I occupied all of the TO, I'd still be short over 600 worlds? Yi Feng took a deep breath, suddenly realizing how arduous it was for the 12 worlds of the temporary Taiping Star region to support them. No more waiting, let's get to it. Matthew Rio bid farewell to Yi Feng. The Tier Mother quietly slipped into a warp route discovered during the last Imperial retreat, preparing to ambush the enemy's rear. It wasn't exactly an ambush, as the TO were not particularly adept at warp travel, so there was no need to speak of defending warp route node planets, they might not even know the routes themselves. Why send the Lamenters chapter? Because Yi Feng was afraid that if the Lamenters accompanied the main force would suffer catastrophic losses. For example, the engine might explode halfway through warp travel. On the main battlefield, the Eternal Mountain and 9 lunar-class cruisers plunged into the enemy's first fortress world. Alarms blared throughout the fortress, where the local protector fleet had been waiting for a long time. Through countless reconnaissance craft engagements, the experienced Firecast full commander keenly identified the main attack direction of the chapter, and gambled by committing most of his main fleet to the star system, using numerical superiority to compensate for the insufficient power of their weapons. 5 Custodian-class carriers, 10 Ambassador-class cruisers, and 11 Protector-class cruisers. This was almost all of the TO's main navy, excluding their homeworld defense forces. Suddenly, the void of space was filled with dazzling light. Countless kinetic weapons crisscrossed the battlefield, and the beams of energy weapons shone brighter than stars. The Red Tide fleet maintained its position at the edge of the star system, even rapidly retreating to prevent premature attrition from the enemy's long-range bombardment. This caused a slight misunderstanding for the Firecast commander. He believed that after the enemy emerged and found their fleet to be strong, exceeding their expectations, the Imperium of Man fleet was unable to cope and was slowly retreating, intending to conceal their strategic desire to withdraw. So, what are we waiting for? Push forward. The entire TO fleet dispersed into 3 formations, pushing forward to the very front of the star system, reaching the same position as the outermost space-based gun platforms. At this location, if the Red Tide fleet approached, it would be subjected to the most ferocious firepower. At this time, the Imperial fleet had already retreated to a very distant position. At this moment, Yi Feng ordered all fleets to go full speed, circling the star system. The TO full commander's conviction that they held the advantage grew stronger. The Imperium of Man's forces were searching for weaknesses in their star system, it had to be. They couldn't imagine that their star system had been forged into an impregnable iron fortress. No matter where they attacked from, they would be met with their fierce assault. This fortress star system had a total of 5 planets. The planet closest to the star was too hot for anything to be deployed. The second planet was a colony, home to the Kroot auxiliary TO, and had now been transformed into an iron fortress, with magnificent space station defenses on the outskirts of the star system. The third was a gas giant, valueless and difficult to install gun platforms on. The fourth and fifth terrestrial planets, though unsuitable for life, were covered with numerous gun platforms and false targets, making them complete traps. Now, the area around the fifth planet was densely packed with TO warships. Both sides' long-range weapons had opened fire. The difference was that the Crimson Torrent chapter fired its broadside weapons, while the enemy fired its bow weapons. The full commander glanced at the ethereal behind him, who gently shook his head, signaling him to proceed with the original plan. Damn it, why won't they let us attack? The full commander also ordered his fleet to begin circling their star system, maintaining a firing exchange with the Red Tide warships. In terms of long-range firepower, they had a huge advantage. The enemy didn't know how to play to their strengths and avoid their weaknesses, they were simply amateurs. The Firecast full commander increasingly looked down on the enemy before him. In terms of technology, they had a slight advantage, but in terms of tactics, they were like Kruger beasts, the guerrillas. Weren't these clearly technological barbarians? The Eternal Mountain was at the very front. Battle barges were not adept at long-range combat, but their void shields were advanced and could temporarily serve as a shield. The lunar-class cruisers behind the battle barges unleashed their firepower from their broadsides. After circling the star system for 1.5 rotations, the Eternal Mountain could no longer hold out and began to slowly retreat, with several lunar-class cruisers taking its place. In contrast, the TO suffered almost no losses, not even their shields were overloaded. Only a few frigates and gunboats were damaged. The full commander once again demanded that the entire army sally forth and fight the enemy to the death, but he was stopped by the ethereal behind him. Why? The commander repeatedly questioned the ethereal, finally angering him. The ethereal's eyes glowed faintly with psychic energy, like bright stars. I said, follow the orders of, deleted, adult. Hold the star system. Do not engage in battle. The full commander immediately stood at attention, accepting the order, understood. All for the greater good. The ethereal also sighed. He, too, didn't understand why the supreme leader repeatedly cautioned them not to engage. It was clearly a huge advantage, wasn't it? The TO made 2 mistakes. First, they believed that the forces before them were Yi Feng's main strength. They didn't know that William and the Infinite Loyalty were coming as reinforcements. In TO intelligence, the enemy only had one big ship that hadn't been used yet, possibly a trump card. Second, they had circled the star system 1.5 times, which meant their warships were facing away from the Mandeville point where Yi Feng had entered. When Yi Feng ordered his forces to turn and face the enemy with their bows, the Firecast personnel were filled with fighting spirit, believing the enemy was preparing for a decisive battle. Then, on the other side of the star system, at the Mandeville point, the stern vigilance, dawn of light, and infinite loyalty emerged from the warp. The tough battle barges charged towards the enemy's planet. The TO fleet was greatly alarmed. 2 Custodian-class carriers and 3 Ambassador-class cruisers immediately turned around, attempting to return and support their world. At this moment, the lunar-class cruisers on the front had completed their turn and were rapidly rushing towards the TO. Due to their rapid rotation, the TO fleet was now far from the gun platform support of the 5th planet. Only the space-based gun platforms floating in the star system could cover them. Hold steady, don't move. First formation, turn to engage the attacking enemy. Second and third formations, prepare for a volley. The lunar-class cruisers rapidly approached the TO warships. After a rough calculation, the full commander realized that his warship's maximum speed was only 80% of the enemy's. Damn it, would those guys die if they didn't brag? They said their warship's performance completely surpassed the enemy's, but it turned out to be nothing. The lunar-class cruiser was about to enter the combat range of the Shadowhawks, which was the maximum combat range for these AI-controlled units. The Custodian-class carrier released its combat formations, with numerous space bombers and Shadowhawk formations roaring out and then flying towards the enemy. Bright light gradually condensed on the cannon barrels suspended from the bow of the lunar-class cruiser. The lunar-class cruiser's Nova cannon fired. Giant sublight speed shells rapidly struck the warships ahead. The TO were unable to dodge, and 7 out of 9 shells hit, instantly destroying 5 of the enemy's Ambassador-class cruisers and heavily damaging 2 Custodian-class carriers. The TO were greatly alarmed. What is this? The Imperium of Man has never used it before. Is it a new weapon? The full commander of the fire caste felt the situation was spiraling out of control. He seemed to have lost the initiative on the battlefield. Don't panic. Such a powerful weapon must have a very long reload time. They won't have a chance to fire a second time. The powerful lunar-class cruiser did not stop. Instead, it accelerated towards the enemy, preparing for close-quarters combat. At this moment, the full commander knew that the time had come to turn the tide. The Defender fleet had learned from the Damocles Crusade. Although they did not install additional weaponry on the broadsides of their warships, they had infinitely reduced the broadside area. Indeed, the current TO warships were no longer long, cylindrical shapes. Instead, they were flat, like butterflies, like manta rays. Their broadside area was extremely small, only the thickness of an ion cannon. The lunar-class cruiser plunged into the formation but found that its broadside macro cannons and torpedoes were difficult to hit targets, because both sides were charging face-to-face, and the first contact would definitely be broadside to broadside. The enemy would slightly turn, adjust, and our attack would just graze past them. Although the enemy did not have a speed advantage, their Custodian-class carriers released a large number of Shadowhawk drones and missiles, launching an all-angle attack on the lunar-class cruiser. These slow-moving targets penetrated the void shield and fiercely engaged with the point defense cannons. Upon entering a chaotic melee, the lunar-class cruiser also executed rapid formation changes. Communications, bolstered by the librarian, were very clear, allowing for complex formation shifts. The price of the manta ray-shaped warships having narrow broadsides was that their bottom surface area was huge. Once an Imperial warship found the right angle during maneuvering, it would be a guaranteed hit. The TO commander was not foolish. He immediately ordered all warships to scatter, engaging in chaotic, multi-angle attacks, and also commanded the orbital defense platforms to begin firing. These long-built orbital defense facilities were not typically deployed in planetary orbit, but in star system orbit. Pulse cannons, missile pods, heavy railguns, and heavy ion cannons were all ship-mounted. Their sole purpose was to strike enemy vessels. Like ants biting an elephant to death, a large number of attacks were gradually wearing down and eroding the lunar-class cruiser's armor and void shield. The enemy had a numerical advantage, this was undeniable. The only commendable aspect of the TO was that their dense point defense firepower effectively blocked the torpedo attacks. The concentrated bombardment of railguns could quickly break through the defenses of lightly armored targets in close combat, but do we even have lightly armored targets? It seemed not, there were only a few frigates. Now it was a struggle. The TO were fully attacking our void shield and armor, while we were gambling on the macro cannon hit rate and also waiting for the lance to cool down. Lances were guaranteed to hit. This was not some laser pointer, lances could fire for extended periods, like a laser cutter. The enemy's shield technology level was too low. The lance arrays of 3 lunar-class cruisers attacking simultaneously were enough to completely destroy a complete enemy vessel, shields and armor included. After several such rounds, several of the enemy's Ambassador-class cruisers were destroyed. The TO commander frantically ordered the Warden-class frigates to ram the lunar-class cruisers at full speed, forcing the enemy to shift their main firepower to the frigates, buying time for the Custodian-class carriers to continue their firepower output. At this point, the Crimson Torrent chapter's lack of frigates in this offensive became apparent. A few Nova-class frigates struggled to intercept the enemy's frigates, and the battlefield devolved into a melee. Relying on the sacrifice of the frigates, the TO's larger warships gradually pulled away from our forces. Furthermore, the full commander ordered that after overloading the lunar-class cruiser's void shield, the priority was to attack our lance weapon arrays. As time passed, the lances of the 3 lunar-class cruisers were destroyed. Similarly, the enemy's frigates were almost completely destroyed, with shattered armor and unrescued escape pods littering the entire battlefield. The TO's large warships' firepower gradually shifted. They discovered that the enemy's super-large vessel, whose void shield was almost overloaded earlier, had not joined the lunar-class cruisers but was heading directly for their main fleet. The enemy had formed a pincer attack, with the Eternal Mountain alone forming one pincer. Soon, the Eternal Mountain, traveling alone, arrived at the battlefield. The terrifying power of its bombardment cannons would show the enemy that their boasted combat strength was nothing in our eyes. As a single bombardment cannon blew a damaged enemy custodian-class carrier to pieces, the situation on the main battlefield began to tilt in favor of the Imperium of Man. 10 against 14. The enemy made a mistake. They should not have split their forces to deal with William's fleet. They made a second mistake. They actually believed 5 warships could hold back William. The 2 battle barges completely ignored the enemy's forces, heading straight for the enemy's world, suppressing the enemy's ground-based gun platforms with their own firepower to reduce their impact on the space battle. As for the infinite loyalty, it was fighting 1 against 5, overwhelming the enemy. Are you kidding? I am a proper Retribution-class battleship. What kind of monstrous entities are you to dare to challenge my firepower? The warship's bombardment was swift and decisive, instantly destroying one of the enemy's cruisers. The enemy's warships attempted to use their numerical advantage to launch attacks from all directions, but Imperial warships were always armed to the teeth. No matter where you appeared, a Retribution-class battleship always had over 3 weapon arrays pointed at you. The TO finally witnessed what was meant by a barbaric design philosophy to the point of madness. The machine spirit of the Retribution-class battleship furiously unleashed its firepower, macro cannons firing in salvos, and the lance cooldown time was even shorter than usual. How many years has it been since I've fought a battle like this? I'm going to blow you all to smithereens. Of the 27 warships, only 18 remained. And of the enemy's 14 warships, not a single one had been destroyed, only 3 were barely considered combat ineffective. Even the Lunar-class cruiser, which was in the thick of the fighting, was severely damaged, its weapon arrays almost completely destroyed, yet its lowest priority torpedo tubes were still firing plasma torpedoes. Retreat, full commander. Execute the Supreme Leader's orders. The full commander had already begun to comply. Their battle this time ended in complete failure. They could only retreat towards the edge of the star system, awaiting support from several warships from other fortress worlds and the merchant fleet. The last 2 Warden-class frigates launched a suicidal attack on Yifeng's main fleet, buying time for their main forces. They released a smoke screen that could interfere with auger array detection, attempting to obscure our warship's vision like a squid expelling ink. This artificial TO-made space smoke bomb, combined with the dense warship debris on the battlefield, effectively obscured vision. Yifeng looked at the enemy's actions with a strange expression. Didn't they know that smoke bombs were only useful when the enemy was wary of them? Didn't they know that in space, slower ships would inevitably be caught after an almost infinitely long time? The Eternal Mountain fearlessly passed through the enemy's smoke screen, adjusting its course to pursue the enemy. Commander, retreat. What about our warriors on the planet? I said, retreat. This Ethereals was not the inner circle. It only knew that if they didn't leave now, the navy would be completely annihilated. It only knew that the superior's order was to preserve the naval forces. The Imperial fleet's determination surprised the TO. The Crimson Torrent chapter launched not a pursuit to drive them away, but an unrestricted hunt. Finally, out of desperation, most of the enemy ships that had retreated outside the star system prepared for warp jump. Of course, Yifeng would definitely play dirty. When the TO calculated from data that the Eternal Mountain would still take several minutes to catch up to them, and they had enough time to attach smaller ships to the sides of larger ones, the Shadow Drone Fighter were launched. Solid-state positioning combined with a hyper-acceleration system directly sent the warriors to the enemy's side with eerie acceleration. The TO were very familiar with these things. They had always considered them drones because their reconnaissance always collected intelligence from afar, and upon detection, they would immediately flee at extremely high speeds. And now, they discovered that the enemy was passing through the dense barge at terrifying speeds, then dropping cylindrical missiles directly into a custodian-class carrier. Duds. That warship was hit by 6 enemy missiles, but no explosion occurred. Subsequently, that warship completely lost contact, not only slowly decelerating but also its warp drive stopped. No matter how the TO called, they simply could not contact that warship. It might be biological gas, the junior commander said. Impossible. Our warship's sealed doors are very strict. All personnel wear sealed spacesuits. At worst, we still have escape pods to use. It's impossible for an entire warship to be annihilated by biological gas. Could it be Astartes? What kind of organism can withstand the acceleration produced by such maneuvers? The full commander was somewhat unsure and reread the Codex Astartes. He didn't see anything about the enemy using reconnaissance aircraft for delivery. There was no time for hesitation. The other warships immediately activated their warp drives and fled the battlefield. They would engage the enemy in a decisive battle at the next steel fortress. The captured Custodian-class carrier slowly stopped, was captured by the Eternal Mountain, and then turned to fly back into the star system. How should these enemy planets, armed like hedgehogs, be dealt with? Chapter 157 Star Players Homework. For enemy ground forces, Chapter Master Yifeng's judgment has always been based on 2 criteria: can humans live there? If they can, fight; if not, exterminatus. Thus, the 5th and 4th planets were not even looked at, they were simply blown up. However, the 3rd planet was a genuinely habitable world, which made the warriors hesitate. The local shield system was still active. Following the usual logic, they would rush in, disable the shields, and then initiate orbital bombardment. But Chapter Master Yifeng was slow to give the order, which puzzled William. Chapter Master Yifeng, why aren't we attacking? We are confident we can annihilate the enemy. The question is, why? Why? Aren't we here to fight the TO and reclaim lost territory? William was very confused. I mean, why should we spend time occupying the enemy's planet now? What then? Just leave it. Let me tell you a story, William. Chapter Master Yifeng cleared his throat, adopting the expression of an old dreadnought about to spin a yarn. It was truly nostalgic. As Chapter Master Yifeng's chief disciple and one of the first recruits, William hadn't seen Chapter Master Yifeng make that expression in a long time. A long time ago, on an ancient and primitive world, there were beautiful, vast grasslands, much like Kogaris, with abundant water and grass, and endless skies. The people there were divided into many clans, living a nomadic life. However, wherever there are people, there is war. Divided into clans, they fought and plundered each other until a great ruler emerged. His name was Temujin. He keenly realized that the current fighting was meaningless because warriors always prioritized plundering women and wealth. The men of the enemy clans could easily escape, regroup, and return to reclaim their wealth and women. Likewise, they did not aim to kill the enemy men. Therefore, after Temujin gained firm control of his army with an iron fist, he forcefully demanded that his warriors, once battle began, must prioritize killing the enemy's strong males. They were not to plunder women or wealth until the last man of the opposing clan fell. With this strategy, he swiftly unified the grasslands and became a powerful ruler. So, William, do you understand what I mean? You mean the TO are the men, and we should prioritize eliminating their living forces. You haven't quite grasped it. I ask you, do they have shipyards? This star system. Space has been cleared. The ground is uncertain. If there are any on the ground, what is the largest type of ship they can build? Transport ships? At most, medium transport ships, or perhaps miniature gunboats. Large warship constructions are extremely complex. Some materials must be assembled in the low-gravity environment of space. The vast majority of Imperial warships are built in the space shipyards of Forge Worlds, with a few built in Mechanic-U's arcs. Think about it, a battleship tens of kilometers long, with drop pod launchers installed at its bottom instead of large engine nozzles. How could it take off from the ground? In other words, the small spacecraft built by the enemy's ground-based cannons and shipyards cannot affect my Imperial Navy. So why should I bother with them? Chapter Master Yifeng stared intently into William's eyes. The strong men of the enemy clan do not refer to the TO, but to the enemy's Imperial Navy fleet. As long as we eliminate this fleet, which can fight and flee, and destroy their shipyards, those entrenched on the planet will be women and wealth waiting to die. But Chapter Master Yifeng, while our warships can easily withstand the enemy's ground-based firepower, our supply transport ships cannot. Which is our largest ammunition transport ship? The Eternal Mountain. The Stern Vigilance is responsible for suppressing the enemy colony's ground-based artillery. According to their calculations, the enemy's firepower coverage that can harm the anti-air range of our small supply ships is approximately 300,000 kilometers. That's a bit less than the distance from Terra to the Moon. Then our transport ships just need to stay a bit further away from them. This is such a large star system. Currently, the chapter has two options. 1. Prioritize annihilating the enemy's Imperial Navy power, push deep, and head straight for the TO homeworlds, forcing their main fleet to a decisive battle with our Imperial Navy, settling it in one swift strike. 2. Jump starfighting, every few planets, capture an enemy star system as a supply point, with the supply line in between managed by the Iron Jungle Strike Cruiser and Nova-class frigate formations. Advance in leaps, still heading for the enemy's homeworlds, forcing the enemy to a decisive engagement with our Imperial Navy. Before the war, they were anxious, believing they were fighting the vast Imperium of man. After the war, we are anxious, the supply capabilities of the 300 worlds far exceed Chapter Master Yifeng's few dozen worlds. Relying on advanced technology and a powerful fleet, a swift victory is the core strategy. The question is, how far do we go? Damocles Gulf takes 5 months to cross from the warp, clearly not an environment suitable for a lightning war. So, we fight up to Damocles Gulf? Strategic first phase, advance into Dabi, advance into Damocles Gulf. How to put it, a very White Scar's way of fighting. Farsight's secessionist territory is not on the Red Tide's path. That enclave is some distance from us, and might be the only variable. The Firecast's plenipotentiary commander was furious. The enemy's strength far exceeded the TO's imagination. His data, neither from the Maguris Gulf campaign nor the Damocles Gulf campaign, had ever shown such an enemy. The Imperium of Man's fleet seemed to have rectified all previous issues, their warship coordination and fighter control capabilities were almost on par with his own. And they had deployed a large number of new equipment. Those stubborn sociologists had misjudged the human world, they were not decadent and ignorant, at least not technologically. He did not know about the White Scar's warrior's special talent for fighter control, but that did not prevent him from viewing the enemy he currently faced as a formidable opponent. Without Imperial Navy cover, the Fortress World deployment plan would be difficult to implement. The plenipotentiary commander requested the supervising ethereal leader to make a counterattack after rendezvousing with the Imperial Navy fleet of the next world, to cover the previous Fortress World, or at least attempt to reclaim their Custodian-class carrier. This was their most advanced warship, they absolutely could not let the hateful humans acquire this advanced technology. The hastily retreating TO fleet arrived in the next star system, where dozens of ancient warships from a merchant fleet were located. The local world urgently mobilized. This was a Vespid colony, that planet was a giant gas giant, and the Vespids had colonized it for several centuries, making it historically significant. The local defenses were also primarily ground-based gun emplacements, with a small number of space-based gun emplacements, designed to work with the fleet. Just as the plenipotentiary commander was about to order the deployment of fleets to suitable positions, the warp light behind him unexpectedly flared up. 3 battle barges and 1 battleship were the first to burst out, seeing a group of stunned enemies, whose warships hadn't even completed their turns and were still facing away from them. The merchant fleet's ships were facing Chapter Master Yifeng head-on, so they immediately moved to engage. Railgun fire was no different from marbles to the battle barges. Behind the 3 massive meat shields was the infinite loyalty. Its frenzied machine spirit had not yet been appeased, and it immediately entered a berserk state again. 18 macro cannon arrays, 3 lance arrays, and 6 warship-grade ion giant cannons are an undeniable amount of firepower in any battle. A range even greater than the TOs allowed it to open fire first. A step ahead is a step ahead. The sudden appearance of the large army caused heavy losses to the TO Imperial Navy. The battle barges continued to forcibly remove the enemy's space-based gun emplacements with their thick hides, crashing into the enemy's formation. In an instant, like wolves entering a flock of sheep, they charged left and right as if in an uninhabited land. Although TO warships have insufficient maximum engine speed, they do have a slight advantage in rapid turning during close-quarters combat. Therefore, when macro cannons are fired, they do not specifically aim at the enemy warship's engines or weapon arrays, but rather spray out like a splash of water. The aircast general skillfully controlled the merchant fleet to quickly approach the enemy's main fleet. It was only there to meet the main army, but in a crisis, it chose to sacrifice itself. Although there were only 4 enemy ships, he noticed the plenipotentiary commander's panic. These are ships that cannot be resisted. I'm not familiar with fighting, but I know how to pilot a ship, so I'm not going to fire. I'm going to ram them with the ammunition depot. Time must be bought for the main fleet, for the greater good. On the armed transport ships of the merchant fleet, the vast majority were ammunition supplies for the main fleet. Now, they all rushed towards the enemy. 5th, 6th transport detachments, what are you doing? Get back here, you are no match. Don't look back, plenipotentiary commander. You are the spark of the greater good. Watch us, collect enemy data, continue to retreat to where you believe there is enough strength, and then avenge us. The aircast general's decision, made in a single breath, changed the course of the war in this star system. The huge ammunition depots detonated in space, their immense power forcing the battle barges to perform emergency evasive maneuvers. The sky-wide explosions obscured the entire view of Chapter Master Yifeng's fleet. The auger array was full of high-energy readings, making it impossible to detect the enemy's whereabouts behind the massive explosion cloud. At this moment, the remaining 6 lunar-class cruisers also jumped out. The Firecast's plenipotentiary commander looked back at the ethereal noble. He said nothing, as cold as a statue. This commander also understood at this moment that the enemy could not possibly deal with their fortresses so quickly, they must have been chasing their fleet like reckless brutes. Brutes? Can naval combat experience with orcs be applied here? Everyone, listen to my command. The wounded fleet is to scatter and retreat, rendezvousing at the Virlos home world. Notify the main fleets of the other home worlds to all gather at the Virlos home world. The shattered fleet broke through in various directions. The main fleet, still consisting of the Custodian-class carrier carrying the plenipotentiary commander and some intact cruisers, lured the Imperial fleet forward. If you don't give us time to resupply, do you think you'll have time to resupply? Those scattered forces, besides the wounded returning for emergency repairs, might also attempt a counterattack. Cut off their supply lines. The Imperial Navy is in its prime, but as the art of war says, a single effort is enough, a second is weak, and a third is exhausted. Without resupply, how long can your main fleet maintain its unstoppable momentum? The local navy and the main fleet that retreated here cooperated, forming layers of resistance, continuously eroding their morale. With each retreat, I will bring the local fleet. This is the TO's home turf, and our fleet will grow stronger with each battle. Other fleets will gather at Virlos, and by then, your exhausted forces will meet my well-rested defenders. We may not be without a fighting chance. Expeditionary battles are fought with star systems as the chessboard, being fixated on the gains and losses of a single location is not the mark of a strong general or a wise commander. Under the cover of merchant convoys, the TO's main fleet gradually withdrew to the inner circle defense line within the star system and completed its strategic deployment. Relying on the inner circle defenses, the second large-scale naval battle hastily began. After seeing the damaged ships withdraw, the overall commander gathered the remaining 17 main warship and the 10 surviving merchant convoys, forming a defensive formation around the Vespid's giant gas planet. It would be best if we could damage 3 more lunar-class cruiser. The commander no longer hoped for anything. Once the strategy of layered resistance to wear down the enemy was set, it meant preparing to trade land for casualties. Chapter Master Yifeng initially didn't realize it was a colony, a giant gas planet. He thought it was an energy collection center. It was still the classic White Scars hit-and-run formation. 10 warships seemed to fight independently, scattered in various places, yet converging into a fist at certain navigation points, smashing into the enemy's defense line. Kazanov was eager for action. In the last battle, Chapter Master Yifeng said no boarding actions were allowed, but this was the second battle, wasn't it? Chapter Master Yifeng didn't say anything, so that means I, as the company commander, have command authority now. The Terminator's warriors silently retreated to the warp teleportation device, quietly awaiting Kazanov's orders. After dozens of minutes of skirmishing, Chapter Master Yifeng saw a fleeting opportunity. All warship activate fuel propulsion, initiate high-speed turns, prepare to assault. High-energy fuel jetted out, and the lunar-class cruiser made an emergency turn, facing the enemy cluster with its bow, followed by the Nova Cannon's offensive. When the Imperial Navy turned, the TO realized the Nova Cannon attack was coming. They immediately maneuvered, but under the attack of massive sublight-speed projectiles, 2 warships were still hit, falling into the Vespid's colonial world, engulfed in thick flames. All forces attack. Space torpedoes launched from our ship's bow, with warship following closely behind, assaulting the enemy. The battle barge suddenly accelerated using high-energy fuel, an acceleration device meant for pushing into planetary orbit, now perfectly suited for this situation. Braving the bombardment of railguns and heavy ion cannons, the Eternal Mountain charged towards the enemy. At this moment, William, who had been observing the entire field, noticed something was wrong. The area where the enemy ship crashed into the planet, zoom in again. By the Emperor, that's not an energy station, that's a complete colony. The burning wreckage falling into the planet tore through the dense atmosphere, revealing Vespid structures. Emergency call to Chapter Master Yi Feng. At this point, the Eternal Mountain had already charged onto the enemy's orbital defense station, engaging in fierce combat with both the enemy fleet and the space station. Suddenly, a large number of muzzle flashes erupted from the dense atmosphere, and countless missiles flew directly towards the battle barge. Warning, warning, the ship's bottom void shield is overloading, bottom armor damage 1%. Enemy missile swarm is heading our way. Fury Interceptor Squadron deploy, Shadowhawk Fighter Swarm deploy. Chapter Master Yi Feng issued commands methodically, but the anomaly of this planet still infuriated him. Ignore the planetary assault, focus all efforts on destroying the enemy space station and naval fleet. The Eternal Mountain ignored other smaller ships, heading straight for the enemy's Custodian-class carrier. In the last battle, the Custodian-class carrier suffered heavy casualties, one was captured, one was shattered by the Eternal Mountain, and one was heavily damaged and had already withdrawn. Now only 2 remained. The TO had witnessed the might of the battle barge once before. A Warden gunboat tried to delay it, but the Eternal Mountain ignored it, directly ramming it into 2 halves. My ramming prow isn't just for show, but your warship, it's truly made of dough. A volley of lance from the Eternal Mountain. For some reason, the enemy's shields suddenly became reliable, the lance only destroyed one side of the weapon array, not completely eliminating them. Kazanov heard this and knew his chance had come. Chapter Master Yi Feng, I request permission to board. Kazanov, already clad in Terminator armor, stood stiffly beside the command room. The Red Tide is divided into a command room and a forward command room. Only Chapter Master Yi Feng stays in the command room due to a certain shield, no mortals are deployed there. Go, only warp teleportation is allowed. The enemy's point defense firepower is still too dense. Understood. Thump 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 thump. How can this guy run so fast while wearing ironclad Terminator? One of the chapter's 10 unsolved mysteries. As the warp light flared, Chapter Master Yi Feng no longer paid attention to that Custodian-class carrier, instead heading towards the enemy's last large cruiser. However, the battle barge shook violently. Warning, warning, bottom void shield overloaded, bottom armor damage 1%. These ground-based turrets are so annoying. How many has the TO deployed on the planet? On the boarded warship, Vespid and Crude had already engaged the Terminator's squad. Crude are like a low-cost version of Gene Stealer, they can consume enemy flesh and quickly evolve corresponding organs to counter their foes. But there's a limit to this. If they eat too much, they tend to become fixed in form, and then pass it down through generations. For example, the gorilla-like creatures the Crude now ride are the result of a certain Crude group eating a particularly strong beast, they couldn't revert and passed on this beastly form through generations. It looks like Astra Militarum riding Ogren giants into battle. Crude are much stronger than TO warriors. These bird-like creatures are an important land force and the primary anti-boarding force for warship. In fact, before fighting the Imperium, the TO had no concept of anti-boarding, it was a newly added troop type. These Crude, armed with TO's advanced pulse rifles, after enhancement by the Earth caste, these pulse rifles' firepower already exceeded the laser guns commonly used by Imperial forces. Of course, they are heavier and less reliable than laser guns. Vespid are known for their speed advantage, but in front of Astartes, they are just as slow and fragile. These people can't even fight as well as greenskins. Kazanov advanced with his large chainsword, but achieved almost no results. The warriors behind him, wielding ion storms, had almost slaughtered the enemy. These guys don't even wear power armor, and they expect to withstand my rapid-fire ion weapons? The fire-cast warriors made their move. Their battlesuits are advanced and heavily armed, worn by the TO most skilled in warfare to face powerful enemies. Note, TO battlesuit naming convention, for example, XV84 battlesuit. 15 stands for Hero's Mantle. T for fossil fuel driven. V for fission reactor driven. X for GW's random new energy driven, as long as it's advanced. Currently, all are X-series battlesuits. The last 2 digits. The first digit is the weight class. The second digit is the model type. 1 is under development. 2 is experimental. 3 is customized. 4 is command system compatible. 5 is stealth type. 6 is space combat type. 7 is infiltration type. 8 is fire support type. 9 is melee and assault combat type. If you find only one digit, it means it's a modular battlesuit. The digit indicates the weight class, and the combat mode can be changed at any time by installing plugins. For Astartes, these fragile shells that can't engage in melee are lambs to the slaughter. Inside the warship, apart from the battlesuit armory and deployment areas, fire-cast warriors could wear crisis battlesuits of no more than weight class 4. Any higher and they'd hit their heads. To counter the Astartes' formidable combat power, the XV-39 battlesuit, developed by the Earthcast's leading technologist, was said to be able to contend with Astartes in power armor. It was equipped with a Type B information filter and a Type M target information acquisition system, recoil absorbers that could partially offset impact force, and a TO-style jetpack that provided excellent maneuverability. For close combat, the XV-39 crisis power armor was equipped with a short-range ion cannon with greatly reduced firing delay and a recoil air cannon. The recoil air cannon could cause devastating kills to unarmored enemies by launching a spherical compressed air bubble, and then the battlesuit itself would jump away using the bubble's recoil. Long-range firepower relied on shoulder-mounted laser cannons, which were mounted on light battlesuits due to their low recoil. The only melee weapon was a nanocrystal-level catapult knife, which could be used for parrying or launched as a throwing knife. During testing, this battlesuit would jetpack to an enemy's face, fire its ion cannon, finish with the recoil air cannon, and then pull back to distance, receiving unanimous praise from TO High Command. With a grand gesture, close combat is up to you. Thus, this battlesuit was adopted by the anti-boarding units. Of course, in actual combat, it left Kazanov quite confused. What are these guys who keep jumping around doing? They were often hit by ion storms and shattered mid-jump. The crisis battlesuit's reflective liquid metal coating could only reflect some laser attacks, but it couldn't withstand ion weapons. Only a handful could get close under the cover of the drone's firepower. 8 Terminators' chainsword shattered the enemy's nano-combat blade with one blow. The enemy, in a panic, attacked with an ion cannon, but it only reduced the firing delay, it didn't eliminate it. An Astartes' reaction speed was enough to counter with a swift cut, severing the enemy's arm and ion cannon. Then the TO recoil air cannon activated, and they floated back into the air. Shattered by an ion storm. I don't know, self-destructing robots? They didn't even explode. In this way, the Terminator's squad steadily advanced towards the engine room and shield room. Chapter 158, Huge Waves. For Kazanov, these fire-cast melee warriors in combat suits were less trouble than the drones. In close combat, reaction speed determines life and death, and the fire-cast's combat suits were still primarily TO-controlled with AI assistance. Even if the AI system made a judgment in an instant, it still required confirmation from the TO warrior before it could be executed. TO warriors, fire-cast, had a reaction speed comparable to a mortal who had undergone surgery. By the time you reacted, your head would already be 3 jong away. The iron-clad Terminator's deflection field generators protected the warriors, making these weak, ineffective attacks seem more like cleaning grime from the surface of their armor. The First Company's battle-hardened veterans rampaged through the enemy vessel. Precious XV-25 crisis battlesuits, advanced combat suits capable of 99.9% optical stealth that had previously caused heavy casualties to the Imperium, were now exposed by Balz's psychic radiance and blown to pieces. In open areas, gun drones continuously strafed the iron-clad Terminators, while Vespid and Kroot fearlessly charged the Terminators, attempting to cut down the metallic monsters with their tough bodies. The TO's XV-48 fire support suits poured firepower from a distance, yet they despairingly found that these kinetic weapons could only slow the enemy's movement. Against the dog-headed enemies, they could leave some craters, but against the Terminators in their towering Terminator armor, they only caused ripples in the enemy's shields. This shouldn't be happening. These enhanced armor-piercing rounds should be able to penetrate the enemy's so-called power armor, or at least crack it. Were all the enemy's command-type heavy armor? Because too few Terminators were deployed in the last expedition, they believed this tough armor was a valuable combat suit worn by commanders. An auxiliary TO, carrying an anti-heavy armor shoulder-mounted ion missile, cautiously peeked out from a small corner, and a bolter round flew towards its head. In a moment of crisis, a gun drone blocked the attack for it, and the auxiliary TO seized the opportunity to launch its missile. The warrior responsible for suppressing fire in that area happened to be reloading, and the custodian's view was blocked by another gun drone, causing him to miss the missile. In desperation, the Terminator's warrior swung his power sword, striking the missile. Blue electrical light mixed with milky white plasma, melting most of the power sword into molten iron, which dripped onto the ground and splattered on the warrior's armor, also enraging the Astartes. For all mankind, crush these scoundrels. The probationary commander, wearing an XV-22 commander suit, ran down the corridor. This expensive crisis battlesuit could move 3 times faster than a conventional stealth suit, but it was not being used for combat now. All important command personnel were rushing towards the escape pods. Yes, TO warships had no ramming prows, they made space for escape pods instead. Surprisingly, the greatest trouble Kazanov encountered within the warship came from the QVESA, the human auxiliary TO. They formed groups, relying on the warship's automated turrets and gun drones, to set up layers of resistance against the Terminators, even blowing up their own ship's facilities and piling large amounts of useless debris in the corridors to block Kazanov's path to the TO command center. To cleanse these traitors, the Astartes would show no mercy. For the liberation of the entire galaxy. A collective roar from the Crimson Torrent chapter, amplified through loudspeakers, pressed down on the enemy like a mountain. The human traitors were almost deafened, most of them clutching their ears and writhing in pain on the ground, some rolling around behind crude cover, trying to alleviate the severe ear pain with centrifugal force. But the Terminators mercilessly trampled over the cover, crushing them along with their ridiculous metal plates. Kazanov raised his combat blade high and kicked the metal blast door fiercely. The door was deformed but not kicked open, and Kazanov, seemingly feeling a loss of face, slammed his chainsword heavily against the door, smashing it open. Fist-sized steel balls and glowing pulse attacks flew towards him. Without dodging, Kazanev's left arm-mounted storm bolter suddenly opened fire, and powerful siren-pattern armor-piercing bolter rounds penetrated the metal wall cover on the enemy warship, blasting the rats hiding behind it into chunks of flesh. The Terminators advanced coldly, breaking through, advancing, breaking through. I am the strongest in defense and the fiercest in attack on the battlefield. I am the reef in the giant wave, I am the lighthouse in the storm. I am the peerless blade, the guardian of humanity for 10,000 years. I am the Emperor's angel of death. I'll F***ing kill you all, you turtles. When the boarding party hacked and blasted their way to the bridge, the QVESA guarding it had lost all will to fight, lying on the ground trembling with their shoddy laser guns. No, it wasn't them trembling. The entire warship was shaking. The escape pod successfully detached, a section breaking off from the Custodian-class carrier, spewing primitive flames, continuously colliding with scattered warship debris along the way, and flying clumsily towards other warships. Kazanev looked mockingly at the QVESA before him, who didn't even have the courage to shoot. So, they didn't take you with them when they fled? The greater good, ridiculous. Bang. Easily capturing a Custodian-class carrier, the warriors were not overly happy. The Eternal Mountain used its hull to block other warships, as the enemy desperately fired at the vital points of their own warship, hoping to cause a catastrophic explosion that would kill the remaining auxiliary TO and Astartes. Come back, Kazanev, use boarding actions less. While transporting the warriors back, enemy gun drones hidden in space debris also destroyed a transport ship, and our side had to deploy shadow drone fighters to successfully retrieve the warriors from drifting in space. It was not worth it, a cannon bombardment would have been more satisfying. At the same time, the Dawn of Light advanced towards the enemy's last Custodian-class carrier, which was where the plenipotentiary commander was located. Immediately, a Protector-class cruiser rapidly advanced towards the battle barge at a strange angle, hoping to buy time. Melted torpedoes were launched, along with a flight formation of Fury interceptors, using the aircraft to cover the space torpedoes and engage the enemy's swarm of drones. The enemy also launched torpedoes, at least, that's what the Dawn of Light initially thought, but then the trajectories of these torpedoes were determined, they would fly in front of the warship and not affect its navigation. However, the defensive weapons still opened fire, unsure if the enemy's torpedoes had guidance capabilities. When the remaining torpedoes drifted in front of the Dawn of Light, they suddenly exploded, releasing a strange cloud of colloidal substance that scattered into space. The Dawn of Light unexpectedly crashed head-on, and its entire bow was covered in sticky goo. With a flash of brilliant fire, a large amount of metal ignited, and the entire bow of the Dawn of Light was engulfed in a sea of flames. Metal incendiary, slightly less effective than promethium, the TO were lacking in everything except innovative ideas. The TO didn't intend to destroy the enemy with these things, they couldn't even penetrate the armor, but these fiercely burning flames covered the auger array's detection, flooding the auger array with energy signals, making it impossible to detect enemies ahead. The warship's observation ports were also continuously ablaze, obscuring the view ahead. For a time, the Dawn of Light could only navigate forward by relying on communications from other warships. Seizing this opportunity, the Custodian-class carrier moved away from the Imperial Navy, returning to a safe position. All warships converge on me, provide alternating cover, and buy time for the ground-based artillery to reload. The plenipotentiary commander was trying to command the fleet, attempting to launch another offensive. Boom. The giant gas planet below suddenly flashed with lightning and thunder, and then a huge vortex appeared on the planet, even observed from space, it was quite shocking. As everyone stared in bewilderment, a world-destroying scene unfolded. The entire gas planet seemed to be squeezed by a giant hand, the planet's gas was no longer spherical but an irregular, undulating shape, like a water-filled balloon being smashed, with subterranean matter continuously surging out on a massive scale, completely disrupting the planet's environment. Then, the gas in the center of the great maelstrom rippled, spreading outwards in waves, revealing the liquid core. This was not the most terrifying part, the horror came next, as the wave-like surge rapidly swept across the entire planet, with more and more gas accumulating, then circling the planet and surging back towards the initial point. A towering giant wave composed of yellowish gas and reddish liquid metal rose hundreds of thousands of kilometers high, with lightning flashing within it, an awe-inspiring sight. This giant wave, mixed with debris from Vespid structures, crashed towards the warships in planetary orbit. Everyone was terrified, and the warships pulled up sharply, rapidly maneuvering to evade. Since the TO warships were deployed around the planet, they were closer to the planet, followed by the Eternal Mountain. At this moment, Yifeng, the instigator, was shouting to full burn. Overload engines. Run fast. I think the turrets below were too annoying, and I think we couldn't colonize down there, so I threw a big bomb. Of course, a vortex torpedo is supposed to cause global-scale damage to the crust to inflict devastating damage on surface enemies, and it's uncertain if it would work against a giant gas planet. So, he threw a bipolar vortex torpedo. And well, the effect was outstanding. The Eternal Mountain ascended urgently, barely escaping the giant wave, and the scorching gas melted the warship's cool outer paint job. It would cost a lot of money to repaint. Yifeng's heart was bleeding. On the TO side, however, things were acceptable. It was merely the loss of all frigates, merchant fleets, and 5 slow-moving cruisers. Note, TO warships are all small warships attached to large warships for long-distance travel, so the engines of small warships are generally more backward, and they fly slower. After a giant wave, everyone scattered and fled, by the time the chapter regained its senses, the enemy had already activated their warp drives and fled in several directions. Does this star system count as cleared? First jump point? Is jumping just one star a bit hasty? No, there isn't even a solid planet here, so forget it, let's continue the attack. As he was thinking this, the 3 lunar-class cruisers and the Iron Jungle Strike cruiser, which had just completed emergency repairs, had already arrived with supply transport ships. The TO fleet was stunned. How long had the battle been going on, and their fleet was left with only 1 custodian-class carrier and 7 cruisers? The losses were severe, and they had no face to meet the greater good. What exactly happened to the planet to trigger such a violent phenomenon? Whether it was disbelief or simply not considering the possibility, the TO commander thought it was a natural planetary phenomenon, or that the enemy was using weather control weapons. It had never seen a planet-destroying weapon, so naturally, it wouldn't have thought of the Imperium of Man's diverse array of exterminatus weapons. It looked back at the ethereal behind it. The current situation had exceeded everyone's expectations, and the strategy of preserving naval power and ambushing ground forces was now completely unfeasible. Our elite navy has suffered too great a loss, we cannot continue to deplete it like this. The plenipotentiary commander, fearing the Imperial Navy would catch up again, directly ordered the fleet to proceed without delay to the next star system. We cannot fight like this, the enemy's shields are too thick. The ethereal remained silent. Command was not its concern, it still needed to figure out how to give an inspiring speech and how to explain this colossal strategic blunder to the supreme leaders. The plenipotentiary commander continued, we need a brave army, loyal adherents of the greater good, to pilot merchant fleets or whatever else, to ram enemy warship, tie down the enemy, and provide time and space for our advanced warship to overload the enemy's shields. Are you sure? This is a very risky plan, and losses will be enormous. Are you sure it will succeed? I need more advanced warship. Fleets from various homeworlds need to be called in for support, as do merchant fleets. We cannot allow this Imperial Navy fleet to run rampant in our territory indefinitely. We must take decisive action. The plenipotentiary commander was furious. He believed the enemy had used the terrain to strike his fleet, and he wanted revenge. Yes, we cannot continue with the previous plan of resisting step by step. Our losses are too great. Even if we tie down the enemy warship, with our current 8 ships, we cannot inflict effective damage on the enemy. Now, having the navy fight along defensive lines would only increase casualties. We must now consolidate our strength and fight in a natural environment that is advantageous to us. And so, the TO almost abandoned most of the worlds along the line. Large numbers of transport ships carried mines, space mines, and automated turrets to the front, and brought back residents from the colonies. Merchant fleets and guardian fleets stationed across the regions converged on the Virlos world. Many star systems along the Crimson Torrent chapter's attack line were filled with traps and drone attacks. Elite firecast squads hidden throughout space would constantly harass them, even if it only served to fatigue the mortal on their ships. After this campaign, Yifeng's army consecutively broke through 3 enemy star systems, encountering no large-scale fleet resistance, and punched through the enemy's first star system defense line. Although space mines and AI-controlled drones hidden in asteroid fields caused the chapter considerable trouble, the Astartes ruthlessly swept aside all who dared to obstruct their path. Subsequently, Yifeng's fleet temporarily halted. During a warp journey, a daemon had invaded a warship, necessitating a tedious chaos inspection. Sisyphus patrolled everywhere, wielding his golden mace, which consumed a significant amount of time. The prophetic old librarian was very displeased because he found it difficult to detect any traces of the TO when he activated his evil god simulator. Thus, the golden mace found it challenging to launch an offensive against the TO from the warp, and Sisyphus truly became a melee spellcaster swinging a great hammer. He was angry. Furthermore, the old librarian was frustrated to discover that ever since William's forces merged with Yifeng's, he had found it difficult to predict the future of his own forces. To be precise, the only time he saw Yifeng in a prophecy was in fragments of time and space. This, far from confusing him, further solidified his conviction that Yifeng was an important person. A ruthless individual who dared to endure the pain of an untouchable shield for countless millennia was capable of great things. Chaos traitor, die. Sisyphus smashed a corrupted mortal into a pulp with a single hammer blow, then slowly paced, continuing his sweep. And so, Yifeng's grand fleet remained in this star system for a while. This created a misunderstanding for the enemy. Especially for the people of the inner circle. Could it be that the enemy truly retreated halfway through the fight? Quick, ask the Imperium's hidden agents if they were responsible. The people of the inner circle were in a panic. They knew that the Imperium had not yet deployed its main force, but it was enough to wipe out the TO if the esoteric battleship did not intervene. But why did they stop? The enemy hadn't suffered any significant damage. For a time, everyone was baffled, so a big shot from the inner circle came to the Virlos home world. Accompanying him were many Nakassar. The Nakassar were the second race to join the greater good. Of course, only in name. The inner circle was an alliance of many Xenos races, and more than just one race's inner circle members had fled to TO. These Nakassar were merely descendants of certain inner circle big shots. Their psychic abilities were extremely strong, even capable of fabricating non-existent memories in the minds of Astartes. Deathwatch reconnaissance units had no visual data, but they still witnessed the enemy's power, classifying them as Alpha Plus Psychers, the Imperium's highest classification for Psychers. The kind that could tear Titans apart with their bare hands and withstand orbital bombardment. Such a group of entities, who could be Grand Master in the Officio Assassinorum, were actually hiding behind the scenes, ostensibly fearing imperial purges. Clearly, it wasn't because they feared the exposure of their psychic talents, but rather the exposure of their race. The Imperium's hunt for the inner circle never ceased. This inner circle elder was named 2 Kilo. As an ethereal, an amplification-type psychic converter was decoratively worn as a badge on his chest. He subtly injected psychic energy into it, emitting a psychic ripple that influenced the Tio's pheromones from the real world, not the warp, causing the Tio to enter a state of extreme fanaticism. The Viterlos homeworld instantly gained high morale. It seemed as if the previous naval route was merely part of a plan, a necessary sacrifice to lure the enemy into this trap. The Inner Circle's leader reviewed the precious Imperial data given to him by the plenipotentiary commander, including video records of his fleet being battered by a battleship. Knowing the situation was one thing, propaganda was another. This defeat stirred up 1,000 waves, and the allies of the greater good were somewhat shaken. The ethereal Grand Elder was about to deliver a sector-wide speech to stabilize morale. First, by order of the greater good's Supreme Council, I come to stand with you all, swearing to fight to the death against the invasion of the evil Imperium. I firmly believe that everyone will fulfill their duties and loyalty to the greater good. The key to this campaign lies in whether our great and brave warriors are willing to dedicate their lives to the greater good. Whether they are willing to pave our path to victory with their blood. When the enemy's great army appears, I believe that every race, every warrior, is prepared to fight the enemy to the very end. No need for further words. When the enemy's great army reaches the depths of the star system, I will send out the signal, Tiger, Tiger, Tiger. At that time, 100 ships will launch simultaneously, a great army will attack, heading straight for the enemy's flagship, and we will surely blast the enemy into scrap metal. I will raise the ancient T battle flag and stand silently beneath it, never retreating until we achieve complete victory. Hundreds of years ago, the armies of the Imperium of Man retreated in disarray on the battlefield where this battle flag flew, and the greater good achieved a great victory. Now, its glory still shines upon us. Forward, for the greater good. The ethereal Grand Elder's speech boosted the morale of the entire army, and the Tio army stood ready. Grand Elder 2 Kilo publicly vowed to fight to the death, but secretly contacted the numerous fire-cast fanatics deployed on the front lines, those elite scouts ambushed in the star systems. Did some kind of space mine work? Did some natural phenomenon block the enemy's advance? Did the drones achieve merit? None of the above. The Imperial Navy simply sailed to the middle of the star system and then stopped without warning. The Tio tried to send troops to probe, but they all ended up being obliterated. Grand Elder 2 Kilo withdrew his psychic energy and turned to walk towards the gathering place of the Nikasar. At the same time, Yi Feng, being idle in a certain star system, drafted a letter to compatriots in the Far East sector and threw it everywhere he could. Astartes conquer all directions, the light of humanity shines across the galaxy. Following the Emperor's grand vision, shedding blood for humanity for countless millennia. Move forward. Unyielding, unstoppable, invincible, irresistible. As always. The ancient Imperium of Man has journeyed through the galaxy for over 10 millennia. We are corrupt, we are dark, we are mad. We remain the largest power in the galaxy, we still tightly hold humanity's last hope. Courage. Courage is humanity's anthem. Courage still resides in human hearts, hope streaks across the sky like a meteor. We come with hope, and raging fires will burn away the rotten wood. We are like a red tide, cleansing the galaxy's filth. We wait silently in the crimson flames, waiting for the madness to recede, waiting for humanity's rebirth. Unite, compatriots. We are human. A single finger is weak and powerless, 5 fingers can form a fist. Unite. Strike back at the enemy's aggression with fists, respond to the enemy's boasts with roars, burn the enemy's spears with the Omniscia's wrath, and tell the enemy with flowing blood, as long as there is breath, the fight will not cease. Unite, compatriots surviving in the dark worlds. Unite, compatriots fighting in the 5 great sectors. Unite, all compatriots struggling throughout the galaxy. There has never been a savior. Only generation after generation of unyielding souls. The Emperor's grand vision guides us, uniting all humanity in the galaxy under one great ideal. Unite. Liberate the entire galaxy. Chapter 159. Tell me loudly, who is guarding the national border? The Red Tide's warship had been docked in the star system for quite some time, and support from Langjukshu had also arrived. The special product from there, the material blown out from the crystal caves of the White Scar, was highly suitable for lance weapons. These weapons were modified under Yifeng's command, specifically tailored to the characteristics of Tio warships, replacing their point defense guns with low-power lances. The power of these small lances was significantly reduced, but they still retained the instantaneous aim and hit characteristic. The enemy's battlesuits had liquid reflective metal that could resist laser weapons, but because it was expensive, missiles and drones were rarely equipped with it. The modified point defense lances, though low in power, greatly shortened cooldown times and could effectively damage enemy drone swarms. Under continuous bursts from the small lances, multiple targets in the experiment were all destroyed, earning unanimous praise from all officers and crew on the warship. P.S. Sage Heichuo's warp experiments in a certain Kurkzu have made some progress, which is inconvenient to elaborate on. He should return to Langjukshu when he has time. After half of the warship's point defense guns were refitted, the main force of the Red Tide set sail once again. Having given the TO some time, it was estimated that the enemy's main naval forces had fully assembled. However, our 3 lunar-class cruisers, after emergency repairs, had no other issues except that only one array of lances remained usable, and 3 sets of macro cannons were lost. The massive fleet swept through dozens of planets between the TO's first and second lines of defense like locusts. These planets were strategically abandoned, leaving only deadly landmines under a scorched earth policy. In many places, the chapter would symbolically enter a star system, frigates would patrol, the warship's auger array would scan, and if no one was found, they would move on to the next star system. Occasionally, they would encounter a space shipyard or armory that had been stripped down to just its walls, which angered our chapter enough to drop several bombs. You moving the supplies away hurts me more than you blowing up my ship. Yi, the great plunderer, Feng, expressed strong condemnation of the TO people for this incident. Finally, everyone arrived at the Virlos home world. A long time ago, an orc invasion here ended in a great defeat for them, becoming a glorious battle in TO history. The star system's star was unstable, with large stellar radiation outbursts occurring every cycle. Scorching ion winds baked the planet's surface, local cities with protective shields were spared, but the exposed orcs and their fleet were burned to ashes. Although I don't understand what a TO shield with defensive capabilities exceeding an orc warship's invincible field is, it doesn't prevent me from engaging your navy in a decisive battle. A large number of Virlos world fleets were silently hidden within artificial TO-made interstellar dust clouds, while a daredevil fleet of merchant ships lay in ambush in the asteroid belt, ready to launch an assault at any moment. Warp fluctuations suddenly lit up, and alarms blared throughout the star system. A battle barge charged out of the star system first, encountering concentrated bombardment from the entire star system's fleet. In the first volley, this battle barge lost its void shield. The TO fleet, observing from a distance, especially the high-ranking official from the inner circle, clearly saw through reconnaissance that this battle barge was heavily scarred, its armor extensively fractured, and even its bow was emitting large amounts of black smoke. Ha 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 ha, our fleet's firepower is so strong that a single volley can cripple a battle barge. I must properly reward the Earth-caste scientists when I return. On the battle barge, Matthew Rio sighed. Although it wasn't Yifeng's main fleet, it was still quite formidable. The Tearfall battle barge made a turning maneuver and fled desperately towards the outer reaches of the star system. The TO merchant fleet, hiding in the asteroid piles, would not give up. Their engines were inherently weak, so they could only strike at two opportune moments. 1. If the enemy charged into the depths of the star system as planned, and before they could turn, the merchant fleet would rush out, block their retreat, and launch a pincer attack. 2. If the enemy appeared with their bow facing inward towards the star system, making them unable to turn quickly, this would be the best time to launch a surprise attack. Clearly, it was the latter situation now. The plenipotentiary commander saw that it was indeed a matter of fire density. Look, enough warships firing in unison can cripple the enemy. Everyone, attack together. Before other enemies arrive, let's take down a big one first. A large number of merchant ships surged out from the asteroid belt, rushing towards the Tearfall battle barge. Chapter Master Matthew Ryall, with a powerful strike, killed an unidentified construct in front of him, then shouted over the comms channel, "Warship, full ascent. Present the slightly damaged bottom deck to the TO." After being hit by multiple railgun attacks, several large craters appeared on the bottom of the battle barge, which further excited the TO fleet. All forces, attack. Destroy this isolated warship at all costs. However, the light of the warp flickered once again. Blood covered the colossal warships, and on the armor plating, bristling with bones, an unquenchable flame burned on every broken bone. 2 strike cruisers, 3 corrupted and unrecognizable unknown warships of cruiser class, and 2 battleship-class semi-daemon engines roared out of the warp. Behind them followed a massive number of troop transports, likely carrying those mortal legions corrupted by Qing. As the Blood Angels leaped out of the warp, they were met with a surging mass of TO forces. Where is that little mouse? Never mind him, blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne. Above, the Tearful-class battle barge was so battered that only its engine was still functional. The Tech Marine struggled to repair the void shield, the overloaded ion winds were extremely dangerous, having already incinerated several Adeptus Mechanicus repair teams stationed there. The internal fighting within the warship wasn't entirely over yet, as the remaining Lamenters had to subdue the maddened Death Company warriors. However, the Blood Angels' attention was drawn to the TO. Such a massive fleet, it looked like they could really fight. The Qing forces, as always, followed their usual thinking, heading straight for the enemy that looked most capable of fighting. Matthew Rio spread his hands. I was sailing smoothly through the warp with the Lamenters, guarding against TO reconnaissance in the real world, when unexpectedly, we encountered a large group of Qing warships. They were quite straightforward, without a word, they attacked us. What was the composition of the Lamenters? Over 60 sane individuals, and over 100 Death Company warriors. Those 100 or so low-tier sanguineous clones awoke, chasing after these Horus figures and began to hack away. Only then did the Tearfall battle barge barely manage to reach its destination. Fortunately, it was these Qing berserkers. They blasted open a breach with a few cannons upon meeting and boarded. If it had been any other enemy, our warship would have long been blasted into warp debris. The Lamenters escaped, but the TO fleet suffered. The Blood Angels didn't bother with diplomacy, they charged in and boarded the TO, catching them off guard. Their higher UPS knew the TO had faced Nurgle's Death Guard before, but they had never seen the Blood Angels. Therefore, the unaware plenipotentiary commander immediately ordered the Protector fleet to emerge from the nebula and open fire on the Red Imperial fleet. The Blood Angels became even more excited. Oh, there are big ships too. So, they ignored the self-destructing merchant fleet and charged the TO Protector fleet. Ethereal Elder 2 Kilo was still discussing with the Nikasar. When the fighting starts later, your psychers must find a way to influence the enemy fleet's commanders. These great psychers are peace-loving explorers. The kind of combat you are talking about is too far from the enemy. If you want us to get close, your ships aren't tough enough, so no. Thus, at the start of the battle, 2 Kilo did not emerge immediately. Instead, he worked harder to persuade the Nikasar. Only after the Nikasar secured sufficient benefits and both sides agreed on terms did they realize that the enemy was already entangled with the Tio fleet. Others might not know the Blood Angels, but didn't the Inner Circle know? He immediately ordered all warships capable of disengaging to do so. But it was already too late. A large number of fleets were tied down. A group of Tio, stubbornly adhering to the principles of the greater good, still wanted to rescue the escape pods, thereby dragging their own warships into the melee. At this time, Yi Feng was swaggering through the warp, discussing the 6th contingency plan for the aftermath of the war with Rogier, William, and others. At this moment, the Lamenters finally repaired their communication facilities and contacted Yi Feng. Hey, Matthew Rio, where are you? Hey? You met the Blood Angels? Where? I'm coming. The Blood Angels and the Tio are fighting, and you're playing dead on the sidelines. Alright, playing dead is the right move. We'll be there soon. Great. Isn't this the Taste campaign? I'm too familiar with it, the third company was lost just like that. This time, we need to be more cautious. Yi Feng truly didn't understand the Blood Angels' arrival. We were just corrupted by chaos too. Why did the evil gods gaze glance at this god-forsaken place, neither here nor there? Is Qing having another fit and coming here to fight? There aren't any powerful enemies here worthy of his attention. Of course, Qing didn't want to come here. It was mainly because the Inner Circle had been performing frequent sacrificial prophecies recently, attracting Xianzhe's attention. Oh, I almost forgot about those guys. So, Xianzhe sent something over. Then, since Qing and Xianzhe don't get along, by chance, a Qing daemon discovered Xianzhe's conspiracy, so Qing sent some troops to beat up the Xianzhe daemon. They just happened to travel all the way here. The Lamenter's luck was as consistent as ever, their ship was sailing along and then they encountered the Blood Angels. Lamenter's first law, they are very unlucky when they are happy. After a skirmish, the Lamenters suffered heavy casualties, and their ship was almost scrap. So, they jumped out of the warp, and then the Tio and the Blood Angels started fighting, and the Lamenters were saved by the Tio. Lamenter's second law, when they are in a terrible state, something will save them. The Red Tide, with peanuts, melon seeds, and mineral water, jumped out of the warp. To watch the show, when the Tio are in trouble, everyone approves. The Tearful class battle barge drifted in the vastness of deep space. The Tech Marine had completely given up. With the arrival of Yi Feng's main fleet, the Lamenters transferred to their old friend the Dawn of Light battle barge. Within the star system, the war unfolded in an astonishing manner. Elder 2 Kilo used his psychic abilities to emit pheromones, and with the cooperation of several Nikasar, began to hypnotize the Tio. The Tio's holographic projections also had a similar effect. In the projections, the ethereals would use psychic powers to draw subtle symbols, achieving the effect of hypnotizing the Tio with mysterious symbol transformations. In the eyes of ordinary Tio warriors, their warships' shields would sometimes block enemy bombardments, and sometimes suddenly fail, leading to the destruction of their ships. Huge railguns and giant ion cannons severely damaged enemy warships, while their own advanced warships engaged the enemy in fierce combat. Enemy drop pods were shattered by the Tio's point defense cannons, and enemies teleporting aboard fought bravely with their warriors. The Tio's morale was high. However, in the eyes of the exhausted Nikasar, it was a different story. They faced the terrifying armies of Qing. Some supported powerful psyker shields, strong enough to block the blood-infused bombardment cannon attacks of enemy ships. Others formed massive psyker orbs, disguised as ion cannons, and launched them at the enemy's daemon engine warships. The most difficult were the enemies who boarded. The Nikasar could easily deal with the Qing berserkers who jumped over, and could simply defeat the anti-spells of the enemy chaos sorcerers. But when combined, it became a bit challenging. Furthermore, the Nikasar were not invincible. If everyone were Alpha Plus grade psychers, they would have unified the world long ago. Simply put, their mana bar was short, and their mana cost was high. The Nikasar's psychic powers were unleashed by creating subtle energy fissures through their brains and the warp, with warp energy flowing into them, which they then controlled with their unique methods to cast their desired spells. However, they could only open the valve but not close it, so they could only let the psychic energy overflow their bodies, after which it would automatically shut off. But their bodies could not sustain prolonged soaking in large amounts of psychic energy. After using psychic energy once, they could not cast large-scale psychic spells again until their bodies recovered. Thus, one could observe a dazzling wave of Tio attacks inflicting massive damage on the enemy, followed by the Tio's useless army being almost completely annihilated by the enemy, then another wave of large-scale attacks eliminating a large number of enemies, followed by the boarding party chopping and hammering to death a whole group. It was a turn-based battle. The Tio executed their original strategy against the enemy. They lured the enemy's main army to the vicinity of the star, used the Nikasar's psyker shields to protect their main warships as they passed through, and then used powerful psychic spells to attack the star, attempting to trigger a radiation storm and use the star's ion winds to incinerate the enemy. However, due to a certain chapter master's month-long inaction, the planet had already passed its stellar eruption cycle, and the stellar attack was much weaker, failing to destroy the Blood Angels' battleship. The Tio's advantage had passed, while the Blood Angels' momentum would only grow stronger as the war progressed. Eventually, the 100-plus merchant fleet and dozens of supporting guardian fleets were completely depleted, and the Blood Angels also no longer wished to continue fighting. They had been out of the warp for too long. The Chaos Astartes were fine, but the Daemon Engine warships, if they didn't return now, would be forcibly expelled back into real space. They, too, were slowly retreating. The chapter master, who had been leisurely snacking, then gave the order, all warships to cancel stealth navigation, disable optical cloaking, engage full thrust, target, non-human species, annihilate them all. The Red Tide Army, poised to reap the spoils, launched a full-scale assault on the enemy. In the outer ring of the star system, space debris and warship fragments clattered against the battle barge's armor as the Red Tide Expeditionary Fleet encountered the retreating Blood Angels head-on. Needless to say, our chapter and the forces of Qing are sworn enemies. The warships of Qing's forces typically exuded vast amounts of blood energy, they used endless killing intent and the blood of the vanquished as fuel, possessing extremely high speeds to allow the Chaos Astartes to quickly enter boarding range. Bombardment was rarely used. How could they collect blood to add to their engines if their ships were shattered? At the forefront of the battlefield, the Dawn Light, charging the fastest, immediately unleashed a bombardment cannon, and then its wild machine spirit chose the most sanguinious-like tactic. It advanced towards an enemy warship that had been converted into a Daemon engine. In the previous battle, this warship's shields had been overloaded, its engine slightly damaged, running at only 70% power, and it had not yet recovered. The enemy warship had originally intended to commence bombardment and prepare for boarding, but upon seeing that the opponent had no intention of dodging and was aiming for a ship-to-ship collision, it reacted. Are you Qing? Am I Qing? Come, let's clash. Thus, this brutal enemy warship attempted to turn, aiming for a ramming combat of warship prow against prow. The bombardment cannons and lance arrays on the warship's spine continuously fired, and the enemy warship also incessantly spewed high-speed bone spikes from its gaping maw, which exploded upon impact with the warship, like bone-based sabot rounds. The Dawn Light battle barge, with several large bone spikes embedded in its forehead, angrily rammed into the enemy. Of course, not being underhanded is not characteristic of our chapter. Just as it was about to reach ramming distance, the Dawn Light launched its forward torpedoes. 8 Melte torpedoes impacted the enemy's prow at extremely close range, shattering the already damaged bone prow of the enemy warship. Amidst the enemy's furious roars, the warship veered slightly upwards, colliding with the enemy warship. The prow smashed through the enemy warship's upper weapon arrays, plowing through and sending large amounts of equipment flying. Finally, it struck the command bridge before deflecting and separating. The enemy warship's speed dropped almost to zero, all its upper weapons were lost, and its bow was completely destroyed. The Dawn Light also suffered, its prow was severely damaged, the bottom of the warship was heavily scraped, and half of its drop pods were no longer usable. But it was worth it. When the Eternal Mountain suddenly appeared above the enemy, the doom of this enemy warship arrived. The Dawn Light disengaged from the enemy, and the Eternal Mountain above dropped massive bombs typically used for orbital bombardment. These immensely powerful bombs landed directly on the enemy warship, where the upper armor had been plowed open, exposing its interior, unleashing tremendous destructive force. In an instant, the enemy warship became a raging fireball. Our warship quickly moved away. If all went as expected, the enemy warship was about to detonate. On the other side, the stern vigilance also engaged the last enemy, a strike cruiser, still relatively intact, suggesting it hadn't long fallen to chaos. Over 100 Chaos Astartes of various chapters on board mercilessly launched a boarding action. Most of these individuals were Iron Warriors, with a smaller number being renegade sons of Guilliman and sons of Dorn. While their courage in boarding the stern vigilance was admirable, in the face of absolute power, you are no different from sending yourselves to your deaths. Not to mention that the stern vigilance was a heavily armored warship designed by the sons of Imperial Fists, its passengers were not to be trifled with. 200 Black Shield warriors from Lion let out triumphant battle cries as if they had found prey, and nearly 100 Terminators advanced with solid steps, crushing the boarding enemies. William's Primaris warrior army was equally unwilling to be outdone, charging forward, braving the ion storm. Iron Mask Brother, wearing iron-clad Terminator armor, was the foremost warrior, directly in front of the enemy landing zone, where the sounds of fierce combat between mortal crew and enemies already echoed. Iron Mask Brother kicked open the door to the lounge in front of him with a door-kicking visit, and the enemies inside also saw his figure. Several Iron Warriors immediately realized that shooting was pointless, drew their combat blades, and charged at Iron Mask Brother. Iron Mask Brother smiled slightly at the moving pile of skulls before him. Distinguished in battle, are we? Do you like to use the heads of the defeated as decoration, do you? Iron Mask Brother took 2 or 3 steps forward, and behind him, one on the left and one on the right, 2 Indomitus-patterned Terminators warriors leaned out. One held a quad storm bolter, its feed chain directly connected to a huge ammunition drum on his back. One held an ion storm. These bullet-like ion weapons could fire hundreds of rounds continuously until the barrel glowed red-hot. Instantly, a chill ran through the Iron Warriors' hearts. The ensuing scene was extremely brutal. Children, do not watch. Let's create a harmonious bang-bang society. You and I rat-a-tat-tat both have a responsibility. Boom. The enemy was no ordinary foe. Just as the Terminators thought the enemies in front were cleared and prepared to advance, the space directly above Iron Mask Brother suddenly exploded, and a renegade son of Rogel Dorn leaped from the hole, his crimson chain sword slashing down towards Iron Mask Brother's head. Iron Mask Brother sensed the danger, but the iron-clad Terminator armor was heavy and difficult to evade, so he merely tilted his head slightly. The glowing red chain sword struck his towering shoulder pad. Outside Iron Mask Brother's battle armor, transparent ripples constantly flickered, the deflection field device had been struck and became unstable. The Astartes standing behind Iron Mask brother, quick-witted, swung his power sword and pierced the enemy's chest with one strike. The enemy staggered and fell, followed by a close-range bolter round sending him to his demise. The other warriors, well-trained, fired into the large hole above, suppressing the enemy. On the upper level, the Primaris warriors also engaged the enemy. The tall and large Primaris warriors possessed astonishing strength, enough to contend with ordinary Chaos Astartes who had dedicated themselves to Qing. Amidst flashing blades, people constantly fell into pools of blood. The enemy sorcerers, also wielding combat blades, fought alongside the warriors. As long as the psychers did not act, the sorcerers of Qing would not use spells. What were our psychers doing? Librarian Sisyphus swung his golden mace, smashing the iron warrior before him, and looked sideways with a puzzled expression. Did someone just try to peek at me? Soon, over 100 enemies were slaughtered. Our Terminators suffered 18 casualties, mostly from sneak attacks to the head, but they had also dealt with most of the enemies. Primaris warriors suffered 28 deaths and 46 injuries. The enemies blessed by Qing were not to be underestimated, but the Primaris warriors' unique Belisarius call organs preserved their lives, making their mortality rate far lower than the enemies. After all, a fatal wound could be quickly treated once, although it required a long recovery. Their lives were saved, weren't they? More terrifying than Qing were the apothecaries personally trained by Situ, who now held gleaming scalpels and looked at William. Apothecary, so, you're not the one working overtime, hey? The resentment of a corporate slave. Chapter 160 The ground war is about to begin. The last Qing cruiser was shattered by the Infinite Loyalty battleship, and the entire Star System's Qing fleet was basically cleared out. The battleships quickly eliminated the remaining Qing forces, while the lunar-class cruisers drove deep into the Star System, pursuing the remaining TO forces. The Nikasar also suffered heavy losses. Seeing the large army still coming, they realized they couldn't hold on and immediately gave up and fled. The Nikasar do not like fighting, they are explorers. The remaining dozen TO warships had lost all will to fight, their morale having plummeted, because Ethereal Elder 2 Kilo was now split into 5 pieces. A Chaos Champion taught them a lesson. The characteristic of the TO is that, due to pheromones and hypnosis, they fall into a frenzy when an Ethereal is present, but once the Ethereal dies, the TO's morale plummets. The Nikasar, clutching a device containing 2 Kilo's head, frantically ordered their fleet to retreat at full speed. Some still functional TO warships searched for escape pods amidst the debris, but sometimes these pods released Qing warriors, causing heavy casualties to the crew. Eventually, these TO warships almost completely ignored escape pods without signals. The Viterlo star system had fallen, and beyond it lay the TO's third line of defense, deployed along the Damocles Gulf. If that too were breached, the outer worlds would be completely beyond TO control. Just leave? Were the lunar-class cruisers that easy to deal with? Several Nova cannons were aimed and fired. The enemy's psychic shields barely blocked a few shots, but one still struck a Protector-class cruiser. The Num TO once again witnessed a fireworks display. The TO Navy retreated, truly with less than 1 in 10 remaining. Qing rendered great service. In the warp, at the point corresponding to the TO star, the Tsiench Daemon, who had traveled thousands of miles, looked around in confusion. Why hadn't the Qing forces arrived yet? Could Qing demons detect Tsiench demons? That's a joke, of course. It was a deliberate flaw exposed by the Tsiench Daemon. Tsiench's plan was to use a borrowed knife to kill, luring the Qing forces over to finish off the inner circle. At this moment, the Tsiench Daemon looked left and right, seeing not a single hair in the dark regions of the warp. Where was the screw-up? I'll go back and look. As he leisurely trotted back, he saw 3 damaged lunar-class cruisers, towing the Tearfall battle barge and a Qing strike cruiser, slowly heading towards a forge world. The Tsiench Daemon was about to make a move, but looking ahead, there was also a lightly damaged battle barge with a distinct Sons of Sanguinius style leading the way. Forget it, corrupting the Sons of Sanguinius is an exceptionally difficult task. When others are corrupted by chaos, they might desperately call out to the Corpse Emperor, purely relying on luck. When these guys go berserk, and the Black Rage activates, I'm highly likely to be beaten back to the Crystal Labyrinth, and whether I can reform my body depends on Father Nurgle/Nurgle Tsiench's mood, whether he's happy to piece me back together. So, this Tsiench Daemon went back to report. Useless Qing, not only is he brainless, but now he can't even win a fight. This Tsiench Daemon returned to report that the Qing army they had tricked into coming had been defeated and annihilated by a group of Sanguinius's descendants. Tsiench was actually quite curious, because Kairos had said that the Astartes who clashed with Qing this time were ridiculously numerous, including warriors from the Space Wolves, White Scars, Ultramarines, Iron Warriors, Iron Hands, Imperial Fists, Blood Angels, Luna Wolves, Word Bearers, Death Guard, Emperor's Children, and others, with descendants of the Raven Guard also present. Kairos, this greater daemon, has 2 heads, one head always speaks the truth, and the other always speaks lies. Tsiench heard this and immediately knew it was a lie. Are you fighting the Great Crusade here, he thought. Then the returning daemon reported that Qing's forces had been defeated by the Angels' forces. Alright, anyway, the Astartes certainly weren't going to the TO's home for tourism. It didn't matter whether the Astartes annihilated the inner circle or Qing annihilated the inner circle. What? You ask where the Word Bearers, Death Guard, and Emperor's Children came from? 200 Black Shield warriors, just to let you know. Tsiench wasn't very concerned about this matter. He was more interested in how the Emperor, this clever head, would handle the current situation. There were a whole bunch of Qing forces in the Imperium's dark side, cutting everywhere. Why? On the Imperium's bright side, Nurgle was in charge, even to say that this Black Crusade was supported by Nurgle. A certain regent fought an Indomitus crusade, that was one thing, but the key was that he ran into Nurgle's garden, and the Emperor even manifested, wounding Mortarion, a key Nurgle general, and burning the garden to the ground. Nurgle himself also suffered wounds that would never heal, and looking back, Nurgle's cauldron was also smashed. No matter how good Father Nurgle's temper is, he can't tolerate that. So, Nurgle's forces supported Abaddon in launching the war, and on the Imperium's bright side, great unclean ones were leading armies everywhere, spreading filth. Occasionally, Slaanesh forces would intersperse, causing widespread debauchery. And a certain sneaky force was everywhere, fanning the flames. The tentacles of Xianch, resting on the crystal ball, suddenly trembled. Oh, the Emperor has made a move? The Emperor's scythes have been dispatched. The show has begun. Yi Feng and the Tio didn't know what the situation was like on the Imperium's bright side. They only knew that in the Battle of the Vierlo star system, the Tio were defeated. Of course, this was in terms of the Navy. The ground forces had not yet surrendered, and Vierlos's planetary defenses were quite good. As a home world, a primary Tio colony, the total Tio population is less than that of a single hive city, its ground defenses were extremely formidable. The local world had learned from previous planetary battles. All the scenic wonders and lush forests were cleared, leaving only the minimum threshold for ecological maintenance, replaced by a large number of anti-air shields and automated turrets. But Yi Feng had no choice but to launch an attack here. The Tio seemed to have discovered Yi Feng's strategic intent. You think we can't build ships on our planet, right? You think we can't threaten your supply lines and rear, right? Thus, the Tio had stored a large amount of space shipyard facilities here. Within a few months of Yi Feng's forces leaving, their advanced rockets could launch all prepared parts into space, simultaneously assembling space shipyards and warships. To be precise, the armaments and dismantled shipyards from other abandoned worlds had all been transferred here. A large number of automated facilities and ample drones could give the Tio astonishing productivity in a short time. This was a hedgehog, no, a ticking time bomb. If left alone, it would explode. It was also a great treasure. The warehouses here were packed full, constantly tempting Yi Feng's heart. How about a fight? The Eternal Mountain and the Stern Vigilance circled the Vierlos planet. In a sense, the men were mostly dead. On the ground, an ethereal noble, not the inner circle, stood on the highest and most robust Vierlos High Council building, looking up at the sky with worry. He was ordered to hold the Vierlos world, either to perish with the enemy or to rapidly commence space construction after the enemy left. However, judging by the current situation, it was likely to be the former. The first action was still orbital bombardment. This was a confrontation between the ground-based turrets on the planet and the battle barges in the sky. Large bombs capable of destroying a city rained down like a storm. Each bombing location was meticulously calculated. The planetary shield glistened, and beyond the beautiful scene lay world-destroying explosions. Beneath the planetary shield, there were dense smaller shields protecting various facilities. When a slightly larger object fell into the shield, a large number of TO missiles immediately flew from all directions to intercept it. But the TO's shields, like most shields, could only defend against energy weapons and ultra-fast impacts. They couldn't withstand large object impacts. So, why not use some large objects that their missiles couldn't stop to smash down? For example, the Dark Angels Legion once faced a world with an extremely absurd planetary shield defense. They desperately held off the First Legion's assault. In a fit of rage, the Dark Angels declared, "We won't dismantle the planetary shield generators." Some exterminatus weapons couldn't be deployed due to the shield's presence, and other low-speed weapons couldn't be deployed due to the enemy's anti-air fire. The Dark Angels, with grim determination, equipped one of that world's moons with large planetary-grade engines and then pushed it towards the world. Total annihilation. Does our chapter have planetary engines? No, but substitutes, there are plenty in this star system. A large number of warship wrecks floated in the star system. Kern's warships, in addition to boarding actions, also didn't mind ship-to-ship collisions. There were many warships broken in half within the star system. Thus, the Crimson Torrent chapter made a very yaoic move. Warriors of the 10th and 11th companies, riding in vehicles, were crammed into half-ships and directly smashed towards the planet. Of course, a dozen other large warship fragments also smashed down with them. These objects were originally warship armor that the TO's large navy ships needed concentrated fire to break through. Their appearance now directly overwhelmed the local anti-air systems. The TO didn't know that the Astartes were hidden inside. They merely thought it was an attack, and the enemy wanted to use warship wrecks to impact the TO's defensive facilities. The local ethereal leader was even more convinced that these were barbarians like the orcs. It didn't matter. If they knew the Astartes were hidden in the warship wrecks, it would only confirm their belief that the Astartes were as barbaric as the orcs. The arrival of these warship wrecks also disrupted the plans of many TO units hidden in special terrain, such as those hidden in forests preparing ambushes, those digging tunnels in mountains preparing to spring traps, or those setting up decoys in desert terrain for concentrated artillery fire. No matter what kind of troops were hidden, when thousands of meters of metal fell, you had to turn and run. Large craters, visible from space with the naked eye, appeared on the ground. Under the cover of rising dust and huge shockwaves, the reconnaissance company's warriors advanced into various areas. Their mission was simple, to ascertain the exact location of the planetary shield. All actions had meaning. Based on the feedback from the orbital bombardment, the chapter had already determined the approximate location of the planetary shield. Due to technological limitations, the TO's planetary shield generators couldn't be hidden underground and had to be disguised with various structures. As long as they evaded the drone reconnaissance of the Vespid, their locations could be easily determined that is, for the Astartes. Evidently, the TO didn't know Yifeng's habits. There were no important facilities near these shield generators. The TO were afraid that if an armory or something similar were built nearby, an accident could cause the armory to detonate and destroy the shield generator, which would be disastrous. If there had been a strategic warehouse, our Yifeng, the great despoiler, might have been reluctant to blow it up. But without one, he had no qualms. So, after the scouts retreated, the chapter brought in another pile of warship debris. Come on, let's see if you have more anti-aircraft missiles or if we have more warship debris. Several large pieces of warship debris were hurled towards the planetary shield emitters. Regardless of your technology or quantity, sheer force would overcome all. From the initial bombardment by heavy railguns to the later large bombs exploding at low altitude just to slightly alter the trajectory of the warship debris, the TO ground forces gradually despaired, even beginning to resent the useless navy, who couldn't defeat the enemy and indirectly help them breach their defenses. There was an unexpected incident. When the rear section of one warship was smashed down, its relatively intact engine detonated, directly annihilating an area tens of kilometers around that planetary shield emitter. Ultimately, all planetary shield emitters were breached, and moreover, they were buried under warship debris, making it impossible to send personnel in for repairs immediately. They didn't have the time either. After the scouts hid in a remote mountainous area, the Crimson Torrent chapter began indiscriminate orbital bombardment of the region. At this point, numerous small shields became clearly visible, like Edens amidst the scorched earth, with flames raging outside and green trees and red flowers within. All TO forces were on high alert, hiding within the shields and in deep underground bunkers across the land. Once the bombardment ended, they would immediately rush out of their shelters. Within the protected areas, countless aircraft were ready for takeoff at airfields, and large numbers of armored vehicles and ground troops were already in position next to military bases. Two auxiliary TO frontline observers watched the giant bombs continuously falling outside the shield, sighing. Our bombs don't have this much power, do they? The greater good is about peace. We would never, like these technologically barbaric people, frantically develop such environmentally destructive weapons. Our goal is the greater good, for all races in the galaxy to unite. The auxiliary TO warrior who had just casually asked looked at the pulse rifle in its hand, then at the large bombs falling from the sky. It silently turned its head to look at its brother, who had just spoken presumptuously. That brother, with an air of righteous indignation, looked straight ahead and then pointed to its chest. Immediately, the auxiliary TO understood. Indeed, we, the greater good, always subdue others with virtue. These barbarians can never defeat us. We have a fundamental ideological advantage. A patrolling drone silently put away its pulse cannon and continued to the next outpost. The auxiliary TO let out a long breath. It turned back gratefully, wanting to thank its brother beside it, only to see a supersized individual, one hand having smashed its comrade's head to pieces, the other hand pressing down on a gun. Their eyes met, an awkward moment tinged with a hint of shyness. This life, the last thing it saw, was actually him. The signature tactic of the Red Tide, the seemingly continuous falling of large bombs was actually used to cover a large number of Astartes warriors. No one could have imagined that Astartes drop pods were hidden among so many bombs trailing long fiery plumes, nor could anyone have imagined that with such high-intensity bombardment on the ground, someone would dare to land in an unshielded area and invade the shielded zone on foot. This was the advantage of the chapter and navy being integrated. In such high-risk operations, orbital bombardment positions were meticulously calculated, and even every bombardment projector was personally operated by an Astartes. This outrageous tactic was typical of the Luna Wolves style. The scouts moved forward through the dust raised by the massive shockwaves, stealthily making their way to the area beneath the enemy's shield. To be fair, the TO's extensive use of drones did give them an advantage over the Imperium in terms of situational awareness and information gathering. Just a few minutes after these auxiliary TO went missing, a yellow alert was sounded in this area. Missing sentries, possibly due to shield flickering, or the force of the bombardment reaching here. Soon, rapid response units approached the area. These elite Firecast veterans in XV-48 and XV-49 suits and crewed cautiously neared the spot, only to find two bodies with their heads crushed by rubble. Indeed, while the shield could block violent explosions, it couldn't stop slower flying debris. These Firecast warriors looked at the auxiliary TO before them with some exasperation. How lax must they have been to be struck on the head by slowly flying debris? At this moment, these elite Firecast soldiers felt they were becoming overly cautious, so the observation post here was replaced by Vespid, and they prepared to withdraw. However, a Firecast veteran questioned this: if debris flew in at the maximum speed capable of penetrating the shield, could it cause such severe injuries upon reaching this point? A TO in a customized XV-33 integrated crisis battlesuit stepped forward. It would need about a minute to scan the two bodies. At that moment, an earth-shattering explosion occurred at the base behind them. The shield system burned with roaring flames, ion winds raged everywhere, and then it completely turned into a pile of scrap metal. The alert was raised to red. All TO forces immediately fled for their lives, rushing into underground bunkers. With the shield gone, a single bomb could be fatal. To their surprise, as all the armies frantically ran into the underground bunkers, the orbital bombardment did not fall on this area. Are you kidding? A strategic warehouse. The Astartes smashed a host of automated turrets and held various underground passage exits. Then the Strategic Resource Involuntary Transfer Unit began its old trade. The Quartermaster's warehouse, full of outdated aircraft. Let's dismantle some things, it even has automatic identity-based unlocking. Let's blow it up. What's that? Oh, a food warehouse. Never mind. Wait, where are Tinos's creations? Let's put some in there. What's over here? A materials warehouse. Brothers, get to work. Far away, on the Tio homeworld of Tio. A ceremony was taking place in the highest security chamber on Tio. A middle-aged ethereal noble was bound in the center of the altar. He was terrified, unsure of what he was about to face. He had merely followed the Supreme Leader's orders to wait in the conference hall but had been tied up by the guards. At the highest point of the altar was 2 Kilo's head, suspended in a stasis field. Unlike those filthy chaos rituals, this ceremony appeared solemn and dignified. The surrounding walls were bright white, inscribed with maxims of the greater good and the deeds of great ethereal, the inner circle, leaders throughout history. The central altar was large and spacious, adorned with mysterious patterns and various colorful psychic artifacts. Nikasar sat around the altar, collectively focusing their psychic energy. A faint blue psychic energy glowed in a circle around the altar, then branched into several thin threads, connecting 2 Kilo's head and the unfortunate middle-aged ethereal. All the psychic artifacts lit up, emitting vibrant colors, brilliant like blooming fireworks. The middle-aged ethereal instantly let out an extremely painful shriek, his eyes bloodshot, his face contorted beyond physiological limits, and his entire body shaking uncontrollably. The entire ritual hall echoed with wails and the sound of psychic energy bursting. After a while, the ceremony ended. 2 Kilo's head had been burned to ashes. The being in the center slowly rose and spoke, Nikasar, I will deliver your payment as promised, if the greater good can survive this calamity. It seems the memory copy-paste was successful. You must be careful to stay away from anti-psychic elements. I know, it's not the first time. The brand new 2 Kilo put on his black hood and slowly walked towards the depths of the Great Hall. He needed to quickly consult with the Inner Circle elders. This was truly a matter of life and death. It was still the ancient round table, and all the Inner Circle elders were present, but the situation had taken a sharp turn for the worse. Black-clad figure number 2 was still very assertive, but the supreme leader of the Ethereals was no longer agitated. 2 Kilo explained the events to the others, none of them had anticipated the Kern Daemon fleet's attack. The warp also couldn't predict the actions of certain greater daemon of Kern, their nature was inherently unpredictable. The Inner Circle attributed this incident to extremely bad luck. But the war still had to be fought. They still had to engage the Imperial fleet, which had suffered almost no damage. The navy was reduced to less than 1/10 of its original strength, and even with shipyards working overtime, it would be impossible to restore a naval force capable of engaging the enemy. Given the circumstances, the Inner Circle's last resort was their own powerful warship. That old veteran hadn't moved since it brought them fleeing here during the 32nd millennium. Now deeply buried beneath Tio, under the Tio High Council's Great Hall, it hadn't moved for nearly 10,000 years. Could that single warship turn the tide of battle? No, they had to weaken the Imperium's strength. If the navy couldn't do it, then it had to be the army. They needed to find a way to force the enemy to continuously engage their ground forces. Thump, thump, thump. While they were deep in thought, a messenger knocked on the door with the latest classified information. The Imperium had attacked the Vitalos world, and they were engaging their ground forces. Almost simultaneously, all the Inner Circle elders' eyes lit up, and they unanimously issued orders to the Ethereal delivering the message. All worlds, adopt the Vitalos homeworld model, forcing the enemy into ground combat. Chapter 161 3 Cheers for the Great Think Tank. The Imperial forces attacked planets for ground combat because the TO had the ability to construct space shipyards on land at any time. Therefore, numerous worlds continuously demonstrated their rocket launch capabilities and their ability to assemble shipyards in space. What if there weren't so many shipyards? They'd fake them. The Imperium wouldn't know if our shipyards were real, and we wouldn't assemble them in space right in front of them. After the Vitalos world, a large number of other worlds began a vigorous campaign of faking shipyards. The ground war on Vitalos was still ongoing. Small areas were cleared, and the easily transportable fragments of space warships were mostly used up, leaving only a few large settlements unbreached. These were similar to Human Hive City, though not as large, as the TO population was smaller. However, warehouses and weaponry were stored there. Yi Feng wasn't particularly keen on smashing them with warship fragments. So, he turned and connected with Enos. Enos, how is Maroris doing? The Grand Librarian is in good condition, but I don't recommend letting him go into battle. Why? He's old, let him get some exercise. It's just, he seems a bit addicted to new technology. I haven't even equipped him with the new tech yet. I'm afraid he'll attack me first if he comes out this time. Old tech is fine too. Just load him up with more weapons and let him shoot everywhere. I'm sure he'll feel better. But, the legs he lost in the last battle, the ones I custom ordered from the Forge world, haven't arrived yet. Don't you have any spares? I do have spares, but that set was an 8-legged, complex terrain traversing spider leg design, which we abandoned after installing anti-gravity devices. Never mind that, just put them on him. It's better than you getting beaten up. Wait, 8 legs? Yi Feng was starting to catch on. An 8-legged landwalker, 2 lumps of psychic devices on its chest, thick anti-gravity devices on its rear, and fierce destructive weapons mounted on its arms. Wasn't this Urgot, the Star Guardian? Never mind him, Anos was the one who was going to get beaten up. Once the Astartes forces happily pointed their big guns at the bunker exits, and the Strategic Resources Non-Voluntary Transfer Unit emptied the warehouses, a base was considered cleared. Orbital bombardment was concentrated around the remaining shielded areas, while other areas allowed ground forces to land. This time, due to the massive number of newly recruited mortal armies, the people of Sorok world were the most numerous, they were naturally excellent candidates for ground forces. After the initial adaptation phase upon landing, the mighty army marched forward, carrying sophisticated laser rifles. This time, the Baneblade Squadron finally performed proper infantry tank coordinated operations. One regiment of mortals was equipped with 2 super heavy tanks, ensuring sufficient firepower density, and they advanced mightily. Had the heavy armored corps been abandoned? How could that be? This was our signature tactic. Considering the TO's formidable ground firepower, the tactical role of the heavy armored corps had changed. Firepower output was given a lower priority, the first requirement was to quickly charge into the enemy's face, and the second was to be tough enough to penetrate the enemy's line of fire. All Roscoe ground sweeper were deployed. These fast assault tanks, with shields similar to ironclad Terminator, became the only choice. Although their firepower was only passable, it was sufficient for dealing with enemy ground installations. A magnificent army combination, with Roscoe ground sweeper as the main force and Land Raider as the information hub, was completed. They would launch an attack in an infantry tank cooperative mode. Note, they are the infantry, Astartes are considered the tanks. My sons of iron hands, most adept at defeating enemies honorably with large-scale armored formations, isn't that right, Anos? Anos? My %, Grand Librarian, stop fighting. If you keep fighting, Anos will end up in a dreadnought too. Why are you fighting even harder? Stop it, both of you, stop fighting. Maroris, as the oldest member of the chapter, directly ordered the Titan Legion, Land Raider, and various gunboats to sortie. How could my Knight-class psychic dreadnought go out without some little followers? One weakness of the chapter was the insufficient number of fighter jets. After all, not having pledged allegiance to the Imperium, and not being the Imperial Navy, fighter jets had always been scarce during years of attrition. This could only be compensated by utilizing the aerospace superiority held by warships. The vast army advanced, and the orbital bombardment ceased. A large circular crater, tens of kilometers in diameter, with the enemy's shield on one side and the mighty human army on the other. The TO finally perked up. Losing a large amount of territory in such a short time was a severe blow to morale, but the advantage of the greater good became apparent at this moment, as armies of different clans fought like brothers in coordinated operations. The TO heavy artillery unit fired first, and our War Angel Castigator-class Titan responded to the enemy's attack. Reaver-class Titan walked at the forefront, blocking most attacks with its sturdy void shield. Before reaching close quarters combat, it was always a battle of information warfare and fierce artillery bombardment. Amidst the vast dust, giant constructs behind the enemy's shield were faintly visible. Meticulously developed by Earth-cast scientists, the XV-139 super battlesuit, multi-crewed, was the TO's equivalent to a Titan, a true 16-meter-tall fortress of firepower, slightly taller than a War Angel Castigator class, almost reaching the Warlord class. Note, for 3-digit numbers, the first 2 digits indicate the weight class. This is a 13-weight class, 16 meters tall. A 12-weight class is 8 meters tall. This supreme battlesuit, named Ta-Unner, was something the TO intensely deliberated on after being beaten by Imperial Titans and Tyrannid/Tyrannid. They believed they needed sufficiently large mobile fortresses to counter the enemy's large siege constructs. The enemy, hiding behind the settlement's shield, unleashed firepower recklessly. On the ground, the enemy's hammerhead gunships and Manta gunboats had ample firepower. The covering bombardment from missile pods and ion cannons rapidly depleted the void shield of our frontline Reaver-class Titan. In the sky, Tiger Sharks, Razor Shark, and Barracuda fighter jets occupied most of the aerial strategic positions, launching aerial strikes against our forces with a numerical advantage far exceeding land speeder. This was the most difficult time. The Crimson Torrent chapter had not been suppressed by enemy firepower for a very, very long time. Chief Librarian Maroris, walking at the forefront, saw this and was furious. His followers were being bullied. How could this be allowed? The irritable Grand Librarian unleashed a psychic flash, deeply tearing open a warp rift. A warp teleportation immediately followed. The accuracy of warp teleportation is mainly determined by psychic interference. For example, teleporting in front of an orc boss, due to the massive Wadaik energy, the accuracy is very low. Do TO have psychic abilities? No. The number and distance of teleportations are mainly determined by the reality barrier here. It was quite good here, so the Grand Librarian teleported himself over. He was no pushover. The Grand Librarian suddenly appeared within the enemy's shield, right in the middle of their firing positions. The 8-legged outer armor of the Star Guardian Urgot, crossed out, fell away, revealing a large number of missiles and throwable melta bombs inside. The valiant Grand Librarian fired half a load of weapons in one go, his 8 legs spewing weapons in all directions. For a moment, the entire TO firing position was filled with flying missiles and melta bombs bouncing around on the ground. The TO's heavy weapon slowly turned, while the Grand Librarian was much happier by comparison. This 8-legged chassis of ours, there's no rule it has to be connected by fixed axles, right? Can't we use bearings? The 8 divine legs stood firm, rooted to the ground, surveying all directions, while the cast iron dreadnought above spun happily 360 degrees, a plasma incinerator in its left hand, a laser cutter in its right, slaughtering like a top. From time to time, he activated his psychic amplifier, adding a blue-white glow to the spinning dreadnought. From the TO's perspective, this was truly terrifying. You were fiercely firing at the enemy encroaching on your territory, when suddenly, a dazzling light erupted behind you. As a seasoned TO warrior, your first reaction was that ammunition had detonated behind you, so you immediately turned and leaped into cover. Then, behind you, came the sound of missiles flying everywhere and numerous bombs rolling and bouncing on the ground. You cautiously raised your head slightly and saw your own XV-128 Supreme battlesuit slowly turning, then its waist was severed by a brilliant plasma attack. You immediately realized that the enemy's assault force had arrived. You drew your pistol, just about to see what enemy was behind you, but as soon as you peeked out, a laser flash passed, and you saw your own headless corpse. The Grand Librarian's frenzied assault destroyed most of the enemy's basic gun emplacements, and the enemy's muzzles quickly turned to fire at the Grand Librarian, drastically reducing the pressure on the main army. The Grand Librarian calmly watched the numerous missiles flying towards him and asked the machine spirit of the 8 legs below. Are the munitions all gone? All gone. Then, goodbye. The Grand Librarian launched himself upwards, his anti-gravity flight device on his rear suddenly activating, combined with the pneumatic quick device, colloquially, fart, he soared into the sky in a few breaths. A massive barrage of attacks slammed into the 8 mechanical legs on the ground, making the surrounding earth violently shake. The force of the impact was so great that even mushroom clouds appeared. The Grand Librarian hid within the mushroom cloud, and the TO reacted quickly, directing a large volume of firepower at the Grand Librarian's shield, the resulting air blast dispersing the smoke. Responding to the enemy was the missile pod on the Grand Librarian's back, continuously spewing fire. Seconds later, the Grand Librarian appeared as if his power system had been destroyed, emitting black smoke all over, and falling in freefall. The auxiliary TO on the ground ceased firing and instead sought cover. Such a massive piece of steel, crashing to the ground, might even detonate, and not taking cover would truly risk being hit by flying shrapnel. Only the veteran TO fire-cast warriors in battlesuits in the distance continued to fire. These small pea shooters were not the focus, the Grand Librarian's attention was concentrated on the XV-128 Storm Surge battlesuit. This thing had no arms, instead, it carried 2 super-large missile pods on its sides and a super-heavy pulse-driven cannon on its back. Its movement speed was relatively slow, and its defense was insufficient. You're it. Just as the Grand Librarian was about to land, a fart-powered jet propelled him. The round, cast-iron dreadnought performed a low-altitude flight, heading straight for the XV-128. The fire-cast from afar looked at this thing, which defied aerodynamics, and felt his brain couldn't process it. In response, the Grand Librarian declared that with enough power, even a brick or an iron ball could fly. The XV-128, this large mech, was spewing a large number of missiles when it suddenly saw the enemy, who should have been crashing, flying rapidly towards it. It tried to make an evasive maneuver, but the operator found himself completely unable to move. The 2 psychic amplifiers on the Grand Librarian's chest emitted 2 psychic lines, locking onto the enemy's battlesuit in a bizarre way, interfering with the operation of its internal circuits. Their battlesuits didn't have machine spirits, so they had almost no way to deal with similar psychic intrusions. The 15-128's pilot steeled his heart, and the huge pulse-driven cannon on its head began to charge, while another operator's hand was already on the escape pod's lever. As soon as it fired, whether it hit or not, he planned to immediately pull the lever and abandon this battlesuit. Facing the enemy's cannon, the Grand Librarian didn't change direction at all, merely using his void shield to continuously deflect the missiles coming from the side. The time had come, and the pulse-driven cannon emitted a bright light. Now, the Grand Librarian plunged downwards, and the cannon grazed his back, melting the empty missile launcher on the psychic dreadnought's back. The XV-128 operator, with quick eyes and hands, pulled the lever. Smoke billowed from the battlesuit, and the cockpit ejected backward. From the front, the power blade attached to the Grand Librarian's ion slotters swung rapidly, slicing open the enemy's battlesuit. Then, the laser cutter in his other hand suddenly lifted, cutting the escape pod, which had just leaped into the air, in half. At this moment, enemy attacks from the sky arrived. Previously, they hadn't dared to fire high-power destructive weapons because the Grand Librarian was in a crowd, but now it didn't matter, their own people were dead. Note, TO weapons have an overload firing mode, trading longer cooling times for higher rate of fire and greater power. The Razor Shark attack aircraft in the sky activated the overload firing mode of its multi-barreled ion cannons, and a large number of plasma globes flew rapidly towards the Grand Librarian. The Barracudas fired Seeker anti-armor missiles, also using laser designators to lock onto the Grand Librarian's massive body. The Grand Librarian, with envy, gave his own Void Shield's machine spirit a psychic slap. Do you have an overload mode? No. Useless thing, go back and have Anos make one. The Grand Librarian raised his hand and fired an ion bolt, blowing up the anti-armor missile. At this moment, the dense pulse attacks from the surrounding enemies were already close to overloading his Void Shield. The Grand Librarian was powerless against the rapid fire of the multi-barreled ion cannons. Should I retreat? No, enduring for a moment makes you feel more and more wronged, taking a step back makes you angrier and angrier. I have to knock that fancy butterfly out of the sky. At this moment, using fart power was too late to dodge. Maroris was even more ruthless, using a butt explosion. The jet propulsion device below was completely abandoned, resulting in a severe detonation that blasted Maroris upwards. Then, we saw a large iron ball truly spewing black smoke, flying towards the razor shark in the sky. A large number of ion cannon shells fell to the ground, along with many other shells and missiles, and the ground once again kicked up a mushroom cloud. The Grand Librarian's flight path in the sky was somewhat bizarre. The anti-gravity flight device under his butt was slightly damaged, but it didn't matter, the general direction of flight was correct. The razor shark pilot had never seen such an enemy, who would blow himself up to fly into the sky. You're more orc than an orc. The razor shark attack aircraft performed an emergency maneuver, dodging sideways. But for this kind of fighter jet, which resembled a flying disc, a sideways dodge just made it a huge circular target flying diagonally in the sky, didn't it? Could the Grand Librarian miss? Who was he? His service age was longer than the time the XV-128 battlesuit that detonated below was invented. The ion slaughter's precise shot blew the aircraft in half, and the Grand Librarian suddenly dropped, falling into the mushroom cloud created by the explosion earlier. A psychic flicker brought him back to the center of the main army. The TO didn't know, still thinking the enemy was flying in the mushroom cloud, and unleashed another barrage of fire suppression towards the mushroom cloud. Although Enk, who was with the main army, really wanted to tell the Grand Librarian, who suddenly appeared above, that the 8-legged suit was also very expensive, not a disposable item. And the thrusters were also bought by the chapter at a great price. But Enk waited, and he seemed less resilient than Enos, so he gave up. Silence is golden. While the enemy attacked the Grand Librarian's original position in the mushroom cloud, the ground army had already advanced a significant distance. The Titans were not fast, so the Roscoe ground sweeper rushed to the front, relying on the assault tank's speed and deflection shield to quickly reach the edge of the enemy's shield. They had originally intended to quickly assault and support the Grand Librarian, but they didn't expect the Grand Librarian to suddenly return, so they became the vanguard. But it didn't matter, the Astartes, who were hanging behind their tanks, leaped up and jumped into the enemy's position, engaging in battle with the auxiliary TO. The ones charging at the very front were not the 200 Black Shields led by Leon, nor Rogier or Kazanov, but the Black Shield warriors who had been lured back from the Death Watch. These individuals were genuine experts at dealing with Xenos. They frantically leaped into the enemy's forward positions, hacking wildly at the bewildered Firecast recruits. The status of the Firecast, from lowest to highest, is recruit, veteran, hero, apprentice commander, full commander, chief of staff, or war council member. Only veterans or higher can wear battlesuits. Kroot, riding Kroot hounds, charged towards our main forces. These thick-skinned Kroot hounds resembled tyrannosaurs and required anti-armor weapons to effectively kill them. They were the tank units of the Kroot auxiliary TO. Kroot riding Kroot hounds carried giant pulse cannons, firing at the Roscoe ground sweeper. The deflection shield couldn't block all of these powerful bombardments, and some of the force still dissipated onto the armor, causing some damage. But we weren't just taking hits. The Roscoe ground sweeper's plasma cannons suddenly opened fire, retaliating with full force against the distant battlesuits and Kroot hounds. Hammerhead gunships, automatic artillery, hit in the distance, sniping our tanks. These sneaky tanks once achieved a high casualty ratio of 1-5 against a Lemon Russ, but when facing a Roscoe ground sweeper, the first shot would be weakened by the shield, unable to achieve a one-shot kill. Our tanks, reacting, would launch a strong counterattack, causing devastating damage to these fragile shells. The main cannon, designed similarly to an earthquake cannon, could easily achieve a one-shot kill when attacking unshielded enemies. Other secondary cannons also opened fire successively, and a large number of drone swarms had already surrounded them. Although they were individually stupid, their intelligence could be increased through networking. It was like a low-budget version of orcs. So, after breaking in, our first task was to destroy the enemy's ground network platform, which could greatly reduce the combat effectiveness of enemy drones. This was left to the Astartes assault teams. Devilfish armored personnel carriers, carrying large detachments of TO soldiers, arrived as reinforcements from other positions. According to the Earthcast scientists' outrageous claims, the armor of these advanced transports could rival the Ghost-class transport craft world of the Necrons. We, the greater good, always prioritize the lives of our soldiers. Our defenses are great. They encountered the Astartes assault squad, the Mastodon armored personnel carrier, head-on. If you were facing a Chimera or a Rhino transport, the TO's boasts of power would be unchallenged, and we'd have nothing to say. But with the Mastodon here, you little brother, step aside. Apparently, the brave Firecast warriors didn't have this awareness. The greater good was the strongest. The Devilfish armored personnel carrier was a hovering unit, like a speedboat, equipped with several missiles and 4 underslung rapid-fire cannons. The Mastodon armored personnel carrier was also not weak, with its quad heavy bolters and heavy laser cannons capable of suppressing most enemies. So, both sides engaged in fierce shooting, with flames flying and shrapnel scattering. The result was that neither could harm the other. Their attacks couldn't shake the Mastodon's defenses. We were equipped with void shields. Our heavy bolters indeed couldn't penetrate the enemy's armor. The Earthcast scientists, for once, weren't lying. The protective power was indeed astonishing. The fierce exchange of fire between the two sides continued until the Astartes could see the muzzle flashes of bullets hitting the enemy's armor. The TO were not Kern, they immediately turned to dodge, while the Mastodon, relying on its own inertia, slightly turned its head and charged straight towards the enemy's transport vehicle. Every ancient chapter had made distinctly different modifications to their precious relics. Our chapter, a chapter master descended from Jagatai Khan, what kind of reforms do you think he would make? Speed. Super fast speed. The added afterburner acceleration device activated, and the Mastodon suddenly performed a brute force ram, hitting the Devilfish armored personnel carrier. The biggest difference between the two transport vehicles was their front ends. The enemy chose to strengthen defenses, adding more steel plates. Cowards. We, on the other hand, were different. We installed breach meltas. Charge. The Mastodon Heavy Transport's 3 breach meltas activated simultaneously. All beings were equal before the melta. The Deadwolfish armored personnel carrier didn't even have a chance to activate its escape device before it was completely melted into a hollow metal pipe. Only the receding figure of a rapidly speeding Mastodon remained. The conventional war was extremely fierce, and the TO's super heavy battlesuits were also busy. The XV-139 Supremacy armor didn't bother with the incoming tanks on the ground. Reaver Titans were already close. Chapter 162, Bow. There's no need to praise it, but also no need to belittle it. The XV-139 Supremacy armor possesses a barrier shield strong enough to withstand Titan-class weapons. Its equipped fusion annihilation cannons and pulse cannon arrays can also inflict effective damage on Titans, making it a true Titan-class armor. In appearance, it resembles a dreadnought, like the Grand Librarian's cast iron dreadnought, with a square box in the middle featuring an observation window, square missile pods on either side, 2 large cannon barrels on its back, terrifying weapons in each of its mechanical arms, and mechanical bipedal legs for walking below. Maroris, oh. That awesome one, Anos, I want that too. The Grand Librarian was fervent about this battle. It was clearly a war where winning would yield technology, and he loved such wars, knowing he could get new equipment after waking up next time. Anos, recover from your injuries first. The TO deployed 2 XV-139s in this direction, while Supremacy armors from other directions were rushing over. 2 against 2, the TO still had some confidence, so they needed to tie down our other 3 Titans. The TO Air Force was under considerable pressure. They received orders from TO High Command, who were foolishly dreaming of using the tactics from the Damocles Crusade again, using a powerful air force to entangle enemy Titans, using ambushing TO to launch fire strikes on human forces, and using fire-cast warriors in battlesuits to lure enemy space marines by fighting and retreating. If these forces were dispersed, the Imperium of Man would be unable to unite like a fist to punch through the TO's defensive positions. The Imperial forces would be drawn into a meat grinder-like war of attrition, competing in numbers and overall strength with the TO, ultimately losing due to numerical inferiority. The problem was, they weren't facing the Imperium. The TO saw a large number of tank forces rushing towards their positions. The Titans were slow and behind, so wasn't this a good opportunity? A large number of fighter jets rushed towards the Titans, intending to engage them with their superior maneuverability. But upon flying closer, they saw a vast human army behind the enemy Titans, including many Bane blades, super heavy tanks that had caused them significant damage in the past. Suddenly, a large volume of anti-air fire erupted from the human army. Both the Titans and tanks caused great trouble for these flat TO ships. The frontline battlefield was not suitable for their fast-flying fighter jets. These jets, which emphasize speed and missile range, are best suited for long-range strikes against important enemy facilities marked by reconnaissance units. TO scouts had just left. As previously, it had been orbital bombardment outside, so who would dare to go out? Warriors in XV-45 stealth suits were running as fast as they could, attempting to reach the flank of the human army to launch a feint attack. TO fighter jets were not suited for this situation. They were aerial assassins, launching missiles from extreme ranges to destroy important enemy targets or large, concentrated forces lacking anti-air capabilities in a single strike. They could use missiles from a distance, but they were easily intercepted. They could use multi-barreled ion bombardments, but reaching that range also meant entering the range of the ground army's anti-air fire, which could destroy them. Aerial units that need to maintain sustained firepower on a frontal battlefield should be gunboats or armed helicopters. There were relatively few aircraft of this type in the TO forces. Not running after firing would likely be foolish. But the Red Tide had them. After fighting for so long, surely a lot of ammunition had been consumed. Supply transport train 1 arrived, floating. Clackety-clack, clackety-clack. Woo-woo. A steel dragon traversed the sky, guarding the army's airspace, appearing and disappearing in the clouds and mist. Our chapter has had this technology for so long, could we only have one train? Supply transport train 2 rose from the east, roaring as it attacked the enemy airspace. Note, the roar here is not an onomatopoeia, it genuinely fired lasers at the TO aircraft. Supply transport train 2 had clearly undergone multi-dimensional upgrades. The city-breaking melta in its dragon's mouth had been replaced with a heavy volcanic lance, which almost occupied the entire front of the train. The dragon's eyes were now also equipped with laser guns, mainly for point defense, capable of shooting down incoming missiles. There was no other way. Langjuzhou only produced excellent crystal ores for strengthening laser weapons, so we reluctantly used them. Another change was to the body of the train. The individual carriages were redesigned into cylinders, as we are aerial units transporting and fighting in a three-dimensional environment, and cylinders are a better choice. How could a dragon's spine not have long, flowing manes? Looking out, the spine of Supply Transport Train 2 was densely packed with anti-air weapons, sure to send any lawbreakers attempting to steal our supplies back, to the brass throne. The massive steel dragon also carried 4 dragon claw-shaped killing platforms underneath. Before finding this steel dragon STC template fragment, the chapter broke through several gates in an underground city, and the defensive facilities in front of one gate left a deep impression on the chapter. That was a powerful close-range electromagnetic cannon, equipped with a hard metal shield, a deflection field, and a kinetic absorption feedback device. Now, the chapter has utilized this system. When enemy warship approach, these dragon claw-shaped killing platforms will use electromagnetic cannons to kill the enemy. When the enemy tries to destroy it with slow-moving kinetic weapons, there will be a deflection field and a kinetic feedback system that converts the kinetic energy of incoming enemy bullets into electrical energy, recharging the electromagnetic cannon. Energy weapons need no explanation, our dragon-scale void shields are not just for show. When the enemy finds an opening, successfully closes in, and prepares to smash this weapon, the 5 melta nozzles on it will tell the enemy to be more careful in their next life. What? What does a little flying stick, crossed out, air train need close combat weapons for? It's imperial tradition. What in the Imperium doesn't have close combat weapons? There are even more long-range weapons. In addition to the sneaky carriage-type steel needle weapons, there are also reverse-scale kinetic cannons and heavy earth shaker cannons. We, the Red Tide, assure the Adeptus Mechanicus that every technology has a clear STC template fragment source and secure technical traceability proof, especially that heavy earth shaker cannon. We solemnly promise that we absolutely did not remove the large cannon from a Basilisk self-propelled gun. We simply welded an entire Basilisk heavy artillery piece onto the train. Such an aerial fire fortress is clearly intended to slaughter all enemies, crossed out, and safely deliver supplies to friendly forces deep within enemy territory. At this moment, the TO Air Force saw 2 twisting, elongated objects flying through the air. One on the left, one on the right, as if to sandwich them. Could this be tolerated? The ground army seems tricky, but isn't it easy to deal with these 2? The TO Air Force formation plunged down fiercely, launching an assault from high altitude towards the 2 low-flying supply transport trains. The TO's ancient and effective Sun Shark bombers released a large number of drones. These drones, originally parked on the bomber's wings as turrets, were now released to assist in the attack. The pulse projectors of 5 Sun Shark bombers began to charge. They would drop a large, unstable plasma sphere, causing a devastating explosion upon contact with the enemy. They also had 10 Tiger Shark fighter bombers and 22 Barracuda air superiority fighters. On the Dragon's spine, a large number of anti-air facilities began to operate, several groups of Manta drone swarms were instantly shot down, and a dense network of firepower lit up the sky. The anti-air sponsons of the Titans and Bane blades below also opened fire, and the TO Air Force witnessed an unprecedented density of firepower. How are they even more absurd than us? The supply transport trains were quite pleased. You were far away, and we couldn't do anything about you, as I'm not a high-speed fighter jet and couldn't catch up, but now you've come over yourselves, so don't blame me, ha ha ha. The steel dragon's body twisted, curving into an arc, dodging the enemy's ion sphere bombardment, and then it swayed its body. Secret technique, dragon's head rise. The front of the train rose proudly, opening its gaping maw. The powerful recoil almost made the train drop 2 meters, although lasers have no recoil. The air around the laser muzzle was instantly heated by the high-energy laser, and the expanding hot air propelled the steel dragon, also pushing the enemy towards death. A Sun Shark bomber in the sky was blasted with a large hole right in the middle, beginning to fall erratically. The fighter jets nearby were no better off. Several Barracudas immediately plummeted, trailing black smoke. Us? We have void shields, so the steel dragon was unharmed. The enemy air force was startled and immediately pulled away. Close-range aerial combat is not the TO's style. The TO always fire weapons from extreme long range, then run away. The TO Air Force formation circled the steel dragon at extreme range, launching a large number of seeker missiles. These missiles were shot down by anti-air fire as they approached the steel dragon. Although the point defense lances painstakingly installed on the warship couldn't be used, those installed on the dragon's spine proved their worth. Of course, the supply transport trains also had no way to deal with the TO Air Force, only able to withstand their longest-range missile attacks. The TO Air Force also dared not approach within range of the railguns, because that would also mean entering the range of the enemy's terrifying weapons. The supply transport trains were constantly taking hits. But we have the advantage, a great advantage. What was the TO Air Force's mission? To tie down the Titans. Now they were instead being tied down by the steel dragons in the air. These giant dragons floated above the battlefield, flying wherever the battle went. The TO below wasted firepower attacking the sky. It was meaningless, as the steel dragons posed no threat to ground forces, and the Imperial Titans and Imperial tank army in front of them hadn't been dealt with yet, so who had the spare capacity to worry about the sky? And when the TO Air Force wanted to dive bomb and attack the Titans, they would lower their altitude, entering the range of the steel dragons. It seemed that upon discovering the TO Air Force could also attack the Titans below with missiles, the steel dragons increased their altitude slightly, forcing the enemy to also increase their altitude. The TO Air Force gritted their teeth, thinking, alright, let's see if you have more point defense ammunition or if I have more missiles. The steel dragon. I'm a supply transport train, lacking supplies, that's highly unlikely. The battle in the sky continued in this stalemate, while the Titans had already begun fierce engagements. 3 Reaver-class Titans had already entered the important base's shield zone. Now, their bombardments could truly strike the XV-139S, instead of being blocked by those annoying shields. 2 Reaver Titans pressed forward, equipped with close combat weapons, one with a siege ram mounted with a meltagun, and the other with a Titan-class chainsword. These 2 Reaver Titans didn't fight independently, instead, they launched a pincer attack, approaching the same XV-139 supremacy armor from left and right. The 3rd Reaver Titan, with all 3 of its main weapon mounts equipped with long-range armaments, unleashed a torrent of firepower from a distance. Of course, there was also a psychic dreadnought, mostly immobile, sitting on a land raider and angrily unleashing psychic lightning everywhere. The XV-139 was constantly retreating. It was a long-range bombardment Titan, not skilled in close-quarters combat. Although it was a 9 series close combat type, it wasn't equipped with so-called Titan close combat weapons. The TO's so-called XV-139 close combat armor was simply equipped with many direct fire missile launchers and autocannons in its chest, capable of shredding enemies with dense firepower at close range. The pulse array on the 15139's back was already unusable. These cannons, angled at 45 degrees towards the sky, were very effective against distant enemies and those hiding behind cover, but their barrels couldn't be lowered, making them powerless against enemies slightly shorter than it that had closed the distance. In the distance, another XV-139 was furiously bombarding the 2 Reaver-class Titans, but the third continuously firing Reaver also made it difficult for him to concentrate his firepower. Other large TO units were also in a disadvantageous position. Several XV-139s could be vaguely seen moving towards them in the distance, but our warship Castigator-class Titan was also about to enter the base's shield zone. The apprentice commander in charge of the battle was extremely anxious and immediately ordered several heavy tanks to concentrate their fire on the enemy Titans. However, after this volley, their exposed positions were immediately counterattacked by our Roscoe ground sweepers, forcing them to move quickly, firing a shot and then relocating. Reaver Titans possess 4 void shield arrays, which would not overload quickly even during prolonged long-range Titan-class engagements. Close combat was different. Against enemies of a higher tier, just 5 or 6 close-range blasts from Titan-class plasma weapons would be enough to overload the void shields and tear through their armor. At this moment, the 15139's plasma weapons activated overload mode. It was time to fight to the death. It constantly retreated, but the weapons in its 2 hands continuously bombarded one Reaver Titan. As the distance grew shorter, both sides' shields began to overload rapidly. On the battlefield, some tanks from both sides were also firing at these 2 behemoths. Whoever stood last would gain the strategic advantage. The void shield of the Reaver-class Titan equipped with the chainsword overloaded, the TO's powerful firepower proved superior. A TO turret nearby fired a railgun shot, accurately striking its leg. The mechanical leg sparked with electricity, countless broken wires exposed, and molten armor turned into scorching liquid, dripping down little by little. This Titan toppled sideways, coincidentally dodging a plasma main cannon shot from the XV-139. The enemy's weapons were completely overloaded, but all the metal plates on its chest sprang open, revealing autocannons and direct fire missiles. A large volume of attacks accurately struck the fallen Titan. In desperation, the fallen Reaver used its chainsword to block its chest, but the enemy's firepower was too fierce. Direct fire missiles utterly shattered the Titan-class chainsword, and the autocannons subsequently tore through large sections of armor and crippled one of its main weapon arrays. With just 10 more seconds of attack, this XV-139 was confident it could turn this missile-equipped Reaver into a pile of burning metal. The apprentice commander in the distance immediately ordered missiles to be launched, concentrating fire on the fallen Titan. However, the other Reaver Titan, equipped with a siege ram, had now arrived at the side of this XV-139. The 3 hammerheads of the siege ram began to rotate, using the same attack principle as the tunnel-boring machines we used to dig subway tracks. The power weapon's glow flashed and vanished, irresistibly piercing the side armor of this XV-139. The enemy tried to block with its massive cannon barrel, but it was severed by the Reaver's mounted meltagun. The volcano lance mounted on the Reaver's other mechanical arm was pressed against the XV-139 and fired. Such close-range attacks made it impossible for the barrier shields to function. The volcano lance was used like a laser cutter, a display of extravagance mixed with arrogance. This XV-139 also fell. At this moment, countless missiles and railgun shots assailed the fallen Reaver. Although many Roscoe ground sweepers wanted to turn and intercept the missiles, even if it was just intercepting one missile with a point defense gun, a command from the information hub made them all stop. The surviving Reaver wanted to use its body to help block, but its void shield was also about to overload. Were they just going to watch the fallen Titan be destroyed? Just at this critical moment, a strong psychic flash suddenly appeared above the fallen Reaver. The Grand Librarian's chest glowed like 2 large light bulbs. Even he, powerful as he was, could not teleport this Reaver-class Titan away, but he could send something over. Something without life signs. Thus, a large number of adamantium plates were teleported above it, hoping to block the fatal damage. Violent explosions and dazzling beams of light illuminated the ground. The fate of our Reaver was unknown, but the enemy's hidden turrets suffered devastating blows. What was the Grand Librarian sitting on? A land raider, the information hub. During the enemy's barrage of fire just now, the Grand Librarian immediately ordered the Roscoe ground sweepers to fully lock onto the exposed enemy weapon facilities and launch a retaliatory strike. Only some secondary cannons fired to intercept a few missiles. The other XV-139 was unlucky. After such a long time, our warship Castigator-class Titan had entered the shield range. This annoying base shield can finally no longer block my firepower. 2 aggressive machine spirits, even before their pilots, locked onto the still-standing XV-139. The quake cannon on its head suddenly fired, its immense power directly overloading the enemy's barrier shield. Its exposed armor was its last defense. Its pilots still wanted to struggle, but the third firepower output Reaver Titan fired all 3 main cannons, piercing its protection. The enemy didn't even have time to fire the point defense autocannons and direct fire missiles on its chest before suffering a devastating blow. Now, these unfired weapons detonated within its body, utterly blowing this XV-139 to pieces. The 4 remaining combat-capable Titans slowly turned their muzzles towards the other enemy Titan units rushing at full speed towards them. After a volley from the main force, the human army had completely breached the enemy's front line, and the vast army marched towards their main base. The TO's defenders looked back at the base, the cannons there had long ceased to operate at some unknown time. There was a super large hole in the metal city wall, still not cooled, its edges glowing red, with liquid metal still dripping. Mastodon heavy troop carriers could transport 40 ordinary Astartes at once. This was a destructive force. Hey? Why not deploy Terminators? Let me reiterate, the TO here have not researched psychic powers. Warp teleportation initiated here has no psychic interference. Terminator armor has built-in warp teleportation devices and can be directly teleported in with the help of a teleportation platform or a warp teleportation psychic squad. The Mastodon troop carrier brought in 40 warriors, actually, 30 Primaris warriors. As soon as they disembarked, psychic beacons were deployed, and then a large number of Terminators warriors appeared inside the enemy facility. With a loud bang, the annoying base shield was finally destroyed. The battle barge in the sky was like Gabriel holding a trumpet. The other XV-139 and XV-128 large mechs, desperately rushing towards them, were hit by orbital bombardment level laser strikes descending from the sky tens of seconds after the main shield disappeared. The image of Yifeng's descent from the gods back then, with the shattered Great Gargant replaced by the TO's large mechs, and Yifeng standing on a tank barrel replaced by the Grand Librarian, sitting on a Land Raider, unrivaled in all directions. The fleeing greenskins were replaced by the TO, with nowhere to run. What remained unchanged was the subjugation of the enemy, and the extermination of all Xenos. For 100 years, unchanged. For 1,000 years, unchanged. For 10,000 years, unchanged. For humanity. When the last wisp of smoke dissipated from the battlefield, the utterly destroyed enemy base was largely emptied by the chapter. This was not actually a military base, underground were large living areas for the TO. This was a settlement. The TO population is too small for hive city level structures. Of course, it was also a resource storage area. In this battle, although one Titan was severely damaged, and the Adeptus Mechanicus maintenance personnel were jumping up and down, cursing Yifeng, the gains, barely broke even, not much profit. Orbital bombardment bombs are very expensive, okay. We dropped so many at once. A large number of TO captives were tied up and sent to transport ships. It wasn't that the Astartes had a sudden burst of kindness and started loving the TO, it was Christina's request. She wanted some TO for research. This lady's requests must be fulfilled as much as possible. Her resentment, as she was still building houses, was almost tangible. Alleviating it even a little was good. The battle barges packed up. After fighting here for several weeks, it was time to check out other star systems. Lunar-class cruisers had already been dispatched. Ever since the enemy's naval rout, our lunar-class cruisers, in groups of 3, had been freely hunting within the more than 100 star systems of the TO's first and second defensive lines, destroying a large number of transport ships and shipyards. The enemy had no way to deal with these powerful main warships. Supply planets were established one by one, but Yifeng did not intend to use them. Pack up. It's time to deal with the enemy's third defensive line. The Damocles Gulf must be cleared. Chapter 163, Faster. Faster. The TO's third line of defense consisted of a sparse patrol of warships. No matter how quickly the shipyards worked, it was impossible to construct a large navy at short notice, and a mere handful of advanced warships could no longer form a fleet capable of combat. The TO shipyards opted for the next best thing. They manufactured a large number of Explorer-class starships, simply equipping them with advanced engines and shields, and largely foregoing weapons, prioritizing toughness and speed. Abandon all burdens and charge. It was no longer possible to overwhelm the enemy with massive firepower. The fanatical the Inner Circle decided to abandon their previous principles. The warships would charge, their overloaded engines detonating, taking the enemy with them. The Inner Circle would never fear sacrifice. As long as the Inner Circle could survive this calamity, no cost was too great. At this moment, the Ambassador-class cruisers, laden with numerous Explorer-class starships, were acting as bombers, and the starships they carried were their missiles. The ethereal leadership, a certain big shot from the Inner Circle, personally met with every aircast captain who was heading to their death, boosting morale, hypnotizing them. The success or failure of this battle hinged on courage. Courage would help the Inner Circle achieve ultimate victory. Within the defensive line, on the planets, half-fake space shipyards were located in low orbit, with the traction rocket deployed on each large facility. When the enemy reached our star system, we would begin to pretend to dismantle them. This was meticulously calculated. The enemy would just be able to see our space shipyards, and by the time they arrived, it would be precisely when the shipyards were being recalled to the planet. At that time, the enemy would believe we possessed the ability to rapidly construct shipyards and would initiate ground combat, allowing us to seize the opportunity to inflict heavy casualties on enemy personnel. If your ships are empty, you can't continue the expeditionary force, can you? Additionally, the TO had prepared a gift for these damned Imperial Navy. The Stern Vigilance and Eternal Mountain, 2 battle barges, remained the main force, but with Tearfall and Dawn of Light absent, the Iron Jungle Strike Cruiser was transferred to their ranks. The Red Tide Expeditionary Force advanced steadily until it reached the enemy's third line of defense. We had a huge advantage, the enemy's information transmission problem. The enemy had no psychers, no astropaths, they couldn't transmit information over long distances. The TO's information transmission still relied on a ship dragging a pile of solid-state hard drives storing information, hurtling through space. Before the Damocles Gulf, it was acceptable. The star systems were crisscrossed, with one star system connecting several other worlds, making it difficult for us to intercept. But upon reaching the desolate Damocles Gulf, there was no other clever way. Messenger ships simply had to traverse the Damocles Gulf. Under these circumstances, Yi Feng was confident that he could cross this area earlier than the enemy's messengers, reaching their core home worlds. While the enemy on the other side of the gulf was still gathering forces to support the third line of defense, our warships suddenly appeared, driving straight in, their spearhead pointed directly at the Tio home world. At this time, the Dawn Light battle barge was under immense pressure. Only its bottom airdrop bay and orbital bombardment facilities were damaged, its naval combat capability remained unaffected. So, it was currently the primary force patrolling over 20 human worlds and more than 100 enemy worlds. 3 damaged lunar-class cruisers had largely recovered combat capability after several weeks of emergency repairs, though their severely damaged turrets and lance arrays were still removed and replaced with torpedo tubes or metal armor plates. Thus, everyone could see 3 peculiar warships with torpedo tubes mounted on their spine positions, because torpedo tubes were simple to install. These 3 warships and the Dawn Light warship would make one last supply run for the Red Tide main fleet, then conduct a full patrol in the Damocles Gulf area. 2 battle barges, 1 strike cruiser, 6 lunar-class cruisers, and several Nova frigates. This was the entire strength of the assault fleet. Matthew Rio and Yi Feng reluctantly parted, having resolved to tie his forces to brother Yi Feng's, but unexpectedly, he still had their 3 lunar-class cruisers accompanying him, so it wasn't like he was going alone. The Yi Feng main fleet plunged into the enemy's third line of defense. The Tio's plan began to be implemented in an orderly fashion. Within the asteroid belt, numerous asteroids had thrusters installed behind them, flying towards the Yi Feng main fleet. The enemy's Suicide Squad fleet was hidden behind the asteroids, advancing with them. When our close-in weapons began firing and furious interceptor squadrons were dispatched to investigate, a large number of enemy suicide fleets launched suicide attacks. The Tio did not fire at all, their ship speed was significantly higher than usual. Our fleet initially didn't realize the enemy's intention, but upon reaching the range of our macro cannons, the enemy's charging method, without evasion, alerted Brother Ink, who quickly warned Yi Feng. Yi Feng was dumbfounded. Aren't the Tio good at long-range firepower and flexible maneuvers? How did they turn into Kern worshippers? The enemy's will to fight and determination to win surprise us, Anos said from the side. But they cannot withstand iron and fire. In the face of a disparity in strength, they are merely struggling ants. I agree with your point, Anos, and by the way, the Grand Librarian is asleep, so he won't be whipping you with a psychic lash. You don't need to hide here with me. For safety's sake, I'll stay away for 2 days. I'm also an ant, whispering. Ahem. I haven't been in a battle for a long time either, so I came to check on the situation. So, how do we plan to deal with the current situation? Brother Eng sent us a message. If this continues, we won't be able to stop the enemy. Many enemy ships will collide with us, and even if the enemy isn't armed, their self-destruction alone is enough to cause significant damage. What does Sisyphus say? He's a predictive librarian, he can't just be mute. He said the enemy is a low psyker race, with very little warp reaction, making prophecy difficult. Well, let him continue being a melee psyker then. Our fleet's reaction was quite decisive. Afterburners on, accelerate and turn, run. When a group of madmen with bombs strapped to them charges at you, your best option is to run first. These things were Tio-engineered guided missiles, both tough and fast. Our entire fleet dispersed. If the enemy was hiding behind asteroids, we would just go around to the side. So, the Red Tide flipped through history books, turning to the page about fighting Space Manta. The entire fleet divided into 3 parts, evading in 3 directions. Imperial Navy ships have very few turrets mounted at the rear, only cowards run, true men prepare for ramming. 3 arcs traced through space, our warships began firing, their broadside weapons shooting at enemies behind friendly fleets. The 3 fleets provided covering fire for each other, simply avoiding contact with the Tio. Chapter Master Yi Feng, afterburners will deplete in 3 minutes. At that point, the enemy will be able to catch us before the afterburner chambers recover. Have you ascertained their numbers? How many enemies are there? There are still 46 ships. Wait, are we idiots? The enemy is chasing us from behind, but they have no weapons. They aren't Space Manta. They won't eat bombs. Why don't we deploy space mines? Plasma mines and melta mines, in limited quantities, were urgently brought out from various storerooms, activated, and then thrown into the space behind them. The Tio Suicide Squad was bewildered. The enemy was ahead, and the mines were also ahead. Should they charge or not? On the planetary world, the Tio Big Shot in the observation post saw the scene, sighed helplessly, and ordered the messenger ship to depart. The plan for the third line of defense was likely doomed. The moment the Tio warship's sneak attack failed, the outcome was already sealed. With continuous bombardment and explosions, the Tio Suicide Squad struggled to reach Yi Feng's main fleet. Their only achievement was to be blocked by a Nova-class frigate acting as a rearguard when they were about to make contact. After the 2 chasing fleets traversed the entire star system, Yi Feng's fleet dumped another large pile of mines and then jumped into the warp, leaving the remaining dozen or so suicide starships looking at each other in confusion. Are we retired? On the other side of the star system, the Dawn of Light battle barge, having received the signal, jumped out with its fleet, ready to deal with these stalker perverts. Humph, dare to chase my brother Yi Feng? Only I, lamenters, can follow him. Matthew Rio stood with his hands on his hips, looking at the auger array. This must be the last batch of enemy fleets, right? Once these enemies are dealt with, there will be no more enemies west of the Damocles Gulf. Looking at the map, Matthew Rio's fighting spirit soared. It wasn't chaos, how dare a mere Xenos run wild. At this moment, the gift the Tio had prepared for Yifeng's main fleet finally arrived, albeit late. They had departed immediately upon receiving the messenger ship's signal, but unexpectedly, they were still a step too late. Wait, they weren't too late. Farsight Enclave's support fleet and the 4 warships under Matthew Rio's command engaged in fierce combat. Note, Farsight Enclaves are a splinter faction of the Tio. After reclaiming a large amount of territory. In the 8th month, the Grand Fleet arrived at the homeworld of Pico, which was the homeworld of the Kroot. In the 9th month, the world of Bakken was breached. At this time, the messenger ship carrying news of the Tio's 3rd defensive line being breached had not yet reached Tio. The Red Tide fleet re-entered the warp, initiating a warp engine overload, and at all costs, attacked Tio before the enemy messenger ship could arrive. Ahead lay Tio. At this time, Tio was completely unaware of the approaching danger. A grand ceremony was being held there. On the outermost terrestrial planet in the Tio star system, there was the largest Tio shipyard. This was determined by historical factors. Initially, the Tio were very weak, and even traveling within the star system took a long time. To save time, they built their shipyard on the edge of the star system, so ships could immediately embark on long voyages once completed. Now, a large number of Tio high-ranking officials were gathered there. The Earth-Caste Supreme Science Council was holding its highest-level press conference. The Tio Ministry of Technology had successfully constructed the ideal class battleship carrier, the largest warship in Tio history. It still maintained a disc design, but its scale was countless times larger than all previous warships. This warship was as large as a small hive city. Words like massive and magnificent were too cliché to describe its enormity. It was like the flying Mount Luroth, the largest mountain on Tio, like an asteroid of steel. Its abundant firepower and powerful energy not only featured a stealth mode, isolating it from auger array detection, but also could jam enemy communication signals, both psychic and physical. Its electronic pulse attack could paralyze a large number of electronic systems. Even the Imperium's most advanced warship would have its void shields directly overloaded. It could carry enough weather controllers and terraforming devices to easily transform a planet into any desired state. This was an invincible warship. The Inner Circle personnel carefully controlled the Earth-Caste's top scientists. This warship was the Inner Circle's last carrier, and appearing before the Tio in this form was truly a last resort. All Inner Circle personnel boarded this warship. This apocalyptic class vessel was basically on par with the Phalanx. This was far safer than the so-called rock-solid Tio homeworld. The Inner Circle was already prepared to abandon the Tio. If they truly couldn't hold out, they would escape aboard this warship. Escape to where? They didn't know, but it was safer than staying here. A large number of Tio scientists and soldiers underwent training to quickly familiarize themselves with this warship. Due to the lack of sufficient psychers, the warship's powerful psychic offensive could not be fully utilized. The number of Nikasar was completely insufficient. They were dispersed among various Explorer-class starships, and recruitment efforts were underway, but they hadn't arrived yet. Only a portion of Nikasar residing on Tio had already boarded the ship. For now, they could only rely on the warship's terrifying number of physical turrets and laser cannons. Just as a large number of Tio were happily boarding this warship and getting acquainted with their new ride, the Red Tide fleet arrived. During the long-distance raid, the warships had sustained some damage, more or less. The Stern Vigilance had preserved its combat effectiveness most completely, so it was at the forefront. When the Stern Vigilance roared out of the warp, everyone was stunned. Tio, are Xenos coming to witness our new warship's maiden voyage ceremony? Astartes, how did the Phalanx get here? After a brief moment of shock, both sides immediately entered full alert. William's roar echoed throughout the ship. Overload engines. Charge at all costs. Boarding action. Take that warship. The Inner Circle was also terrified. Fire. Fire quickly. To positions. Everyone, quickly go to your weapon stations. How could the Tio know the precise structure of this complex warship? This wasn't something they had truly built themselves, and Hypnosis couldn't transmit information to hundreds of thousands of Tio crew members. They had planned for the 3rd defensive line to hold out a bit longer, giving them a few more months to familiarize themselves with the warship. The Tio crew members were in chaos at this time, with many not knowing where to go. Being extremely rational, they chose the safest method. Stay put. It wasn't until the Inner Circle, in desperation, sent the entire warship's map to them that the Tio received instructions to proceed to their respective positions. Damn it, the secrets were completely exposed. They could only fight with all their might to win. The main weapon of this warship was a powerful psychic attack, which was clearly unusable now. They could only use the secondary cannons for the time being. The esoteric battleship was octagonal, with a rectangular opening on each side. Now, abundant beams of electrical energy lit up within them. Void-class electromagnetic pulse, firing. A strange fluctuation rippled out from the side of the esoteric battleship, a force that nearly twisted the void, making those standing by the observation window of the battle barge see the space ahead ripple. A powerful force swept over the Stern Vigilance, overloading all of the warship's void shields and causing numerous electronic facilities to fail. The battle barge only managed to launch 8 torpedoes. After the enemy's attack swept over, the machine spirit of the melted torpedoes died on the spot, only moving forward mechanically. The steady machine spirit of the Stern Vigilance whimpered, the entire warship almost half paralyzed. Tech Marine. Maintain engine output at all costs. Chapter Master William. The situation is quite the opposite. The engine overload mode limiter has failed. I don't know what will happen to this warship after the overload limit time. All Astartes prepare for boarding. No one is to remain behind. The enemy's warship also fell silent after an electromagnetic pulse attack. Large numbers of TO soldiers were jammed in the corridors, there was no intelligent AI to guide and direct traffic here, and they didn't even know where they were. The number of personnel deployed to the various weapon arrays of the esoteric battleship was completely insufficient. The inner circle's leaders couldn't hold back any longer, they had to ensure the safety of this warship. Nikasser. Attack directly. Don't worry about the psychic facilities. Huge psychic orbs condensed at each corner of the inner circle's octagonal warship, shining with blue-white light, illuminating the entire shipyard. Even in the vacuum of space, people could hear the crackling sound of psychic lightning, seemingly an effect on mortals from the warp plane. All mortal crew members felt an unnamed panic. William's eyelids twitched at the sight. Everyone, brace for impact. Several psychic orbs flew towards the rapidly moving stern vigilance. The machine spirit fully operated the rudder, barely avoiding one psychic orb. The remaining psychic attacks smashed into the bow of the stern vigilance. The reinforced adamantium armor plating and hard ramming prow were shattered like tofu, dissolving quickly like spring snow. The front fifth of the entire warship simply vanished into thin air. The sight of the heavy casualties made William's heart ache. At least 30 battle brothers were killed silently just like that. The machine spirit of the stern vigilance was severely damaged, but it was a warship piloted for countless years by the Sons of Dorn, it was as rock-solid as its Primarch. A lance array recovered, and enemy fire gradually came, with both sides engaging in sporadic exchanges. The TO clumsily operated weapons they had never seen before. There wasn't a single weapon they were familiar with here. Where were the railguns they were promised? The pulse arrays? Why were they all strange control sticks, and they couldn't even read the text labels on them? Their rigid thinking and limited knowledge made it difficult to understand the equipment before them. The stern vigilance was heavily damaged, and the Nikasser couldn't launch an attack for a short time. Now it was the Astartes' time. A furious William had the shadow drone fighters carry elite troops for a vanguard assault, followed by warp teleportation units and boarding pod units. However, a message came from the warp teleportation matrix, they couldn't lock onto the enemy warship at all. Such a large enemy ship seemed to be solid from the perspective of the warp. William gritted his teeth, boarding. All personnel to boarding pods. For those who can't fit, take supply transport too. A battle barge could deploy 3 companies of warriors at once, but William had over 350 men, most of whom were Terminator's warriors and towering Primaris warriors. Chapter Master William, it's still not enough. There are about 30 more brothers. Have the Luna Wolves warriors put on jump packs and jump across at close range. Be careful to jump into the large holes burned open by the Melta assault pods. There was no other way, it was a desperate gamble. All fighters flew out, maintaining maintaining continuous attack, then directly returning to the Eternal Mountain, which was arriving later. When Yifeng's Eternal Mountain emerged from the warp, he was surprised to find that William had not waited for him but had launched an assault on his own. Even more surprising was the enormous warship before them. The Eternal Mountain immediately joined the battle, followed by the Iron Jungle leading 6 slightly damaged lunar-class cruisers. Several lunar-class cruisers bypassed this battlefield and engaged in fierce combat with the arriving homeworld defense forces, while also suppressing the enemy's ground-based defenses. The TO had deployed an extremely high density of firepower here, after all, this was their home world. The good news was that the machine spirit of the stern vigilance had fully restricted the overloaded engines, merely entering a complete shutdown, requiring a tech marine for repairs. The heavily damaged stern vigilance, relying on inertia, crashed into the enemy's shipyard. The main fleet could not observe its specific condition. And no one was observing. Command of the Eternal Mountain was handed over to Anos. Within the warship, as vast as a hive city, there were scattered almost 800 Astartes. Mortal attacks would also not be absent, the Astra Militarim's boarding pods, those square flying bricks, also slammed into the enemy warship. The loyal Imperial Auxiliary took pride in fighting alongside the Space Marines. As the saying goes, unite all forces. Chapter 164 What is a flying hive? Inside the esoteric battleship, these Xenos never expected the enemy to appear so quickly, nor did they expect to be boarded so easily before they even had a chance to activate their shields. Worthless TO. The entire warship descended into chaos. Since the Astartes focused on an all-out boarding assault, boarding torpedoes were everywhere, and the entire outer perimeter of the warship was swarming with Astartes. Just a few 100,000 TO, that's all. If we Astartes put in some effort, and each of us cuts down 500 enemies, won't it be over? Rogier, still paired with Bals, tore through the enemy's flesh with his savage claws. There were no crude here, only fire caste, air caste, and earth caste. The internal passages of the warship were very tall, seemingly built with some large creatures in mind, making the smaller TO appear out of place. Fortunately, some battlesuits could be used here, such as the XV-35 stealth suit, which the TO were particularly fond of. However, Bal's psychic shock could quickly cleanse the surrounding space, forcing any lurking enemies to reveal themselves, and Rogier's powerful sense of smell and perception could also vaguely detect anything amiss. Among all the warriors' progress, Rogier was the fastest, followed by Leon's Black Shield warriors. But soon, the Eternal Mountain warriors who joined the battle later provided support and even surpassed their progress. Kazanev's advance speed increased again, the other Terminator's warriors simply couldn't keep up. Surrounding him were Primaris warriors wearing Mark the 10th power armor. Aslan wielded his 3 blades with ferocity, leaving a trail of dismembered limbs in his wake. The fastest, of course, was Chapter Master Yifeng. I am a Chapter Master, I have a vehicle. Chapter Master Yifeng and several sons of Jagatai Khan rode anti-gravity bikes, speeding through the long passages. What kind of warship is this big? Do the TO have this technology? Don't joke. Chapter Master Yifeng immediately realized that something else was involved, but he couldn't figure out what race could field such a massive warship. Necrons? Unlikely. Besides, whether they would be willing, if he had already fought his way here, he would surely have seen such a scene. The floor glowed with a green light, active metal teleported into view, gauze flares fired like a desperate urination, and the Lord, gripping his blade, stabbed your rear. Looking around, there seemed to be psychic traces. It couldn't be Eldar support, could it? As he pondered with multi-threaded thoughts, large numbers of TO emerged from various mechanical exits. The TO's eyes were slow to focus. An Astartes swung his blade, and before the enemy could even clearly see what was in front of them, their heads were split in two. Sisyphus' voice came through the comms channel. The old librarian finally remembered his regular task, to maintain smooth communications during battle. Chapter Master Yifeng, we have encountered large TO forces, but judging by their behavior, they seem to be lost as well. Eng's words came through the comms channel, devoid of emotion. That means the enemy has also just arrived on this warship. We'll use speed to disrupt them. Tell the warriors to attack the warship's core as quickly as possible. The inner circle was currently busy activating the warship's internal defenses. Damn it, why were so many psychic weapons installed back then? Why did it take so many units to activate this array? Damn it, we should have cryogenically frozen the crew back then. The enemy's internal defense arrays were gradually activating. From the dark walls inscribed with intricate patterns, numerous gun barrels and turrets emerged, their powerful might surprising even Chapter Master Yifeng. A warrior beside Chapter Master Yifeng took a hit from an enemy's penetrating cannon. One shot went straight through his thigh. It seemed that in front of the enemy's weapons, the Mark the 10th Power Armor's power boots were as soft as a cream cake. Estimate the enemy as an Eldar and Necrons coalition. Everyone is to execute Protocol 31, attack the enemy's core at all costs. Where is the enemy's core? Unknown. Eng had a map in his mind. He remembered the approximate location and path of every brother, and even the changes in gravity and the most subtle angle changes in the corridors were recorded on the map in his mind. Possibility map sent. Possible enemy locations have been marked. This was a speculative map, drawn by Eng as he stood beside Sisyphus, listening to the communications of his brothers. Chapter Master Yifeng sped along, shield on his back, as the surrounding firepower grew increasingly dense. Suddenly, a squad wearing XV-25 stealth suits appeared ahead. These 5 or 6 TO activated their stealth mode, moving quietly, intending to ambush the Astartes while they were engaged with the defensive turrets. Although these individuals were cloaked, they could not escape the perception of the White Scars warriors. The changes in the wind direction revealed everything. The warriors ducked down and charged directly at the enemy. Before they could react, they were already spinning under the bikes, blades dancing. It was also at this moment that a particle beam from the internal defenses struck Chapter Master Yifeng's motorcycle, swiftly burning through its engine. A warrior named Hassan, who was nearby, quickly pulled Chapter Master Yifeng onto his bike. Chapter Master Yifeng's mount wobbled forward for a distance, then detonated into a ball of flames. At this moment, Chapter Master Yifeng's face was expressionless. For someone who had spent so long by the shield, there was nothing that could not be lost, no pain that could not be endured. Chapter Master Yifeng continuously observed the surrounding defensive structures. Enk, I've been hit by a laser cannon. It's very precise and has strong penetration. Have other warriors encountered this? No reports yet. The possibility of death upon encounter is not ruled out. Mark my route. The denser the enemy's defensive fire, the closer I am to the enemy's core. Chapter Master Yifeng communicated with Enk while slaughtering enemies. With 2 people on one motorcycle, he could focus entirely on killing the enemy. The White Scars rider, however, was having a tougher time. He was uncomfortably close to that shield. Ahead, a 3-way intersection appeared. Chapter Master Yifeng's squad split into 3 groups. Chapter Master Yifeng and the White Scars rider teamed up, and the 2 of them turned into the right-hand passage. Immediately upon turning, something felt wrong. The communication system cut out. The area was physically signal jammed. Due to Chapter Master Yifeng's shield, Librarian Sisyphus' psychic amplification was ineffective on him, and thus he lost contact with the chapter. At this time, Anos, commanding the Eternal Mountain, gradually approached the ruins of the enemy shipyard, attempting to rescue the stern vigilance. Then he received the news of Chapter Master Yifeng's disappearance. Anos' heart jolted, then he sighed and turned to walk towards the stasis field. Grand Librarian Maroris was, at this moment, a simple, completely normal, and utterly orthodox Castellan dreadnought. Since the last time the Grand Librarian had caused a ruckus and blasted the TO ground forces equipment, Anos had no ideas for a while, so he reverted the Castellan dreadnought to its original state. Aside from the psychic amplifier being placed on top of its head, it looked like a normal dreadnought. Maroris woke up from his sleep, his psychic energy dissipated. Where are my subordinates? Where are all the machine spirits? The Castellan dreadnought's machine spirit was equally bewildered. Am I free? Brother Maroris, emergency situation. Uncharacteristically, the Grand Librarian did not strike Anos, but silently read the intelligence Anos sent him. When can I become the machine spirit of such a warship? Maroris said. Probably when you become a super psyker like the Emperor, Anos silently replied in his heart, and then whispered, no offense, Emperor. The two veterans of the Shadow Blade chapter faced each other in silence, then simultaneously declared, "Loot." Regarding Chapter Master Yifeng's loss of contact with Librarian Sisyphus, Anos expressed no concern. "That guy carries a shield, it would be a miracle if your librarian could find him." The Grand Librarian, for once, sat properly in a transport vessel and arrived at the esoteric battleship. As soon as he disembarked, Tio soldiers came to greet him. How enthusiastic! Then, Yaaik. At this point, Chapter Master Yifeng had arrived in a very spacious hall. After driving his motorcycle in at full throttle, he couldn't find an exit for a moment. The wide area was like a large plaza, with strangely irregular edges not square or circular, but completely amorphous. Chapter Master Yifeng was also completely bewildered. Which way to go? Never mind, let's blow something up and see. Chapter Master Yifeng ran to a wall and threw down a melt-a-bomb. The wall instantly shattered, revealing countless red sensor lights behind it. The esoteric battleship's original mechanical guards stood neatly arranged there. Or rather, they lay dead there. The organic parts within these robots had all died, turning them completely into scrap metal. These guards were originally super soldiers created by mechanizing psychic beings, specifically designed to fight chaos demons. Chapter Master Yifeng cautiously slipped inside. The warrior behind him, after circling on his motorcycle to no avail, also entered. Chapter Master Yifeng fumbled around, searching for an exit. After some time, finding nothing, he considered whether to plant another large bomb and blast another wall down. Suddenly, Chapter Master Yifeng heard something and signaled his brother to take cover. A mechanical door suddenly opened, and two tall esoteric Xenos entered, grumbling. Author's translator online. How did these Astartes appear in this star system? Shouldn't they be at the third defensive line? Oh, come on. You know how the TO communicate. The enemy is at the doorstep, and their messengers haven't even left. Complaining about this now is useless. Hurry and check if there are any mechanical soldiers that can still move. The enemy has already broken in, and we're still looking for defensive units. It's truly ridiculous. Don't you feel something strange around here? I feel a bit uncomfortable. Chapter Master Yifeng couldn't understand what these two members of the inner circle were saying. They looked like Tio, but neither their walking posture, muscle expansion, nor breathing rate were characteristic of a Tio. It must be a disguise. Chapter Master Yifeng prepared to strike. There would be no stealthy ambush, with such a large shield on his back, it was all about charging fast. The two esoteric Xenos quickly reacted, and a psychic lightning bolt shot towards Chapter Master Yifeng. Chapter Master Yifeng? Psyker? The inner circle? Untouchable? Chapter Master Yifeng thought these were the powerful Psykers who had clashed with the Qing warship, and charged even faster. A member of the inner circle Xenos immediately fumbled through its dark robe, searching for something, when a bolter round flew in, precisely severing its arm, followed by a second bolter round that exploded its head. Brother Hassan, hidden to the side, attacked with his bolter, his precise shots causing immense panic in another Psyker of the inner circle. It was muttering, seemingly attempting to cast some spell. Chapter Master Yifeng approached, and the psychic energy of the entire area seemed to be drained, becoming a black domain in the warp. Chapter Master Yifeng's long blade fell straight onto the Xeno's neck, the ethereal image before him suddenly shattered, and it no longer concealed itself, extending four arms, its two-legged illusion crumbling to reveal a long snake-like tail. Its face, however, changed little, its eyes becoming compound eyes, and the shape of its face becoming nearly bulbous. Chapter Master Yifeng couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap, a ladder! Aren't they a Slaanesh race? Weren't the latter annihilated by Fulgrim during the Great Crusade? Fulgrim's fall was due to the corruption of the Slaaneshi daemon residing in the holy sword taken from their temple." This latter understood Chapter Master Yifeng's human words and angrily let out a sound similar to human speech. "Woman yeshi yu dekongde. We also resist." Chapter Master Yifeng had no intention of chatting with this ancient remnant and slashed at it with his blade. The latter was not a defenseless Xenos, it trembled slightly, and four bizarrely shaped blades fell from its dark robe. Each of its four arms gripped a blade, and it raised them to parry, attempting to block Chapter Master Yifeng's attack. A grating sound of friction, blades clashing, and sparks flying. Chapter Master Yifeng's powerful attack caused the latter to be violently impacted. Its snake tail was not suitable for maintaining balance in such head-on combat. It used Chapter Master Yifeng's force to retreat, attempting to maneuver. This is not 10,000 years ago, ancient spectre. We are bigger, stronger, and more resilient. Go to your death with your remaining soul. Chapter Master Yifeng pressed forward, striking with force, shattering one of the blades instantly. The latter's other arms attempted to counterattack, its blades striking the power armor and leaving a deep scratch. Zhu Shao, Women Ke Yi Tan Tan. Stop, we can talk. Talk about what? Chapter Master Yifeng did not continue to swing his blade. Seeing this, the latter seized the opportunity to attack. Bang! A bolter round accurately struck the latter's chest, shattering its shimmering silver scales, and a second bolter round, almost following the trajectory of the first, penetrated the enemy's chest. Chapter Master Yifeng removed his helmet, looking mockingly at the corpse before him. Talk about what? I'll know everything if I just take a bite. Chapter Master Yifeng bit into the latter's corpse. At this moment, another corpse of the inner circle beside him stirred. Its arm was broken, its head blown off that was in the Tio sense. This member of the inner circle burst out of the corpse's chest, revealing itself to be a parasitic organism. Its blood-red body and soft, springy flesh couldn't help but remind one of delicious grilled squid. However, the sharp bone blades on its tentacles brightly displayed its aggressiveness. This Xenos of the inner circle leaped fiercely, flying towards Chapter Master Yifeng's helmetless head. This sudden attack made it difficult for both warriors to react. When Chapter Master Yifeng looked up, his face covered in blood, he saw a fleshy mass flying towards his face. The whooshing wind made Chapter Master Yifeng's hair stand on end, and sharp blades were swinging towards him. In a moment of urgency, Chapter Master Yifeng gathered his strength and spat a large mouthful of saliva at the fleshy mass. Note: Astartes have special glands in their mouths, their saliva is highly toxic. The Xenos immediately collapsed, rolling on the ground with its eyes rolling back. It looked even more like grilled squid. Chapter Master Yifeng rose with a solemn expression, cut it in half with a blade, and then ate it in the same manner. The information was complex and chaotic. After eating the flesh of the two Xenos, Chapter Master Yifeng gained a large amount of memories and felt a dizzying headache. This skill should be used sparingly, human memory has a limit. This ability does not completely plunder memories, more recent memories are clearer, while older ones are more blurred. Chapter Master Yifeng, how are you? The other warrior stepped forward and asked with concern. I'm fine, Brother Hassan. We've caught a big fish. Come with me, today we're having a grand feast. The two remounted their motorcycles. Chapter Master Yifeng and Hassan, now knowing the general path, headed straight for the inner circle's gathering place. Along the way, Chapter Master Yifeng did not conceal his presence. At his speed, even if he appeared on surveillance, he would likely only be a blurry red shadow. Chapter Master Yifeng knew how to open most sealed doors, it was in his memories. Not long after, he bypassed a large amount of defensive firepower, rushing all the way to where the core personnel of the Qing were located. At this moment, the leaders of the inner circle wanted to retreat from another direction but were blocked. Kazanov had arrived here from another path. A chapter champion, a chapter master. The unexpected visit of the two filled the inner circle with dread. These Xenos revealed their true forms, and they were relieved. After so many years, they finally no longer had to disguise themselves as repulsive ethereals. They stretched their bodies, 10 millennia had passed, and they could finally fight once more for themselves, for their race. The psychic energy of the inner circle Xenos was suppressed by the shield, but how could these ancient Xenos races not have powerful technological products for personal defense? A lizardman pulled out a strangely shaped pistol, and a slime block beside it spat out a sharp blade. The Xenos all brought out various black technologies, and for a time, a large amount of mysterious energy flew wildly in the control room. Kazanov, wearing his iron-clad Terminator, found it difficult to withstand the enemy's attacks. From the doorway to the enemy's side this short 20-meter distance the Terminator armor sustained multiple damages. Chapter Master Yifeng's heavy power armor was even worse, although more flexible, its defensive capabilities were far inferior to the iron-clad model. The front plate of his heavy power armor had a huge tear, his shoulder plate had 5 bullet craters and 3 cracks, sticky black liquid pooled on Chapter Master Yifeng's power boots, and the power armor on his arm was scorched red. This was after a large number of attacks had been aimed at his head. The wall behind Chapter Master Yifeng had been battered beyond recognition by the fatal attacks he had dodged. But once it came to close quarters combat, it was a one-sided slaughter. In one encounter, one of the 6 leaders of the inner circle hiding in the control room was instantly cut down, and 3 others were severely wounded. Brother Hassan firmly guarded the doorway, repelling one of the inner circle Xenos and lightly injuring the opponent. The subsequent situation was not optimistic. TO close combat units had already appeared around the corner. The TO honor guard carried strange spear-like weapons they called blades of honor. These frail individuals didn't even wear battlesuits, it was hard to imagine what combat power they possessed. Hassan fired at the corner, but the defensive turrets deployed their return fire first, forcing Hassan back into the room. The situation in the control room was very delicate, the Astartes had the upper hand in melee, but the constant stream of strange gadgets the enemy produced caused Chapter Master Yifeng great trouble. Finally, an uninjured Xenos decided to make a desperate gamble. Its body was half mechanized and half a transparent, irregular gel-like substance. At this moment, it opened a layer of its outer shell in the mechanized area, revealing a button. Pressing the button firmly, all the surrounding blades of honor lit up. The TO honor guard indeed had little combat power, their only purpose was to sacrifice their lives. In an instant, the surrounding TO honor guard that had arrived turned into dust and floated away. Their life energy was absorbed by the spears in their hands in a strange form, then emitted threads of light, flying irresistibly towards the Xenos who had pressed the button. Hassan noticed the anomaly, he swung his power sword, constantly striking these strange lights, but the power sword passed through these eerie energies intact, as if these lines did not exist in the real world. The Xenos suddenly became solid, then slowly expanded. It developed exaggerated muscles and a well-defined physique like an orc, and this physique expanded faster and faster, eventually engulfing the mechanical parts, burying them deep within its body like a protective heart. It transformed into a gigantic, muscular, entirely grey, strong ethereal's figure. Kazanov fiercely slashed at it as it expanded, but the enemy easily caught the blow. It gripped the blade with its hand. Kazanov was somewhat surprised. He pulled his chainsword forcefully, extracting it from the enemy's hand, but it only left a faint white scratch. Chapter Master Yifeng had no time for surprise, he kicked hard, crushing another lingering Xenos. Now only one enemy remained. Chapter Master Yifeng's golden power sword and Kazanov's dark chain sword struck almost simultaneously. Both swords heavily impacted the enemy's flesh, producing a loud metallic clang. The enemy retaliated with 2 backhands, its terrifying monstrous strength sending both of them flying simultaneously, slamming them deep into the wall. Chapter Master Yi Feng twisted his body with all his might in midair, saving his untouchable shield from destruction, and he crashed into the wall in a strange posture. In an instant, a chill spread through his body, as if his entire being had been plunged into an ice cellar for thousands of years, followed by intense pain that brutally grew from the deepest parts of his flesh and blood. He didn't know how many bones were broken, various medicaments inside his power armor were frantically injected into Chapter Master Yi Feng's body. His left half of his body had impacted the wall, and Chapter Master Yi Feng could no longer feel the presence of his left arm. He slightly tilted his head and saw that Khazanov was in no better state. The effects of the tranquilizer and the intense pain intertwined, enveloping Chapter Master Yi Feng's senses. In a daze, Chapter Master Yi Feng suddenly recalled the scene of Chapter Master Daika and Chapter Master Skoro sleeping together on the wall when facing Kier Kram back then. How similar it was. The Xenos emitted a high-frequency vibration that was hard to decipher, like a roar, like a display of dominance. Chapter 165, Clearing the Esoteric Warship. The alien, transformed into a giant muscular Tio, roared and charged again at the 2 people on the wall. Yi Feng struggled to get down from the wall, swaying, seemingly about to collapse from exhaustion, but as the enemy approached him, Yi Feng suddenly stepped forward, lowered his shoulder, and slammed into the alien's chest. With his full strength, the alien was actually pushed back 2 steps, and a small dent appeared in its chest. Yi Feng shook his numb left arm and said in a deep voice, "You're not so tough either. My front armor isn't even shattered. You're not as good as a Night Lord's veteran." The alien understood Yi Feng's words and angrily raised its fist, aiming for Yi Feng's face. "I haven't fought in years. Do you all think I'm easy to bully?" Yi Feng's single-handed blade was as swift as a startled swan, a golden flash appearing and vanishing, its tip pointing directly at the dent that had just been created. The alien's movements faltered slightly, and there was a hint of panic in the shift of its stance. Its right hand turned to protect its chest, blocking the power sword's attack, while its left arm delivered a jab straight at Yi Feng's vital point. Seeing that his first strike failed, Yi Feng immediately raised his power sword. The golden yellow light and the blue arm scraped against each other, creating a shower of sparks. Through the dazzling sparks, Yi Feng quickly ducked to avoid the enemy's punch, his eyes fixed on the enemy. Their gazes met in the air, filled with murderous intent. "I'll give you one hand, you trash." Yi Feng's mouth never stopped. He hadn't forgotten Morgen's teachings, taunting was very effective for drawing aggro. The alien's expression seemed somewhat disdainful, mixed with a sneer. It glanced, seeing that the other enemy was still hanging on the wall, allowing it to fight without worry. The alien touched and retreated, wanting to create distance and readjust its stance, but the heavily wounded Yi Feng pressed forward, skillfully dodging its punches and constantly attacking its chest with his power sword. There, heavily protected, was its mechanical device. It dared not gamble that its best defense could withstand Yi Feng's attack. Those who dared to gamble had died 10,000 years ago. After retreating a few more steps, the alien's heel stepped on the corpse of one of the inner circle, and it finally became alert. It couldn't continue like this. It turned sideways to face the enemy, no longer defending its chest, and instead used its reach advantage to constantly force Yi Feng away from it, keeping its vital points outside the enemy's attack range. The sound of gunfire came from nearby. Harson had engaged the enemy's reinforcements. Yi Feng also understood the current situation. Gritting his teeth, he chose to entangle himself. After his power sword clashed with the enemy's fist, Yi Feng deliberately loosened his grip, and the golden longsword spun half a circle in the air before Yi Feng gripped it again in a reverse hold. Another punch from the enemy, carrying a fierce gust of wind, came from the left. Yi Feng rotated half a circle, clinging to the enemy's arm, and attacked again with a heavy shoulder charge, but this time, along with his right shoulder, the power sword held in a reverse grip along the arm also attacked. With a combination of a charge and a stab, Yi Feng paid the price of his chest being swept by the enemy's arm, but he once again struck the enemy's chest. The Astartes' big mech was heavily swept away, sliding a distance on the ground before crashing into the wall. Yi Feng's chest was shattered, looking like cracked ice porcelain, ready to completely shatter into fragments with another touch. Yi Feng tried to struggle to his feet, but the enemy had already leaped, its huge foot heading straight for Yi Feng's chest. At this point, he didn't care about appearances. Yi Feng rolled sideways to dodge, but the enemy's swift kick struck the golden power sword. Helpless, Yi Feng could only abandon the longsword. "All right, I'll let you have another sword." The alien scanned Yi Feng from top to bottom again, confirming that the big guy's only hard part was his mouth. It lifted its foot, as if it found stepping on the activated power sword a bit hot. Just then, another figure, moving at an incredibly fast speed, circled behind it. A black chain sword blocked the alien's arm, and in its other hand, Khazanov's signature power claw suddenly sprang from the heavy iron-clad Terminator armor, stabbing directly into the heavily protected mechanical device in the enemy's back. The alien turned with difficulty. The power claw had not penetrated deeply into its flesh, not reaching a vital point. It tensed its muscles, attempting to use its powerful physique and the force of its turn to directly snap the power claw in its back. Khazanov's heavy body actually spun with it, Khazanov pressing tightly against its back. His other hand swung his combat blade, striking fiercely at its head. The alien angrily flung its body, vibrating at a peculiar frequency. Its solid flesh instantly became as slippery and ungraspable as jelly. Khazanov's claw slid right out. But, did you think Yi Feng's taunts were covering for Khazanov? No, Kazanov was covering for Yifeng. After Yifeng's right hand released the golden power sword, he reached for our other old friend at his waist. The pale green plasma pistol, as always, entered overload mode. A close-range plasma bolt was unavoidable, and the raging plasma orb engulfed the alien before it. A fierce plasma storm erupted, and pale green light incinerated everything. If something couldn't be broken, a plasma cannon and melta would do the job, and if it still couldn't, then another shot would follow. The holy light once again illuminated Yifeng's body. The pale green light had protected generations of Astartes since the founding of the Crimson Torrent chapter. This was the last glory of the Green Templars, protecting the last warrior of the Green Templars. This alien fell, emitting black smoke, its mechanical device completely destroyed, its flesh burned into a thick black smoke. The close quarters combat here was intense because Yifeng's shield effectively suppressed the enemy's psychic abilities. Other areas were different, although the inner circle was few in number, their individual psychic combat power was quite strong. Various psychic powers flew across the battlefield. Bals and Sisyphus were doing their best to cover the warriors, but casualties were still significant. By an array of gravity weapons, the Tio, who couldn't use such weapons, waited in place. Suddenly, Astartes appeared simultaneously from several mechanical doors, and a fierce bolter storm slaughtered the enemies within seconds. Then the Astartes encountered the inner circle, who were rushing over to instruct the Tio on how to activate the gravity weapons. Both sides, without hesitation, immediately unleashed full firepower. Flying bolter rounds were stopped by psychic power. Fireballs condensing in the sky and glowing storm shields illuminated the entire battlefield. The enemy's powerful psychic abilities could even suppress the Astartes' movements, while the plasma storm from pulled triggers shattered the psychic barrier before them. With world-shattering power, the Tio warriors had no will to fight. At this moment, they were in a god's battlefield. Without warning, the inner circle psyker's entire body abruptly ignited with golden flames that clung like maggots. No matter how it used its psychic powers, these flames could not be extinguished, burning it to ashes in a few seconds. Sisyphus knelt in the distance. Sniping a powerful psyker was extremely draining for him. After losing a teammate, the inner circle shield showed a weakness. Some psychic bolter rounds were not stopped upon contact with the psychic shield but instead exploded directly, further accelerating the shield's depletion. Tio poured out from various passages, only to be mercilessly slaughtered. This was not a wide battlefield. In the narrow passages, the Astartes' advantage was limitless. Finally, the inner circle made a choice. A portion of the inner circle stopped attacking and, protected by shields, chanted complex incantations. After a psychic flash, they teleported to another location. In the next location, they continued to resist the attacks of the evil red tin cans. The enemy's internal defense systems were also not to be underestimated, could penetrate most areas of power armor, with only the hard shoulder plates barely able to resist. Rapid-fire incendiary armor-piercing rounds not only had good armor-piercing capabilities but also caused an incendiary explosion upon entering flesh, burning even the powerful Astartes' physique to ashes. The mysterious wave weapons seemed to be a combination of sound and magnetic waves. Upon being attacked, Astartes also needed to retreat quickly. Mortals attacked by them would immediately turn into a puddle of pus, with only scattered bone fragments falling to the ground. The only attack that could be ignored was closing the doors and releasing gas, which was useless against Astartes but devastating for the Imperial Auxiliary. Originally, the inner circle could still use these defense systems to resist for a moment. However, the White Scar's swift capture of the main control room caught the inner circle off guard, and most areas fell out of their control. After Yifeng seized the control room and consumed the flesh and blood of the inner circle alien, he turned most of the internal defense system's muzzles towards the Tio, while also being astonished by the true power of this terrifying warship. Unfortunately, some control systems were damaged during the struggle, and some defense systems were still active, requiring a run to various subsystems to shut them down. The inner circle personnel firmly guarded the last few subsystem control rooms they could control. The octagonal warship had already lost 6 corners. The inner circle were too few, they were merely aliens hiding behind the scenes, barely surviving, not even daring to release psychic powers freely for fear of attracting the gaze of the Chaos Gods. Their glorious past had long since turned into sand in the river of history under the guns of the loyalist word-bearers, swept away by the surging new waves. In the assault on the inner circle-controlled areas, the Imperial Auxiliaries' contributions were no less than the Astartes. Despite their hearts being crushed by the void and their bodies twisted by psychic power, the brave mortals still charged fearlessly at the inner circle, using their flesh and blood to deplete a large amount of the enemy's psychic energy. When Aslan and Valas's team arrived as reinforcements from another direction, Valas saw a ground littered with corpses and mortal warriors continuously charging with raised bayonets. 1 millisecond later, Valas shouted the only words he would utter in this battle, "Charge with me." Valas donned his cloak. On the long chaplain's cloak were the battle standards of the mortal troops he had once commanded. Influenced by Yifeng, these battle standards, like a 100-cloth robe, were sewn together piece by piece, as Valas continued his fierce assault on the enemies of the Emperor. A squad of Primaris warriors suddenly appeared on the battlefield, a fatal blow to the inner circle aliens whose psychic powers were nearly exhausted. They helplessly drew their unfamiliar blades, attempting to contend with Valas using their psychic-enhanced bodies. At this moment, our reserve chaplain Valas delivered a leaping slash at the enemy, the sharp blade aimed directly at the enemy's neck. The psychic shield the enemy had erected actually burst into flames upon contact with Valas's power armor, Valas's personal war armor, inscribed with the names of mortals. Now, Valas seemed like a demon emerging from flames, cleanly taking the alien's life. In the warp, the 100-cloth robe curiously circled this seemingly solid object, extending a small corner to touch it. Then it saw two familiar faint glows light up inside the object. The 100-cloth robe mused, I'm not a kid anymore, I should bring some subordinates when I go out. Look, those demons brought out the big guns after I dealt with the small ones, I need some manpower too. So it split off a bit of its power, and a searing liquid dripped into that light source, enveloping Valus's power armor. At this moment, the roars of countless Imperial auxiliary echoed in this part of the warp. The unyielding souls of mortals found a home, and the dying obsessions of warriors converged here. This power armor was officially promoted to a relic. Of course, Valus himself didn't know, he just thought an enemy was scorching his power armor with psychic flames. In the warp, the 100-cloth robe lay weakly on the side. Fortunately, it was dark all around, with no demons scurrying about. It gave up a bit of its authority, and also the gift from the cold sun. From now on, a portion of the intense emotional energy generated by mortals who believe in Yifeng's ideals and fight bravely will be sent to this power armor. The 100-cloth robe was constantly snatching, it couldn't prevent some energy from flowing into the deep warp, towards Kern's domain. It could only try its best to intercept. What? You ask about the other light? That's the living saint, Bals. Bals was currently controlling a large amount of debris to hurl at the enemy. The Inner Circle's Grand Librarian put a lot of pressure on him, in their psychic duel, Bals was at a disadvantage. However, a group of flat polar bears, Nikasar, that seemed quite powerful in his perception immediately surrendered upon meeting him, which left him a bit bewildered. It's fine, Rogier will also leave enemies bewildered. Rogier was fighting valiantly at the front. He had never experienced such a satisfying battle. Bals controlled a pile of sharp fragments, making them spin rapidly around Rogier. This resulted in every enemy who approached Rogier being wounded. Later, it got even more outrageous. Bals controlled a pile of bolters to orbit Rogier, turning him into a walking Poja, exploding wherever he went. Space wolves have high psychic resistance. Powerful psychic lightning struck Rogier, but after being weakened by Bal's psychic power, it only ignited his abundant fur. Of course, this also infuriated this genuine wolf guard, chapter masters, honor guard warrior. He lunged at the enemy, tearing at the accursed prey with his teeth, and dismembering enemies with his sharp claws and combat blade. He roared to the sky, letting out long wolf howls. The wolf pups, following their old wolf, plunged into the enemy ranks, unleashing a bloody slaughter. The enemy's counterattack was quite swift. There was a special ability user, a true healing psyker of life and death. Healing allies, but for enemies, controlling flesh and blood is a terrifying thing. It feigned fear of close combat, firing its concentrated comet pistol from the edge of the wall. A Primaris warrior spotted it and charged towards it. The concentrated comet pistol immediately switched to overload mode. The attacks that had previously bounced off the power armor now extensively melted the power armor. The warrior's flesh was exposed, and it extended its hand. Just as the Primaris warrior thought it was still 3 steps away from reaching it, its hand suddenly cracked open, the disguise of the ethereal clan disappeared, and a long tentacle shot out, touching the warrior's flesh. In an instant, the warrior's entire body seemed to be blessed by chaos, his flesh boiled, bones grew savagely, and organs shifted and vanished. Countless sharp bones pierced out from the warrior's wounds. This warrior transformed into a terrifying flesh construct within seconds, dying instantly. And this alien, fully unsealed its body, dozens of tentacles shot out, rushing towards the Astartes. Bals noticed the situation here and tried to divert power to counter it. But at this moment, the Inner Circle, who was dueling Bals, suddenly exerted force, fully committing to holding Bals back. The warriors retreated in an orderly fashion, attacking the dozens of tentacles with various bolters. The elite warriors hit every shot, and bolters exploded on the tentacles, severing the disgusting, elongated things. However, the alien, skilled in flesh-shaping psychic power, did not stop its attack. Instead, multiple new tentacles grew from the severed ones, coiling towards the Astartes. At this moment, hundreds of psychic lightning bolts suddenly appeared at the passage entrance, like a thunderstorm in dark clouds, swiftly and fiercely burning all the tentacles to a charred crisp. Heavy footsteps brought a declaration of death, the clanking chains of the cast iron dreadnought were the wails before life vanished. I am the roar of iron and fire, I am the light of the Omnissiah, I am the most valorous warrior, I am Maroris. The Astartes could bravely advance against the aliens' offensive, but upon hearing these words, the warriors abruptly halted their steps and began to slowly retreat with alternating cover. In the name of the Omnissiah. Evil aliens, hand over your good stuff. The Astartes breathed a sigh of relief and resumed their organized attack. An abnormal Grand Librarian dreadnought is normal. The Grand Librarian's current appearance was quite normal, just a quad-linked Deathstorm cannon and an ion destroyer, with missile launchers for close-range missiles on its back. The warriors almost thought it was Doflit's Dawn dreadnought. For Maroris, the firepower was too weak. The Inner Circle alien, struck by intense psychic power, retracted its tentacles. It desperately wanted to escape, this iron guy was too tough, it was impossible to reach its flesh. But it had nowhere to run. This was the Inner Circle's last stronghold. The Grand Librarian's explosive psychic power was the final straw that crushed the enemy's battle line. The Inner Circle aliens and Tio, pushed to desperation, let out roars of despair, launching suicidal attacks against the encroaching enemies. In the ensuing days of combat, they displayed astonishing will, inflicting heavy casualties on our side, especially the Imperial Auxiliary. But the disparity in strength cannot be overcome by will alone. We shout will and faith because the Emperor descends, you don't have that, Naya Naya Naya. Under the Grand Librarian's cover, the Astartes swept through the enemies, successfully capturing the warship entirely. Only in certain secret rooms were scattered members of the inner circle and Tio still stubbornly resisting. For example, 2 Kilo, this member of the inner circle was quite sneaky. He had died countless times. This body was a genuine Tio's, so he quickly prepared for warp translation to escape. At worst, he would struggle a bit back on Tio, needing to find a way to board the Tio's exile craft world and arc ships. Hey? Why did the warp translation psychic power die out? Who am I, where am I? The Grand Elder called me to the highest council room. Where is this? No, I was tied up by the guard. Is this the sky prison? At this moment, Yi Feng, driving through the adjacent corridor, had no idea what was happening. During the brutal boarding actions that took place over several days, the Tio homeworld finally received the news, or more accurately, saw it. How did the enemy get here? The enemy's main warship is faster than our messenger ships. The Tio had a portal they could use. This was when the Tio, while experimenting with a new engine for the AL-38 subcurrent module, had a large number of warships simultaneously activate their warp drives, causing the barrier between the real world and the warp to shatter, plunging into the warp. However, during the repair of the real world, some accidents occurred, and this place became a wormhole, allowing difficult navigation through semi-real space to reach other areas. They called it the Starcross Hub. Clearly, this was a brutal destruction of the real world. If it happened a few more times, a warp invasion would also descend. The Tio did not realize this and were still scrambling for tickets to other worlds. They've fought all the way here, there's nowhere to evacuate. We're not the clan responsible for fighting, you have to ensure our safety. The instability of the Tio's the greater good finally became apparent at this moment. When the clan responsible for a certain domain suffered heavy casualties, no other clan could step up to replace them. The Ethereal, a discarded member of the inner circle, though it clearly didn't realize this, remaining on Tio to oversee the situation, immediately launched a planet-wide speech to stabilize morale. It declared that the greater good was on the brink of survival, and every Tio must fight to the death. For their supreme ideal and the survival of the Tio, everyone must arm themselves and become warriors. They had no retreat, it was either fight or die. It ordered the closure of the routes through the wormhole, though it knew that the other side had also suffered devastating attacks from the Tyranid/Tyranid Hive fleet. All ships were simply converted into warships. It called upon all Tio to fight to the death. With 1 billion Tio on Tio, each with the will to fight to the death, they could annihilate all invading enemies. It issued an order that no honor action could be launched until each person had eliminated 100 humans. The fearless ones would approach the enemy, using laser designators to guide missile attacks, causing themselves and large enemy forces to be blown to ashes by missiles. The frenzied Tio shouted slogans, 1 billion Tio, 1 billion soldiers, to perish with 100 billion humans. At this time, the Iron Jungle strike cruiser was already nearing Tio's orbit. Note, Imperial warships typically reach a maximum speed of 1/4 light speed with ease. Taking the Sol system as an example, light takes about 4 to 7 hours to travel from Pluto to the Sunday. An Imperial warship could reach Tio in about a day. Perhaps, this is the last tough battle. Yi Feng, covered in dried blood, stood at the highest point of the inner circle's warship, gazing at the distant Tio. The end of this battle lies there. Chapter 166 My Elegion army will treat you well. The Tio core worlds were within sight, with countless loyalist fleets rushing in from various September worlds, yet Tio had already lost all its naval power. When lunar-class cruisers shattered numerous space stations and defensive gun emplacements, when the Iron Jungle removed the defenses of Tio's satellite, their second colony in history, and when the Ideal-class battleship was captured by the Imperium of Man, the Tio here had already despaired. Like a cornered beast, it bristled, arched its back, and tried hard to make itself appear stronger and more ferocious. Cough, cough, Chapter Master Yi Feng lay weakly on a stretcher. Although he grinned at the brothers carrying him, saying that the chapter's flagship had been secured and would look absolutely dashing when deployed, this couldn't hide his weakness. He returned to the Eternal Mountain, not going to Sichuare's medical bay, but insisted on commanding despite his injuries. Attention all crew, this is Chapter Master Yi Feng. Attention all crew, this is Chapter Master Yi Feng. Chapter Master Yi Feng paused, feeling somewhat unwell. The price of rapid healing was another kind of extreme pain, a disgusting and painful sensation like countless maggots wriggling through his flesh. Everyone be quiet in a moment, I'm about to start bluffing the Tio. Some newly arrived mortals rubbed their ears, hardly believing what they heard, while seasoned crew members had already found a spot to sit down, preparing peanuts and melon seeds. Chapter Master Yi Feng arrived at the command center, waved his hand, and broadcasted videos of the bipolar cyclonic torpedoes destroying the Vespid colony, and the giant gas planet engulfing the Tio navy, to all channels on Tio. There were also videos of the 4th and 5th terrestrial planets being attacked by Exterminatus-level weapons during the assault on the first defensive line. For Chapter Master Yi Feng's upcoming speech, I'll provide a concise meeting summary. Listen up, Tio on Tio. Your stubborn resistance is useless. Your firm will is useless. Our Exterminatus weapons can wipe out your entire planet. Your continued resistance will not cause us any losses. You have only one way out, and that is to surrender quickly. We, the glorious human army, will treat you well. Work for the greater good, now it is your turn to serve our greater good. You have been completely defeated, which proves that we humans are better at fighting than you. According to the philosophy of the greater good, you must work for us and support our war. We will not destroy you, you can keep a few of your own planets. You will not be allowed to have your own navy, you must fully provide us with warships, because we have proven to be stronger in naval warfare. According to the greater good, naval ships and future naval battles will be handled by us. You can retain a small number of ground forces. We are very enlightened, we will not kill those who surrender. You, surrender quickly. Of course, the Teo side could not admit that the Imperium of Man possessed such terrifying weapons, it must be a human lie. They also presented evidence of human massacres against Xenos, repeatedly propagating that the enemy would show no mercy and that surrender meant certain death. Chapter Master Yifeng silently glanced at the inventory, there was still one virus bomb and one cyclonic torpedo left for exterminatus weapons. Exterminatus weapons were very expensive, we lacked the technology and capability to produce them. These few were supplied by the Lamenters from the major battle organized by Dante. They were given to Chapter Master Yifeng during the exchange of supplies with the chapter. Gritting his teeth, a cyclonic torpedo. That colonial satellite above Teo's moon, blow it up. The people of Teo watched helplessly as their moon in the sky turned into a fireball. Hesitation. They thought the third defensive line was still intact. The Teo High Command announced that this was a small force that had infiltrated the area and would soon be annihilated by the arriving defender fleet. 3 days later, fleets from nearby September worlds came to reinforce, but were utterly defeated. Chapter Master Yifeng ordered the chapter to repeat its tactic, pushing the debris of enemy warships towards Teo. The Teo below became even more shaken. Some Teo began to pay attention to the greater good mentioned by Chapter Master Yifeng, it seemed, to align with their philosophy. Videos from Christina showed Teo prisoners from Vyrlos living happily there. A portion of the Teo fell into confusion, what was the point of our resistance? The Ethereals frantically used their abilities to strengthen the Teo's resolve, but the consequence of this action was the emergence of a group of Teo who no longer listened to ethereal speeches, secluding themselves in hidden places. They called themselves the Awakened. A day later, a fleet arrived, a human force. The local people overthrew the Teo rule, meeting with the evil Imperial Navy holding the proclamation to our compatriots in the Far East sector. Even in the direst circumstances, some descendants of the Imperial Guard still remembered the Emperor and the outside world. They kept their loyal faith deeply hidden, enduring countless Teo indoctrination and brainwashing. These loyalists passed down their legacy from generation to generation, like a secret society. By this generation, they no longer knew why they fought for the Emperor, they responded to the Red Tide chapter's call like pilgrims, seeking answers. 5 days later, a video of the Farsight Enclave's defeat arrived from Matthew Rio. Although the fleet led by the Lamenters was at a disadvantage, the Lamenters, who fought to the death, awaited reinforcements from human worlds. Although it was a scattered fleet cobbled together from small warships, it tipped the scales of war, becoming the final straw that broke the Farsight Enclave's fleet. It also became the final straw that broke the people of Teo. The Awakened revolted. 1 week later, on Chapter Master Yifeng's final deadline for deploying Exterminatus, ethereal negotiators met with Chapter Master Yifeng. Influenced by an unknown whisper, the Teo subsequently announced unconditional surrender. This order was sent to the 300 worlds of the Teo, and all Teo disarmed and surrendered. Of course, we will show no mercy to those who consider this declaration a false order. At this point, a question arises, why did Chapter Master Yifeng spare their lives? For an enemy of the Imperium, an enemy completely deprived of naval capability, the Astartes, even if they had to gnaw at them bit by bit with their teeth, fighting for 10, 100, or 1,000 years, would root out these enemies one by one. But Chapter Master Yifeng wanted a few things. First, let's be clear, the existence of the warp requires a conduit to corrupt intelligent AI, war machines, or other mechanical technology. It cannot corrupt out of thin air. In the Imperium, this conduit is usually a human, humans are weak psyker beings and can serve as a conduit to the warp. But here, there were none, the Teo could not serve as a conduit. The Teo would not entrust important technology to the psyker races who allied with them. Teo technology had not been corrupted by the warp. Second, and most importantly, Teo technology represented a complete and unbroken chain of technological development. They had not, like the Imperium, lost fundamental knowledge, becoming mere grave robbers who only knew archaeology. Their technology was advanced enough to build Titan-class units up to 16 meters tall. If we took over their technology, it would mean that our, real space, foundational technology would be fully perfected. This was a comprehensive breakthrough, the Adeptus Mechanicus, who believed in the imperial truth, would treat it as a sacred principle, and we would also be able to establish our own technological strength. A normal technological strength, from gravity to pulse annihilation matrices, without any gaps. This meant that as long as Adeptus Mechanicus personnel underwent memory augmentation surgery and acquired this knowledge, everyone could become a high-tech talent capable of manufacturing XV139, an innovative talent who fully understood its principles. Though without a machine spirit. The Adeptus Mechanicus could finally build toasters. Toaster STC lost. The problem was, who dared to innovate? In Teo hands, these technologies were fine, but who could say they would be fine in human hands, not tampered with by Tsianch? Christina dared. She could be responsible for transportation and experimentation. But who would dare to use it as an innovation platform? Who could say that the data appearing during my experiments, or the innovative products, were not a conspiracy of Tsianch? Lang Jugsha dared. The Necron's remnants, now the Kurkorksu, that pure warp-free experimental zone, dared to do so. Technology would continue to develop. Trying to integrate these technologies with machine spirits was also an option, as was aiming for the Necrons' ultra-high technology that was immune to chaos corruption. Technology would develop. In Langzhou, Adeptus Mechanicu's personnel who understood the principles could begin to innovate. All was ready, and the East Wind had arrived. O Emperor, the innovative society you envisioned, a human world brimming with vitality and competing creations, was about to return. This was the first reason. Second, the chapter's casualties were truly heavy now. 800 brave warriors crashed into the esoteric battleship like meteors, with over 400 wounded and nearly 200 dead. Only 80 or so were killed by the Inner Circle's psychers, the other 100 were killed by the warship's terrifying internal defenses. The strange penetrating cannons were extremely lethal, a headshot meant instant death, and a hit to the heart resulted in severe injury, due to the second heart. Of these 400 wounded, over 300 recovered after resting, and the severely wounded still required surgery by an apothecary. Another, more critical problem was that 600 casualties meant 600 power armor suits or other battle armor were severely damaged. The Tech Marine's small hammer simply couldn't keep up with the repairs. It was impossible to repair them in a short time. Therefore, the chapter was unable to launch a large-scale offensive against enemy ground planets. The third reason was the private conversation between Chapter Master Yifeng and Christina. Lady Christina, I hope you will be in charge of a project. The shipyard is under construction, the food cultivation chambers are under construction, the light weapons research laboratory is under construction, the Class 3 shielded warehouse is under construction. Christina rattled off all the facilities currently under construction. Then she looked at Chapter Master Yifeng strangely. Normally, he would have interrupted her when she mentioned the third facility, but this time he listened to her finish in detail. Lady Christina, I know it's difficult now, but these are all temporary. You understand what kind of future we will have once these constructions are complete? What kind? Just an endless future of me working overtime to build equipment for your wars, I suppose. At this moment, Chapter Master Yifeng somewhat missed Ina. Although both were untouchable, Ina was much easier to talk to. Can you imagine a future where war has ended? A future where we have eliminated our enemies, a future where the enemies of the warp have been dealt with. Chapter Master Yifeng, look at this pie, it's so big and round. Look at that plum tree, full of ripe plums. I can't imagine it. We cannot simulate situations we have never seen. Christina's electronic voice remained annoying. All right, back to current affairs. How's the research on the TO coming along? It's going well, but it seems there's no need to continue. We haven't found anything of value in them, neither in their biological structure nor their technology. We even considered using them as food ingredients. What about the warp aspect? The warp aspect. The TO are a species with a very faint soul projection in the warp. Even a warp daemon passing by wouldn't notice them. Is there a possibility we could cultivate them further, take it a step beyond? Are you suggesting, soulless beings? Untouchables are beings without a warp soul projection, and interestingly, biological clones of untouchables do have a projection in the warp. This suggests it's not a genetic issue. Chapter Master Yifeng, that's a pipe dream. I don't believe such an experiment has any chance of success. Don't rush. Take your time. What if you could first create something that's invisible at the warp level? You mean, create a TO army that is invisible at the warp level? And I mean if you successfully cultivate such TO, could you kill them and fashion them into something like an untouchable shield? You want to mass-produce the shield on your back? No, something bigger. Why don't we make it into armor? The Astartes have something a bit larger than a Terminator's, Centurion armor. This is a suit of armor worn over existing armor. It involves donning an additional layer of armor over a warrior's power armor to enhance a specific aspect, better achieving tactical objectives. Centurion armor is only slightly smaller than a dreadnought. Visually, it looks like an oversized, extra-thick Terminator armor, heavily equipped with weapons. Its purpose is to provide a chapter with the destructive power needed to breach enemy walls or fortress defenses when siege tanks are unavailable. It is typically equipped by assault or devastator squads, a paragon of martial prowess. It was invented in 36K and became widespread in 38K. The Adeptus Mechanicu's bigwig Christina devoured possessed this technology. Such items are relatively rare, but it's worth noting that they are products the Imperium can manufacture independently, they are mature armor designs. The drawback is that this thing is truly expensive, making one suit is less cost-effective than making a pile of power armor. Its machine spirit is also quite belligerent, requiring prolonged anointing with sacred oils to appease it. What if we incorporate the bones of genetically modified TO with warp resistance, into external armor, such as Centurion armor? Sacrificing a little firepower or protection, we could create anti-warp armor, or even armor invisible in the warp. If untouchable bones can be made into shields, why not use more to make large suits of armor? Untouchables are rare, but modified and cultivated TO? We have plenty. Why not give it a try? Even if it takes 1,000 TO to make one warship, then kill them. Kill hundreds of millions to make tens of thousands of suits of armor. Did you really think I'd spare the TO? I must say, Chapter Master Yifeng, your thinking is truly imaginative. Christina was already calculating rapidly in her mind. But the entities in the warp probably wouldn't let us succeed. If they don't know, do you have confidence? You think they wouldn't know just because we're talking here? For subsequent modifications, you can't expect me to work without any servitors or any human help, can you? You might as well work me to death. What if I could provide an area where we wouldn't have to worry about the warp at all? The question is, do you have such a place? Of course, if I didn't, why would I come to you? Yi Feng was getting a bit testy. When he rescued her, it was agreed she'd work for him. Now she was dragging her feet. This time, Christina was shocked. She completely failed to understand how such an area could exist and even began calculating the probability of Yi Feng lying. Think about it. If you succeed, you will be a greater being than Belisarius Call. You will be the greatest hero in human history. Human history, because of you, will be divided into 2 eras. Yi Feng continued in a tempting tone, you will be closer to the Omnissiah, and perhaps, you might even meet the Omnissiah, the Emperor. All of this is predicated on being able to achieve it. Why not try? After a long silence, Christina agreed to the request. Trying wasn't against the law. So, I think you'll need some armor technology. I can give you the TO battlesuit technology for reference. To be safe, I think we can try making a Centurion armor suit first using untouchable bones. Christina circled Yi Feng with an amused expression. Tired of carrying that shield in battle? Want to get an anti-psyker battlesuit to wear? Untouchable shields are so rare, and now you're tired of it. The former sweetheart has become a cow? Astartes, who only know how to fight, are incorrigible. Men. I can hear your schemes from a construction site. Christina agreed to Yi Feng's request, but with conditions, asking for many materials. Yi Feng wasn't worried. These things could be plundered from the 300 worlds of the TO. The TO were concentrated on a few worlds, as their combined population was less than that of a single hive city. Their self-established worlds could be improved upon. Of course, the Astartes and the mortals responsible for transport were very annoyed. Previously, transporting prisoners had been a bit more tolerable, but now these TO actually needed bolter fire to remind them they were defeated, completely lacking any awareness of being captives. The TO of the 300 worlds were being relocated to several important planets near TO. As for the other species, did they really think I was for the greater good? Kill them. When other worlds learned of the TO's surrender to humanity, their reaction was swift. Local human rulers immediately found ways to kill the Water Clan, then issued proclamations, calling on the people to resist. Are you kidding? The Imperium's purges are not to be trifled with. All blame must be shifted to the previous leadership. We are loyal human resistance fighters who have endured hardships and finally found our chance. When the humans on those colonies discovered that their lives improved, rather than worsened, after eliminating the TO, and that they would even gain honor and rewards for killing Xenos, the massacres began. When Yi Feng's fleet arrived at certain worlds, intending to gather the TO and eliminate the Vespid and Kroot, he was surprised to find that the local populace had already exterminated the Xenos. The local resistance leaders met with our chapter representatives, expressing heartfelt gratitude for our Navy's valiant efforts. Due to the strict information blockade regarding the TO, many of their worlds genuinely lacked images of the Emperor, and many didn't even know about the Imperium of Man. So, as soon as the leaders met the Astartes and the Emperor was mentioned, they immediately requested a portrait of the Emperor and prostrated themselves vigorously before it. They were all old political foxes, reacting very quickly. Of course, where there was resistance, there were also loyal lackeys under the TO. How did the TO rule a human population far outnumbering them? By granting a few individuals small amounts of power and status. The rest would then rarely fight for freedom. They would absurdly engage in internal strife for the paltry privileges the TO offered. Now, with the TO fallen, they were the ones who found it most unacceptable. What should we do? We chose a method of settling scores later. If we forcefully declared our intention to kill them all, facing certain death, they would use all their abilities to escape or resist. If we pretended that their numbers were too vast and that bygones would be bygones, then things would get interesting. Once the general situation was stable, especially after the tech sergeant's small hammers had repaired a large number of armors, it would be another war of vengeance. Purging is inevitable. Anyone who stands against humanity, no matter what they are, must be eradicated. After the chapter spent over 3 years, gradually clearing the 300 worlds of the TO, by chapter year 162, a massive change occurred in the warp. The warp storms dissipated. The Emperor's scythes were deployed, and the Imperium's overt combat strength was astonishing. Countless Grey Knights, squads of Sisters of Silences, several custodes, elites from various chapters, Emperor-class Titans, almost all their trump cards, except for Psyker Titans, were brought out. The Primarch of the 10th Legion, transformed into the Emperor's scythes, had guarded the webway for over 10,000 years. His recent deployment not only meant the Emperor was using his full power but also implied that something else was garrisoning the webway. In the final battle, Guilliman and the Emperor's scythes transformed Ferrus Manus fought back to back, brothers united in slaying the traitors. They clashed with Typhus's army, then fought Abaddon, and after another battle with the suddenly appearing Red Daemon Magnus, and the Victrix Guard once again suffered heavy casualties but secured ultimate victory, the forces of Chaos retreated. Of course, for Chaos, Nurgle's forces had achieved vengeance. You, the Indomitus Crusade, fought for 176 years, and my Abaddon's 14th Black Crusade also fought for 176 years. I invaded more worlds this time than your Indomitus Crusade recaptured. Perfect vengeance. My Abaddon has completed another strategic mission. Victorious in every battle. For Nurgle, the face lost to the Emperor was regained, but the Garden of Nurgle was attacked again. While Primarch Mortarion of the Death Guard was still recovering from his previous injuries and isolating himself, and Typhus, the former first captain of the Death Guard and now, de facto, leader of the Death Guard army, was on campaign, the defenses within Nurgle's domain were relatively weak. Thus, our Lord Slaanesh and Fulgrim made their move, launching the Get My Wife Back operation. Slaanesh's wife, the Ildari goddess of life, had been stolen by Nurgle long ago, and he intended to reclaim her. So, the mighty forces of Slaanesh marched into the garden of Nurgle, attempting to snatch back his wife. This was the real reason Nurgle hastily withdrew. Perhaps only the Emperor and Kaldor, who constantly roamed the warp, knew about this. Chapter 167, The Star Torch is back, and I'm surrounded. The warriors of the Red Tide on the Teo side were not yet aware that the Astronomicon had rekindled and once again illuminated the galaxy. The Teo territory was originally outside the Astronomicon's reach. The Imperium also had no time to manage the Red Tide's territory. The temporary Second Taiping Star region was an exclave. During more than 100 years of war, the areas near the Great Rift, and the parts of the Taiping Star region adjacent to our territory, were all conquered. And a large number of them were conquered. From the territory we control to the territory controlled by the Imperium, there are crisscrossing rebel worlds, orc planets, worlds conquered by chaos, worlds degraded by extensive Drukari/Dark Ildari raids. For the Imperium to reclaim these worlds and regain control of our kind of fringe worlds, it would conservatively take 200 years, just like the Indomitus Crusade. Unconservatively speaking, the Imperium might not even reach here. The 300 worlds on the Teo side were a bit better. Although a large number of orcs, tyranids, and necrons held back the Astartes, a small part of the Teo territory was the northern sector of the ancient Ultramarines' 500 worlds. This was the homeland of our great regent, Guilliman, his most core foundation. Though he currently has no time to manage it. Wolf's Denmark. No one had managed it for who knows how many years. For now, the chapter is still safe. Bah, we are Astartes fighting in places the Imperium cannot reach, we are loyal guardians of humanity, the light of humanity in the darkest regions. Jagatai Khan, my little brother is as excellent as ever, let him soar. Tell me loudly, what is our goal? Liberate the entire galaxy. Not that, the short-term strategic objective. Scavenge equipment. Fleece the Adeptus Mechanicus until they're bald. That's old news, let's get a new one. The stars surround the warp. After some time, the Imperium discovered with confusion that the entire galaxy was like a donut, with the Imperium in the middle, the Imperium's enemies on the outside, and the Red Tide's territory on the outermost layer. That would be interesting. Brothers, let's get to work. Anos, brother Yifeng, I believe our chapter is severely lacking in technological power. I need more battle brothers to learn technology. Alright, how many people do you need? Chapter Master Yifeng was quite happy, it was rare for this exhausted tech marine to ask for people. 100 people. Alright, wait, how many people? 100 people. I've had a realization, brother Yifeng. Instead of me being half dead from exhaustion, I might as well get a little more tired and teach more people. Maybe I'll have an easier time in the future. It's good that you've had a realization, but our next batch of recruits will probably only be about 150 people. Don't ask why there are fewer, a large number of modification tanks were sent to the worlds near the warp vortex before. Yes, the same place where the supply transport number 1 flying train came from. Then give them to me. I don't mind having more seed-type warriors. My point is, we just had over 200 casualties, and we need new strength. We lost so many battle brothers, what did we gain in return? A Hive City-class warship. I feel like we don't even have enough manpower to guard it. Then why aren't you assigning me people to research the facilities of this giant warship? You've eaten the flesh of the inner circle. Yifeng, beep beep feng feng delivery, the inner circle flesh set meal, delivered. Anos, so unpalatable, 1-star review. Even so, it needs to be researched. These the inner circle are just users, not shipbuilders, their core technology is far inferior. I need to study it thoroughly. Anos gently shook the mechanical wrench on his back, and some mechanisms on his mechanical backpack clicked. Seeing the stars in Anos's eyes from happiness, Yifeng was very displeased and decided to strike him down a notch. Have you decided what weapons to install on the Grand Librarian? Yifeng leisurely departed, leaving Anos lost in thought. The gigantic warship hovered in the Teo star system orbit, riddled with scars, with many things destroyed by the Astartes. Now, repairing it would be even more troublesome. No shipyard could repair it, nor could such a large shipyard exist. This warship could only perform self-repairs. During this time, the chapter had acquired too many new technologies, and even with 11 tech marines, it was impossible to quickly digest them all. This is where our greater good comes in. Among the Teo's scientific support, one race provided technological support second only to the Earth caste, the space dwarves. These abhumans, whose homeworlds were devoured, survived the local human worlds and Yifeng's purges, and continued to forge and provide new technologies as before. However, they used to serve the Teo, and now they serve Yifeng. The dwarves didn't care, they were like mercenaries, content with benefits, serving as cheap Adeptus Mechanicus. Dwarf settlements were rare, and individual dwarves were also master smiths, whose handcrafted items were on par with those made by tech priests. The dwarves were behind certain custom combat suits, of course, the Earth caste scientists would never admit this. A large number of dwarves were summoned. They dedicated their lives to one craft because they rarely used external memory storage devices like the Adeptus Mechanicus. However, they had an astonishing talent for material composition. The materials of this esoteric battleship were handed over to these dwarves for research. The chapter also roamed the 300 worlds, guarding and patrolling these areas, and resuming development. For a time, we entered an exceptionally busy but peaceful period. But that was only for the main force. Anthony was on the verge of exhaustion. Our Red Tide fraud squad, while scamming imperial welfare, also had to put on a show, exerting some effort when necessary. During the days when Yi Feng was campaigning against the Tio, before the Great Rift closed, Anthony received instructions from Yi Feng to find the remnants of the Angels of Dawn. Asking around and searching, he learned the location of the Angels of Dawn monastery. When Anthony arrived at the monastery with the power armor wreckage of the Angels of Dawn, all the remaining Angels of Dawn were plunged into grief. Anthony didn't dare to speak, fearing he would trigger the Black Rage. There were still over 30 recruits, 16 wounded warriors, and 1 apothecary in the Angels of Dawn monastery. After the apothecary treated the wounded warriors, he temporarily assumed the role of priest and led the chapter because the main force had not returned. The Red Tide's subsequent actions warmed their hearts. In the name of the son of Jagatai Khan, the close friend of Fukin's son, the chapter personally praised by Dante, and the steadfast defenders of the Taiping Star region exclave, we requested that the Imperium not revoke the Angels of Dawn's designation. The 16 veterans recovering in the monastery were enough to pass on the chapter's traditions. The Angels of Dawn chapter has not perished. You vouched for the 4 of us who remained back then, now it's our turn. The Imperium reconsidered, thinking that this chapter had some connection to Dante, and the Angels of Dawn were a rather codex-compliant, few death company, Adeptus Astartes chapter, so they decided to save face. Thus, 1 welfare recipient became 2 welfare recipients. Anthony and the Angels of Dawn chapter forged a deep friendship, often traveling and fighting alongside each other in the period that followed. The Imperium had no objections to this. Together, they still didn't make up 3 companies, I was more worried they didn't have enough people. Until the Great Rift ended, their good days were over. After communication was restored, many worlds were confirmed lost, and the Imperium had to launch another crusade to reclaim lost territories. Anthony was very wise, immediately requesting to follow the Salamanders chapter. Wherever they went, we would go. Everyone knew the Salamanders' fighting style, they would jump into close combat and burn everything. They were also very benevolent, willing to fight for humanity. Their warriors didn't distinguish between assault personnel or demolition personnel, all of them were versatile. Very much like our main force. It felt like coming home. What followed was a period of high-intensity warfare. The Salamanders were a first founding chapter, their combat power was exceptionally strong, and the wars they participated in were of unusual intensity. In the crucible of blood and fire, Anthony rapidly matured. This Astartes force, taking heavy blows, saw slow growth in its members but rapid improvement in combat power. They did not know where the main force had reached, they only knew that their faith, as they fought alongside more and more allied forces, gradually spread. Aside from the 2 ideas that the emperor is not a god and that the aristocratic system must be overthrown, everything else was quite normal, right? At least for Adeptus Astartes chapters who had been consistently exploited by the Imperium, it was quite acceptable. Alright, let's shift our focus back to Yi Feng. After another 5 years of recuperation, the chapter continuously spread its ideology throughout the 300 worlds. The Tio's extremists blew up a large number of technological products. They were loyalists who adamantly refused to surrender, relying on their warships to conduct guerrilla warfare in space, destroying many high-tech products, and determined to resist the Astartes to the end. The Tio resistance had never ceased, but after the human Astartes intervened, they couldn't make any waves. Deploying exterminatus weapons on the orbital space stations of the Tio's few remaining settled worlds was a very effective deterrent. Safety and stability were one aspect, production and livelihood were another. The 300 worlds were quite barren, many worlds could only barely survive on meager profits from processing industries and agriculture. This was also why only imperial tax ships occasionally visited for hundreds of years. They were too poor, and it was difficult for ships to even get there, making the trip pointless. Do you have your own specialties? Any important weapons that can be mass-produced? No. Even the transportation industry here was very weak. Outside the Astronomicon, navigation was extremely difficult. Either you were like the son of Jagatai Khan or the Raven Guard, proficient in navigation without the Astronomicon, or you were like the Tio, navigating in real space. These worlds couldn't do any of that, so they became poorer and poorer. What to do? To get rich, first build roads. The roads between stars were the warp routes. Many worlds here were not on main routes and could hardly see the Astronomicon, which was one of the reasons for their poverty. The Tio's real space engines were very useful. Real space is real space, slow is slow. It's only slower than Imperial battleships, the new subcurrent engines can reach 70 to 80% the speed of some transport ships. The key is that it's not easy to get lost, there's no such thing as warp navigation errors, and no need to worry about chaos forces boarding mid-journey. As a result, a large number of improved Imperial transport ships began to be built, and the shipyards that the Tio had painstakingly dismantled had to be re-established, with the Adeptus Mechanicus taking over their refurbishment. There were still problems. After the Imperial transport ships replaced their reality engines with TO-1s, 2/10 of the machine spirits died instantly, 4/10 fell into a frenzy, and only about 3/10 of the machine spirits were hospitable. Chapter Master Yi Feng waved his hand. A machine spirit dying wasn't the same as the ship exploding. Ships without machine spirits were dismantled and reassembled. Transport ships are not only important vehicles for commercial circulation but also the main force for exploration. The universe contains immense wealth. No matter where you are, never forget this point. This was an era of great exploration. The 300 worlds and their surroundings had been thoroughly traversed by the Tio, who navigated according to a real-world map, Any Xenos there either joined the greater good or were exterminated. But their resource exploration capabilities are not as good as ours. When it comes to finding treasures, humanity has long-standing technological support and an innate talent. For example, the technology deciphered from the third STC template fragment that Anno snatched from the World Eaters was a technology that extended detection range but could not detect life. Subsequent analysis confirmed it to be a resource-detecting auger array. Previously, humans explored resources along warp routes, but now they don't have to. True real-world distance exploration means many worlds have found important resource points that were actually close at hand. The important shackles limiting planetary development resource issues are gradually being loosened. Another issue, production technology, well, we don't need to talk about that, do we? The chapter will allocate it uniformly. We don't really dare to use TO technology. Don't we have Imperial technology? Father Mapusa's memory is full of it. It's not like we have to specify a certain technology or transport a certain resource, or only build one type of thing. We'll just find what we know how to do. If you can't build a laser gun, build a motorcycle. The materials are almost the same. Our chapter has all kinds of seeds, proficient in everything. Now, Chapter Master Yifeng stands on a grand strategic map, finally no longer having to worry about the internal development of a single planet, and can focus on strategic development like a great leader. Awesome. This grand map looks awesome. Siduware, keep up the good work. Strive to equip each world with a scion of Gilliman. The chapter doesn't have the conditions to station 10 more people on each planet, nor is this a lonely planet deep behind enemy lines. This is a connected expanse of 300 worlds. This will be our great rear area. A very stable, and poor, so no one wants it, place. Regarding the matter of resisting invaders, Chapter Master Yifeng made detailed plans. First is the gene stealer issue. The TO have genetic testing technology, and they practice arranged marriages, with scientists matching the best genetic profiles, so if there's a problem, tracing back 18 generations of ancestors is particularly easy. We can't do that, so we can only try to standardize things. Besides gradually reducing the hive city levels, marriage registration and paternity testing are highly encouraged. The consequence? Many current families are a bit messy, hehe. Besides the town-level psyker permanent patrol teams and community committees, TO technology is currently being cracked. Simply put, they're figuring out how to insert a machine spirit. Preventing gene stealer is equivalent to preventing Tyranid/Tyranid hive fleets. We have no way to deal with the Necron dynasty led by the Storm Lord. It's a technological dimension reduction strike. If it wants to blink to my doorstep, I can't do anything. We can only try to avoid its territory. For the greenskins who come looking for trouble, we are always hospitable. If they come, they will be buried. Deploying reconnaissance beacons on the periphery is better than nothing. This Waik isn't headed our way for now, it's going towards the center of the 500 worlds. Regarding Drukari/Dark Yildari raids, we actively mobilize local planetary defense forces. The combat effectiveness of planetary defense forces is directly proportional to the planet's affluence, which brings us back to the issue of economic development. We have people and technology, we need materials. The main problem with the 300 worlds here is that while surrounding materials exist, they are extremely difficult to extract, and in terms of both star system density and resource distribution, they are not as rich as the galactic core. Chapter Master Yifeng waved his hand, stating that if conditions aren't met, we'll create them, grow food and develop the population. Driving resource extraction with a demographic dividend, the problem of difficult resource extraction will become a problem of high resource extraction costs after Annos and Christina complete technological integration. It's always better for the cost of extracting one unit of resource to be borne by the taxes of 100 people than by the taxes of 10 people. This is the dividend. The surplus population needs employment. Besides the military, we must vigorously develop forestry and transition agriculture into industry. More grain means more alcohol, and alcohol is an important component of promethium fuel. Focusing on biofermentation industries, certain microbial strains can consume grain and produce methane or other gases, initial drugs, etc., all of which can serve as typical examples of agriculture combined with technology transforming into industry. In the future, the mortal legions emerging from the 300 worlds may become famous throughout the galaxy for their extensive use of flamethrowers. Salamanders, don't look at me, I didn't teach them. And next up is Nalan K World, the only warp main navigation route intersection point in the 300 worlds, a large-scale mineral distribution center, and the only Adeptus Mechanicus Forge world, which often cooperates with heretics. Nothing happened, both sides tacitly avoided mentioning the TO and continued trading as usual. What followed was very common, the chapter asked them to help repair warships and power armor, they quoted high prices, we blocked the warp routes, intercepted and purchased all the metal in the transport ships, and after a long time, they relented and lowered their prices. A pleasant transaction, isn't it? On the other side, after the Lamenters engaged with Farsight's forces, Matthew Rio entered a long period of reclusion. When he emerged, his first order was, we will no longer prioritize following the Red Tide forces. We will prioritize following Brother Yifeng. After repeatedly pondering and re-evaluating the battles of the two chapters, Matthew Rio concluded that the Lamenters needed to change their war strategy. Matthew Rio believed he needed to learn Chapter Master Yifeng's combat style, with low casualties, great results and minimal civilian losses in human worlds, was worth studying. Then, the Dawnlight aggressively approached the Eternal Mountain. Chapter Master Yifeng didn't have time for him right now. Report, Chapter Master Yifeng, the warp storm has dissipated, and the Astronomicon is visible again. Report, Chapter Master Yifeng, the Rash star system, next to the 300 worlds, has been found to have a large number of hostile forces and appears to have been completely occupied. We have become an exclave. Report, Chapter Master Yifeng, news from Montoni's company, the remnants of the Angels of Dawn have been found, but the Segmentum Obscurus has issued a call to arms for an expedition to reclaim territory. They are currently in battle. Report, Chapter Master Yifeng, the temporary Second Taiping Star region reports that they have become an exclave, surrounded by numerous rebellious worlds, and they require support. Chaos, it's even more chaotic after the Great Rift ended. William, you lead the Iron Jungle, the Dawn Light, the Infinite Loyalty, and the remaining lunar-class cruisers to garrison and develop the 300 worlds. I will command the Eternal Mountain to return and support the temporary Second Taiping Star region. No problem, Chapter Master, please rest assured. Matthew Rio, I object. My fleet swears to follow Brother Yifeng to the death. Acting. With William is the same, we are all one family. Matthew Rio stubbornly insisted on only following Brother Yifeng, and no one else. In exasperation, Chapter Master Yifeng left the Eternal Mountain to William, and he and his 1st Company and 13th Company boarded the Dawn Light to head to his old territory. He brought Sisyphus and Supply Transport 1, but not the Grand Librarian, Anos, Titans, or the Heavy Armor Division. In the temporary Second Taiping Star region, Lian Lai Luo, who was stationed here, was already overwhelmed. He had over 200 warriors under him, regular Astartes. After all, Chapter Master Yifeng hadn't really managed him for about 50 years after starting his expedition, only returning once to request some men. These warriors were more than enough to deal with the constant incoming enemies. But they only had one ship, the Blessed Forest. After the Great Rift closed, they found themselves surrounded by enemies. They invaded from all directions, and although the scale was not large, it kept their only warship constantly busy. We need more ships. Chapter Master Yifeng arrived in this world, and the Dawn Light immediately headed towards Maverick Forge world. Old man. Where are those strike cruisers? Are they repaired? Hand them over quickly. Archbishop Fro slowly emerged from the meeting hall entrance, only to be met with Chapter Master Yifeng's verbal assault. Chapter Master Yifeng, our transactions have always been based on integrity. I know. What about those 3 warships? The Infinite Loyalty battleship brought them back at great cost. Now the Infinite Loyalty has been repaired and in service for so long, where are those 3 warships? Yes, Chapter Master Yifeng, we have repaired those 3 strike cruisers, but the problem is, you haven't paid yet. Ah, I see. I'll go back and scold Lian Lai Luo right away, how could he handle things like this? Not only that, esteemed Chapter Master Yifeng, you also haven't paid for the 2 times you repaired the Infinite Loyalty. If you continue like this, we will stop our supply support to your chapter. Archbishop Fros was internally cursing furiously. Only half the time for the 100-year supply had passed, yet they had used enough supplies for 300 years. Don't worry, let's chat in another conference room. We have plenty of technology this time. Moving to an anti-psyker conference room, both sides engaged in a fierce war of words. The number of esoteric technologies on Maverick world goes without saying, as they believe in the imperial truth. Chapter Master Yifeng had many technologies, solid stance, ion storm, flying train, TO technology, a certain land sweeper. Chapter 168 I'm as fast as lightning. The 2 old foxes walked out of the conference room refreshed, even though Archbishop Fros was fully mechanized, others could still sense his joy. His mechanical arm twitched slightly at a rare frequency, and the display screen above his head occasionally showed a technical catalog or binary speech like 01000110. He hurried towards his laboratory, seemingly having a new idea. In contrast, our great, wise, and intelligent Crimson Torrent Chapter Master was much more composed. Yifeng strode confidently towards the shipyard, casually tossing a hard drive to the Adeptus Mechanicus personnel on guard, and then ascended the steps of the brand new strike cruiser 3 at a time. With a command, 3 strike cruisers roared out of the Adeptus Mechanicus dock. The dock vibrated violently, and behind the strike cruisers' exhaust plumes, numerous binary curses floated. The 3 strike cruisers were named Silent Fire, Supreme Chongming, King Suanation Ki. Why such names? No other reason than that when 32 ships are gathered in the future, that will be the true spectacle. With the Blessed Forest and the Dawn of Light, this area now had 5 warships and nearly 400 Astartes, enough to flatten any malevolent entities. However, the surrounding enemies were not as weak as Yifeng imagined. Yifeng's territory was on the edge of the Great Rift, a little further along the warp route, and he would be in the Great Rift itself. The worlds there, because their corresponding warp was a Great Rift-level terrifying storm, had their reality barriers thinned to an infinite degree. Mortals were almost driven insane. Lian Lai Luo led 1 strike cruiser to protect his home world, while Rogier and Yifeng each commanded 2 warships, attacking in 2 different directions. If Matthew Rio hadn't insisted on staying near Yifeng, he would have been the commander of the other fleet. When Yifeng arrived at the next world following ancient warp navigation charts, the sight he beheld was like the Eye of Terror. The anomaly of chaos corruption had not yet vanished from the planet. No, it was no longer a planet, but a strange, demonic flower bud. Layer upon layer of fleshy petals, as vast as tectonic plates, unfurled, blooming towards the star. There was no life left in this world, or rather, the planet itself was a living entity. The entire flower trembled as the reality barrier returned, constantly compressing it. From now on, observation posts will be manned entirely by Astartes, no mortals are permitted to conduct any observation activities, and the ship's observation lounge is closed. After executing several mortal observers, the fleet sailed past the edge of this flower. At the heart of the flower, facing the sun, were some withered chaos creations. We couldn't guess what they were before, now they were just shattered yellow fragments. The sun here was also somewhat amiss, but because there were no psychic beings present, the mutation was very slight. The real world was repairing the anomaly here, there was no need to stay, as there were no survivors left. The dawn of light and the supreme Chongming set course for the next star system. Paradise Star, as its name suggested, was a pleasure planet for tourism. Before the Great Rift opened, it was a favorite leisure spot for nobles and the super rich, with mild mountains, gentle waters, and endless romantic scenery. Man-made waterfalls, thousands of meters high, used special water thickeners so the water wouldn't disperse in the air, plummeting thousands of feet, carving a beautiful blue ribbon in the sky all the way to the bottom. This spectacular sight was also a major attraction of Paradise Star. The cliff face inside the waterfall had long been hollowed out and transformed into completely transparent, thousands of meters high floor-to-ceiling windows. Inside were the most luxurious bars, with countless beauties of various races at one's beck and call. Under the ambiguous lighting, big spending magnates were already lounging on the softest sofas, indulging themselves. At night, the entire waterfall couldn't obscure the various colors emanating from within, becoming a dazzling spectacle. Thousands of meters directly opposite the waterfall, perfectly positioned to admire the entire cascade, were pools of hot springs. At night, one could soak in the hot springs, watching the colorful waterfall and oversized fireworks in the sky, enjoying a wonderful evening. A giant tree-like structure was built above the hot springs. Its leaves were curled, and inside were small hot spring pools. Each curled leaf was a special kind of hot spring, where various imaginable petals and precious medicinal herbs could be made into special spring water for soaking. At the same time, this also served as a diving platform, allowing for a magnificent leap into the large hot spring below, earning a round of applause. Exotic beasts lived in the primeval forests, for the rich to hunt. On giant trees 100 meters tall, there were well-equipped tree houses. Opening a window felt like having the entire forest underfoot. Tens of meters deep underwater, there were underwater residences with transparent glass domes showcasing glowing corals and brightly colored tropical fish. Occasionally, genetically modified mermaids swam by, gracefully and charmingly. Underground hotels, dozens of kilometers deep, had real gold nuggets embedded along the tunnel walls, and the paths underfoot were paved with broken silver and coarse copper. Food, drink, and entertainment were all inclusive. The mine shaft design and secret underground base atmosphere were highly popular with retired Departamento Munitorum personnel. A small desert was a good place for leisure. Beneath its sands lay delicious mushrooms and precious medicinal herbs, renowned for their yin-nourishing and yang-invigorating properties. Next to it was a lake. After a sand bath here, a refreshing swim in the lake was an excellent choice. This was paradise. But when the warp storms tore apart ships, and the Great Rift opened, sealing off this world, preventing ships from traveling to and from it, the local world plunged into immense difficulty. This was a scenic world, unable to produce food, especially when the Great Rift first began. The nobles merely thought it was a common warp anomaly. They continued to feast and squander, with hundreds of thousands of slaves still striving to satisfy their masters' appetites. Soon, food supplies ran low. The nobles no longer awaited supply ships, they took up firearms to hunt in the ancient forests. There were too many nobles. Someone once warned these self-important idiots to ration food properly and not to deplete resources unsustainably. But there were always those who were greedy and dissatisfied, secretly hunting and quietly stocking their own warehouses. When poaching was discovered, a question hung over everyone's heads: who could guarantee that no one would break the rules? Better to be cursed than starve to death. So everyone began to snatch food, to hunt, followed by conflicts among slaves, and robbery. When everyone was frantically pursuing food, slonashy demons of gluttony descended. Still others, such as retired Departamento Munitorum bigwigs, immediately realized the gravity of the situation and began to organize large numbers of people and stockpile firearms. Others hoarded grain, I hoarded guns, others were my granary. Fighting began to spread, and Kern demons also started to descend here. Kern followers and slonashy demons engaged in fierce combat. Meanwhile, even more brutal was the underground hotel. This was the best warehouse and fortress, and the facility changed hands repeatedly, with people from various factions layered one upon another. Those at the very bottom had no food left, so they surrendered. Those on the layer above also ran out of food and killed the captives to eat. Bloodshed and cruelty are insufficient to describe the scene here, everyone was fighting for survival. Madness descended upon everyone, the emperor's statue was only useful for swinging to smash enemies' heads. Although stupidity was almost synonymous with nobility, those retired government bigwigs still had some capabilities. The most powerful lord occupied the fertile regions and began cultivation. They returned to a system of slavery, with only slaves for farming and fighting, and the one who sat at the highest position. The general trend of the world is that what has been united for a long time will divide, and what has been divided for a long time will unite. Decades later, he was assassinated, the largest estate collapsed, and the planet plunged into complete chaos. Animals died out, and edible plants also vanished. People began to plunder and kill each other. A chaos realm appeared. The only good news was that Nurgle did not intervene here, all bodies were collected without a trace, eliminating the possibility of a plague outbreak. When Yifeng's fleet arrived here, the chaos on Paradise Star had not yet dissipated. Demons, relying on a large number of chaos cultists, had weakened the reality barrier and maintained a long-term presence on the planet. They sat atop the highest towers, laughing madly at the people slaughtering each other. They lay on the softest beds, watching the ridiculous actions of those who had fallen into depravity. They were ubiquitous, yet the chaos cultists saw them not. In everyone's eyes, there was only their own desired goal, desires were endless, and slaughter never ceased. Facing a situation where chaos influence would not disappear on its own, the Astartes intervened. Drop pods carrying regular Astartes landed on the surface, while the roar of Storm Raven gunships echoed overhead. Terminator's warriors descended from transport ships, standing at the forefront of the battle line. These century-old veterans would teach the newcomers what war truly meant. The Lamenters were forcibly ordered to remain on board, they had suffered enough. Matthew Rio, however, issued an order for some of the White Scars to accompany him to the planet. The sons of Sanguinius would never stand behind the White Scars. While Yifeng sped across the planet's surface on a grav bike, Matthew Rio flew above Yifeng in a land speeder piloted by the White Scars. Matthew Rio wanted even greater speed, fast enough to catch Yifeng's bike, fast enough to outrun endless misfortune. Yifeng led an elite motorcycle assault squad, cutting and slashing their way through, breaking through towards the tallest building. Killing intent surged. The largest daemon of gluttony sat atop the high castle spire. It had no head, its navel split open to form a huge mouth, and its 6 arms continuously threw food into its belly. Bloody hearts, withered and rotten wood, exquisite leather, and soft fur, it ate everything, and every substance had a unique taste in its mouth. The wonderful enjoyment was fleeting, it could only continue to eat, endlessly, without stopping. Yifeng's blade struck its belly like lightning. From the ruptured wound emerged countless struggling faces, ceaselessly screaming, crying, and whimpering. The gluttonous daemon for the first time saw something it didn't want to eat, the thing on Yifeng's back made it gag, and the enemy before it completely ruined its appetite. It roared and stood up, the large mouth on its belly protesting furiously, but the only response it received was an even faster blade. Pale purple psychic energy emerged from its body, and specks of blue light drilled out from its wounds, then returned into its body through its large mouth. Its injuries were healing rapidly. The gluttonous daemon's 6 arms transformed into long ropes, the ends of which were pincer-like hooks. It flung them, attempting to hook the disgusting fellow and pull him from the strange floating object. I hate things I don't eat, they have no meaning in existence and must be thoroughly destroyed. As the long body and barbs approached Yifeng, they turned into fragile bones and weak, powerless muscles. The White Scars following behind also raised their combat blades, leaving wound after wound on the gluttonous daemon's body. It furiously pressed its 6 arms together, and a massive psychic energy emerged from its body, surrounding objects involuntarily flew towards its large mouth, including the zero-gravity motorcycles. The machine spirit of the motorcycles desperately resisted the incoming psychic energy, but after a few seconds, the anti-gravity motorcycles helplessly began to move slowly towards the daemon. The roar of heavy ion cannons came from the sky, and a ball of blue plasma accurately struck the gluttonous daemon, but it merely opened its large mouth and swallowed the shining plasma. Thick black smoke billowed from the gluttonous daemon's mouth, but it forcefully inhaled and swallowed it back into its belly. The black smoke also has a distinct flavor. The psychic black hole's gravitational pull significantly weakened. Seizing this opportunity, the motorcycle squad disengaged. Except for Yifeng. The Crimson Torrent chapter master reacted in an instant, boldly pulling a meltabomb from the motorcycle's suspension. The motorcycle engine rumbled, rushing towards the wicked enemy. Yifeng leaped high, forcefully throwing the bomb in his hand. The gluttonous daemon opened and closed its mouth, swallowing the meltabomb into its belly. Just as it was about to open its mouth again, the anti-gravity motorcycle smashed and rolled across its belly, face, and Yifeng stood steadily before its eyes. Anti-psychic energy filled the surroundings, greatly diminishing the enemy's psychic power. The glow of the melta illuminated Yifeng's face, scattered radiation impacted his heavy armor, and the scorching air swept across Yifeng's combat blade, clearing away all grime. The gluttonous daemon was shattered back into the warp, leaving behind only the corpse of a man with a burnt-through belly. Hello, General Furlongness, and goodbye, scum who betrayed to chaos. Yifeng strode past the corpse of the once renowned general, crushing his head with a kick. His freshly cleaned combat blade was once again stained by splattering blood. Yifeng remounted his motorcycle, and as he sped away, the surrounding fierce winds cleaned his combat blade spotless, as if nothing had happened. The surrounding mortals swarmed forward, beginning to tear at and devour General Furlongness's corpse, only to be cut down by the Astartes who followed. The followers of Sloth clung tightly to the beds, impossible to tear off, since they couldn't be removed. The Astartes decided that roasting was a better option. But when the flamethrowers spewed fire, the warriors were surprised to find that these lying enemies had extremely high defenses. Powerful defensive psychic energy subtly surrounded them, which could only be weakened by Yifeng's arrival. Yifeng's figure became the direction of the army's charge. There was nothing left to explore in this fortress. It was filled with chaos cultists, dark kin, self-degenerate individuals, and wicked followers. Blasphemous symbols were everywhere, and long corridors hung with numerous offensive paintings. A single glance would cause one to be devoured by the painting, entering the wicked world within and becoming a bloody part of the artwork. Countless treasures of gold and silver were casually piled at the side, and emaciated mortals trod on their master's bones, ceaselessly counting an endless supply of gold coins. The mortals devoured by the daemon had long lost their self-awareness. They didn't know what they had become. A skeleton, black and rattling. They swallowed gold coins bite by bite, counting an endless number, and the gold coins that leaked from their skeletons rolled to the side, to be picked up days later, put into their mouths, and symbolically counted. When Yifeng's motorcycle sped past them, the swirling winds turned them into true skeletons, scattered atop piles of gold coins. In the deepest part of the castle, there was a large warehouse, but it was now empty, having become an excellent venue for chaos rituals. Naked sorcerers chanted, performing dances that defied human anatomy, thereby pleasing the exalted gods and receiving supreme blessings of pleasure. A warp rift opened, from which emanated light of an undefined color, shining upon the naked sorceress. Her skin transformed into a translucent, ghastly white, a slender, long tail emerged from behind her, and black, withered bat wings unfurled from her back amidst writhing flesh, her tongue became long and thin. Just like the daemon now crawling out of the warp rift. Equally beautiful, and equally destined to be devoured by the Emperor's retribution. The Prometheum flames once again illuminated the dark bunker, the spacious warehouse was filled only with roars and screams. The Emperor's wrath will burn everything, die, heretics. Astartes appeared from the burning, crumbling bricks, the roar of chain swords mixed with the sound of enemies burning and exploding, and the fervent machine spirit eagerly drank the enemy's blood. The rapid attacks of the Slaaneshi daemon could not shake the tough Terminator armor in the slightest, the veterans steadily suppressed with firepower, compressing the enemy's movement space, and finally, flamethrowers mercilessly spewed flames, sending the unavoidable beauties back to Slaaneshi's palace. The Astartes killed and advanced calmly and efficiently. Qing followers and demons were also high in fighting spirit. They each chose their targets, raising their weapons and charging towards the Terminators, turning into a wisp of dust on the battlefield amidst a storm of ion bolts. An ancient Qing daemon blew a muffled horn, a mortal, having ascended to a Qing daemon after surviving the cold weapon era, possessed 8 arms and 2 horns, his palms and hellblades having grown together, his entire body scarlet, with heads hanging from bone spikes strangely protruding from his flesh. His spine grew abnormally, a branch protruding from his back, soaring upwards, growing into an 8-meter-tall bone pillar, from which hung a banner whose emblem was long unrecognizable, perhaps, blood was its emblem. The Terminators' footsteps remained steady, their bolters fired psychic bolter rounds, accurately hitting the daemon, but it merely showed disdain, revealing its blades and charging towards these cowards who fired guns. Blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne. The battle-hardened veterans disdained even shouting battle cries, calmly yielding their positions. Another red shadow flashed from behind. Yifeng had arrived from the previous battlefield. I am as swift as lightning. The roar of the engine is the death knell, with the flames on your body, bury yourself. My blade dances like a startled swan. A white rainbow pierces the sun, with one strike, life and death meet. Wherever the uncontactable shield passed, chaos dissipated and demons retreated. The bloodletter army's bloodlust soared, and I am no longer the ignorant youth of 100 years ago. Yifeng for the first time raised the great banner of the Red Tide. This was the oldest battle standard, the first one made at the chapter's inception. The black fist still firmly grasped the hammer, and the golden palm still caressed the curved sickle. Hammer and sickle intertwined, the red banner is unstoppable. The elite veterans, following Yifeng's motorcycle, plunged into the enemy lines like a sharp blade, cutting through their arrogance. Qing followers who had been slaughtering each other for over 160 years met Astartes veterans who had been bravely fighting for over 160 years. They were crushed like tofu, burned away like cotton. 8 squads of bloodletters raised their black hell blades, ready to meet the fury of the Emperor's angels. The lamenters, like angels, leaped from the sky into the inferno. We are not spectators observing from above, the angelic blood flowing in our veins does not allow us to stand by. We will not fail the sons of Sanguinius. The chapter clashed with the blood angels in Qing's favorite manner, and warplanes streaking across the sky delivered gifts from an ancient forge world to the welcoming chaos cultists. Against the enemies of humanity, our only response is the combat blade. Cut them down, exterminate them all. The warriors did not mind appearing more Qing than Qing, more daemon than daemon. In everyone's mind stood an emperor, vibrant and energetic, standing on Terra's space dockyards. That great man held high a blazing sword, behind him countless Astartes ready for battle. He shouted to the endless galaxy, go forth, unite the entire galaxy. The Crimson Torrent chapter banner was planted on Yifeng's motorcycle, guiding the direction of all warriors. The Primarch's swift blade tore apart the enemies before him, the hellblades of the bloodletters, which had devoured countless souls, vibrated with impatience at the arrival of the uncontactable shield, urging the bloodletters to immediately tear apart this source of unease. Countless enemies surged towards Yifeng, but none could keep pace with him. I am as swift as lightning. Yifeng cut through the enemy's formation, then circled back from the side, heading straight for the daemon blowing the horn. Qing's war music made the army's blood boil. The daemon horn, forged from 8,888 souls, could evoke the deepest anger and brutality within people. The daemon holding the horn blew it with all its might, the sound waves spreading with surging bloodlust. But as Yifeng continuously approached, numerous cracks suddenly appeared on the horn, and within seconds it shattered to the ground, leaving only black dust floating. The gleaming blade sliced through the scarlet daemon's body, and the tide of war continuously tilted towards the Emperor's angels. The last flickering spark extinguished from the burnt-out embers, the century-old veterans stood upon the enemy's corpses, forcefully flicking their blades to shake off the blood from their combat blades. War, in stopping. All my enemies are slain, war is stopped. Chapter 169 Yifeng's Bizarre Adventure. The mass deaths of chaos cultists weakened the warp's authority, and the barrier of reality was returning. Large amounts of chaos energy either dissipated or condensed onto objects capable of holding significant energy. For example, those blasphemous paintings might become chaos vessels hiding demons in the future. Among those gold coins, perhaps the one a chaos cultist touched most often would host a Slaaneshi daemon fleeing in panic. The chapter had no time to deal with these things now. The Astartes boarded their warship and headed for the next world. Only when the real world stabilized, and when the Astartes returned, would they begin to deal with these matters. The warship left the area at an extremely fast pace, awaiting the complete restoration of the real world before its return. The light of the warp was still as enchanting, but the morale of the entire Imperium had returned. We can see the Astronomicon. In the warp, with the Emperor's guidance, we fear nothing. The Crimson Torrent warship's speed also greatly increased, it no longer needed to timidly and repeatedly confirm psychic beacons, having entered a mode of rapid assault. They appeared in another star system, where the human colony had been completely transformed into a lantern. I mean, the planet had become a lantern. The internal magma was still a brilliant red, emitting a scorching light. From space, one could still see churning waves throwing out golden material. The outer crust had completely separated from the magma, becoming a transparent shell adorned with golden yellow great rifts spread across the planet, making it quite beautiful. Yet, every single rift was the burial ground of countless lives. When the warp storm arrived, all living beings were scorched on a warp level. With the weakening of the reality barrier, no creature could escape. Almost instinctively, all living beings rushed towards the most robust parts of the reality barrier on the planet. They constantly sought deeper places, trying to get closer to the ground, to bury themselves. The naturally formed great rifts on the planet became their last salvation, where they eventually faded away. Those golden yellow cracks were the great canyons, the despair of life. The warship bypassed this planet, likewise not lingering. This place was as tragic as the Eye of Terror. The next star system had completely transformed into a chaotic vortex. The star emitted a green light, and the matter of individual planets was continuously being devoured into the star. Strangely, the positions of all planets remained unchanged, only ribbons of matter flew from them towards the star. The entire star system seemed to have become a living organism, struggling fiercely as the reality barrier returned. It's unknown what criteria the star used for consumption. Large amounts of debris were thrown into star system space, orbiting the star, and then crashing into the intruding dawn of light battle barge. The interstellar dust floating in space seemed to be the star system's guide lights. They eerily gathered at the bows of the dawn of light and Supreme Chongming, emitting bright light. The star erupted in intense solar flares, thousands of times more violent than those encountered at Vierlos, rapidly depleting the warship's void shield. The fleet made an emergency jump into the warp. It seemed there was no difference whether they were in or out of the warp. Chapter Master Yifeng even considered whether to activate the Geller field in the real world. The scene here was as terrifying as if the worlds of the Eye of Terror were slowly crashing into the purely real universe. After passing through a dozen star systems, there was no sign of life, not even worlds like Paradise Star that still harbored chaos cultists. The warship found it difficult to find a place to release the ion storm after the void shield overloaded. It seemed there were no safe places in the entire world. In the most severe areas, the warship encountered unknown entities. These strange creatures, previously wandering in the warp, had not yet returned to their homes and were frantically crashing through the star system, searching for a way back. They were gigantic whales, as large as a battleship, with hard, rocky horns at the very front at least. They looked like they were made of rock. They had shark-like gaping mouths, and within their mouths was a secondary mouth, specifically for crushing hard and small food. Their broad backs were covered in strange substances, resembling a primeval forest, or the endless swamps of the Garden of Nurgle. Their skin was grayish-brown and very tough. The augur array's detection of them was a tangled, incomprehensible mass of lines. Chapter Master Yifeng named them void whales and was quite intrigued. They could carry a forest, which meant they could be corrupted by Nurgle, carrying a swamp around. They could also carry an entire clan of warp creatures, wandering like interstellar starships. Don't you think it's possible to find Kaldor sitting on the back of a void whale? This Grand Master of the Grey Knights, who has become part of the warp, after dismantling Kern's castle, burning Nurgle's garden, shattering Xianch's crystal maze, and slapping Slaanesh, is now riding a void whale, using it as a warship to support Imperial fleets being boarded in the warp. Just thinking about it is interesting. The Dawn of Light didn't think so. The void whale's strange ripple attack advanced the void shield's overload progress significantly. The bombardment cannon fired a shot at the whale, which was tumbling and struggling in space, quietly incurring collective wrath. 8 void whales charged over, brandishing their long, sharp horns. Chapter Master Yifeng, having finished his mischief, looked at his battle barge's ram, which wasn't fully repaired, then at the whales as large as a battleship, and decisively fled. The void whales struggled to move in the real world, like humans drowning. It's worth noting that although both sides had similar speeds, when the Dawn of Light battle barge opened a warp rift, the void whales frantically followed the warship into the warp. Once in the warp, their speed doubled, far exceeding the Imperial's old and dilapidated warp engine. The void whales no longer pursued Chapter Master Yifeng and left on their own. Chapter Master Yifeng looked at the augur array with a wry smile. This seemed to be the closest he had come to death. He almost had to make an emergency jump to the real world. Calm down, don't mess around, warp entities are not to be trifled with. Jumping to the next world, the entire star system appeared normal. The central star was bright and warm, and the 3 terrestrial planets and 1 gas giant orbited the star steadily. However, as the fleet entered the star system's range, the entire scene shattered like a reflection in water. This was a concealment from another, higher dimension. The star system revealed its true nature. The star had long disappeared, and the surrounding planets were a tangled mass of dark green thorns, interspersed with spikes piercing the sky. Clearly Nurgle's work. A gas giant had become quite handsome, at least from Chapter Master Yifeng's perspective. The gas giant's liquid metal core was exposed, and the surrounding gases had condensed into planet-sized strips, like silk ribbons, orbiting the core. There were dozens of these strips, each a different color. From the outside, it strongly resembled the small energy cores our chapter uses, though ours only have one color, which is a bit monotonous. The three-dimensional space was shimmering, an unprecedented anomaly. When the illusion completely vanished, the entire star system began to echo with agonizing screams on a warp level. The dying cries of the mortals in this star system vaguely pierced into the minds of other mortals. Chapter Master Yifeng didn't realize this at first. He was carrying his shield when Captain AGA reported his own abnormalities and confirmed that even with the Geller field active, the sound could not be diminished, leading the chapter to make another emergency jump. Patrolling here was truly more harrowing than fighting a war. Only after leaving the area originally covered by the Great Rift Storm and reaching the truly vast worlds of the Taiping Star region did the situation improve. Although the planets were dilapidated, the people here could still see the Astronomicon. Through 176 years of painful torment, the mortals still stubbornly persevered. The world was scarred and broken. As a world near the Great Rift, like Scaria, it hadn't suffered attacks from Drukari/Dark Yildari or similar entities, they too feared getting too close to the Great Rift. Several surrounding worlds had not completely fallen. Like the Krieg world of old, the mortals, under the command of their planetary governor or a grand general, engaged in bloody battles with chaos cultists. They fought for territory inch by inch, position by position, street by street. In their endless struggle, they had unknowingly succumbed to warp corruption. Their skin grew redder and redder, their fingernails became sharp and dark, and they fought with increasing fervor, yet beneath the sacred emperor's statue, they could still clearly shout those four words, "For the emperor." Sometimes, someone would suddenly realize that he had become a devil. Perhaps this was the emperor's last mercy. He gave a bitter laugh, drew his blade, charged towards the enemy, and never returned. At this moment, Chapter Master Yifeng suddenly awoke, realizing his actions seemed to have disrupted the emperor's plan, but then he felt relieved. It wasn't disruption, but acceleration. The emperor's plan hadn't been initiated because there were some things he was powerless to remove. We can, which is why he blessed Khazanov. Everything had meaning, allowing the ecclesiarchy to develop, allowing humanity to worship him as a god, yet at the peak of their faith, awakening the rational Guilliman. Chapter Master Yifeng commanded his troops to land on the planet. They were the first reinforcements, and the only ones. It was enough. The chaos forces met their demise. The Astartes watched the mortals, corrupted yet unaware, cheer and celebrate their victory, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. When the general, who had led the mortal armies against the enemy for decades, joyfully approached Chapter Master Yifeng, intense pain caused his entire body to burn. Amidst the constant flames erupting from his body and the agonizing pain, he regained consciousness, staring blankly at the sharp claws and crimson skin on his hands. It is regrettable, but you are soldiers who fell in the final battle before victory. Roar Emperor, yes, roar. As an Adeptus Astartes Chapter Master, an Emperor's angel, I formally inform you, embrace death. The Emperor permits your souls to return to the throne. Thanku. One head was severed, 10 heads fell, 100 heads returned to the embrace of the earth. The warriors who had fought until now waited silently. They straightened their chests with all their might, standing still as if performing a solemn ritual. They tried their best to appear like a well-disciplined army. After returning to the throne, they would still fight for the Emperor, so being sloppy wouldn't do. In their eyes, the combat blade wielded by the Astartes was the highest honor, this was an important ritual for their souls to return to the throne. They smiled as they accepted death. Valus solemnly inquired about each soldier's name. His progress was much slower than that of other warriors, but miraculously, these corrupted soldiers briefly regained their sanity when they approached Valus's armor, which was engraved with names. The Emperor watches over you. You are worthy of humanity. Thank you. Rows upon rows, the last of the corruption was purged, leaving only the elderly, weak, and children deep within the bunker, fiercely guarded by these troops. When the Astartes arrived at the bunker and saw the only remaining pure humans, the mortals, suppressed for over 100 years, could finally cry out in sorrow. The Red Tide unhesitatingly transported large quantities of food to this world and dispatched a contingent of Atre's Imperial Guard to garrison it, helping the local populace clean up the post-war world. The locals moved aside piles of tattered clothes, revealing a warehouse door. This was a local specialty of the world, a plant root that could be made into medicine with excellent anesthetic effects. It had saved many warriors' lives. This stuff had a huge yield, they ran out of food before they ran out of it. The local people gave their remaining to the Crimson Torrent chapter. This was their goodwill, and the best thing they could offer. The chapter did not continue its advance into the Taiping Star region but instead swept through nearby planets along the original Great Rift. There was no need to go to the worlds ahead. Orcs and Drukari/Dark Yildari were constantly clashing, and chaos was embroiled in a free-for-all with Gene Stealer. The chapter hadn't even received any distress signals sent in the past 3 years. Meanwhile, the true disaster was approaching from the front. The Gene Stealer had invaded several wealthy planets during the opportune time of the Great Rift's formation. The moment the Great Rift dissipated, they let out a loud roar in the warp, summoning the Tyranid/Tyranid hive fleets. And it wasn't just the Taiping Star region, in all star systems except the Sol system, loud buffet bells rang out. Innumerable hive fleets set forth, with several tendrils striking from various directions in the cosmos. The galaxy/Milky Way, broadly speaking, is a large disk with a bulging center. The Tyranid/Tyranid forces not only plunged a tendril into the edge of the Milky Way like a spinning top but could also strike from above the disk to any part of the Milky Way. However, there weren't many humans in those areas, or rather, it was already commendable that the Gene Stealer could withstand the Orc onslaught until the arrival of the main Tyranid/Tyranid forces. The Tyranids hadn't realized the gravity of the situation, nor had the Orcs, who had run rampant in the Taiping Star region for over 100 years. When these two races clashed, it was truly spectacular. A certain sneaky chapter had no intention of intervening in the main battlefield. Low population areas, where the Tyranids didn't go, were our hotspots of activity. This meant that each voyage genuinely took a very long time. The colon given to the chapter by the local people could not be used with confidence. It definitely needed to be tested for chaos corruption, so it was temporarily stored in the warehouse. Normally, an untouchable would have to walk around it 3 times before anything, but only 2 rounds had been completed. It was still under quarantine. However, someone smelled it and came over. Tinos, the miraculous chef, came as usual to experience the special ingredients of various planets. This extraordinary man could even chat with an untouchable, risking a sudden heart attack. He was simply curious whether this strange physique was related to diet, wondering if they had mutated after eating something odd as children. Then he learned about the new batch of ingredients in the warehouse. And so, on a dark and stormy night, when the ship's cabins were unlit, Tinos stealthily made his way to the colon warehouse. He tiptoed forward, sniffed, confirmed the smell, and secretly stole a few. The next day, Tinos's new dish knocked out several mortals. Colon is an anesthetic. However, it received good reviews among the Astartes. It had a tingly, numbing sensation. To make an Astartes feel a numb sensation, you really needed to add some anesthetic. On the 5th day, due to Tinos's improper storage environment, the colon went bad. On the 6th day, the colon went bad, but the problem was that other ingredients placed next to it, a fungus species never before seen on the colon's home world, underwent a strange chemical reaction with the colon. On the 7th day, the colon fermented. On the 8th day, Tinos, holding his homemade colon anesthetic wine, tremblingly looked at his assistant chef, Sack. And then, Sack slept for a very, very long time. After tasting it, Xiao Lan exclaimed, "That's potent." And then was dazed for quite a while. Concentrated anesthetic wine. Chapter Master Yi Feng, upon learning of this, immediately sealed off the entire kitchen. After personally tasting it, Chapter Master Yi Feng was convinced that with this trick, he could subdue the vast majority of Space Wolves warriors. Classified, top secret, seal it immediately. Tinos, hand over the technique, you've rendered a great service. What? Why seal it? I have no doubt that if the Wolf Guard knew there was good wine here, they would rush over without hesitation and wipe us out. Ensuring the wine cellar is as clean as if the Blood Ravens chapter had visited. The air circulation system cycled the entire warship's air again and again, and Rogier opened the usual fine wine feast he knew about, covering up everything around. The Space Wolves have very sensitive noses, so we absolutely cannot be complacent. Tech Marine Inc. personally sealed all the brewed colon wine, welding it into metal boxes. It received almost the same treatment as the 5 STC template fragments snatched from the World Eaters back in the day. Tinos, beaming, wore a large red flower in the kitchen, accepting the envy, jealousy, and hatred expressions of all his colleagues. Show off, oh, don't be jealous. Doesn't comply with kitchen hygiene standards, Tinos, go pay the fine yourself. Oh, I understand what you mean, but money can't buy honor. At this moment, Sack was still fast asleep.